Honey, is this pressure okay? Should I press harder? A woman's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. It was slightly hoarse. She had been crying. Lu Hao jolted awake, eyes darting around. He didn't find himself at the grand banquet celebrating his company's IPO. Instead, he was in a shabby old room. It was a tiny space less than 30 square meters. The floor was cement, the walls peeling and patched with old newspapers. There was only one bed, beside which sat a makeshift nightstand made of triangular boards. On it were bottles, jars, a mirror, scissors, needles, thread, and other odds and ends. In the center of the room stood a small wooden table with two half-eaten dishes, one with pickled radish, the other stewed winter melon. All very plain. Everything was old and worn but not unfamiliar. A nail protruded from the wooden door, holding up a calendar showing June 16th, 1987. His pupils dilated in shock, as if seeing a ghost. This was his home from decades ago. He had reincarnated. Still unable to believe it, Lu Hao turned around and behind him stood a young woman, about 20 years old. Her face was tired, her hair disheveled, with bruises on her cheek. But she was beautiful, delicate features streaked with tears like pear blossoms trembling in the rain. If she lived in today's internet era, all she'd need to do was show her face, say nothing, and she'd instantly gain millions of followers and have wealthy fans showering her with gifts. Beside her stood a little girl about 5 years old. Her hair was thin and yellowish, clearly malnourished, yet even now you could see the promise of future beauty hidden beneath. The woman was his wife Su Min. The girl was his daughter Lu Yi, nicknamed Nini. He really had come back to the time when he had nothing decades ago. Seeing them, he felt overwhelming emotion, tears welling in his eyes. But Su Min looked at him with only disgust and exhaustion. Nini stared at him with fear. He understood why. At this point, he hadn't accomplished anything. Worsa was known for drinking, gambling, and beating his wife. He had never once taken care of his daughter. He was a complete waste of a man. That's why they feared and hated him. I should go get the ribs out. Let's eat together as a family, Su Min said softly. Sadness laced through her voice. At those words, Lu Hao's pupils widened again. Ribs, eating together as a family. Because that was the day he lost everything. On this day, Su Min, after years of abuse and hopelessness, had gone to the market to buy 2 pounds of ribs. Then she bought a bottle of pesticide from the supply store. She cooked the ribs, mixed the poison into the soup, and ate 2 full bowls herself. Nini, who hadn't tasted meat in so long, loved it despite the odd taste. But Lu Hao found the flavor strange, took only a sip, and stopped eating. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. Both mother and daughter were already beyond saving. Lu Hao, I hate you. I married you 5 years ago, and I haven't had one day of happiness. 5 years of disappointment after disappointment. You don't deserve to be a father or a husband. I'm leaving. I'm taking our daughter with me. This hug while I massaged your shoulders was the last bit of tenderness between us. I hate you. Never see me again. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke her final words. Scene after scene replayed in Lu Hao's mind. Dad, my stomach hurts. Can you hold me tighter? Nini had said weakly as he carried her toward the hospital where she passed away in his arms. Curled up, lifeless. Only after losing them did he understand how precious they were. At that moment, he felt his knees sobbing, filled with regret. After their deaths, he reflected deeply on his actions, fought hard, and started from street vendor. Over 20 years, he built a fortune worth billions. But no amount of money could ever fill the void left by their absence. Thinking of all this, he wept. Partly out of guilt, partly out of gratitude, grateful the heavens had given him a second chance to make amends. Wife, I'm sorry. He stood up and pulled Su Min into a tight embrace. What a wonderful woman, and he hadn't cherished her. He was such a monster. This time, he would hold on her tightly and never let go. But Su Min misunderstood his intentions. Lu Hao, are you still human? Our daughter is right here, and you want to do that? You just did it, and now you want more? You're truly an animal. She thought he wanted to force himself on her again. That man never caring about her feelings, always forcing himself on her when she refused, now doing it in front of their daughter. She was ashamed and furious, her lips bleeding from biting them. She glanced toward the kitchen. The pesticide was still there. Maybe death was better. There was nothing left to live for. You've got it wrong. I just missed you so much. I'm so happy to see you again. Lu Hao's eyes reddened as he held her, his voice trembling with emotion. This lifetime, he'll never betray you again. Su Min stiffened in his arms. Did her husband just say something sweet? Missed me? Never betray me again? Words like this coming from his mouth. Looking at the man before her, she couldn't believe it. In 5 years of marriage, he had done nothing but hit her and ignore her. She raised their daughter alone, bearing every burden. Now he was saying he loved her and wouldn't fail her anymore. Was he drunk? Beside them, Nini quietly tugged at her mother's sleeve, looked at Lu Hao, then pointed her head. Mom, did his head hit the wall? She whispered. Even his own daughter didn't believe he could say such things. Dad, didn't hit his head, sweetheart. Lu Hao gently picked her up, kissed her cheeks twice. Dad has changed. From now on, he'll make sure you and Mom live happily. He'll buy you pretty clothes, toys, and lots of delicious food. Nini stared blankly, stunned. She couldn't believe it. This sudden wave of paternal love was something she had never dreamed of. Seeing the shock and disbelief in their eyes, Lu Hao wasn't upset. He knew time would prove his sincerity. Putting Nini down, he walked to the kitchen and pulled out the pesticide bottle from a corner, throwing it into the trash bin. Just to be safe, he tied the garbage bag tightly and planned to throw it away later. When Su Min saw the pesticide gone, she wasn't surprised. The room was barely 30 square meters. Of course he could find it. She didn't stop him from throwing it away. If she truly wanted to die, there were countless ways besides poisoning. For now, a faint flicker of hope stirred in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, Lu Hao had finally seen the light. Maybe he truly cared for them now. He'll go serve the soup, she said. Money was tight. She worked outside the home for only 32 yuan a month. Lu Hao had no income. Meat was rare, and 2 pounds of ribs were precious. You rest. He'll do it. Lu Hao washed his hands and entered the kitchen. It was rib soup with lotus root, slow-cooked in a clay pot. He tasted it, added a bit more salt, and poured it into bowls. Watching him cook, serving soup for the two of them, Su Min stood frozen in place. Was this really her husband? Nini also stared at him like he was a stranger, then turned to her mother. Mom, should we take him to the hospital? Chapter 2. Careful. It's hot. Both mother and daughter could hardly believe the reality before them. In this day and age, most people marry early. Su Min was just over 18 when she wed Lu Hao. 5 years had passed, and he had never once stepped into the kitchen, let alone served them soup. Were it not for her intimate familiarity with this man, she might have thought he had been replaced. Gently, she pinched Nini's small face. Does it hurt? Yes, a little. Nini nodded, confirming that this was no dream. Her head had indeed been bumped. She looked at Su Min, torn between concern and fear. Mom, should we check on him? He used to be so fierce, I was scared of him. Now he seems so nice. Should we observe him a bit longer before rushing him to the hospital? This little girl was terrified that sending Lu Hao to the hospital would cause him to revert to the father who had once struck and scolded her. Come. It's time to drink soup. Lu Hao brought out the freshly served soup, first filling a large bowl for Su Min and placing it in front of her. Wife, eat more, be careful, it's hot. Then he prepared a bowl for Nini, even providing her with a spoon, instructing her to blow on it before eating. Their bowls were filled generously with meat, heaping to the brim. Finally, he went to the kitchen to serve himself. Su Min wrapped a napkin around Nini's neck to prevent any spills, glancing at Lu Hao's bowl and feeling a surge of astonishment. Her bowl was the fullest, followed by Nini's, while Lu Hao's contained barely a hint of meat, just a little soup and some lotus root. It seemed this man had truly changed. He now understood the importance of caring for others. In the past, he had only cared for himself, neglecting both mother and daughter. Yet now, he reserved the best for them, contenting himself with just the soup and scant pieces of meat. She picked a piece of meat and placed it into Lu Hao's bowl. There is too much. I can't finish it. Her tone was cool, yet her hands continued to serve him more meat. Lu Hao looked up at her, a twist of emotions stirring within him. This woman was so foolish. Just moments ago, she had been distraught over domestic violence, contemplating suicide, yet now, merely because he had taken the initiative to serve soup and added a few extra pieces of meat to their bowls, she was touched and felt sympathy for him. Wife, I promise to provide you with a life of luxury, he vowed solemnly. In his previous life, after the tragic loss of his wife and child, he had languished for months, becoming unrecognizably thin. His efforts to earn money were driven by the desire to alleviate the pain of longing and guilt for his wife and daughter. He had devoted himself entirely to making money, focusing solely on business, and over decades had transformed from a penniless individual to a billionaire. In this new life, earning money would be far easier. Many pitfalls could be avoided. He was filled with confidence. In the 1980s, shortly after the reforms began, while some ventured into business, most remained hesitant, lacking the entrepreneurial spirit. For him, opportunities were abundant, as if gold could be picked up from the ground with a mere bend of the knee. He placed another piece of meat into Nini's bowl. Is it delicious? Yes, it's delicious. I haven't had meat in so long. It's really good. Nini's eyes sparkled with joy. A simple meal of meat brought her immense satisfaction and happiness. Then eat more, Lu Hao encouraged. From now on, Daddy will buy you even more delicious food. Gazing at the man who had assured her daughter, Su Min felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps fate truly had taken pity on her, having witnessed her enduring so much suffering, prompting Lu Hao to change his ways. It would have been preferable had he begun to cherish the two of them sooner, but it was not too late now. He must cease his indulgence in frivolous pursuits with his dubious companions and seek steady employment, embracing a life of earnestness. Life may be arduous, and the earnings meager. Yet as long as they faced it together, their existence would surely improve over time. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Reflecting on the facade of a wealthy lifestyle, there was no need for him to sweet-talk her, as long as he genuinely treated them with kindness. She would be immensely content. Hope blossomed anew within her. Although life was challenging, it would undoubtedly get better. As for Lu Hao's promises of a luxurious life, she regarded them with skepticism. Her daily toil from dawn till dusk yielded little more than 32 yuan a month. Wealth required money, and money was not easily earned. The family resided in the staff dormitory of a garment factory, a 6-story building with a corridor on each floor, lined with the homes of more than 10 households. At the end of the corridor was a communal restroom, serving as the sole venue for washing, toileting, food preparation, and bathing. The factory was a state-owned enterprise where Lu Hao had once worked, but due to his propensity for brawls, he had been dismissed. As she was not an employee there, many eyed their modest dwelling with covetous intent, eager to evict them. What she truly wished for was for her husband to be reinstated at the factory, ensuring a steady income and security in their home. Seeing Su Min's disbelief, Lu Hao refrained from further explanation, believing time would vindicate him. Once he presented the money to her, she would inevitably come to trust him. This was an era of opportunity. Those who acted swiftly and boldly could amass great wealth, while the timid could only cling to their meager salaries. He set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Dear wife, how much money do we have at home? Please gather it all for me." He had found his direction but lacked the capital to get started and required some seed money. The sound of clattering echoed as Su Min, as if struck by lightning, dropped her spoon, shattering it on the floor. The hope that had once illuminated her face faded into pallor, replaced by despair. What a cruel transformation, she lamented. Is this merely a ruse to extort money from me? I am driven to the brink of suicide. My daughter is still so young, in need of nourishment, yet we have been without meat for months. And you still wish to take from me? I tell you, it is impossible. If you want money, you may as well kill me first. Her eyes reddened as she wept bitterly. Lu Hao, you heartless wretch, just as I began to glimpse a glimmer of hope, you seek to extinguish it. Why can't you grant us a chance to survive? Why can't you leave my daughter and me in peace? Tears streamed down her face as she cried inconsolably. Her heart shattered, for this man had shown her no humanity. For 5 long years, she had not known a single day of tranquility. In the hospital, upon discovering the newborn was a daughter, the scoundrel did not even step into the delivery room. Turning on his heel and leaving her alone to navigate the trials of motherhood, she ultimately made her way home, cradling her daughter in her arms. During the confinement period, she was devoid of any assistance, enduring the agony of back pain while washing clothes and preparing meals, all the while tending to her daughter's needs, feeding and changing her, without a single helping hand. Her daughter, frail and often ill, would wail sporadically, compelling her to carry the child to the hospital in the dead of night, in order to sustain their livelihood. She would even work while balancing her infant in her arms. How she longed for that man to recognize her struggles and mend his ways. Yet, why was it so difficult? Why did fate impose such relentless hardship upon her, refusing to grant her a sliver of respite? Chapter 3. A futureless job. You have completely misunderstood me. That was not my intention. When I inquired about your family's finances, it was merely to explore business opportunities to enhance our economic situation and ensure a happier life for you and our daughter. Lu Hao hurriedly clarified upon witnessing Su Min's anguished tears. It is often only after loss that one learns to cherish what remains. In his previous life, despite amassing a fortune of billions, he found no joy. Whenever he found a moment of idle reflection, thoughts of Su Min and Nini would flood his mind. Their demise haunted him eternally. Now, heaven had granted him a chance to atone for his sins. How could he possibly repeat such mistakes? He vowed to dedicate his life to safeguarding the two of them, providing them with the best life possible. You know how to conduct business? Su Min questioned, her skepticism evident as she regarded Lu Hao's earnestness. She was acutely aware of her husband's capabilities and had never witnessed any aptitude for commerce. Indeed, Lu Hao replied without hesitation. He possessed a clear understanding of which industries would thrive and which products would yield profit. In this era, engaging in business was increasingly favorable. The current moment was opportune, akin to picking up money off the ground. His ventures would undoubtedly surpass those of his past life, growing larger, stronger, and soaring higher and farther. As Su Min observed the confidence radiating from Lu Hao, she found herself momentarily dazed. Was this man truly intent on reforming himself to ensure a joyful life for the two of them? But could he genuinely succeed in business? After 5 years, she knew every flaw, every blemish upon him. He had never before ventured into the realm of business, so how could he possibly succeed? Surely he was deceiving her. If he genuinely wished for them to lead a better life, he should focus on securing a steady job. Lu Hao reiterated, I genuinely know how to conduct business. Trust me, this is a golden opportunity. With capital, one can earn back 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. A job holds no promise. Su Min sighed heavily. Drained of the energy to continue arguing, she retrieved a handful of coins from her pocket and placed them on the table. This is all I have. Take it if you wish. I am left with nothing. Her heart felt ashen, and her faith in Lu Hao had waned. The small change on the table amounted to less than 10 yuan, a pitiful sum for a household that had a grown man married for 5 years, yet had managed to save so little. This was a sum Su Min had painstakingly accumulated. Keep the money, Lu Hao said. Observing the despondent expression on Su Min's face, he refrained from taking it. To accept it would mean not only taking away the money, but also extinguishing the last flicker of Su Min's hope, and in truth, this meager amount was of little consequence. Su Min uttered not a single word. She merely cast a fleeting glance at him before silently slipping the money into her pocket. She refrained from engaging further with Lu Hao, still harboring her anger. After finishing their meal, Su Min prepared to clear the table. You rest, I'll take care of it, Lu Hao interjected. He gathered the dishes himself and made his way to the end of the corridor to wash them. This was the only place with running water, as everyone used it for such tasks. Several neighbors, witnessing Lu Hao washing the dishes, were taken aback. Most residents of the building were employees from nearby garment factories, familiar with one another's lives. They knew Lu Hao's character all too well. He had a beautiful wife at home, yet he often roamed with a group of unruly friends, squandering time and money without a thought for household chores. Years had passed without ever seeing him wash a dish, yet here he was today, surprising several neighbors who glanced toward the setting sun, thinking it must be an unusual day. Seeing the astonished expressions of the neighbors, Lu Hao's resolve strengthened. He was determined to provide happiness for his wife and child, feeling deeply indebted. After washing the dishes, he returned and swept the floor, meticulously arranging various household items with great care and patience. Su Min and Nini watched in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Mom, should we take him to the hospital for a checkup? Nini whispered to Su Min, still concerned that something might be amiss with Lu Hao's mind. The dilemma of whether to check or not weighed heavily on her. What if he truly had a problem, or worse, reverted to the abusive father he once was? The little girl furrowed her brow, caught in a conflict of emotions. Once everything was in order, Lu Hao turned to Su Min and said, Wife, I'm stepping out for a bit. Stay away from those unruly friends of yours. Their intentions are not good, Su Min cautioned. All right. Lu Hao replied with an earnest nod, fully committed to earning money to ensure a better life for the two women he cherished, resolutely avoiding any frivolous distractions. This compliance astonished Su Min. She was taken aback by how he seemed to heed her words. As he stepped outside, Lu Hao strolled slowly, reflecting on the surrounding scenery, which appeared antiquated yet evoked a sense of nostalgia. The greatest regret in life is the inability to start anew, to mend past grievances. Yet he now found himself presented with that very opportunity. His eyes sparkled with hope as he could not help but shout joyfully, startling two young girls passing by, who instinctively clung to each other in fright. He offered them an apologetic smile, but did not engage further. With a gentle, kind-hearted, and stunning wife at home, no other woman could capture his attention. His wife was exceptional, both in beauty and character. He did not wander elsewhere, but instead made his way directly to a nearby vegetable market. With several factories and residential areas nearby, the market was bustling, operated by state employees whose earnings were fixed, rendering the fluctuations in vegetable sales inconsequential to them. This has led to a lack of enthusiasm among them for purchasing vegetables, their attitude being quite poor, displaying an air of indifference towards buying. Yet, despite this demeanor, many still flock to this market, as it is the only large vegetable market in the vicinity. Following the shift in economic circumstances, the employee's negative and arrogant service attitude resulted in the market's decline in business, which continued to worsen. Eventually, this market was acquired by a private owner, who profited immensely. Later, when faced with demolition, the new owner reaped yet another fortune. Lu Hao's objective was precisely this market. In his previous life, he had missed this opportunity, but in this life, he resolved to seize it. However, one must take things step by step. First, he needed to address his financial issues, as he currently possessed not a single coin. Upon entering the market, he noticed over 20 vendors engaged in idle chatter, showing no particular interest in acknowledging his presence, merely casting a fleeting glance his way. These individuals, secure in their steady jobs, exhibited a sense of superiority, treating everyone similarly. Upon reflecting on the underlying logic, it became clear greeting customers would require effort, and the money from the vegetables did not belong to them, as all earnings had to be surrendered. Why then invest time and energy in such endeavors? Engaging in casual banter while munching on seeds seemed far more appealing, especially since they received fixed salaries. This indifference was not limited to the vegetable market. Many employees in other state-owned enterprises harbored similar mindsets, resulting in chaos during the subsequent wave of layoffs, leaving many in dire straits, believing they held secure jobs, only to find their security crumbling. My vegetables are not subpar, are they? He lamented. They were just harvested from the field, fresh as can be. Look. There's still dirt on them. A quarrel could be heard from the vicinity. An elderly farmer, having brought vegetables from his village, sought to sell them at the market, but was met with rejection. Chapter 4. The water has been squeezed out. These vegetables were just picked. They are incredibly fresh. Why would you refuse them? The farmer, in his 50s, had a sun-weathered face and rough hands. He had risen at dawn to gather these vegetables, loaded them onto a cart, and traveled over 10 kilometers to the city, hoping to sell them at good prices. To his dismay, the market refused to accept them. You need to leave quickly. Our vegetables are procured from designated suppliers. Not just anyone can bring produce here. Next time, inquire properly to avoid wasting my time. Zhang Jigang, the market manager, approached. Although reforms had begun, many state-owned enterprises still practiced centralized purchasing and sales. This market sourced its vegetables from fixed farms, generally not accepting produce brought in by individuals. The elderly farmer, with a despondent expression, gazed at his cart full of vegetables, troubled. Should he set up a stall outside? But would he be able to sell all this produce? There were chores awaiting him at home. He could not afford to waste so much time. Nor did he have the courage to set up a stall on his own. Faced with his cart of vegetables, the farmer's face was etched with worry, and he could only take them back. He discreetly wiped his face, feeling utterly helpless. Just then, Lu Hao approached, stating, I will take your vegetables. The farmer was taken aback, looking at Lu Hao. What vegetables do you want? I will weigh them for you. He assumed Lu Hao only needed a small amount. Selling even a little is better than nothing. At least it can help mitigate some losses. I want it all, Lu Hao declared. Just as he pondered how to acquire funds, an opportunity presented itself. This was the only large vegetable market in the vicinity, catering to several nearby residential communities. With supply falling short of demand, coupled with the long-standing arrogance of employees in state-run enterprises, the vegetables in the market were often less than fresh. The old farmer's truckload of fresh produce would undoubtedly find a ready market. At this moment, as long as there was a demand. With a bit of audacity and a willingness to be somewhat brazen, even scavenging could lead to prosperity. All of it. The old farmer widened his eyes, gazing at Lu Hao. You run a restaurant and need so many vegetables? Don't concern yourself with my business. Just sell me the vegetables, and I shall pay you. Lu Hao replied, exercising great caution and refraining from revealing his plans. His intention was to sell the vegetables door-to-door in the residential areas, an endeavor that required little skill and could easily be replicated. He aimed to conceal his venture for as long as possible, at least until he recouped his initial investment. Very well, thank you, sir, the old farmer said, no longer probing further, pleased that there was a buyer for his produce. In the current rural landscape, cash was not easily obtained and was quite valuable. Indeed, I want every last bit of the vegetables, and not just this truckload. Tomorrow morning, bring me another load, and I will settle today as payment then. Is that acceptable? Lu Hao proposed. The old farmer hesitated, concerned that Lu Hao might be a fraud. Sensing his unease, Lu Hao reassured him, I am Lu Hao, residing in the employee quarters of the Sheng garment factory nearby. If you doubt my word, I can take you to my home right now, so you can verify my address. If I were to deceive you regarding this truckload of vegetables, you could easily come to find me at my residence. He disclosed his home address as a form of credibility, having no money on him to offer as assurance. Upon hearing this, the old farmer felt a sense of embarrassment and quickly agreed. All right, I will leave this truckload of vegetables with you, and I will bring another load tomorrow morning. You can settle today's bill then. Certainly, I will write you an IOU, Lu Hao said, being meticulous in his dealings. He borrowed paper and a pen from a nearby bystander and drafted an IOU. After signing his name and affixing his thumbprint, he handed it to the old farmer. This gesture raised the farmer's trust in Lu Hao from a mere 4 or 5 points to 7 or 8. With the IOU securely stowed, the old farmer returned home. Having traveled a long morning and needing to tend to his agricultural duties, others in the market observed Lu Hao acquiring a truckload of vegetables and began to chuckle. These vegetables are still muddy. Who would want them? Remarked one. They aren't even cleaned properly, looking all crooked. Surely he doesn't intend to sell them at the market. This is a state-run facility, with each stall assigned to someone. At that moment, Zhang Jigang approached, cautioning Lu Hao, you cannot sell these vegetables here, nor in the nearby vicinity. He was giving Lu Hao a heads up. The market might not offer great service, but it certainly did not permit others to conduct business on the premises. I understand. I will not sell them here and will not be a bother to you. Lu Hao replied. Lu Hao was entirely unconcerned. He recognized the challenges they faced. He retrieved a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Zhang Jigang. Feeling understood by Lu Hao's acknowledgement of his work and enjoying the shared cigarette, Zhang Jigang felt a wave of relief. As a grassroots manager, he often bore the brunt of criticism from elderly patrons, rarely receiving empathy. It was a rarity for someone to acknowledge his struggles. Just a few kind words inspired him to sit down with Lu Hao for a couple of drinks and some fried peanuts. In truth, this was exactly what Lu Hao aimed to achieve. A few comforting words, effortlessly delivered, could significantly strengthen the bond between him and Zhang Jigang. What a bargain! He had set his sights on this vegetable market. Although Zhang Jigang occupied a lowly managerial position, he would undoubtedly be the first to know any pertinent news. Cultivating a good relationship could only prove beneficial. After leaving the market, Lu Hao pushed his cart to a nearby residential complex, where he offered 2 radishes to the security guard in exchange for entry. The cart was adorned with a snakeskin bag, likely used by local farmers to carry their produce. He filled the bag with a generous assortment of vegetables and knocked on the door of an apartment on the first floor. An elderly lady answered, regarding Lu Hao with cautious curiosity. With a sincere smile that radiated warmth, reminiscent of a Na'vi country boy arriving in the city, he said, excuse me, Grandma. I apologize for the interruption. I've just pulled these vegetables from the earth. They still carry the soil essence. Would you be interested? He repeated the words of the farmer he had spoken with earlier. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the lady's wariness diminished significantly. She intended to procure vegetables herself and was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected delivery. Really fresh? She inquired. Look, they're dripping with moisture. Aren't they tender? Lu Hao confidently snapped a stalk of the bamboo leaf vegetable. Indeed, it was exceptionally fresh. How much do these vegetables cost? Surely, it cannot be cheap for you to bring them to my door, the lady pressed. When buying vegetables, customers typically harbor 2 concerns, freshness and price. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a scale. Please choose whatever you like and pay me what you deem appropriate, Lu Hao replied. Pay what I see fit. Is this how you conduct your business? The lady chuckled at his words. Aren't you worried about incurring a loss? You certainly appear to be a person of great repute, dressed so impeccably, and your hair is neatly arranged. In your youth, you must have been quite a beauty. How could you possibly be greedy for such a trifling amount from a younger person? Lu Hao showered her with flattery, one compliment after another. Indeed, his words brought a smile to her face. You certainly know how to speak. Very well, bring me some vegetables. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. I often buy vegetables and know the fair price. The elderly lady selected 2 cabbages and a handful of bamboo leaf vegetables, weighing them in her hands before finally paying Lu Hao the market rate. After receiving the payment, Lu Hao respectfully bowed to the lady. Thank you, Grandma, for supporting my business. May your blessings be as vast as the East Sea and your longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. You are such a polite young man. She replied, her spirits lifted by his courtesy. Will you return next time? Please bring me more vegetables. Assuredly, Lu Hao responded, I will return tomorrow. A few polite remarks swiftly established a long-term supply relationship. This is the essence of conducting business. Sometimes, it merely takes a favorable attitude to foster a collaborative spirit. After departing from the elderly lady's home, Lu Hao proceeded to the next establishment. This time, The door was opened by a married woman in her 30s, who possessed a certain charm. Behind her, a man stood vigilantly, observing Lu Hao's every move. Maintaining his composure, Lu Hao remarked, "My goodness, what a robust figure. How about some leeks?" He produced a handful of vibrant green leeks. With another well-rehearsed pitch, he soon had the man beaming with delight and the woman flustered, successfully sealing another deal. Next came the third, fourth, and fifth establishments until his produce was completely sold out. The residents of the building included both men and women of various ages. Yet upon opening their doors to face Chun Hao's sales pitch, each one purchased vegetables, with some even suggesting potential matches for Lu Hao. Adapting his speech to suit the audience, Lu Hao had honed his conversational skills over decades in a previous life. Combining rich theoretical knowledge with practical experience, his eloquence bringing comfort to those he conversed with. Such prowess ensured that his vegetables were never left unsold. Having only traversed half of the building in a mere 2 hours, Lu Hao's cart was emptied, a feat that would typically take days in a bustling market, where leftovers were a common occurrence. He then purchased a pack of Hongjin long cigarettes for 90 cents at a grocery store before wheeling his empty cart to the market. Upon seeing Lu Hao approach with his vacant cart, Zhang Jigang was astonished. "Have you truly sold out all your vegetables in such a short time?" he inquired, drawing the attention of others nearby. Lu Hao, wearing a cheerful smile that concealed his true thoughts, replied, "Indeed, they flew off the shelves. They're in high demand." While admitting to his success might have led to disbelief, his candidness raised skepticism among the crowd. "That's just boasting. Vegetables aren't that easy to sell," they murmured. "How could one cart be sold out so quickly? Surely he must have thrown them away somewhere. Business isn't that simple." Hearing their doubts, Lu Hao chuckled. "Sometimes one must take an unconventional approach," and indeed, their disbelief was palpable. Having spent too long in state-run enterprises, many had become lethargic, gradually transforming into mere drifters. Without the pressure of impending failure, they clung to the illusion of job security, believing they would never face unemployment. Lu Hao retrieved the Hongjin long from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Jigang. "Director Zhang, please watch over this cart for me. I'll return for it tomorrow morning. I'm not a director, just a low-level administrator. Our director's surname is Li. There's no need for such formality. The cart won't take up much space, and I'll keep an eye on it for you," Zhang Jigang replied, though he accepted the cigarette. His demeanor had shifted significantly from before. He usually smoked the 25-cent Dagongji brand, only indulging in Hongjin long during the festive season. Looking at Lu Hao, he found him increasingly agreeable. After exchanging a few casual words, Lu Hao turned and left. The cart can be placed anywhere without issue, and pushing it back is no trouble at all. The pack of cigarettes was not merely for Zhang Jigang to watch the cart. It primarily served to foster a closer bond and solidify their relationship. Indeed, this was the case. After receiving the cigarettes, Zhang Jigang became notably more amiable towards him. In the future, if there were matters to inquire about, Zhang Jigang would undoubtedly oblige. Information equates to wealth. This principle holds true both in the present moment and in the annals of time. If he intended to capitalize on this vegetable market, he must amass a wealth of information. After leaving the market, Lu Hao made a detour to a rotisserie, purchasing a whole roasted chicken and a few meat buns before heading home. Upon entering the courtyard of his residential complex, neighbors enjoying the cool air were taken aback by the items he carried. "Oh, have you struck it rich? With a roasted chicken and meat buns. That must have cost a pretty penny. How delightful," they exclaimed. "Lu Hao, did you win at cards today?" His reputation in the neighborhood preceded him. He was known for having little money, and even if he did, it would be swiftly squandered on indulgences rather than brought home. Thus, his return with such bounty surprised many, inciting curiosity among them. "Lu Hao, where did you get the money for these?" one asked. "From doing business," he replied nonchalantly. Continuing up the stairs, the onlookers were left bewildered. "Doing business? What a jest. He can't possibly run a business," they murmured, assuming he had merely been lucky at cards. As the whispers reached Lu Hao's ears, he chose not to clarify. There was no need to explain himself to those who were neither kin nor close friends. He had not expected them to believe him immediately. Upon entering his home, he found both Su Min and Nini present. Nini's eyes widened at the sight of the roasted chicken in Lu Hao's hands. "Look, Mom, he's back with a roasted chicken," she exclaimed, tugging at Su Min's sleeve, her mouth watering in anticipation. However, she stood hesitantly beside her mother, a shadow of fear lingering in her demeanor, a reflection of their shared experiences over the past 5 years under Lu Hao's imposing presence. Su-min paused her sewing, astonished to see her husband return with food. "What are you standing there for? Come and eat," she urged. Lu Hao placed the roasted chicken on the table, retrieved bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and began to tear into the succulent meat. The roasted chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, accompanied by a fragrant dipping sauce that wafted through the air. Even Lu Hao felt his appetite stirred. With a rumble, his stomach announced its hunger. He glanced at Nini and playfully pointed out, "You've got drool escaping from the corner of your mouth." Nini quickly wiped her mouth and retorted, "No, I don't. You're lying." Yet, her gaze lingered on the enticing chicken, though she remained rooted at a distance, observing the fear in her eyes. Lu Hao felt a pang of sorrow. This was his daughter, who should be his affectionate little girl, reveling in his presence. Instead, he saw more trepidation than joy reflected back at him. Even when confronted with the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken, she dared not approach. The memories of Lu Hao from the past had left her with profound psychological scars that would require time to heal. He extended a chicken leg towards her, saying, "Nini, here, this is for you." Chapter 6. The first time upon seeing the chicken leg presented before her, Nini could hardly believe her eyes. "Is this truly for me?" she inquired, astonished. "How could it be anything but?" "Hurry and eat," Lu Hao replied, nodding as he placed the chicken leg in her hand. Clutching the chicken leg, Nini turned to her mother, Su-min, exclaiming, "Mom, he gave me the chicken leg. Has he genuinely changed for the better?" In the past, whenever he brought home delicious food, he would eat it alone while I could only watch. The suddenness of her happiness was overwhelming, leaving her in disbelief. Hearing this, Lu Hao felt an acute pang of self-reproach. How could he have been so reckless in the past, treating such an adorable little girl with such cruelty? And she was his own daughter. He had consumed food while allowing his child to merely observe. Su-min, equally incredulous, fixed her gaze on Lu Hao and demanded, "What are you up to now? Where did you acquire the money for these things? Have you borrowed more money again? Can you please stop borrowing? We are out of funds, and how will you repay all that debt?" Over the past 5 years, Lu Hao had borrowed considerable sums, and it was Su-min who ultimately bore the burden of repayment. The hardships she endured to maintain their fractured household weighed heavily on her. "This is all money I earned from my business," Lu Hao asserted, handing her another chicken leg. "You should also have a chicken leg." Su-min's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized him. "Business? It's not gambling, is it?" She suspected he had won some money through gambling, which was why he had returned with food. "It's not gambling. I earned it by selling vegetables," Lu Hao explained simply. He pulled a plastic bag from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. "Here, this is the money I made today. Count it after you finish eating. I haven't had the chance to tally it yet." The bag contained an assortment of coins, dimes, nickels, and even pennies, clattering onto the table. Su-min set down the chicken leg and opened the plastic bag, her surprise evident as she gazed at the coins inside. She looked up at Lu Hao, questioning whether this man had truly engaged in legitimate business to earn money. "I'm not deceiving you. Hurry and eat while it's warm. It won't taste as good when it gets cold." Lu Hao chuckled at her novelette. It was merely a few dozen yuan, and he wondered what her reaction would be if he were to bring home thousands or even tens of thousands in the future. "I'll go close the door," Su-min said, rising to secure it and locking it tightly. She returned to the table and began counting the money. "It won't get lost here." "Let us eat the chicken leg first," Lu Hao suggested. "What could be more delightful than money?" Su-min replied playfully, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful wife. "After 5 years, this is the first time you've brought money home." She started counting the coins. 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, 50 cents, with the largest denomination being 5 yuan. Altogether, it amounted to 33 yuan and 76 cents. "Is there really this much?" Su-min exclaimed, astonished after completing her count. She worked outside and earned only 32 yuan a month, yet Lu Hao had managed to earn this much in a single day. Seeing his woman get so excited over a mere 30-some yuan, Lu Hao felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Truly, this household was impoverished. With a commanding tone, he proclaimed, "It is merely 30-some yuan. Look at how thrilled you are. In the future, I shall earn 30,000, 300,000, 3 million, or even 300 million, 3 billion. This is the finest era, one that has birthed countless wealthy individuals." Having been reborn, he was determined not only to provide a better life for his family, but also to achieve extraordinary success, becoming a magnate among magnates. In his previous life, despite lacking a clear vision for the future, he had amassed a fortune of 1 billion. In this life, his accomplishments would undoubtedly soar even higher. 3 billion? How audacious. What a staggering amount. Su Min dared not even contemplate it. She gazed at the money in her hands and then looked up at Lu Hao, hesitating before broaching the subject. Could you possibly save this money for me? After so many years of marriage, we have not saved a single cent. Nini is frail and occasionally needs nourishment. Next year, when she starts school, expenses will arise. Her inquiry was tentative, fearing that it might provoke her husband and lead to unpleasant consequences. Give me 10 yuan and save the rest, Lu Hao instructed. He needed the 10 yuan to repay the farmer for the vegetables. In essence, a cartload of vegetables could yield a profit of over 20 yuan. A remarkable return on a mere 10 yuan investment. An extraordinary profit. All right, Su Min agreed quickly, counting out 10 yuan for him, holding on to the remaining money. Though she said nothing, her hopes surged. Perhaps her husband was indeed improving, finally bringing money home. It was the first time this had happened, and she felt a thrill, albeit tinged with anxiety. Would this be the last time? All right, we've counted the money. Let's hurry and eat the chicken legs before they get cold, Lu Hao said. Okay. Su Min nodded. Meanwhile, Nini happily munched on her chicken leg, taking a delicate bite that made her eyes squint with delight. It's so delicious. Eat more if you like, Lu Hao said, affectionately ruffling her hair. But you mustn't eat so quickly. Such a delicious treat should be savored. I'll save half for tomorrow, he added. Nini was reluctant to part with it, understanding the value of saving even at her tender age. However, Lu Hao felt a pang of regret. A man should not make his child save a chicken leg for the next day. It was a failure on his part. You needn't save, if you want to eat. I will bring home a roasted chicken every day for you to enjoy to your heart's content, he declared. What nonsense! A roasted chicken every day? Such extravagance is impossible. Even for those who work in factories, we cannot afford such expenses, Su Min replied. At that moment, resources were still scarce and wages were meager. Even working families couldn't indulge in meat daily. It was a rare treat, a modest improvement to their meals. The situation in Lu Hao's household was even more dire. They had not seen any meat for several months, let alone a luxury like roasted chicken. Typically, they would only purchase a small quantity of meat, favoring the fatty cuts that rendered oil for tastier cooking, and the flavorful grease could tantalize the palate. I assure you, I can make this happen, Lu Hao asserted. If I cannot manage even this, what kind of husband or father would I be? Su Min gazed at her man, momentarily lost in thought. She had never seen him so masculine. That evening, after the family of three finished their nightly routines, they closed the door and prepared for bed. Their home contained but a single bed, not particularly spacious, measuring merely 1.5 meters in width, upon which they all lay. Nini nestled at the innermost side. Su Min occupied the middle, while Lu Hao rested on the outer edge, turned sideways. Throughout the night, he found it difficult to find comfort. Despite this life being a seamless continuation, in reality, it had been decades since he had last been intimate with Su Min. It was unbearable. He resolved to acquire a proper house as soon as possible, ideally with at least 2 rooms, allowing Nini to sleep alone sooner rather than later. He contemplated this in silence. The following morning, he pocketed 10 yuan and made his way directly to the market. From a distance, he spotted the old farmer from the previous day waiting, accompanied by a cart full of vegetables. Chapter 7. Brother, do you want eggplants? Upon seeing Lu Hao, the old farmer beamed with delight. While he had been waiting for Lu Hao, he felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if Lu Hao would actually show up. Now that he had arrived, the farmer sighed with relief. He was not a swindler. After returning home yesterday and recounting his encounter to the villagers, many had cautioned him that he had been deceived, warning that city folk were cunning and urging him to be on guard. They suggested that Lu Hao had feigned goodwill to lower his guard before swindling him of an entire cart of vegetables, even the cart itself. He had hardly slept the previous night, and the next day, he borrowed a cart from a neighbor to bring over a load of vegetables, enduring much reproach in the process. Thankfully, Lu Hao was indeed an honest man. This is the payment for yesterday's vegetables, Lu Hao said, handing him the 10 yuan. You needn't pay so much. Those vegetables are worth only 9 yuan, the farmer replied. A cart full of vegetables for 9 yuan. Yet Chun Hao resold them for over 30. I said 10 yuan, so it shall be 10. Take it. Does that extra yuan truly matter to you? Lu Hao feigned annoyance. Starting tomorrow, could you bring an extra supply of vegetables? This money represented the farmer's hard-earned sweat, and that extra yuan was Lu Hao's conscience. The vegetables were selling exceptionally well, and one cart was no longer sufficient. Chun Hao desired a larger quantity. Absolutely, the old farmer replied immediately. The team has a tractor. I used to be the tractor driver back when we were part of the collective. I will speak with the old captain about borrowing the tractor to deliver more vegetables to the city tomorrow. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. That would be ideal. At this moment, not only were tractors allowed into the city, but even the herding of pigs and sheep went unregulated. Is there any meat available in the village? Lu Hao inquired further. During the vegetable delivery yesterday, many had asked about meat, indicating a strong market for it. Indeed, whose family doesn't raise pigs? There are also a few families that keep sheep. If you desire, we can have them slaughtered and delivered to you, the old farmer quickly affirmed, noting that it would certainly be cheaper than the market. Not only could pigs and sheep be brought into the city, but private sales of slaughtered animals were also permissible. The rules had yet to be firmly established, and thus, opportunities abounded. Having lived an additional life, Lu Hao was adept at exploiting loopholes, always ready to seize an opportunity. Then tomorrow, when you come, please bring half a pig and a whole sheep, Lu Hao requested, seeking some meat. Driving the tractor swiftly under the sweltering heat ensures freshness. At present, many individuals desire to procure meat, yet lack the means, as the supply and marketing cooperative mandates ticketed purchases for meat. It is only when the economy fully stabilizes in a few years that this predicament will shift, rendering grain and meat tickets obsolete. With such quantities, will you manage to sell them all? In this scorching weather, unsold goods will inevitably spoil, inquired the old farmer. This is my concern. Whether or not I sell out is irrelevant, as your payment will remain unaffected. If there are excesses, refrain from inquiring further, Lu Hao replied, his tone deliberately firm. There was no alternative. This venture bore minimal technical barriers, and should the old farmer entertain thoughts of venturing out on his own, Lu Hao would then need to exert additional effort to devise other means of securing capital. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Hao's words, the old farmer ceased his inquiries, a flicker of apprehension evident in his demeanor. This was only natural. The current rural landscape starkly contrasted with urban life, instilling a sense of inferiority among rural dwellers in the presence of city folk, where a city household registration could command tens of thousands. The rural populace yearned to migrate to urban areas, drawn by the allure of consumer goods, while city residents would, decades later, find themselves longing to return to the countryside, caught in a cyclical migration. Moreover, Lu Hao's past experiences, having risen from humble beginnings to amass a fortune in the billions, endowed him with an air of intimidation. I shall take these vegetables with me. When you return tomorrow, let us avoid any encounters here. Wait for me at the intersection of the crossroad ahead, Lu Hao instructed. The bustling marketplace was fraught with numerous onlookers, and he had continually harbored intentions regarding the market. Hence, excessive exposure could raise suspicions among the observant. Understood, the old farmer acknowledged. It was but a short distance, a mere few minutes of tractor driving. Presently, Lu Hao had become something of a benefactor to him. As a primary distributor, the old farmer belonged to the first tier, while Lu Hao operated at the second tier. Unbeknownst to him, that Lu Hao's profits far surpassed his own. The old farmer pushed his previously empty cart away, while Lu Hao transported the freshly acquired vegetables to the same neighborhood as before. Grandmother, you appear younger today. Brother, I saved some leeks for you. And fresh eggs from free-range chickens. By the way, would you like some eggplant? Lu Hao, possessing a natural charm, engaged effortlessly with his customers, who eagerly purchased his produce. This time, sales accelerated remarkably, with all items sold out in just over an hour. The demand for vegetables was exceedingly high, leaving many dissatisfied for having missed out. Emerging with an empty cart, Lu Hao seized the opportunity to buy a roasted chicken. Instead of pushing the cart back to the market, he directed it straight to the neighborhood and placed it in the courtyard. The yard was bustling with individuals seeking respite from the heat, and none dared to pilfer. At the small convenience store, Lu Hao called out, "A bottle of soda, chilled, please." Having been busy throughout the sweltering day, he had not even sipped water and was parched. He gestured towards the shelf of cigarettes, adding, "and a pack of Hong Xuanxi." Hong Xuanxi was considered a relatively expensive brand, priced at 1.2 yuan per pack. The store owner, grinning widely, fetched him a bottle of soda, popped the cap, and retrieved a pack of Hong Xuanxi from the shelf. You seem to be thriving. Roasted chicken, soda, and now indulging in Hong Xuanxi. Are you keeping tabs? The shopkeeper, also a resident of the neighborhood, knew everyone well after so many years. Lu Hao, a notorious figure in the neighborhood, was surprisingly wealthy enough to indulge in extravagant purchases, having elevated his choice of cigarettes from the modest few cents a pack to the high-end Hong Xuanxi. Quite remarkable, despite his reputation. The convenience store owner was unperturbed by the prospect of Lu Hao defaulting on his debts. After all, Lu Hao was keen on maintaining his image and never shirked his responsibilities, knowing he could not escape from his own domain. What debts were there to remember? Cash was the order of the day. Lu Hao grabbed a bottle of soda and gulped it down voraciously before requesting 2 more bottles, promising to return the empty ones later. He placed a 5 yuan note on the counter for the owner to provide change. Such extravagance. The owner was puzzled by Lu Hao's sudden affluence. He handed over the 2 bottles of soda and provided the change. As Lu Hao prepared to leave, a middle-aged woman approached, her eyes widening at the sight of his purchases. With a mocking tone, she exclaimed, "Oh, Lu Hao has struck it rich, becoming boss Lu now. Drinking soda and smoking the expensive Hong Shuangxi." Lu Hao turned to scrutinize the woman, his eyes narrowing. She was Lu Yin, a fellow garment factory worker residing on the floor above him. Frequently, she encouraged Su Min to divorce him, driven by her desire to play matchmaker and earn a commission. Seeing him indulge in soda, roast chicken, and expensive cigarettes ignited her jealousy, prompting her to come over and deride him. Lu Hao, unabashed, acknowledged her insinuation. He feigned ignorance to her sarcasm. Lu Yin, caught off guard, had intended her words as a jibe, fully aware of Lu Hao's status as a Yoduel. She never expected him to play along. This left her feeling as though she had struck a pillow with her fist. With a smirk, she remarked, "So you really have come into a little fortune? Then treat me to a few bottles of soda." She then turned to the store owner and said, "Get me a case of soda and put it on Boss Lu's tab." A case contained 12 bottles, and at 1.5 yuan per bottle. That amounted to 18 yuan, nearly 2 days' wages for a single person. Chapter 8. How do you insult? She sought to exploit Lu Hao's newfound wealth, viewing him as an easy target. In those times, few households could afford soda at 1.5 yuan a bottle. It was a luxury when a pound of pork cost around 1 yuan, with home-raised livestock being even cheaper. For decades to come, most families would achieve self-sufficiency in pork. Yet at that moment, consuming meat was a lavish affair, making soda seem even more exorbitant. Even typical working-class families did not indulge in it daily. The store owner, ever shrewd, swiftly fetched a case of ice-cold soda, eager to profit from this transaction. Lu Hao glanced back at the owner and remained silent, waiting until the owner had capped the sodas before stating, "Whoever drinks pays. You should collect the soda money from her." Attempting to fleece him, she mistakenly thought him a fool. How could that be? The store owner's expression froze, bewildered. Why be so stingy? Hadn't he struck it rich? What was wrong with treating her to a soda? Lu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hao, as if to imply that he was the one being miserly. A sense of unease gripped him. The numerous sodas would surely cost a fortune. What if the shopkeeper approached her, insisting on payment? "What does my financial situation have to do with you?" Lu Hao erupted, cursing without restraint. "You expect me to buy you soda? Don't you have a mirror at home? If not, fill a basin with water and take a good look at yourself." Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, and even the onlookers appeared as if they had seen a ghost. How could Lu Hao dare to insult someone? Wasn't he typically so concerned with appearances? Why was he suddenly so furious? Indeed, he had previously been the type to flaunt wealth, yet now he seemed transformed. The crowd was astonished. The shopkeeper and Lu Yin had deliberately provoked Lu Hao, hoping to compel him to pay for the sodas, but to their surprise, he was utterly unfazed. "How can you accuse me? You claim to have struck it rich, yet you can't even afford a few bottles of soda. That simply indicates you haven't made a fortune and are deceiving everyone," Lu Yin retorted, hands on her hips. Lu Hao gazed at her. "Just because I've achieved financial success, do I owe you a treat? Who do you think you are?" He ascended the stairs, dismissing the crowd that still believed he was the same man from before. He had good things to protect, his wife and daughter. A man is the provider for his own family. In the past, he had pretended to be generous while struggling at home, but now, reborn into a new life, he would not revert to that old self. He had confidence in his ability to earn billions, and buying someone drinks was trivial, but he had no intention of treating someone like Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and the shopkeeper were embroiled in a heated argument over the soda expenses. With 12 bottles opened, they could not sell them all at once, and the shopkeeper demanded that Lu Yin purchase the entire lot, which she vehemently refused. The quarrel escalated. However, this was of no concern to Lu Hao, who had already retreated to his home. Inside, Su Min was fanning Nini with a palm leaf fan. The building was densely populated, and with the summer heat intensifying, the corridors offered only a slight breeze. Yet, once inside, the air was stifling. "It's far too hot. We need to buy an air conditioner," Lu Hao declared. This isn't even the peak of summer. When the heat truly sets in, it will be unbearable. Akin to a sauna. Men can bear it with bare arms, but women cannot, Su Min replied, perspiration streaming down her face, her hair damp despite her sleeveless top. How much could an air conditioner possibly cost? We can hardly afford such luxuries, she snapped, irritated by her husband's lofty ambitions. Air conditioners were a rarity in their building, installed only by a few affluent households, drawing the attention of the entire block when they were set up. Yet, her husband dared to suggest they should have one? Moreover, acquiring an air conditioner was no simple task. It required permits. Just having an electric fan would be a significant improvement. I assure you, I can indeed procure an air conditioner, Lu Hao insisted. It would make sleeping at night far more comfortable. Even with a fan, the air is still stifling. Now, let us enjoy a soda to cool down. He placed the soda on the table and gently tapped the edge of a bottle against it, causing the cap to pop off. He repeated the process with another bottle. Removing its cap and inserting a straw, the soda was refreshingly chilled, and in no time, beads of condensation formed on the bottle. Soda. Nini's eyes widened in excitement. Is this for me? Indeed, it is for you and your mother. Come quickly and enjoy it through the straw, Lu Hao replied with a nod. Nini had yet to call him Dad, and he understood that the psychological shadow cast by previous experiences made it difficult for her to do so. However, he was patient. Over time, their bond would mend the emotional scars, and she would naturally come to recognize him. You didn't buy any for yourself? Su Min inquired, observing him. I had some downstairs earlier. You both enjoy it, Lu Hao said, patting his stomach. I'll go chop the roast chicken. He entered the kitchen, which was merely a small space of about 2 square meters, devoid of running water. He sliced the meat into pieces and sprinkled some seasoning over it, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Holding the soda, Su Min cast a glance at the industrious man in the kitchen, feeling as if she were in a dream. She pinched her thigh discreetly. It hurt. This was no dream. This man had truly changed. Since yesterday, he seemed like a different person. Today, even bringing home soda and thoughtfully opening the cap for her. In the past, whenever there was something delicious or enjoyable, he would indulge himself outside, bringing back only the remnants. How refreshing, Nini exclaimed, grasping the straw with both hands and taking a careful sip. She danced with joy, her face radiant with laughter. After another sip, her eyes squinted in glee. Although the soda could have been finished in a few gulps, Nini savored it for quite a while, watching the level in the bottle. When it was half full, she stopped drinking. Lu Hao emerged with the chopped roast chicken and noticed her behavior. Why have you stopped drinking? Is it too cold? No, it's perfectly refreshing. It still has bubbles, and I just burped several times. I feel so cool now. Nini shook her head. She pushed the soda bottle to the other side of the table and looked at Lu Hao. You can have the rest of this half bottle. For me? Don't you like this flavor? Lu Hao assumed incorrectly, thinking she had a preference for another taste. Nini shook her head. No, this flavor is delightful. I've never had it before. I really like it. I wanted to share it with you. You bought Nini roast chicken yesterday. And today you brought home roast chicken and soda. Nini is so happy. She walked over to Lu Hao and looked up at him. Squat down. Chapter 9, Dad. I really like you. Lu Hao complied and squatted down. Nini planted a kiss on his cheek. Dad, I really like you, she giggled. At last. She had called him Dad. Lu Hao felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening. I'm sorry, my dear. I apologize. I was a terrible father before. Real men seldom shed tears, but he was on the verge of breaking. Nini forgives you, she replied. Children do not hold grudges. Lu Hao wiped the corner of his eye. His father had already consumed a bottle, leaving this one solely for you. He lifted the soda and placed it by Nini's lips. Ni puffed out her cheeks, declaring with unwavering conviction, Daddy drinks half. And I shall drink the other half. Indeed, the little girl had her principles, much like her mother, gentle on the outside but resolute within. All right, then. Daddy will drink half. And you will have half as well, Lu Hao conceded. He took a sip, leaving the remainder for Ni, who gleefully grasped the bottle and carefully finished her portion. At that moment, Lu Hao retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. He began counting its contents, instructing, leave me half. Upon seeing the familiar plastic bag reminiscent of yesterday's, Su Min momentarily lost her focus. It took her a moment to comprehend that her husband had returned with money once more. Peering into the bag, she confirmed her suspicions it was indeed money. Hastily, she shut the door and began to count. 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 1 dime, 2 dimes, 1 yuan, totaling 4, 235 yuan. This was nearly 10 yuan more than yesterday. In just 2 days, he had brought back more money than her 2-month salary. What on earth had her husband been doing outside? What have you been up to? Surely you haven't resorted to robbing a bank? She fretted, anxious about any illegal activities. Lu Hao chuckled. Do you really think robbing a bank would yield only 30 or 40 yuan? Do you underestimate me or the bank? I told you, I'm engaging in business, aiming to provide you with the life of a wealthy lady and ensure our Nini lives like a princess in a castle. Business? You better not be gambling again. That's unreliable. One might win a few times, but ultimately, losses prevail. Su Min expressed her concerns. She found it hard to believe that her husband could successfully run a business. Do you truly think it's that easy to bring home such amounts every day? Perhaps you underestimate your husband, Lu Hao countered. It's not that I underestimate you. It's just that you haven't possessed that capability before. If you were adept at business, you wouldn't have always come asking me for money, Su Min replied. Remember how every time I brought home my salary, you snatched it away before it even warmed in my pocket? How can I trust you? Lu Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Rest assured, I will bring back even more money daily, enough for you to count until your hands cramp. Su Min rolled her eyes at him. Her husband was full of bravado. Bringing back more money each day? Even if he managed to bring home 30 yuan daily, that would amount to 900 yuan in a month, an astonishing sum. Equivalent to 2 years' salary for an ordinary worker. Even a factory manager wouldn't earn that much. She counted out 21 yuan and handed it to Lu Hao, keeping the rest for herself. As time slipped by, evening fell. Chun Hao carried a basin to the end of the corridor for a quick shower, while Su Min waited until midnight, when fewer people were around, to take a kettle of hot water and accompany Nini. The conditions were modest. A single floor housed over a dozen families, and with so many people, there was only one shared washing area, which was co-ed. Young girls and wives often waited until the dead of night when the crowds thinned before venturing to wash up. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 10 in the evening. The bed felt somewhat cramped, and Lu Hao's hand rested gently upon Su Min's shoulder. It was a beautiful moment. Once financial stability was achieved, his first endeavor would be to purchase a modest residence, ideally a 2-bedroom apartment, allowing little Nini to sleep independently at an earlier age. He spoke softly. Su Min, with her back turned to him, held a fan in one hand, providing Nini with a gentle breeze, occasionally flicking it toward Lu Hao. Upon hearing his words, her brow furrowed slightly. She was about to express her concerns about Nini being too young for such independence, but suddenly grasped the underlying implication of his statement. Her face flushed instantly as she swatted his hand away. How could this man possess such audacity? Hadn't 5 years been sufficient? At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the floor above. The sound of chairs being moved echoed through the air. Initially, it seemed unintentional, but as time passed, the clattering only grew louder. The Lu family resided upstairs. Why were they still awake? Su Min glanced at Nini, disturbed by the noise that had roused the child. I'll go speak with them, Lu Hao declared, rising from his seat. Perhaps it's best to wait. It should subside soon, Su Min suggested, wishing to avoid any unnecessary conflict with their neighbors. Yet, after 10 minutes had elapsed, the noise persisted, now accompanied by a rhythmic banging. Someone was deliberately striking the floor with what sounded like a hammer. Su Min sensed something was amiss. This was intentional. They had no quarrel with Lu Yin. So why such behavior? Reflecting on the day's events, she recalled an incident at the convenience store downstairs, where Lu Yin had demanded she treat her to a soda, a request she had declined. Now, it seemed, they were retaliating by creating this disturbance. Lu Hao deduced the cause as well. It was late. Most households had turned in for the night, television sets were scarce, and electricity was conserved. The fact that noise continued to emanate from above at such an hour could only mean it was a deliberate affront, stemming from the earlier refusal. He donned his clothing and ascended the stairs. Let us not escalate things. A gentle reminder will suffice, Su Min cautioned. Mindful of her husband's position as the director of a garment factory, she preferred he maintain cordial relations, anticipating his return to work. Without uttering a word, Lu Hao proceeded upstairs and knocked on Lu Yan's door. Who was knocking at this hour? Lu Yan feigned ignorance from within. Enough with the pretense, Lu Hao replied directly. Bypassing pleasantries. Why are you making such a ruckus at this late hour, deliberately disturbing us? My child was awakened, and my wife can't rest. What does my lack of sleep concern you? Am I not allowed to move things around? Lu Yan retorted from behind the door. Then, another voice interjected, Lu Hao, get lost and stop disturbing my rest. It was Su Yuanpeng, her husband, the factory director, his tone brimming with arrogance. Creating chaos and then demanding his departure? Lu Hao's eyes narrowed. Bang! He forcefully kicked the door open. Inside the room, Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng were utterly stunned, gazing at Lu Hao, who had just burst through the door. After a prolonged moment, Lu Yin finally regained her composure and erupted in anger. Lu Hao, what on earth are you doing? Kicking down my door? Su Yuanpeng chimed in. You scoundrel, are you looking to kill someone, or what? He was perplexed. When had this ruffian become so brazen as to dare kick down his door? Chapter 10. His wife is truly beautiful. Kill someone? Lu Hao chuckled derisively as he strode towards Lu Yin, casually seizing a fruit knife from the table and, with a resounding clang, plunging it into the nearby cabinet. I am indeed a ruffian. What of it if I were to take you both out? He fully embraced the persona of a rogue. Don't think I'm oblivious to your motives. It's merely because I didn't treat you to a soda that you've resorted to such petty annoyances, right? Take a good look at yourselves. Do you really think you deserve an invitation for refreshments from me? Make another sound, and I swear I'll end you. He harbored a profound disdain for these two, not only for the noise they were making at that moment, but also for past grievances. They had played a significant role in his dismissal from the garment factory, embellishing the details that led to his termination. In his previous life, he had discovered this only long after the fact, and even after he had been let go, they had feigned concern, hiding their true intentions beneath a mask of sympathy. They were nothing but despicable individuals. Seeing Lu Hao's fury escalate, Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng were paralyzed with fear, terrified that he might truly harm them. The situation was daunting. Lu Yin had indeed intended to create a disturbance, timing it perfectly to prevent Lu Hao and his family from resting. Deep down, she felt a sense of injustice. This ruffian, who squandered his time on debauchery and had hardly a penny to his name, always begging Su Min for money, lived in abject poverty. Yet, astonishingly, he had brought home a roast chicken yesterday and another today, along with several bottles of soda and a pack of fine cigarettes. His fortunes had seemingly improved overnight, much to her chagrin. Thus, she sought to irritate him, never anticipating his reaction would be so intense as to kick down her door. Now, witnessing the fruit knife embedded half an inch into the table, her face drained of color as she feared that this rogue might plunge the knife into her body. At that moment, she realized that before her stood a boundless scoundrel, unemployed, indulging in vices. If she were to be harmed by him, how utterly foolish it would be. Meanwhile, her husband Su Yuanping attempted to assert his dominance, warning, Lu Hao, don't be so arrogant. Remember, you're currently unemployed. If you wish to return to the garment factory, you'll need me to leverage my connections and speak on your behalf. Apologize immediately and compensate for the door. Or you can forget about ever returning to the factory. He was confident that he could manipulate Lu Hao's situation. However, Lu Hao merely cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, what is so special about the garment factory? Do you truly believe I yearn to return? You are merely a workshop supervisor. Don't flatter yourself. If you make another sound that disturbs my wife and daughter's sleep, prepare yourselves for a trip to the hospital. With that, he turned on his heel and left, leaving Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng in a state of bewilderment within the room. As Lu Yin gazed at the door, now marred by a large hole from a kick, fury surged within her. Such a fine door had been ruined by his reckless act. She cast a scornful glance at her partner, berating him for his utter uselessness. He had not even dared to intervene as the intruder forced his way in. He was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, unemployed, and conflict-averse, making any injury he sustained in a confrontation seem unworthy. Su Yuanpeng felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily conjured an excuse. He, too, had been taken aback by the incident, only daring to mutter a few words of bravado, but not willing to confront the situation head-on. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the day would come when the intruder, Lu Hao, would need his assistance to return to the garment factory, and when that time arrived, he would relish the opportunity to make him squirm. He mused over Lu Hao's recent apparent fortune as the man indulged in roasted chicken and fizzy drinks, puffing on cigarettes of superior quality, far better than his own. Could it be that he had truly struck it rich? Lu Yin inquired, her disdain for Lu Hao palpable. He was nothing but a slacker, unworthy of greater wealth than her own. If he had indeed come into money, it would only deepen her resentment. Can he truly be prosperous? I suspect he has merely squandered his time gambling with his nefarious friends, winning a bit of cash and trying to show off. Su Yuanping scoffed, convinced that it would not be long before Lu Hao reverted to his former self, perhaps even taking his frustrations out on his wife. What a travesty it was that such a worthless man had managed to marry a woman of such beauty. Fate, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of humor. He grumbled. Within the building, it was evident that few men did not envy Lu Hao. Following the warning, the upper floor fell silent, and the night passed peacefully. The events of the evening soon spread, sparking considerable discussion. The revelation that Lu Hao had vandalized Lu Yan's door astonished many. Lu Hao was notorious within the community for his domineering behavior towards his wife, yet he often cowered in public, too proud to speak up when insulted. However, in a surprising turn, he had brazenly damaged Lu Yan's door in the dead of night, even stabbing a knife into the wood, leaving onlookers puzzled by his actions. They could not fathom that Lu Hao was no longer the same man. He had undergone a profound transformation after living through decades of experiences. In the morning, Lu Hao descended to procure breakfast: soy milk, hot dry noodles, tofu pudding, and eggs. Do not trouble yourself with breakfast, I have taken care of it, he informed Su Min, who was preparing to wash up with their daughter. How can we waste money like that? We are perfectly capable of making breakfast at home, Su Min replied, concerned about finances. It is important to consume nutritious food to nourish Nini. You too must ensure you are well fed, Lu Hao insisted. Eat well. Even a few extra centimeters in height could be beneficial, he added. How many people had lived with lifelong regrets simply due to a few missing centimeters? Most breakfasts in households like theirs were often quite meager, simple noodles, and sometimes even foregoing eggs, let alone meat, merely filling the stomach without providing substantial nutrition. Though her husband had raised his voice, Su Min found herself surprisingly unperturbed, feeling instead a warm sense of affection. Her partner was genuinely concerned for her and their daughter. Why not have something to eat as well? She suggested. I just finished eating and have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lu Hao felt a sense of urgency. The time he had agreed upon with the farmer was drawing near. In the past couple of days, he had relied on a cart, which, despite its limited capacity, had sold remarkably well, clearing out in mere hours. Each load would fetch 30 to 40 yuan, yielding a modest profit of 20 to 30 yuan after costs. While this may seem substantial to an ordinary person, he was not content. Today, the farmer had arrived with a tractor capable of transporting a larger quantity, thus allowing for greater sales. Upon reaching the agreed location, Lu Hao indeed spotted a tractor parked there. The farmer was anxiously rubbing his hands together, a self-rolled cigarette hanging from his lips, scanning the surroundings. When he saw Lu Hao approaching, he let out a sigh of relief. I thought you might not come, he expressed his concern. There was no choice. With so much stock, particularly the meat which he had procured from other villagers at considerable expense, if Lu Hao did not show up, he would bear the entire loss. Chapter 11. Handsome young man, do you have meat? Rest assured, I am a businessman who values integrity. Since I promised to take your vegetables, I shall certainly do so. Lu Hao took out a pack of Hong Shuangshi cigarettes he had purchased the previous day and handed it to him. May I borrow your tractor for a while? We can reconvene here later, and you can take it back then. Does that work for you? The farmer, gazing at the pack of cigarettes in his hand, marveled at the generosity of this young man. These cigarettes cost over a yuan each, and only a few villagers would indulge themselves during the new year. Yet Lu Hao had given him an entire pack without hesitation. Sure, no problem. Just bring it back when you're done, the farmer replied readily. This young man was straightforward, and the farmer appreciated that. The tractor, laden with vegetables and meat, was equivalent to nearly 20 carts of goods, promising a significant profit. Lu Hao was like a benefactor to him, and having established a close relationship, the farmer was more than willing to assist. The farmer turned and departed. Lu Hao hopped onto the tractor, ready to deliver the produce. He had experience operating such machinery from his previous life. Just then, a few acquaintances approached. Hey, how go? Look at you, driving a tractor now? Are you planning to switch careers and sell vegetables? These three were Lu Hao's usual companions, Shi Xiong, Li Jinsong, and Wang Jian. However, if one were to categorize them as mere companions, Shi Xiong was the exception. He was a straightforward individual. The other two, Li Jinsong and Wang Jian, were more akin to fair-weather friends, mingling with Lu Hao primarily for food and drinks. Where have you been these past few days? Where did you get this tractor? What are you up to? Li Jinsong inquired as he approached. Wow, you've got quite a haul of fruits, vegetables, and even meat. Have you ventured into business? This load must be worth a pretty penny. Where did you find the capital? Wang Jian chimed in, casually plucking a cucumber from the tractor. Lu Hao quickly strode over, swatting Wang Jian's hand to return the cucumber to its place. I'm just helping a relative with some business. Oh, you have such capabilities now? Really engaging in commerce? Just be careful not to lose your shirt and let your relatives down. I've never heard of you having business-savvy relatives before. Wang Jian, slightly disgruntled over the cucumber being snatched away, grumbled, "It's just a cucumber. Why be so stingy? I desire to savor a cucumber. Why not indulge in your father's?" Lu Hao retorted. However, Wang Jian failed to grasp the jest, merely sensing that it was not a compliment, leaving him puzzled by Lu Hao's sudden change in demeanor. In the past, Lu Hao would remain unperturbed even when he took advantage of others. Yet today, he resolutely denied the request for a simple cucumber, his tone unexpectedly harsh. Changing the subject, Wang Jian inquired, "Your relatives must have made some profit from their business endeavors, right? You become a boss now. We ought to address you as Boss Lu from now on. You must treat us to a meal. Let us head to a restaurant, since it has been days since our last feast. Indeed, let us also procure a few bottles of wine and some cigarettes." Li Jinsong added. At the mention of food, the two grew animated. They had specifically come to seek favor from Lu Hao, hoping to share in the bounty. Lu Hao's expression darkened as he regarded the pair. Su Min's description of them as his fair-weather friends was entirely accurate. Li Jinsong and Wang Jian were indeed such companions, seeking only to benefit from him, cleverly maneuvering for free meals. He had once been foolish enough to comply, but not anymore. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his face. "A meal? That can be arranged. However, the vegetables I brought for my relatives just arrived and have yet to be sold. How can I afford to treat you? You two arrived just in time. With so much produce, I was lamenting my lack of assistance. What a delightful synergy we share. Only twins possess such harmony. You truly are my dear brothers. Come, lend me a hand." As he spoke, he unloaded a sack of potatoes onto Li Jinsong's shoulder without waiting for consent. Li Jinsong faltered, nearly collapsing under the weight of the heavy sack. Just as he contemplated dropping it, Lu Hao interjected, "If you two don't assist me, I shall forego treating you." Hearing this, Li Jinsong gritted his teeth and bore the burden. "Damn it, I shall make you pay for this later," he seethed inwardly. "Wang Jian, come, you two must carry a sack of potatoes." "Truly, a good brother indeed," Lu Hao declared, placing another heavy sack upon Wang Jian's shoulder. Each sack weighed around 60 to 70 pounds, causing discomfort as it pressed against their legs and shoulders. "I shall also carry a sack of potatoes," Shi Xiong approached. Eager to help. "Just 2 sacks of potatoes. Assist me with some pork," Lu Hao replied. Shi Xiong proved to be reliable, a worthy acquaintance. Lu Hao drove the tractor directly to the neighborhood where he initially marketed the vegetables. Expecting a laborious effort due to the abundance of produce, he was taken aback when, upon arriving at the entrance, he was besieged by a throng of eager elderly patrons. "Young handsome, you've come. Hey there. Last time I asked for meat, and you didn't have any. Do you have it this time?" Many were familiar faces, warmly greeting Lu Hao. The vegetables sold remarkably well, almost as if they were being snatched away. The produce and meat transported from the countryside were immensely popular. In the market, the employees complained about the dirt on the vegetables, yet the citizens clamored to buy them precisely because of that dirt, signifying freshness. Did the market employees not understand that the farmer's produce was indeed fresh? Certainly, they are disdainful of vegetables muddied with soil, refusing to accept them. "Give me 5 pounds of cucumbers. Don't snatch. I was the first to take these cowpeas, and you've already broken them. Why are you grabbing my hand? Are you being inappropriate? Leave me some meat." One after another, they clamored for vegetables, almost resorting to a form of theft. It was utterly chaotic. A tractor load of vegetables vanished in just a couple of hours. This entire load equated to 20 carts of produce. Logically, it should have taken at least 7 or 8 hours to sell out, even under optimal circumstances, yet it was all gone in merely 2 to 3 hours. The reasons were simple: freshness and home delivery. The previous promotions had bolstered Lu Hao's credibility, further catalyzing this outcome. "Can we finally eat now?" Li Jinsong was eager to treat Lu Hao. "What is the rush? We still have 2 bags of potatoes here. You two help me carry them to the 6th floor." The two carried the unsold potatoes as they had already been reserved. At this moment, with fewer available apartments, most were 6-story buildings without elevators, making the ascent troublesome, especially with heavy items. "Are you toying with us? Do you truly consider us free labor?" Li Jinsong and Wang Jian were growing impatient. Lu Hao felt even more aggrieved and hurt. "I rarely ask for your assistance, and you can't even help me this once? I regard you both as dear brothers, and this is how you treat me?" Chapter 12. This is Brotherhood. Lu Hao spoke with heartfelt sincerity, genuinely treating Li Jinsong and Wang Jian as brothers. Their actions had wounded his spirit, filling him with profound anger. "All right, we'll take them up. Of course, we are brothers. But you must treat us to a grand meal later, with plenty of meat." Embarrassed by the rebuke, the The two lugged the bags filled with potatoes under Lu Hao's guidance up to the 6th floor. Though they appeared robust, their indulgent lifestyles had left them physically weak, and they struggled under the weight, bending under the strain. After descending and exiting the community, Lu Hao drove the tractor directly to a small restaurant they frequently visited. Upon entering, as soon as they sat down, Li Jinsong and Wang Jian began ordering green pepper beef, stir-fried eel, river turtle, spicy crayfish, grilled lamb chops. They specifically chose the most expensive dishes. For 4 people, they ordered 8 dishes, all substantial. Typically, they would settle for just 1 meat dish. But this time they ordered 8. Moreover, they even requested a bottle of Maotai. At this juncture, Maotai had become quite expensive, costing 15 yuan per bottle, equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary person. Not only that, but each of them also took a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes. Before even starting their meal, the cigarettes were already tucked away. 8 dishes, 1 bottle of Maotai, plus 2 packs of Hong Shuangxi, totaled nearly 30 yuan, which was about the monthly income for an ordinary worker. For 4 people, 1 meal consumed an entire month's salary. It wasn't a high-end hotel, merely a small restaurant. Yet such a casual meal had drained away a month's earnings. It was evident that they viewed Lu Hao as an easy target, intent on milking him for all he was worth. "There's too much. The 4 of us cannot finish it," remarked Xiong. "If we can't finish it, just pack it up," came the retort. "Exactly, it won't cost you anything, so why all the fuss? Let us eat." Li Jinsong and Wang Jian swiftly opened a bottle of Maotai, pouring themselves a drink. "Lu Hao, are we not brothers? Today we helped you out. It's only right that you treat us," Li Jinsong said, holding the glass without hurrying to pour for Lu Hao. "Of course we are brothers. It's just a meal, so let us eat." "I'll pick up the tab," Lu Hao replied, smiling and waving his hand dismissively, showing no concern. "See, that's what being a brother means. Now that's a true friend." Li Jinsong finally poured a glass for Lu Hao, exclaiming, "Here, fill it up. This is Maotai." While he shouted for a full glass, his mind berated Lu Hao for his foolishness. "Pretending? Then let us see you pay a little more." Halfway through the meal, Lu Hao swayed unsteadily, leaning on the table as he stood. "I need to use the restroom. I've had a bit too much to drink." "Xiong, could you assist me?" Xiong helped him up, and they both headed towards the restroom. However, Lu Hao did not enter the restroom. Instead, he turned right and approached the front desk. "Give me a pack of Hong Shuangxi. I'll settle the bill for those inside later." "As I need to step out for a bit," he called to the owner. His speech was clear, showing no signs of inebriation. The owner, familiar with the regulars who had never left a tab unpaid, nodded and handed him a pack of cigarettes, which Lu Hao tucked into his pocket before joining Xiong on the tractor. The engine roared to life. At this hour, there were no concerns about drunk driving. Having consumed only a couple of drinks, he would not be stopped. "Lu Hao, weren't you going to the restroom? Why are you out already and hopping on the tractor? Where are you headed?" Xiong asked, bewildered by Lu Hao's actions. "Are you foolish? If I stay there, I'll end up paying. Those 2 bastards think I'm an easy mark, trying to take advantage of me. I won't let them," Lu Hao declared. Having frequently attended drinking parties, he had mastered the art of slipping away unnoticed. Xiong was taken aback. Lu Hao had finally shown some wisdom and refused to be a fool. "Lu Hao, if they discover what you're doing, they certainly won't let it slide. That meal costs over 100. He expressed concern. "What can they do to me?" Lu Hao scoffed, a derisive smile on his lips. Those 2 constantly extorted money from him, always dining at his expense. Reclaiming this meal would merely set the balance right. He drove the tractor first to the gas station, filling it with diesel. Upon seeing the prices, Lu Hao wished he could empty the station. Gasoline was a mere 0.12 yuan per liter, and diesel was only 0.15 yuan. With half a tank remaining, he spent 0.70 yuan to fill it up before heading to the agreed-upon location with the old farmer. Meanwhile, the farmer was already waiting there, surrounded by plastic bags filled with goods and food, likely purchased during a trip to the city. "I've filled your tank. Come back at this time tomorrow. Additionally, I've prepared a list for you. Please follow it for the ingredients," Lu Hao said, pulling out a slip of paper and handing it to the farmer. The list contained popular vegetables he had compiled. In business, the profit stems from the customer's expenditure. Similarly, the service is also derived from the customers. It is imperative to continuously adjust the offerings according to the preferences of the clientele. During these 3 vegetable deliveries, although all the produce was sold out, some customers were left with no choice but to select alternatives. For instance, a customer initially desired eggplants, but upon discovering their unavailability, had to settle for other vegetables. Lu Hao meticulously noted these preferences and compiled a list. For those vegetables in high demand, he would instruct the farmers to increase their supply while reducing the quantities of those with lesser appeal. Though seemingly trivial, this task holds significant importance. The current scarcity of goods masks any potential shortcomings, but once supply exceeds demand, the flaws will inevitably surface, leading to surplus produce. By aligning supply with demand, one can avert this issue. With wastage minimized, profits are naturally enhanced. We should seek to optimize both revenue and expenditure, Lu Hao remarked. Very well, the farmer replied, carefully tucking the list into his pocket. I will return tomorrow to prepare the vegetables as per your list. You are indeed a remarkable businessman, providing cigarettes and even filling the tractor's tank. I have never encountered such a generous owner. His words were sincere. He had never met anyone as straightforward as Lu Hao. He had not expected Lu Hao to fill the tractor's tank, as there was still half a tank of diesel remaining public property, after all. He thought making a round trip would not incur any costs. However, Lu Hao's meticulousness made him feel even more embarrassed. This embarrassment only deepened his sense of obligation towards Lu Hao, prompting him to work with greater diligence. Even if someone suggested he branch off on his own, he would remain loyal to Lu Hao. It's just a small matter. Follow my lead in business, and you shall not suffer losses, Lu Hao observed with a smile. Now, you should head back. It is a busy time for farming, and there are many matters to attend to at home. It was indeed the peak of the farming season. It is rare for rural individuals to find the opportunity to transport vegetables from the village to the city. The farmer demonstrated considerable insight and determination, suggesting a potential for long-term collaboration. Very well, I shall take my leave. The farmer nodded, skillfully starting his tractor and departing. At this moment, Xiong, who had been dumbfounded nearby, quickly inquired, How go? Did you not say you were helping your relatives sell vegetables? Where did this farmer come from? Chapter 13, Mom. Dad really robbed a bank, I said that to deceive Li Jinsong and Wang Jian, Lu Hao replied. Keep your distance from those two. He expected Xiong to inquire further, but was surprised to find him nodding in agreement. I have long told you, How go? That those two are merely looking to mooch off you. Why did you insist on associating with them? Now you can finally see through them. Lu Hao realized that for so long, he had been the Navi Yuan, while everyone else recognized that those two were not good company, merely seeking to benefit at his expense. I thought you were simple-minded, but it turns out you two discern their true nature, he remarked. I may be simple, but I am not foolish, Xiong retorted. Lu Hao sighed, acknowledging that he had indeed been rather foolish in the past. Wait for me here at this time tomorrow. And from now on, follow my lead, Lu Hao declared. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed with tasks and in need of assistance. All right, Xiong readily agreed. After parting ways, Lu Hao headed towards the roasted chicken vendor, which was conveniently located on his route back to the residential complex. With one hand carrying the roasted chicken and the other grasping a black plastic bag filled with the day's earnings from selling vegetables, he made his way home. In the courtyard of the complex, a group of elderly men and women, along with others seeking respite from the heat, were already gathered. Upon seeing Lu Hao, they greeted him enthusiastically. Ah, life seems to be treating you well. You've brought back roasted chicken again today. You've truly struck it rich. They teased. Lu Hao, where exactly did you find your fortune? Don't forget to share some with us. Among them were various attitudes: envy, jealousy, sarcastic remarks, and mockery. It was indeed a reflection of life's myriad expressions. Lu Yin, also sitting in the shade, glared at Lu Hao, her frustration palpable. Pointing at the large black plastic bag in his hand, she scoffed. Oh, what is this? A bag so large, it must be filled with money. You've really hit the jackpot, haven't you? Though she spoke thus, her disbelief was evident. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Today had turned her family into a laughingstock. In the dead of night, their door had been kicked in, leaving her and her husband too afraid to utter a sound. She had often boasted about her husband being the director of a garment factory, how impressive he was, but when trouble came knocking, her bravado fell silent. They were, in truth, mere paper tigers. The couple had endured mockery from morning till now, all thanks to Lu Hao. She longed to confront him. Yet knowing he was a tough character and possessed a piercing gaze, she refrained, settling instead for venting her frustration with words. Lu Hao cast a glance at her. Indeed, the bag contained nothing but money. He had not lied. This black plastic bag held the earnings from his vegetable sales, significantly larger than the small bags he had used in previous days because he had utilized a tractor for transporting the vegetables today, resulting in a larger haul. To avoid attracting too much attention, He had chosen a more substantial black bag. Go ahead and boast, Lu Yan retorted. I merely said that to mock you. Did you truly believe I thought that bag was filled with money? If it were filled with cash, wouldn't it amount to several thousand, if not tens of thousands? She laughed derisively. We, who possess legitimate jobs, earn a mere 30 or 40 yuan a month. Even my husband, the factory director, only brings home 50 yuan a month, totaling a mere 600 yuan a year. It would take years to amass several thousand. Do you truly believe you're a wealthy individual now? While there may be a few who were affluent, they were few and far between. Lu Hao, however, did possess a few hundred yuan. Don't always assume that the only way to earn money is through a traditional job. Other professions can also be lucrative. Your perspective should broaden a bit. At this moment, people's thinking appears rather rigid, with many believing that employment in state-owned enterprises is the pinnacle of stability. Consequently, numerous individuals, despite possessing opportunities for superior development and greater financial gain, choose to relinquish these prospects. Ultimately, when the state-owned enterprises undergo restructuring, they find themselves laid off and dismissed, reduced to sweeping the streets or scavenging for vegetable scraps. While this trend is influenced by the broader environment, personal mindset also plays a significant role. Those who dare to strive and compete have quietly amassed wealth. In fact, many private enterprises are thriving, and some talented individuals have transitioned from state-owned enterprises to private firms or embarked on entrepreneurial ventures, earning substantial monthly salaries. Although such individuals and entities remain few, the nascent signs of change are evident. With economic advancement, the prospects for employees who abandon the rigid mindset of a state-owned job will increasingly present opportunities for higher wages. Recent events surrounding Lu Hao substantiate this notion. He earned in a single day what an ordinary worker would accumulate in a month, without any high-tech innovation, merely by selling vegetables. Today alone, he accrued several hundred yuan, equivalent to nearly a year's salary for these workers. Lu Yan, however, scoffed at his claims. If he truly had that much money, why would he carry it so casually in a plastic bag? Was he not afraid of being robbed? Lu Hao chuckled, dismissing the notion that a few hundred yuan was something to boast about. Does it impress you? And don't flaunt your husband's salary. I certainly don't envy his meager 50 yuan a month. With that, he ascended the stairs, leaving Lu Yan seething with rage, cursing Lu Hao's retreating figure. Look at this braggart. He squanders and indulges, yet in 5 years has saved nothing, relying on his wife for money, and he dares to look down on my husband, who, despite earning 50 yuan a month, makes more than others by a margin. Enough of this anger. He has merely sour grapes. Lu Yan reassured herself. Why engage in a contest with him? Soon enough, his true nature will be revealed. She then resumed her conversation with a group of women who had come to comfort her, eager to curry favor with Lu Yan. Meanwhile, Lu Hao returned home, plastic bag in hand. Upon seeing him, Su Min immediately voiced her concerns. I just heard you arguing with Lu Yan downstairs. What happened? You can't kick in their door tonight and then argue again. How will you get into the garment factory? She was visibly worried, having overheard the commotion from the window. Why have you been so irritable lately? Getting into a garment factory? It will be defunct in a few years. Joining it would be futile, Lu Hao replied dismissively. You're just speaking nonsense. Such a large garment factory has been operating for years and is still a state enterprise. It can't simply close down. Su Min thought he was merely venting his frustrations. She noticed the large black plastic bag he was carrying. What do you have in that bag? Is it filled with trash? It's money, Lu Hao winked playfully. I robbed a bank. More nonsense. Su Min rolled her eyes at him. At that moment, Nini suddenly dashed over, pulled open the plastic bag, and gasped dramatically, turning to Su Min with a wide-eyed expression. Mommy, Daddy really robbed a bank. Chapter 14 Daddy. Take me with you when you run away. Let us hurry and pack our things to escape. Nini exclaimed dramatically. With that, she hurried over, closing the door with a determined huff. Mimicking Su Min, she secured the lock behind the door, then patted her small heart, appearing somewhat reassured. Stealing a glance at the black plastic bag, she earnestly declared to Su Min, there is really so much money, piled up. I've never seen this much money in my entire life. Daddy, when you flee, please take Nini with you. The little girl genuinely believed that Lu Hao was robbing a bank and was anxious that the police might come to apprehend him, hence her plea to be included in his escape. Lu Hao affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, don't worry. There won't be any police coming to arrest Daddy. This money is all earned by me. No stealing, no robbing. It's completely clean. Meanwhile, Su Min stood there, momentarily lost in thought. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if these two had conspired to tease her. Could such a large, bulging black bag truly contain money? If it were indeed money, how much could it possibly be? But before she could delve deeper into her doubts, Lu Hao abruptly opened the black plastic bag and emptied its contents onto the floor. Clatter, clatter. Coins and bills cascaded down, forming a small mountain. It was no exaggeration. The entirety consisted of loose change, 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, and 20 cents, with the largest denomination being a mere 10 yuan. Even that was quite scarce. So much money, Nini exclaimed in awe from the side. Su Min's eyes widened as she gazed at the small mountain of money on the floor, then turned to look at her man, speechless for a long moment. It's really money. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly, let us count the money. Seeing his woman so astonished by the sight, Lu Hao shouted, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy. Which man wouldn't he want to see his woman in awe? All right, I'll count the money. Su Min hastily crouched down to tally the coins. Her hands trembled. This was a sight neither she nor Nini had ever encountered. As she counted, she suddenly paused, looking up at Lu Hao. You really didn't rob a bank? Nini, imitating the adults, also looked up at Lu Hao and said, Daddy, robbery is illegal. We can't do that. The police will come and catch us. Lu Hao chuckled, shaking his head. Rest assured, I did not rob a bank. That's good. That's good. Su Min nodded repeatedly before continuing to count. However, after a while, she looked up again, her concern evident. You haven't done anything else illegal, have you? No, just focus on counting the money. Didn't I tell you? From now on, I will bring home more and more money, making you a wealthy woman and our daughter a princess. Lu Hao was filled with a profound sense of fulfillment. In his past life, he had earned a great deal of money, eventually millions and even tens of millions. Yet, he had never felt this complete, nor this happy. This is merely a few hundred yuan, comprised of coins and smaller denominations gathered together. Yet, he feels a profound sense of fulfillment. This is happiness. Bringing joy to his family, to his beloved wife and children, instills a deep sense of achievement in a man. Thus, it is clear that size is not a definitive factor. What truly matters is the essence. Once one reaches that pivotal point, satisfaction is attained. Every man should learn this lesson. Lu Hao sat nearby, observing the mother and daughter as they meticulously counted the money, while Nini claimed to be counting. She was merely playing, only able to recognize the number of bills without fully grasping their denominations. It was unclear what she was so engrossed in. Su Min, preoccupied with counting, had no time to engage with him. Do you need my assistance? Lu Hao inquired after a while. No, just sit there. Su Min dismissed him with a wave of her hand. There was nothing more pleasurable than counting money. She did not require help. After a considerable effort, they finally counted a total of 976 yuan and 89 fun, just shy of 1,000. So much, Su Min exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the neatly bundled stacks secured with rubber bands. She was genuinely surprised. Lu Yan's husband, Su Yuanpeng, held a position as a director in the factory, earning a mere 50 yuan a month, accumulating only 600 yuan a year. It would take him a year and a half to earn such an amount. What business was her husband involved in to amass such wealth? She no longer doubted that her husband was gambling, as such pursuits could not yield this much money, and his dubious friends did not possess significant funds either. What business are you engaged in outside? She asked. I sell vegetables, Lu Hao replied candidly. Sell vegetables? Isn't the market a state-owned enterprise? Did you manage to secure a position there? Su Min's first thought turned to the nearby vegetable market, which was indeed a state-run entity. Generally, it was difficult for ordinary individuals to gain employment there due to the limited positions compared to applicants. The situation was a classic case of many monks and little mate. Furthermore, these enterprises typically required either high qualifications, such as vocational or university degrees, or connections, having parents or relatives who could provide introductions or recommendations. Lacking such connections, how could her husband possibly secure a job? You don't necessarily have to sell at the market. I source vegetables directly from a local farmer and sell them door to door in the community, Lu Hao explained. Isn't that akin to encroaching on the market vendor's business? Su Min, astute and concerned for Lu Hao's safety, immediately thought of the potential repercussions. If the vendors discovered his actions, they would undoubtedly cause him trouble, and this venture could not sustain itself for long. How could one individual contend against the collective force of many? She worried that this business would not last and would likely offend others. Rest assured, if this business fails, there are others to pursue. Besides, do they possess the capability to control me? Lu Hao replied confidently. In today's increasingly liberal economic climate, Individual enterprises were gradually thriving, while state-owned entities faced restructuring and were preoccupied with their own affairs. It was nearly impossible for others to hinder his progress. The most they could do was imitate him. However, with decades of experience, he had no reason to fear imitation. He cast a glance at Su Min and said, "Except for the coins you set aside, I need all the rest of the money. It is of use to me. Out of the more than 900 yuan, 200 yuan is for the elder farmer, while another portion of it has other purposes for me." Although he spoke in this manner, Su Min still handed over all the banknotes to Lu Hao. Whether in the past or present, she had always followed Lu Hao's arrangements in significant matters. Even when he was a mere ne'er-do-well, she would still consider her man's reputation in public. She believed in the traditional roles: the man takes charge outside, while the woman manages the home. She thought it was her responsibility to manage the finances, yet if her man needed money, she would provide it. Everyone in the community knew he was a ne'er-do-well, and she was aware of it too. However, she never spoke ill of him in public. Chapter 15. Just a few hundred yuan. Having organized the money, Lu Hao tucked it into his pocket. As afternoon approached mealtime, he announced, "I am heading out. You need not wait for my return tonight. Manage your own dinner. Just reheat the leftover roast chicken and finish it today. Do not leave it until tomorrow. Our home lacks even a refrigerator, and with this heat, it can spoil quickly." "Understood," Su Min nodded. "Be careful with that much money on you. Do not let it show." "I know," Lu Hao replied. "It's merely a few hundred yuan." "Just a few hundred yuan, and you dismiss it so easily? Wasn't it you who used to deduct every last bit from me? When I refused, you would get angry, pin me down, and search me thoroughly." Su Min shot a glare at her husband. In just a few days, his attitude had inflated considerably. Lu Hao chuckled awkwardly and assured her, "Rest assured, I won't be pinching money from you anymore. I'll find other ways." He even mischievously winked at Su Min, caught off guard. Her face flushed red. How could he be so cheeky? In these few days, not only had he begun bringing money home, but his words had also taken on a playful tone. She wondered where he had learned such banter. Once outside, Lu Hao made his way directly to the market. He sought out Zhang Jigang, a lower-level manager lounging in the shade, and handed him a red Shuangxi cigarette. After lighting one for Zhang, he lit another for himself. "I envy your job. You just meander around and earn a decent sum each month. It's a secure position," Lu Hao remarked, employing a common tactic to gather intelligence by starting with casual conversation. Zhang Jigang had previously received a favor from Lu Hao, and thus held a favorable impression of him. When Lu Hao approached him, it felt less like an interruption and more like a chance to vent. What is so great about it? This job might not last much longer. There is no such thing as a secure position, he sighed deeply. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, it was evident he was genuinely troubled. What has happened? Lu Hao inquired. This market is a state-run entity. How could it possibly be closing? Where do you plan to go next? Though his words were filled with concern, his mind was calculating. Indeed, this market was on the brink of problems, just as his memories from a past life suggested. He had arrived at just the right moment. This was the second lesson a man ought to remember. One must master the timing. Previously, having established a rapport with Zhang Jigang and having gifted him cigarettes, the time has now come to reap the rewards of that gesture. This news is invaluable. The location of this vegetable market is exceptionally advantageous, situated in the heart of the city amidst a densely populated area. Moreover, the market occupies a considerable expanse of land, a privilege typically reserved for state-owned enterprises. It is exceedingly rare for private individuals, particularly those without connections, like Lu Hao, to acquire such a prime piece of real estate. If he had managed to secure this land in his previous life, his worth would have undoubtedly increased. Where else could I aspire to ascend? This position was arranged through familial connections. I genuinely believed it to be a secure job. However, policies seem to shift daily, and business at the market has begun to falter, leading to potential restructuring from above. Zhang Jigang sighed heavily. Do you have time? If so, let us share a meal and perhaps indulge in some drinks, Lu Hao suggested. It's not yet time to clock out. Surely you can spare a moment? Zhang Jigang replied. With impending changes, what does it matter whether I leave or not? Let us go for a drink. I am feeling rather downcast. Without hesitation, Zhang Jigang agreed. After all, he was merely passing time here. Lu Hao led him to a somewhat upscale restaurant, where they ordered 4 dishes, a plate of peanuts, a dish of beef with green peppers, a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a stir-fried beef tripe. They also ordered a bottle of erguo too. Lu Hao expertly opened the bottle and poured a glass for Zhang Jigang before filling his own. The two clinked their glasses, and Lu Hao candidly stated, Brother, I have a rather humble request. I wish to purchase a stall at the market. I wonder if you might have connections in this regard to assist me. He was straightforward, articulating his intentions without pretense. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jigang chuckled, looking at him with a knowing expression. When you gifted me that pack of Hong Jin Long and asked me to watch over the cart, I sensed something was amiss. Why would one leave a cart in a market under the watch of a stranger, accompanied by a pack of cigarettes? Surely, there are other places to secure a cart. If there is no yard, one could simply lock it to a tree on the street. Zhang Jigang was not surprised by Lu Hao's inquiry. In fact, he remarked, "You're a decent fellow, straightforward in your speech. You laid your cards on the table right from the start. Had it been someone else who danced around the subject, I might have been reluctant to share, but I like your directness." He continued, "Let me be frank. This information is not widely known. Only a select few are privy to it. It is nearly confirmed that the market will undergo restructuring, and the stalls may indeed be sold to private individuals via competitive bidding. However, do you have any connections? Without them, acquiring a private stall will likely prove quite challenging. Though it is publicly stated as competitive bidding, many are eager to seize the opportunity. The restructuring of state-owned enterprises has certainly benefited numerous private individuals with connections. Those without such ties may only gain the barest of advantages." Lu Hao, lacking those connections, shook his head but did not relent. Who is in charge of this market? He pondered. Although he lacked connections, he remained unperturbed. If connections were non-existent, he would forge them, seeking out the responsible parties to facilitate his aspirations. It is Director Li Guangcai who holds significant authority over the allocation of stalls. He can nearly single-handedly make decisions regarding them, as Zhang Jigang remarked. He was aware that Lu Hao sought to leverage this connection but remained skeptical. "You wish to approach him? I advise against courting misfortune. Many have sought Director Li's assistance, yet few have succeeded. He may be courteous, but he seldom agrees to assist others. How could someone like Lu Hao, with no background, possibly succeed?" "Thank you." Lu Hao refilled his drink without further comment, merely enjoying a conversation over food and drink with Zhang Jigang. He ultimately acquired Li Guangcai's home address. In the following days, Lu Hao, accompanied by Shi Xiong, traversed the countryside delivering vegetables in a tractor. Due to the high demand for produce, Lu Hao altered his strategy, opting to rent a tractor and operate it himself. After selling out in the morning, he would return with fresh vegetables from the fields, making 3 trips a day. His income grew increasingly substantial. On the first day, his revenue reached 97,689 yuan, the initial day of operating the tractor. The second day saw 105,632 yuan, with the tractor making only 1 trip. By the third day, Lu Hao decided to rent the tractor full-time, enlisting local farmers to harvest vegetables while he sold them, making 3 round trips each day. That day, the revenue soared to 316,826 yuan. The fourth day yielded 336,175 yuan. Days 5, 6, and 7 continued this trend, with Lu Hao's returns prompting exclamations from Su Min upon his return each day. Chapter 16. Darling, we have become affluent. Why have you brought back another plastic bag? Is there money in there too? Come inside. I can hardly contain myself. This encapsulates Su Min's evolving tone. Initially astonished by Lu Hao's return with a black plastic bag, she soon rushed out to pull him into the house before swiftly closing the door, fearful of exposing their newfound wealth. As Lu Hao returned home 3 times a day, she began to feel overwhelmed. A staggering amount of over 3,000 yuan. She had never imagined their household could amass such wealth in just a few days. Initially, it was 1,000 yuan, then 3,000 yuan. The daily revenues of 97,689, 105, 632, 316, 826, 336, 175, 32, 655, 332, 481, and 339. 876 amounted to a total of 1,855, 229 yuan over 7 days, excluding costs. After deducting major expenses, the gross profit was approximately 12,430 yuan. They had indeed become affluent. Within the confines of their home, the doors and windows tightly shut, even the curtains drawn, the lights illuminated. The 3 family members sat on stools around a table from which the bowls had been cleared, now replaced by a cardboard box. Inside the box lay bundles of cash, neatly secured with rubber bands, while the coins were stored in plastic bags. "Darling, we have become affluent," Su Min exclaimed, gazing in awe at the cardboard box. She pinched herself hard. It hurt. This was no dream. Their family had truly become prosperous. At this moment, a household with 10,000 yuan was as rare as a millionaire or a multi-millionaire in later years. In the city, individuals with jobs earned an average monthly salary of only 30 to 40 yuan, accumulating an annual income of approximately 500 yuan. To become a 10,000 yuan household, one would need to toil for 20 years, and that is under the condition of saving every penny without indulging in any luxuries. In the countryside, the situation was even more dire. Farmers struggled to earn a living, with only leftover grains or surplus vegetables yielding meager profits. Even then, an entire family might only make 200 to 300 yuan in a year, which is no exaggeration. For a farmer to become a 10,000 yuan household, it would take 3 to 4 decades. Yet, our family transformed from poverty to a 10,000 yuan household in just 1 week. My husband is truly remarkable. Dad, have we struck it rich? Nini chimed in, not fully grasping the concept of a 10,000 yuan household, but recognizing from Su Min's astonished expression that it must be something impressive. It's just 10,000 yuan, yet you two are this ecstatic, Lu Hao chuckled, assuring them that more wealth would come. He turned to Su Min, teasingly asking if her husband had deceived her, as he had indeed promised to make her a little wealthy. Su Min replied softly. Why not reward your husband then? Lu Hao suggested, pointing to his cheek, his meaning quite clear. Su Min's face flushed as she hesitated, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on Lu Hao's cheek before pulling back. Despite being married for 5 years and having children, she still felt shy. When in public, especially in front of their child, they maintained a modest demeanor, rarely showing affection overtly. However, today she fulfilled Lu Hao's playful request. There was something about him that she found quite impressive. Dad, crouch down. I want to give you a reward too, Nini insisted, determined not to be outdone. Lu Hao obliged, bending down as Nini joyfully patted his face. Later, we'll head to the bank to open an account and deposit the money. Keep 2,000 yuan for yourself. The rest is for me, as I have plans, Lu Hao stated, ready to execute his strategy. Do we need that much? Su Min inquired. I have important matters to attend to, Lu Hao replied succinctly. With that, Su Min ceased her questioning, gradually packing away the money. The cardboard box was too conspicuous, so she opted for a black plastic bag, which she then placed inside an old snakeskin bag, making it appear as if it contained nothing but refuse. After securing everything, she reminded Nini, if anyone asks what's in that bag, do not say it's money. Just tell them it's garbage meant for disposal, understood? She worried that Nini, being young, might inadvertently reveal too much if questioned. I know, I'm not foolish, Nini assured her with a nod. The three of them, carrying the plastic bag, locked the door behind them and headed straight for the bank. At this moment, without a bank card, only a passbook remained. Having come from a humble background, money was always scarce, and thus, a passbook had never been acquired until now. Upon exchanging 10,000 yuan for 100 yuan notes, the remainder was deposited into the passbook. With both hands cradling the passbook, Su Min beamed with uncontainable joy, exclaiming, Darling, we have a passbook now. What's so remarkable about that? It's a cumbersome affair, Lu Hao remarked, perceiving the passbook as a significant inconvenience. The process of depositing and withdrawing funds was far from the simplicity of a bank card, let alone the convenience of WeChat or Alipay, which he found rather unimpressive. Su Min shot him a disapproving glance. How can you be so devoid of romance? You approach everything with impatience and a hasty demeanor. All right, my dear. I shall heed your unspoken wishes and strive to be more romantic, embodying a man of sentiment, Lu Hao replied with a smile. I will remain calm and composed. Moving with grace, Su Min playfully punched his arm. The child is right here. Let us refrain from such talk. Tenderly, she tucked the passbook into her bosom, casting a reproachful look at her husband, mindful of their surroundings. You two head back first. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly, Lu Hao stated. Very well, just take care of yourself. Su Min nodded. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables and await your return for dinner. We must celebrate. Her spirits were high as she resolved to treat her husband. After bidding farewell to her mother and daughter, Lu Hao proceeded directly to the home of director Li Guangcai, following the address provided by Zhang Jigang. Along the way, he purchased a red goldfish for less than 10 yuan. Knocking on the door, he waited for a moment until it creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses. This must be Li Guangcai. Although he did not recognize Lu Hao, Li Guangcai greeted him with a polite inquiry. Who are you looking for? Director Li? Hello, I am Lu Hao. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Li Guangcai hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the handshake. It was rare for someone to initiate such a gesture with composure, especially among the many who had visited him seeking favors. At that moment, he took a more serious look at Lu Hao. Chapter 17, Sister-in-law, good confident, poised, unflappable. In his 20s, Lu Hao exuded a presence that indeed commanded respect. Despite not knowing him, Li Guangcai noted that this young man had come to his home with a gift in hand, clearly seeking assistance. Many had approached him in the past with offerings, yet none had made as favorable an impression. Just a brief encounter, a few words exchanged, and subtle expressions were enough for Li Guangcai to find Lu Hao commendable. Even those older than Lu Hao lacked such an aura. He conveyed an impression of humility while remaining assertive, though he sought a favor. His demeanor was remarkably calm and pleasant, evoking no resentment. This state of being is simple to describe but profoundly challenging to embody. Without rich experiences or exposure to the world, achieving such composure is nearly impossible. Please, come in and have a seat. Let us enjoy some tea, he invited warmly. Apologies for the intrusion, Lu Hao nodded, stepping inside. After the two took their seats, Li Guangcai prepared a cup of tea for Lu Hao. Thank you, Director Li. Lu Hao replied graciously, lifting the cup to take a sip before directly addressing Li Guangcai. Director Li, I actually have a request during this visit. He paused, having heard that the market was due for restructuring, permitting private bidding for stalls. With that, he fell silent, choosing to leave the matter ambiguous. There is a certain art to conversation. One must know when to be subtle and when to be forthright. Even the most beautiful among us must maintain decorum. Although Lu Hao was aware of his intent, he refrained from being overly explicit. Li Guangcai, having reached his position, was certainly no fool and understood the underlying implications without Lu Hao needing to elaborate further. Indeed, Li Guangcai did not refute the insinuation. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. Do not involve Guangcai in matters like this, as they are illegal. Should an investigation arise, what would happen to him? You would be putting him at risk. Do you think our home is a sanctuary for such affairs? At that moment, someone emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula and grumbling. It was Li Guangcai's wife, Xiaolon, who had been cooking. Upon hearing the door, she had discreetly peered out, and upon seeing Lu Hao enter with only a cigarette in hand, her displeasure was palpable. Now, witnessing Lu Hao seek Li Guangcai's assistance only intensified her irritation. Lu Hao, seemingly oblivious to her grievances, greeted her with a smile, sister-in-law. Good day. Despite her scornful demeanor, he maintained his cheerful countenance, devoid of any sign of annoyance or displeasure. This left Li Guangcai apprehensive. He knew his wife's temper was formidable and had warned many before that engaging with Lu Hao could lead to discomfort. Others had either turned crimson with shame or left in anger after a confrontation, yet Lu Hao exhibited a remarkable composure, an unusual trait for someone so young. After exchanging light pleasantries and sipping tea, Lu Hao finally stood, addressing Li Guangcai. Director Li, I appreciate your hospitality. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't impose any longer. He casually placed the cigarette on the table and remarked, this cigarette must be enjoyed promptly for the true flavor. With a slight bow, he turned to Xiaolon, who was still busy in the kitchen, saying, Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. His demeanor was that of a familiar relative, warm and cordial. Are you expecting me to keep you here for dinner? Xiaolon retorted, unimpressed. Lu Hao, undeterred by her tone, responded with a smile, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly seek your guidance on culinary arts. After opening the door and departing, Li Guangcai turned to his wife in the kitchen to express his grievances. Guests should be treated with respect, and this Lu Hao is not an ordinary individual. Your words were rather excessive. What makes him extraordinary? She retorted. He arrives bearing nothing but a mere cigarette worth less than 10 yuan. Such a trivial offering hardly reflects the demeanor of someone seeking assistance. Xiaolon emerged, still fuming. Moreover, this young man has an audacity that is remarkable. Despite my remarks, he continued to engage in conversation and even claimed he wanted to learn culinary skills from me as he was leaving. If he returns, do not open the door for him. My husband holds a position of authority at the market, and it is customary for visitors to bring gifts when seeking favors. Who comes empty-handed like Lu Hao? There must be something amiss with that cigarette. Li Guangcai glanced at the cigarette resting on the table. This Lu Hao is not someone to be underestimated. His demeanor and eloquence are far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. I have encountered many young people, but none possess his level of composure and capability. You can discern his character after just one brief meeting? Xiaolon questioned skeptically, casting a glance at the cigarette. Could it possibly contain money? Wiping her hands on her apron, she approached Li Guangcai. He seems well-informed, aware of the impending reforms at the market, and yet his gift is rather paltry, a mere cigarette worth less than 10 yuan. Yesterday, Ma Yuliang brought a true offering, dozens of yuan worth of tea, 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, a box of imported chocolates, and an additional 500 yuan. Now that is the attitude one should exhibit when seeking favors. If you ask me, you should leverage your connections and grant the stall to Ma Yuliang. Those who are well-informed understand the importance of bringing gifts when visiting Li Guangcai, and Ma Yuliang was the most generous among them. The Zhonghua cigarettes are not yet approved for the market and are quite rare, typically costing around 20 yuan a pack, but privately, one would have to pay at least 30 yuan for a single pack. 1 pack of cigarettes represents a month's salary. The additional 500 yuan is quite a substantial figure. Very well, let it be so, Li Guangcai nodded. He was not one to uphold lofty ideals. The market reform was underway. Although it had not yet fully transitioned from state-owned to private enterprise, the situation was far from optimistic. While he still held his position, he intended to seize any opportunity for personal gain. Ma Yuliang's offering was indeed generous. As for Lu Hao, he was competent and impressive. But such attributes were of little utility without substantial offerings. Let us keep this cigarette for now. I shall find an opportunity to return it to him later, he remarked, eyeing the Hong Jin long on the table. Suspecting that the cigarette might contain money, he estimated it to be a modest sum, perhaps only 100 or 200 yuan, nothing of considerable value. What purpose would it serve to return it? I am curious to see what else he might have concealed within. With that, Xiang Chaolan picked up the cigarette from the table. Chapter 18. Husband. I have prepared your meal. The outer wrapping had been torn away, and indeed, something was concealed within. Upon opening the cardboard box and beholding the contents within, Xiang Chaolan's eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening slightly. What is it? Li Guangcai, noticing her expression, felt a twinge of confusion. What could possibly be in this cigarette box to elicit such surprise? He presumed it to be something other than money. Money? This box is stuffed with cash. Xiang Chaolan quivered as she spoke. Your exaggerated reaction leads me to believe it is something extraordinary. Did I not just mention that it is likely filled with money? Li Guangcai replied, is it 100 or 200? Xiang Chaolan shook her head, struggling to articulate her thoughts, utterly taken aback. Li Guangcai furrowed his brow. Could it be 500? Yet, he observed that Lu Hao did not appear to be particularly affluent, capable of bestowing such a generous gift. He noted Lu Hao's modest attire, with some patched areas, leading him to conclude that someone like him could barely afford to part with 100 or 200, let alone 500. No, it is neither 100 nor 200, nor even 500. It is an immense sum. Xiang Chaolan swallowed hard and produced the money from the cigarette box, a thick wad of freshly minted $100 bills. Li Guangcai's reaction mirrored her own disbelief. So much. Given that the domestic economy had only recently begun to recover, even coins and small denominations were still in circulation, and 50 yuan was considered a substantial amount, let alone a thick stack of 100 yuan notes. How much is this? Xiang Chaolan's mind momentarily faltered. The bills appeared brand new, likely withdrawn from the bank recently. Given the thickness, it seemed to comprise 100 notes, amounting to 10,000 yuan. Li Guangcai too was unsettled. His expression was a medley of emotions. How could someone as young and simply dressed as Lu Hao possess such wealth? He realized his initial assessment had been misguided. So much. Did you not claim he would at most offer 100 or 200? How could he possibly have 10,000 yuan? Although you are the market director, your monthly income barely reaches a few dozen yuan. How many years would it take to amass such a fortune? Xiang Chaolan exclaimed. Could this money be counterfeit? She then began to examine the bills one by one. Authentic. Indeed. All genuine. These are not counterfeit bills. Each one is veritable. Lu Hao truly gifted 10,000 yuan. She exclaimed. I initially thought his gift was modest, bringing only a 10 yuan red gold dragon, yet I was utterly mistaken. He generously presented 10,000 yuan. Xiang Chaolan regretted her earlier demeanor towards Lu Hao. Li Guangcai reflected on the situation. Not only had she underestimated him, but so had he. He had believed his assessment of Lu Hao to be quite favorable, yet he had evidently underestimated the young man. This young individual is not only calm and composed, but also remarkably generous. Just moments ago, they had discussed how Ma Yuliang's gift of 500 yuan was considerable, only to be swiftly contradicted. 500 versus 10,000, a staggering 20-fold difference. The money Ma Yuliang offered pales in comparison to Lu Hao's. Li Guangcai had occupied the position of director for many years and had received numerous gifts, yet he had never encountered a sum as grand as 10,000 yuan. Indeed, even the total of all gifts he had received combined did not reach such an amount. The sum of 10,000 yuan indelibly etched the name Lu Hao into Li Guangcai's mind. At this moment, Lu Hao had returned home. Inside, Su Min had already prepared a sumptuous feast, and upon his arrival, she commenced cooking. Her movements were remarkably efficient. As she prepared 3 dishes and a bowl of soup, braised spare ribs, spicy and sour lotus root, braised wuchang fish, and a tomato and egg soup. For a family of 3, such a meal was a lavish treat. They typically subsisted on light and vegetarian fare, rarely indulging in meat. Today, however, their spread was bountiful. "Dear, allow me to serve you rice." "You sit still," Su Min insisted as Lu Hao attempted to rise. She pressed him back down and went to the kitchen to serve the rice. Mama, wait for me. Don't take the chopsticks. I will get them for Dad." Nini slid off her chair, eagerly trailing behind her. Though the room was small, it radiated warmth and affection. Midway through their meal, Su Min remarked, "Darling, Xiao Wan and Luo Ju have invited me to dinner this weekend. You should accompany me." Xiao Wan and Luo Ju were familiar colleagues from the garment factory. "If they've invited you, I shall refrain from attending," Lu Hao replied. "Without a formal invitation, it would be inappropriate to just show up." "Not at all. They will bring their husbands as well. You should come with me," Su Min urged. "Very well. If time permits this weekend, I shall join you." Lu Hao nodded in agreement. The following morning, Lu Hao continued his routine, driving the tractor with Shi Xiong to deliver vegetables. Halfway through their deliveries, they encountered Li Jinsong and Wang Jian, who were visibly furious upon seeing Lu Hao. They blocked the tractor's path and unleashed a torrent of insults at him. "Lu Hao, you truly have some nerve. You promised to treat us to a meal, yet you made an excuse to go to the restroom and vanished, leaving us to foot the bill of over 30 yuan. We considered you a brother, even helping you carry 2 bags of potatoes up to the 6th floor. And this is how you repay us?" The 2 men were incensed. On the day of the incident, when Lu Hao claimed he needed to use the restroom, he never returned, and by the time they realized something was amiss, he had already departed, taking a pack of cigarettes with him. Ultimately, they had to cover the cost of the meal themselves. Seeing their agitated expressions, Shi Xiong felt a touch of concern, yet Lu Hao remained unfazed, addressing them with composure. "I had matters to attend to that day, so I left early." "You had matters? You, a good-for-nothing, idling away your time without any job. What could possibly be so important?" Li Jisong retorted. Wang Jian chimed in. "Even if you had something to do, you ought to reimburse us now, at least to compensate us for the meal. And it should be double. After all these years as brothers, your actions have wounded our hearts." Lu Hao chuckled, finding the 2 men's antics both absurd and shameless. He inwardly scoffed, deliberately feigning confusion. "I already treated you. What further compensation are you seeking?" Li Jinsong and Wang Jian exchanged bewildered glances, questioning Lu Hao's sanity. "You left. How can that be considered treating us? We were the ones who paid." "Indeed, do not speak with such audacity. Do you consider us brothers? You are clearly treating us as fools." The 2 were filled with righteous indignation. Lu Hao, with a serious expression, retorted, "I drove the tractor and brought you to the restaurant. Is that not me treating you? As for the payment, I merely stated I was treating. I never claimed to pay. It is you who have misunderstood. Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, you should take your leave. I have matters to attend to." Chapter 19. I am indeed playing you like fools. Li Jinsong and Zhang Jian were bewildered. What does this mean? Treating is one thing, paying is another. Is there such a distinction? Their anger flared. "Are you mocking us?" Li Jinsong shouted. "Don't be ungrateful." The 2 made as if to confront Lu Hao. At that moment, they realized that Lu Hao was indeed toying with them. Lu Hao's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze upon them. "Indeed, I am playing you like fools. What can you do about it?" He stood his ground, unwavering. In his past life, having risen from utter poverty to a fortune of billions, he exuded an undeniable aura. Faced with the 2, he showed no sign of fear. Rather, he overshadowed them entirely. Like a towering mountain, he compelled them to look up, leaving them feeling stifled. How had this scoundrel become so resolute all of a sudden? Li Jinsong and Wang Jian were taken aback by Lu Hao's apparent fearlessness, as he stood before them with a cold demeanor. They were astonished. Lu Hao had once been a coward and a fool, easily duped by them for meals and drinks. Never daring to retort, how had he transformed so drastically? Not only was he now deceiving them, but his imposing presence also left them feeling overwhelmed. On the side, Shi Xiong watched in secret amazement, filled with admiration for Lu Hao. Brother Hao has truly changed. He attempted to mediate, saying, "Enough. We have known each other for so long. Let us not ruin our camaraderie. Jin Song, Jian, you two have enjoyed Brother Hao's hospitality countless times, and the money spent has surely exceeded 100. Now that he has treated you, what is there to be angry about? I warn you both. If it comes to blows, I will certainly stand with Brother Hao, not you." Shi Xiong firmly aligned himself with Lu Hao, subtly showing his bias. Li Jinsong and Wang Jian's faces darkened as they glanced at Lu Hao, then at Shi Xiong, calculating that if a fight broke out, they might not emerge victorious. Overwhelmed by Lu Hao's imposing presence, they felt their bravado wane. Nonetheless, being bested by Lu Hao left Li Jinsong feeling dissatisfied. He glared and said, "You are quite something. Just wait." With that, the two turned and departed. Lu Hao spat at their retreating figures, pulled out a cigarette, and offered one to Shi Xiong. "Let us continue selling vegetables. Brother Hao, those two have small hearts. Having been bested, they may harbor resentment and seek revenge." Shi Xiong expressed his concerns. "Am I afraid of them? Let them come at me," Lu Hao scoffed. The adversaries he had faced were of far greater caliber than these. To attain a net worth in the billions, one must invest not only effort, but also navigate perilous circumstances, where one's life may be at stake. There have been instances when I was confronted with a gun, truly a life-threatening situation. Such trivial characters do not evoke any concern in me. Should anyone dare to oppose me, I possess ample methods to deal with them, rendering their demise a mystery. If a confrontation were to arise, I would undoubtedly side with Brother Hao. However, your previous mention of selling vegetables for a relative, coupled with this recent encounter, may raise suspicions in their minds. Moreover, this business lacks any technical complexity. I observed them scrutinizing the tractor earlier. They likely grasp the situation now. If they decide to procure vegetables for sale, Brother Hao, your business may be adversely affected," expressed Shi Xiong with evident concern. Lu Hao cast a surprised glance at Shi Xiong. Previously, during their time together, he had not realized the depth of his intellect. Beneath his seemingly simple exterior lay a shrewd mind, and his concerns were indeed justified. It is true that one should not judge solely by appearances. Such matters are unavoidable. We cannot monopolize all the advantages. Given the vastness of Jiang City and the multitude of communities, it is implausible for us to cover every neighborhood. Even with additional manpower, achieving such a feat remains unattainable. Thus, we cannot obstruct others from entering the market. But by establishing our presence early, we have already gained an advantage, an undeniable victory. What remains is the competition, and I shall not falter against anyone in this regard. With decades of experience and a track record of success, I fear no rivalry. While I cannot consume the entire cake alone, I shall claim the largest slice. After delivering the vegetables, Lu Hao gathered a substantial sum of money. "Do not rush off just yet. Take this," Lu Hao called out to Shi Xiong, handing him a smaller black plastic bag. Shi Xiong looked at him in confusion, unsure of its significance. "What are you hesitating for? Quickly grab the money, fill it up, and return promptly. I have other matters to attend to," Lu Hao urged. "Ah?" Shi Xiong was momentarily bewildered. Lighting a cigarette, Lu Hao continued, "Since you are following me, I cannot allow you to incur losses. I have not compensated you for your work these past few days, and I am too indifferent to count this money. Just take it and tally it yourself." He would never permit Shi Xiong to work for nothing, despite their camaraderie. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. Furthermore, to ensure a horse runs swiftly, one must provide it with ample fodder. "Thank you, Brother Hao," Shi Xiong nodded, stuffing a handful of money into the black plastic bag. "This is more than sufficient. With your capabilities, I am certain that I will not suffer any losses while following you. I trust you." "Enough of this sentimental talk," Lu Hao remarked, placing the cigarette between his lips, taking the black plastic bag from Shi Xiong, and pushing him aside. He began to fill the larger black plastic bag with money, compressing it before handing it back to him. "Hurry and leave, behaving like a coward. What, do you think you're above my Brother Hao? You look down upon him. Work diligently with him, and in the future, he may buy you a house and find you a beautiful partner." After parting ways with Shi Xiong, Lu Hao drove a tractor directly back to the community. He had spoken with a local farmer and rented the tractor, saving the farmer the trouble of commuting. He would rise early, drive the tractor to the countryside, collect the prepared vegetables, and then return to the city to sell them. The rumbling of the tractor as it entered the community quickly attracted a crowd. Upon recognizing Lu Hao at the wheel, many were astonished. Is this your tractor? Have you found a job driving it? You've been out before dawn these past few days. Are you truly determined? Previously, the tractor had not entered the community. It had merely been parked outside. This was the first time they had seen Lu Hao return driving the tractor, and many found it peculiar. Yet, the remarks carried a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 20. Do not compare your man to me. He is nothing but a slacker, indulging in vice and debauchery. How could he possibly find a job? If Lu Hao were to secure employment, it would only deepen their sense of imbalance. Lu Yen was among the crowd, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Hao, scoffing at the notion that someone of his character could find work. He must have stolen that tractor. After saying this, her conviction seemed to strengthen as she pointed at Chun Hao. Don't bring your stolen goods into the yard and implicate us neighbors. Can you bear the responsibility? Do you really think so highly of yourself? It's merely a tractor. Do I really need to steal one? Lu Hao retorted, pulling down a large black plastic bag from behind him. At this moment, a tractor could be considered quite a significant asset. In this era, possessing a bicycle, especially a fine model, was already a mark of distinction, while a motorcycle would certainly make one the envy of the neighborhood. The mere act of straddling a motorcycle and revving the engine would entice even the most aloof of young women to join for a ride. Fuel-consuming vehicles were indeed luxuries. Although a tractor could be deemed a tangible asset, Lu Hao did not hold it in high regard. What, do you think only a car could catch your eye? Lu Yen mocked. You know me quite well, Lu Hao replied coolly. At this time, cars were starting to appear in the country, albeit at exorbitant prices. A Santana could cost nearly 200,000 yuan. Yet, some individuals still purchased them. Lu Hao had considered it but knew he needed more time. Observing his demeanor, many who sought to curry favor with Lu Yen began to jeer. Lu Hao's ambitions are truly grand. No one in our building has bought a car yet. And you claim you will be the first. When will you bring it over to take us for a spin? Lu Hao mentioned his intentions to buy a car. But among this group of women, it was quickly twisted into a claim that he had already made a purchase. They possessed no talents except for gossiping and distorting the truth with great skill. What an audacious claim. A person like you will probably never afford a car in your lifetime. Do you even know how much a car costs? Hundreds of thousands. Even my family Su Yuanping can't afford one. What makes you think you can? Lu Yen scoffed derisively. Do not compare your man to me. He is unworthy. Engaging in lengthy disputes with such individuals only diminishes one's stature. After uttering a dismissive remark, he neglected to acknowledge Lu Yen further and ascended the stairs with a plastic bag in hand. He had pressing matters to attend to. As Lu Hao departed, swiftly vanishing from sight, Lu Yen, who had been eager to engage him in conversation, felt a profound sense of disappointment akin to tasting something foul. Was this truly the end? Lu Hao had relished the moment, while she had yet to begin. A heavy frustration lodged in her chest, nearly suffocating her, prompting her to curse vehemently, picking up scraps daily, hoping to buy a car? Dream on. She presumed the black plastic bag Lu Hao carried was filled with refuse, reduced to scavenging for sustenance, yet aspiring for a vehicle? What delusions! Upon returning home, she found both Su Min and Nini absent. Lu Hao entered, discarding the plastic bag inside before securing the door and heading to the market. Upon his arrival, Zhang Jigang approached him hastily, scrutinizing him with a peculiar gaze, and exaggeratedly inquired, "What connection do you have?" Director Li actually said he wants to treat you to a meal. Li Guangcai had sought him out earlier, asking if he knew Lu Hao. After Lu Hao recounted the details, Li Guangcai requested that if Zhang Jigang encountered Lu Hao again, he should convey an invitation for a meal. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Li Guangcai, as the director of the market, wielded considerable influence. Though the market was state-run and unprofitable, its value would differ significantly if it were privately owned. This market was situated in a densely populated area. Who does not need to purchase groceries for their meals? A private vendor would undoubtedly thrive. Working for the state, one might be inclined to take it easy. But when it comes to one's own business, the inclination is to toil relentlessly. Many sought Li Guangcai's favor, hoping to secure a stall, often treating him to meals and drinks. Yet it was unheard of for him to extend such an invitation to anyone. Now, however, the tables had turned, and Li Guangcai wished to treat Lu Hao. Initially, Zhang Jigang thought he had misheard, repeating the inquiry several times to confirm his understanding. "I'm just an ordinary citizen without connections," Lu Hao replied, shaking his head. "Then why would Director Li want to treat you?" Zhang Jigang pressed. "He has never offered to treat anyone else." "Because I presented him with a gift," Lu Hao smiled. This matter required no particular discretion, unlike in later times, where such candid admissions of gift-giving could lead to public backlash through viral videos. Such concerns were absent in this era. The internet was not yet pervasive, making it challenging to capture videos, and gift-giving was regarded as an implicit social norm, deeply ingrained within this generation, with minimal repercussions even if it became known. Gifts were exchanged for medical care, childbirth, leadership endeavors, and educational pursuits, among others. Such entrenched customs could not be altered overnight. They necessitated generational shifts to transform these unwritten rules. Individuals born in the 1970s might express a sentiment of resilience, stating, "As long as my superior does not terminate my employment, I shall remain." Those from the 1980s may contend, "Unless my boss inflicts harm upon me, I shall not resign." In contrast, the 1990s generation might declare, "If my superior reprimands me, I shall quit." The cohort of the 1995s is inclined to assert, "If my boss causes me discontent, I will resign." Meanwhile, the 2000s generation might proclaim, "Should my superior disregard my wishes, I will resign." These varying perspectives, shaped by distinct societal contexts, illuminate the diverse attitudes towards professional conduct. "How much did you give?" Zhang Jigang inquired. Lu Hao gestured with a single finger. 1,000. Zhang Jigang speculated. "You are quite generous. No wonder Director Li wishes to treat you to a meal." Lu Hao chuckled softly and shook his head. "Not 1,000, but rather 10,000. 10,000. Zhang Jigang gasped, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Lu Hao as if encountering an extraterrestrial. "You truly gifted such a substantial sum?" Although Director Li oversees the market, his salary is modest. This amount equates to many years' earnings for him. Is it truly worth such an investment for a mere stall? Even if you secure one, it might take years to recoup the gift. He struggled to comprehend Lu Hao's motivation for bestowing such a lavish amount. It seemed utterly extravagant. His own earnings barely exceeded 40 yuan, totaling less than 500 yuan annually. It would require over 2 decades of labor to amass 10,000 yuan, while Lu Hao had nonchalantly given it away. Moreover, Lu Hao's demeanor betrayed no hint of regret. Even as an onlooker, Zhang Jigang felt a pang of sympathy, as if witnessing a sacrifice. Yet the principal actor remained unfazed. This man could either be deemed eccentric or exceptionally resolute. Clearly, Lu Hao was not unhinged. Thus, he must be a formidable character. Zhang Jigang felt a shift in his perception of Lu Hao. Previously, he had regarded him as an amiable and magnanimous individual, someone easy to befriend. Yet, upon learning of his casual generosity of 10,000 yuan, he found himself looking up to Lu Hao with newfound respect. Chapter 21. In Pain and Joy Worth It. Lu Hao simply stated, offering no further elaboration. Some matters are best left unspoken. Currently, the market was undergoing a gradual transformation from a state-run establishment to a privately managed entity, with stalls being auctioned or leased to private vendors. This was only the beginning. Eventually, the market would be fully privatized, given the prime location. Investing 10,000 yuan to establish a connection with Li Guangcai and secure a foundational opportunity in the market was exceedingly prudent. Not to mention, when it comes to future redevelopment, such a substantial area could yield billions in compensation and immense disparity. Although the relationship was still in its infancy and no stalls had yet been secured, this marked a promising start. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang Jigang, Lu Hao returned home. He pushed against the door, finding it locked from within. He sensed some movement inside, and as he pushed again, silence fell. Amused, he surmised that his wife was likely counting money and had been startled into stillness by the noise. "It's me," he called out. After a while, the door creaked open, revealing Su Min's head peering through the narrow gap. "Hurry in," she urged. Once Lu Hao stepped inside, she swiftly locked the door behind him. "You startled me. I thought it was someone else. Why didn't you announce your presence before knocking?" she chided. Her attention divided as she counted the money scattered on a cardboard box on the floor. "I was busy counting," she explained, having already tallied a portion of the cash. She shook her hand, fatigued from the sheer volume of bills. "No need to count it all. Just take it to the bank where they can assist with the counting," Lu Hao suggested. He had become a significant client of the bank, confident that they would gladly help him with the coins. "I'm not done counting yet. I'll take it to the bank once I've finished," Su Min replied, continuing her task. Some things, though undeniably painful, can also bring joy. Observing her in this state, Lu Hao raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. There was something endearingly quirky about her. The heat was oppressive, the windows and doors tightly shut, making the room feel like an oven. Su Min wore a short-sleeved shirt, seated on a small stool, her skin glistening with sweat. Nearby, Nini played. Panting like a little dog, Lu Hao picked up a fan and began to wave it gently for the pair. Once we buy an air conditioner, we can enjoy a cool breeze indoors, he remarked. It costs 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, Su Min replied. She was efficient in her work, chatting amiably while her hands remained busy. The price she mentioned was typical for domestic air conditioners, with older brands like Guqiao and Chunlan, and newer brands like Yanpai emerging in recent years. Imported units were even pricier. Your husband brings home this much money every day. Why fret over a few thousand yuan? Lu Hao countered. After a brief moment, he began to feel stifled. The oppressive heat made it unbearable without an air conditioner. He urged, don't act like a miser. Trust me on this. Seeing her husband so resolute, Su Min ceased to resist, though a flicker of concern remained. But I've heard that buying an air conditioner requires a special ticket, which is quite hard to procure, she voiced. While common items like rice and meat no longer required tickets, some rarer goods still did. Lacking a ticket meant that even with money, they remained out of reach. Don't worry, your husband has a plan, Lu Hao reassured her. Su Min glanced at him, noting how he seemed more like a man of responsibility at that moment. Time swiftly passed, and the weekend arrived. On that morning, Su Min rummaged through their family's attire, selecting clothes they usually reserved for special occasions, essentially the outfits from when she and Lu Hao first wed, slightly nicer than their everyday wear. Lu Hao donned blue trousers, a white shirt, and cloth shoes, while Su Min wore a checkered top with blue pants and a pair of plastic sandals. Nini also changed into a new outfit. This was indeed the best attire the family possessed. We should find time to buy some new clothes, Lu Hao mused as he gazed at his reflection, feeling nostalgic. The clothes were sturdy but not particularly comfortable, having been preoccupied with selling vegetables. He had the chance to take his wife and child out for a leisurely shopping trip to the newly opened malls in the city. Finish your tasks and come over early. We'll dine at Eugene Restaurant. Su Min adjusted her partner's collar and patted down the creased fabric. Today was the day when Xiaowan and Luoju had invited her out for a meal. The Eugene Restaurant was known for its exceptional quality, boasting 6 floors and a more grandiose atmosphere than the average dining establishment, with prices to match. Did they not imply what it means to invite you for dinner? Dining in such a fine restaurant surely cannot be merely a casual gathering, Lu Hao inquired. They mentioned it was just a simple get-together. There shouldn't be any other implications, considering we lack any significant background, Su Min replied. Lu Hao nodded. All right then. I will head over as soon as I finish my tasks here. While Su Min was off to dinner, Lu Hao had also made arrangements to dine with Li Guangcai. He first met with Li Guangcai before proceeding to join Su Min. As the family stepped out, they parted ways at the entrance of the community. Su Min headed towards Eugene Restaurant with Nini, while Lu Hao made his way directly to the market, where he met with Zhang Jigang. The two then entered a nearby respectable restaurant. Upon ascending the stairs and entering a private room, they found Li Guangcai already waiting. Upon seeing Lu Hao, he rose and approached him, extending his hand. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, he greeted warmly. You are too kind, Director Li. Lu Hao replied naturally as they shook hands. The three took their seats in the elegantly appointed private room, with only the 3 of them present. Li Guangcai had already ordered the dishes in advance. As soon as everyone arrived, the waiter promptly served the food. They ordered a bottle of wine, and as they sipped, they engaged in conversation. Mr. Lu, you truly have a generous spirit. I'm curious, what line of business are you involved in? Li Guangcai asked, his curiosity piqued. Having held his position in the market for many years, he had never encountered someone as lavish as Lu Hao. He had discreetly inquired about Lu Hao and learned that he was merely an unemployed drifter, yet capable of offering a gift of 10,000. This was perplexing. At this moment, he was still somewhat bewildered and eager to hear from Lu Hao himself to clarify the matter. Lu Hao chuckled. What background do I have? I used to be a bit of a neo-do-well, but I've recently turned over a new leaf, hoping to earn some money to improve my family's circumstances. His demeanor was casual, showing no signs of evasion. I've been purchasing vegetables wholesale from my rural roots and reselling them in the community, which has allowed me to make some money. However, this method isn't very stable, so I'm considering acquiring a stall in the market for more security. He was aware that Li Guangcai must have conducted some background checks on him. With a little effort, he would surely discover what Lu Hao had been up to. By this point, he had been selling vegetables for some time, and others had started to follow his lead. It was no secret, and sharing this information posed no significant risk. He had already accumulated the initial capital for his venture. Chapter 22. Lu Hao's my man. The information he was willing to share openly would only enhance his sincerity. With mutual trust established, everything would proceed smoothly. Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Li Guangcai was not at all surprised. Rather, he found himself admiring Lu Hao even more. This man was genuinely sincere and approachable. And the fact that he openly shared his profitable methods stirred a sense of appreciation in Li Guangcai. In truth, Lu Hao never intended to keep this method a secret. Among all the young individuals I have encountered, you have left the most profound impression on me. Li Guangcai sincerely remarked, the market currently hosts a total of 20 stalls, with 5 stalls preliminarily designated for rental. Each stall has a minimum annual rental fee of 1,000 yuan, and I can reserve one for you. The stalls are for rent only, not for sale. However, for state-owned entities, this signifies a transformation. I want all 5, Lu Hao declared, his gaze sharp and resolute. Li Guangcai looked at him in astonishment. What do you need so many stalls for? One stall can accommodate a considerable amount of produce. 5 stalls would occupy 14% of the entire market space. How much produce would that entail? If you cannot sell it all, you will be left with a surplus. Vegetables are not like other commodities. They do not have a long shelf life, and only fresh produce commands good prices. The annual rental for 5 stalls amounts to 5,000 yuan. If the business falters, that sum would be wasted, not to mention the losses from unsold produce. Could Lu Hao bear such a risk? He never anticipated Lu Hao's ambition was so grand. Lu Hao raised 2 fingers. For 1 stall, I will offer 2,000 yuan. I will rent all 5 for a year and provide you with 10,000 yuan upfront. Additionally, I will give you 5,000 yuan to facilitate connections. He was direct and to the point, especially since there was no 4th person in the room. Offering 2,000 yuan for a stall exceeds the original rental price by 1,000 yuan, totaling 5,000 yuan, effectively a generous sum for Li Guangcai. The additional 5,000 yuan was intended for Li Guangcai to manage relationships. Li Guangcai realized he was somewhat out of his depth, struggling to keep pace with Lu Hao. Was he becoming too old? Did he lack the acumen of the younger generation? When engaging in business discussions, he typically approached them with subtlety, often beating around the bush. Yet Lu Hao was so swift that he needed a moment to acclimate. All right, since you are so confident, I will do my utmost to facilitate this matter. Just remember, if your business incurs losses, do not hold me accountable. After a moment's hesitation, Li Guangcai acquiesced. Though he did not fully articulate his thoughts, his agreement was nearly a certainty. Internally, he was perplexed. This was Lu Hao's first venture, and he could not fathom why he would seek to acquire so many stalls at once. What if it all went awry? Yet with Lu Hao's confidence, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. Then I will trouble you, Director Li. Lu Hao retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket. This is 5,000 yuan as a deposit. Once the contract is finalized, I shall provide you with the remaining 10,000 yuan. In reality, a deposit was unnecessary. Payment could be made upon signing the contract, but Lu Hao was refreshingly straightforward, which garnered Li Guangcai's respect. To give first, then to receive. This young man's efficiency was indeed pleasing. Director Li, I have another request. Do you have any air conditioning tickets? Lu Hao filled Li Guangcai's glass and poured more for Zhang Jigang. Zhang, hesitant, attempted to stop him, but Lu Hao took his cup, filled it, and placed it back in front of him. This was a gesture of respect. The smallest details can evoke the deepest emotions. Zhang Jigang is merely a companion at the banquet, while the primary discussions are led by Li Guangcai and Lu Hao. At the table, Lu Hao toasts him, bestowing upon him a sense of dignity, which in turn garners Lu Hao's admiration. Such a subtle detail can truly make a person feel at home. Are you looking to purchase an air conditioner? Li Guangcai observes everything keenly, recognizing that Lu Hao is a person capable of achieving great things. I don't have it on me, he replies, but I will give it to Jigang later, and he can pass it to you. Thank you. Lu Hao raises his glass in gratitude. For ordinary citizens, acquiring certain resources can be exceedingly difficult, yet for those in positions of power, such matters are often remarkably simple. After sharing a few more drinks, Lu Hao finally departs, settling the bill on his way out. He intends to acquire all 5 stalls. He has long regarded the market area as his personal domain, and it is imperative that he maintains complete control. Additionally, he wishes to prevent any competitors from seizing the remaining stalls, as that could lead to unnecessary complications. As for managing such a vast space, he possesses ample experience and is not daunted by the challenge. He makes his way to the Yujin restaurant. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Yujin restaurant, Su Min feels somewhat uneasy as she surveys the attendees. It is not only Xiao Wan and Luo Ju, along with their husbands, but also Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng. And an unwelcome presence, Wang Hongjiang, the son of a garment factory owner, who has persistently pursued her despite her clear rejections. Why is he here? Su Min inquires of Xiao Wan and Luo Ju. That's a strange question, Xiao Wan replies, looking at Su Min as if she were oblivious. Young Master Wang invited us to dinner, so of course he is here. Luo Ju adds, indeed, you didn't think we were treating you, did you? If we were, we wouldn't be in such an upscale place. A meal here isn't cheap. It was young Master Wang who insisted on inviting you. Just look at how much he values you. Ordinary people wouldn't dare dine in such a venue. Hearing their words, Su Min feels a surge of anger. Previously, they had claimed it was merely a casual gathering, yet it has now transformed into what seems like a misunderstanding on her part. She considered them friends, but they had not been truthful. Had she known Wang Hongjiang would be present, she would never have come. You all enjoy yourselves. I'm leaving, she declares, rising to depart. Over the past 5 years, despite enduring considerable hardship at the hands of Lu Hao, she has never engaged in any ambiguous relationships with other men, nor has she ever contemplated such a thing. She has remained steadfastly honorable. Her husband may not be ideal, but he is still her legal partner, and at most, she endures a bit of extra toil, rising early and diligently working to support their household. As a married woman, she feels it is her duty to fulfill the role of a wife, regardless of her husband's shortcomings. He is the choice she made. What do these two women think of her? Knowing she is married, they still orchestrate this situation. Xiaowan quickly rises to block her path, urging, "You've come all this way, why leave now? Your husband isn't exactly competent, and it's rare for young Master Wang to hold you in such regard. Don't be so stubborn." Indeed, young Master Wang comes from a fine background. His father is the factory owner, and he will inherit it one day. If you were to marry him, you would become a lady. We would have to address you as Mrs. Su, Luo Ju chimed in, reinforcing the allure of the situation. The two acted as intermediaries. Speaking on behalf of Wang Hongjiang, Su Min felt both anger and urgency. I am married. My husband is Lu Hao, and he is the one I cherish. I regarded you both as friends, yet your actions are utterly excessive. Chapter 23. You are the true villains. She was genuinely infuriated. Meanwhile, Nini echoed. Both of you are villains. My father has promised to make my mother a wealthy woman and to provide me with a life fit for a princess. Do not underestimate him. Mother, let us go and ignore these wicked people. Su Min remained determined to leave, feeling deeply dissatisfied with Xiaowan and Luoju. Their behavior was intolerable. True friends would never act in such a manner. At that moment, Wang Hongjiang, who had been silent until now, rose and, with a seemingly sincere expression, said, Su Min, you have misunderstood me. There was no coercion intended. It is merely a casual meal. If I had ulterior motives, would I have invited so many people? Do not overthink it. I even wanted to assist you. Lu Hao is still unemployed, is he not? He gazed at Su Min. Captivated by her beauty, even after giving birth, her figure remained splendid, a sight to behold. However, this woman was proving difficult to win over, and despite his considerable efforts, he had yet to engage her in meaningful conversation. It had taken many indirect approaches to bring her here. He was determined that, with enough persistence, she would eventually recognize his superiority over her worthless husband, and when that day arrived, he would seize his opportunity. Indeed, upon mentioning her husband's employment, Su Min became quite attentive. She paused for a moment. Observing her reaction, Xiaowan, ever astute, quickly interjected. Isn't Lu Hao's job something that can be easily arranged with just a word from young Master Wang? He is the son of the factory director and the future heir to the garment factory. Please, have a seat. With so many people here, what harm could come? Luo Ju added, gently urging Su Min to sit down. While Su Min did not fully trust their words, she felt less anxious than before. At least her family now had a decent amount of money, providing some security. However, a position in a state-owned enterprise for her husband would be even better. Moreover, she had already made arrangements with Lu Hao to meet shortly. She was beautiful but not naive. After considering everything, she finally felt at ease to sit down. The food was quickly served, along with a bottle of red wine. Indeed, a fine restaurant was distinctly superior. The dishes were far more exquisite than those at small eateries. Xiaowan remarked, this place is delightful. Luo Ju concurred. Yes, we are fortunate to be in the company of young Master Wang. Otherwise, we could hardly afford such luxuries. Wang Hongjiang deliberately flaunted his wealth. This place is indeed impressive. I seldom patronize ordinary diners. A meal like this is merely trivial for me. Young Master Wang is truly remarkable, Lu Yin chimed in. Yet, some people are blind to such goodness, clinging to their worthless partners. She was indirectly criticizing Lu Hao. What is so special about Lu Hao? He is a good-for-nothing who vandalized my door late at night. Living next to such a person is simply unfortunate, Su Yuanping added. You two are lying. It was you who made noise while others were sleeping, and yet you blame my father. Nini, feeling indignant, exclaimed, You are the real villains. Children should not resort to insults, Su Min gently chided, patting Nini in her arms, though her expression clearly conveyed her agreement with her daughter's sentiment. Meanwhile, Luo Ju, with a twinkle in her eye, provocatively remarked, I heard that Lu Hao has recently become diligent, changing his ways, no longer associating with those dubious friends. He even rises early every day, carrying a black plastic bag. Has he found a job? This group sought to curry favor with Wang Hongjiang, hoping he would offer them more assistance at the garment factory. Their method of ingratiation was to disparage Lu Hao. Nonsense. That plastic bag is surely filled with rubbish. Can scavenging truly be considered work? Lu Yin scoffed. She was still resentful over Lu Hao's earlier claim of wanting to buy a car. She believed her family's circumstances were relatively favorable, yet the thought of purchasing a car had never crossed her mind. Perhaps an air conditioner was a fleeting consideration. But that remained unpurchased due to its exorbitance. How could Lu Hao even entertain the idea of buying a car? What right did such a ne'er-do-well have to such aspirations? Wang Hongjiang internally scoffed at the notion. Could that scoundrel Lu Hao afford a car? He refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead feigning support. Having a car is indeed advantageous. It offers convenience on rainy or snowy days, unlike riding a motorcycle. Young Master Wang, do you truly believe his tall tales? Lu Yin interjected. A decent car costs upwards of several $100,000. He has no means to purchase one. He is merely boasting, treating us like fools. A moderately priced vehicle would not cost that much. One could acquire a decent car for just over $100,000, Wang Hongjiang countered, seemingly convinced of Lu Hao's capability. I have been contemplating buying a car myself recently. If Lu Hao wishes to purchase one, it would be fortuitous. We could go together to view some. Young Master Wang. You intend to buy a car? Impressive. No wonder you're Young Master Wang. We would love to accompany you to take a look. The others were astounded by the thought. In this context, a car was akin to a luxurious Rolls-Royce, certain to create a stir in the vicinity. Wang Hongjiang cast a glance at Su Min, noticing her indifference, which irked him slightly. This woman was indeed challenging, unable to be swayed even by such remarks. He feigned modesty, stating, Oh, it is not entirely my own money. My father will contribute a significant portion to the purchase. He will cover the bulk of the expense while I provide a minor contribution. Young Master Wang. You are truly humble, Lu Yin remarked, as if she were an experienced comedian. Even if the factory director contributes most, your share still signifies a promising future. Whoever marries you will indeed enjoy a life of comfort, possessing both character and wealth. She glanced at Su Min, adding, as a married woman with a child. It is indeed fortunate for young Master Wang to take an interest in you. You ought to express your gratitude. She was eager to showcase herself before Wang Hongjiang, seeking credit for her husband, who was already a director, hoping for further advancement or, at the very least, to elevate her own status. You are so fond of him. Why not divorce and marry him instead? Su Min retorted, her ire evident. After 5 years of marriage, despite her husband's shortcomings, their household had endured, albeit in modest circumstances. She could chastise her husband for his inadequacies, but others must not dare to do so. Lu Yin was rendered speechless. All right. Today is merely for dining. Let us refrain from discussing other matters. Wang Hongjiang interjected, attempting to display magnanimity. He uncorked a bottle of red wine and rose to pour a glass for Su Min, saying, This is exquisite red wine. You've likely never tasted it. Take a sip. It's said to be beneficial for the skin. No, I do not drink. Su Min replied, her refusal resolute. Do it for my sake. Wang Hongjiang continued to urge, Not everyone is afforded such treatment by me. I will not drink. Su Min asserted without a trace of hesitation. If I were to indulge, it would only be with my husband. Chapter 24. Interrupting your dog leg at this moment. Wang Hongjiang found himself at a loss for composure. His tone grew irritable. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of respect? Your husband wishes to enter the garment factory. With a mere word, I could facilitate that. If you drink this glass, I may consider allowing him in. He stood beside her, his eyes fixed on Su Min, while everyone else watched in silence. Such eagerness to pour wine for others. Why not return home and serve your mother? Just then, Lu Hao entered from outside, seizing the filled glass of red wine and splashing it directly onto Wang Hongjiang's face. The wine drenched Wang Hongjiang unexpectedly, leaving everyone in shock, even him momentarily frozen. No one had ever dared to treat him so. After a considerable pause, he wiped the wine from his face, glaring at Lu Hao. "Are you courting death?" His fury was palpable. Lu Hao was but a ne'er-do-well, indolent and carefree, while Wang Hongjiang was the son of the factory owner, accustomed to being addressed as young Master Wang. Yet, this very scoundrel had married the stunningly beautiful Su Min, who remained fiercely loyal to him, despite Wang Hongjiang's wealth and power. His repeated attempts to ingratiate himself had been met with rejection. Now, in front of numerous witnesses, he found himself doused in wine by this ruffian. "You did this intentionally, didn't you? What scheme do you have to lure my wife here?" Lu Hao confronted him, standing his ground without a hint of retreat. The distance between them was merely half a meter, yet his gaze was sharp, unflinching in the face of Wang Hongjiang's potential aggression. In his previous life, after losing his wife and daughter, he had immersed himself in work, using the pursuit of wealth to numb his pain, often working to the point of hospitalization. This was his form of self-punishment. It mattered not if Wang Hongjiang were unarmed. Even if a knife were held to his throat, Lu Hao would not bat an eyelash. With such fierce determination, it was instead Wang Hongjiang who took a step back. Intimidated. "Su Min, why did you bring your husband along? We only invited you. Bringing your daughter was one thing, but now him as well? Look at what he has done, splashing wine on young Master Wang," Xiaowan exclaimed, hastily offering a napkin to Wang Hongjiang. Luo Ju also glanced at Lu Hao, hastily apologizing to young Master Wang. "We did not invite you. You must be here to indulge in free food and drink." Observing these two, Lu Hao narrowed his eyes. Upon entering and surveying the assembled guests, he realized that his wife had been deceived by these so-called friends. This was a trap. Wang Hongjiang was the architect of this scheme, while Xiaowan and Luo Ju acted as his accomplices, and on the opposite side, Lu Yan and Su Yuanpeng fanned the flames. He approached Luo Ju slowly. However, she seemed to sense an impending avalanche descending upon her. Her face paled, and her gaze turned timid as she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" With no further ado, Lu Hao delivered a resounding slap to her face. "My wife considered you a friend, yet you conspired against her, luring her into this trap. This slap serves as your lesson." Afterward, he turned his attention to Xiaowan, gradually making his way toward her. The husbands of these two women were present. "What are you doing? You struck my wife. You must apologize at once." Lu Hao disregarded them entirely, continuing his stride until he reached Xiaowan, delivering another sharp slap. "One for each of you. A warning," he proclaimed. "Should such an incident occur again, it shall not merely be a matter of 2 slaps. I will break your legs." Their husbands shouted a few protests, but dared not intervene. The onlookers also refrained from stepping in. One man, with a commanding presence, intimidated the entire room. "Mom, Dad is so formidable," Nini whispered, tugging gently at Su Min's sleeve, her eyes brimming with admiration for Lu Hao. She understood that her father was protecting her mother. As she watched her husband stand up for her, Su Min felt enveloped in warmth and tenderness. "Dear, let us leave," she urged, fearing a more intense confrontation, concerned that amidst so many people, her husband might suffer harm. "All right, let us go," Lu Hao nodded, taking Su Min's hand with one of his own while grasping Nini's hand with the other, enveloping her small hand within his. "Planning to leave after striking someone?" Wang Hongjiang suddenly shouted. "Lu Hao, you must apologize to me today. Otherwise, you can forget about entering the garment factory." "Indeed. Do you still wish to enter the garment factory?" Lu Yan chimed in, stirring the crowd. The garment factory was a state-owned enterprise, a secure position akin to a lifetime job. Young Master Wang could easily facilitate your entry, and even Su Min could gain access to the factory. To enter the factory, you must apologize. You splashed young Master Wang with wine and even struck someone. You must kneel and admit your fault, or you shall not enter the factory. Su Yuanping added. Lu Hao chuckled. These individuals believed the garment factory was an unassailable bastion, using it as leverage against him. How ludicrous. You think a monthly salary of merely 40 or 50 yuan is something to boast about? He retorted coldly. I earn in a single day what you earn in several years. Yet, his words were met with disbelief. Oh, so you make several thousand a day? Have you really deluded yourself into thinking you're a boss? Lu Yan mocked, her scorn evident. Wang Hongjiang joined in the laughter, clearly deriding him. Several thousand a day? What business is so lucrative that it surpasses the annual salary of my father, the factory director? Share your secrets with me, so I too can attain wealth. If you possess such a pathway that allows me to earn several thousand in a single day, I would kneel and call you father without hesitation. Earning thousands in a day, imagine the annual total. The entire garment factory does not yield such profits. What an exaggeration. Call you father? I cannot claim to be such a disloyal son. Lu Hao scoffed and offered a piece of advice. Do not truly regard the garment factory as a secure career. Within 3 years, it is destined to collapse. His words were not unfounded. In his previous life, the garment factory indeed fell within 3 years. Many who believed it to be a stable job ultimately found it to be worthless. After the economy opened up, those state-owned enterprises that relied on special provisions and lacked ambition were the first to fail. Envy breeds contempt, Wang Hongjiang sneered. Fine. Since you are so resolute and refuse to apologize, let me make myself clear. Neither of you shall enter the garment factory. Lu Hao regarded him silently. Wang Hongjiang assumed that Lu Hao was intimidated, waiting for him to concede. However, Lu Hao simply responded with a dismissive heh. Then departed the private room with Su Min and Nini. That simple expression seemed to carry a magical force, leaving Wang Hongjiang nearly choking on his indignation. After leaving the room, Su Min anxiously remarked, Darling, you were too fiery just now, and you've completely offended them. How will we enter the garment factory in the future? Moreover, to claim that the factory will collapse in 3 years, how many people have you angered with that statement? Look at your aspirations. How much do you think your husband earns now? Counting the money until your hands ache. And you still hope to enter the garment factory for those meager wages? Lu Hao retorted, You are my woman, and I am your man. It is my duty to protect you, not to let you suffer while I seek employment. If I cannot even protect my own woman, what kind of man would I be? In his previous life, he had been a failure, but in this life, he vowed never to be that again. At that moment, a woman passed by them, impeccably dressed and possessing a statuesque figure, easily scoring a 90 out of 100. Lu Hao stared at her for a moment, finding her somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen her before. The woman frowned, seemingly displeased by Lu Hao's unabashed gaze, and quickly turned to ascend the stairs. She evidently regarded him as a lecherous man, glancing at her while devouring his meal. Mommy, Daddy just looked at that sister. But she rejected him, and I observed keenly. You little rascal, Lu Hao ruffled her hair. I merely thought she looked familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. Which is why I looked a bit longer. The woman was indeed beautiful, and her attire was exquisite. Such a person clearly hailed from a well-to-do family. Where have you seen her? When you pursued me, you used similar pick-up lines, and you still do? Su Min assumed, thinking Lu Hao was merely making excuses. In truth, she was not angry. After all, who could resist the allure of beauty? She too enjoyed admiring beautiful women. Once this week concludes, let us venture to the mall together next weekend, and I shall purchase a set of clothing for you, Lu Hao said. Father, is the new year approaching? Asked Nini. What makes you say that? There are still several months until the new year. It is currently summer, while the new year falls in winter. Lu Hao replied, puzzled by his daughter's inquiry. It's just that we only wear new clothes during the new year, Nini remarked. Lu Hao fell silent, as a tender part of his heart was unexpectedly touched. In the future, we shall wear new clothes not only during the new year, but also on ordinary days, he declared. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards the 2 women in his life. However, he was relieved to know that he still had a chance to make amends. The following day, Lu Hao visited the market to meet with Li Guangcai and finalize the contract. The lease was set for 1 year, with the written terms stating a rental fee of 1,000 for 1 stall, while the verbal agreement was 2,000, in addition to a facilitation fee of 5,000. Lu Hao had previously provided a deposit of 5,000, and this time he brought along another 10,000, which he handed over to Li Guangcai without delay, reminders, or haggling. This straightforwardness pleased Li Guangcai. Collaborating with Lu Hao was indeed refreshing. The market boasted a favorable location, yet taking on 5 stalls, covering nearly 500 square meters, posed significant risk. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to help, Li Guangcai offered. The contract stipulated a rental fee of 5,000, which needed to be remitted, allowing Li Guangcai to pocket at least 5,000 from the remaining 10,000. In just a few days, he had already profited at least 15,000 from Lu Hao. With a little more investment, he could even purchase a house. This young man was remarkably generous. Li Guangcai felt a twinge of embarrassment, Thus, after signing the contracts for the 5 stalls, he graciously offered additional services, assuring Lu Hao of his support if needed. Thank you, Director Li, Lu Hao smiled, but I am quite confident, indeed, 100% certain, that I will be profitable. Given the adversities he had faced in his past life, which had allowed him to amass a fortune of billions, and now starting from such a favorable position with experience in tow, his confidence was unwavering. Li Guangcai was intrigued by Lu Hao's steadfastness, wondering what strategy he had to ensure profitability. He suspected Lu Hao might be overestimating his capabilities, mistaking blind confidence for wisdom, believing that having succeeded in the vegetable delivery business would guarantee success in the stall business as well. However, he refrained from voicing any discouraging thoughts, recognizing that now was not the time for pessimism. After exchanging a few more words, he took his leave. Come, let us go and inspect the stalls, Lu Hao said to Zhang Jigang, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to him while keeping one for himself. Sure thing, Boss Lu, Zhang Jigang nodded, now firmly in the role of Lu Hao's subordinate. The market featured a total of 20 stalls, each occupying approximately 100 square meters, summing to a vast area of 2,000 square meters. The 5 stalls Lu Hao rented were contiguous and situated at an excellent location, right at the entrance. Such generosity in gift-giving certainly had its advantages. If one chooses to give gifts, let them be of such significance that the recipient feels a sense of embarrassment. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for these 5 stalls to be connected. When Lu Hao arrived to inspect the area, a throng had gathered to observe. Word had spread that these stalls had been leased by a singular proprietor. Is this the owner who has taken on 5 stalls? So youthful and remarkably handsome. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, gesturing towards Lu Hao. Unfazed, he beamed at the crowd and declared, "Greetings, everyone. I am the owner of these 5 stalls, surname Lu. I am seeking to hire 5 individuals, aged between 18 and 35, female, with a monthly salary of 50 yuan. 50 yuan. The spectators were taken aback by this revelation, as their own earnings for a month's labor amounted to a mere 35 yuan. An additional 15 yuan represented a significant boost in income. With pork priced at merely 1 yuan per gene, that extra 15 yuan could easily translate into a gene of meat every couple of days, promising a more prosperous life. Is this for real? We have yet to see how the business fares. Can it truly be legitimate to offer 50 yuan a month? Aren't you a private owner? Your pay exceeds that of state-run enterprises? Many remain skeptical. How could it be false? I am not sending you to distant locales. It is right here. What could I possibly deceive you about? Lu Hao replied. Moreover, contracts will be signed, black and white, leaving no room for deceit. If you are interested, please register with Zhang Jigang. I only require 5 individuals, and it is first come, first served. With that, Lu Hao departed, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Upon meeting Shi Xiong outside, after parking the tractor, the two made their way directly to the central building materials market. This area was primarily populated by workers skilled in various trades, along with small shops selling hardware and providing services such as renovations, plumbing, and drainage solutions. Chapter 26. The return of the big boss. Lu Hao sought several carpenter masters, articulating his requirements before taking a stroll around the market and eventually leaving. He was preparing for the stalls at the vegetable market. Brother Hao, our vegetable delivery business is already quite profitable. Why invest heavily in those stalls? What is your intention? Shi Xiong, still puzzled, struggled to comprehend Lu Hao's motives. Delivering vegetables to residential areas has its limitations, whereas a fixed location at the vegetable market could yield better results, Lu Hao explained. By securing the vegetable market, I can concentrate my efforts there. The delivery business to the community can be ceased. While this was the surface objective, there was a deeper purpose at play: to claim that piece of land. Lease the stalls and sell vegetables. Transform the market into a private enterprise. Will a poorly performing vegetable market truly be profitable? Shi Xiong exclaimed in astonishment, having assumed that securing those 5 stalls was intended for a different venture. Just because others struggle does not mean I cannot succeed, Lu Hao confidently asserted, for he already harbored a comprehensive plan in his mind. At this moment, whether in the vegetable market or elsewhere, the method of selling goods is almost uniform. There are no clearly marked prices. Generally, customers approach the counter, express their desires, and only then do the staff or the owners disclose the prices. Many items remain unseen and untouched by the customers. This phenomenon stems from the traditional operational model of supply and marketing cooperatives, which has yet to evolve, and the deliberate omission of prices, allowing for personalized pricing. Lu Hao intends to shatter this outdated model. He plans to display goods on shelves with clearly marked prices, enabling customers to select what they desire and even inspect the freshness of the produce. Such a model is almost non-existent in inland cities, found only in some developed coastal cities. This presents an opportunity. A minor alteration can yield unimaginable results. His recent visit to the carpenter was to construct display cabinets, a far more efficient endeavor than door-to-door selling. Currently, he occupies only 14 stalls, but once he secures all the stalls, the efficacy of this model will be even more pronounced. At that time, this market could attract not only local clientele, but potentially become the largest in the entire Jiangxing. Over the past few days, he has been exceedingly busy, meticulously overseeing the construction of the cabinets, their arrangement, the installation of lights, plumbing, and wiring, among other details. He also needs to negotiate with the local farmers to procure more vegetables. Despite the hectic pace, everything is proceeding efficiently without any mistakes, and all tasks are unfolding as planned. It was late when Lu Hao finally returned home. Several individuals were still enjoying the evening breeze in the yard. The weather was sweltering, and the dormitory was overcrowded, humid, and stifling. Many residents preferred to wait until around 9 or 10 in the evening when the temperature dropped slightly before retiring for the night. The atmosphere resembled that of rural life, filled with neighborly chatter. Upon seeing Lu Hao return, several people began to make sarcastic remarks. "Oh, the big boss is back. Busy until this late? What grand business is he conducting out there?" Of course, he was engaged in significant undertakings, yet he looked down upon the meager salaries at the garment factory, claiming that it would inevitably collapse within 3 years. Lu Yan, munching on sunflower seeds, loudly reiterated Lu Hao's words from the restaurant that day. For several days, she had been spreading his comments to foster animosity among the employees towards him. Lu Hao glanced at them, his gaze ultimately settling on Lu Yan, and muttered a derogatory remark before turning away to buy a few bottles of soda from the convenience store, then ascended the stairs. Lu Yan, incensed by his dismissal, seethed with rage. Did he truly believe that working long hours made him a boss? Returning late simply indicated he was rummaging for scraps. Afraid of being discovered if he came home earlier, too embarrassed to enter the house, with a family that lacked even the most basic appliances. Yet he returned daily with several bottles of soda, trying to play the part of a big shot. She was fully prepared to confront Lu Hao, yet he ignored her again and went upstairs, utterly deflating her enthusiasm. Let it be, there is no merit in quarreling. It is not worth the trouble to engage with someone of his character. He has been dismissed from the garment factory and undoubtedly harbors resentment towards it, wishing for its downfall. Such a person is indeed a petty individual. Others came over to console her. Witnessing the support from so many, Lu Yan felt a swell of pride, increasingly convinced that Lu Hao was too guilty to confront her directly. "Dad, have you bought soda again?" As the door swung open, I saw the beverages Lu Hao was carrying and was overjoyed, rushing to help him with them. "Be careful, don't drop them," Lu Hao cautioned. "Many neighbors have been looking at me strangely these days, and their comments have been rather sarcastic, all centered around the closure of the garment factory," Su Min remarked while folding clothes. "Lu Hao's words have offended quite a few people. I merely spoke the truth. They assumed I was envious, that I was sour grapes. But out of consideration for our shared neighborhood, I felt compelled to offer a warning. Those with foresight will seek a way out, while those who cling to their so-called stable jobs without ambition will eventually realize my words hold weight," Lu Hao stated. "Forget about them. Let us sleep well tonight, and tomorrow we shall go shopping as a family." That evening, after freshening up, the family settled down. The next morning, they rose early, tidied up, and stepped outside. Just as they were about to leave the community, they encountered Lu Yan, Su Yuanpeng, Xiao Wan, and Luo Ju, who were also present. "Dressed so nicely, where are you headed?" Lu Yan inquired. "To the mall for a stroll," Su Min replied. "How fortuitous. We are also going to the mall," Lu Yan said, her chin nearly raised to the heavens. "By the way, what is your purpose there?" Although it was unnecessary to ask, it was clear they would simply be browsing, while her reason was quite different. "My husband and I are going to purchase an air conditioner." She spoke with a sense of pride, flaunting her plans. Acquiring an air conditioner was indeed a significant matter. Its cost could equate to several years' worth of a family's income. The heat had intensified lately, rendering the home stifling and making sleep elusive. An air conditioner would provide comfort, though securing the necessary quota was somewhat challenging, Su Min noted. "The temperature has risen considerably again, making our home feel like an oven. Now that we have some financial leeway, and with the heat worsening, even Nini struggles to sleep at night." I am contemplating whether to buy an air conditioner as well. However, the quotas are scarce, she continued. Unaware that Lu Hao had already secured the necessary quota and was planning to purchase clothing and simultaneously check on air conditioners. Your words imply that having a quota guarantees one can afford an air conditioner, Xiaowan remarked. Indeed, an air conditioner costs 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Even with a quota, it may still be beyond your means, Lu Hao added, nodding in agreement. The two were now wholly aligned with Lu Yan, their words laced with barbs. Chapter 27. Purchasing an air conditioner, do not speak so. Have you not noticed that this couple has not even mentioned money? For them, it is surely a trivial matter. Considering they can afford a small car, they would surely manage to buy an air conditioner, Lu Yan said with a sarcastic tone. Oh, I nearly forgot. Xiaowan nodded in agreement. For someone who looks down on working at the garment factory, 3,000 to 4,000 yuan for an air conditioner is indeed a trifling sum. Earlier, Su Min was concerned about the air conditioning voucher, rather than the cost of the air conditioner itself, which indicates that for her, the sum of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan is indeed easily manageable. Lu Hao chimed in as well. Listening to Xiaowan and Lu Hao's sarcastic remarks, Su Min felt a wave of nausea. These two had previously been quite friendly with her, yet now they mocked her coldly. Upon reflection, it seemed they had likely already received some favor from Wang Hongjiang. Knowing of his affection for her and his pursuit of her, they must have deliberately approached her to curry favor with him. She had been oblivious, mistakenly believing they were true friends. Su Yuanpeng pulled out a voucher from his pocket, boasting, I have an air conditioning voucher. It's indeed quite rare to obtain one. This isn't even mine. It was given to me by young Master Wang. Upon learning that I intended to buy an air conditioner, he handed me a voucher. He has plenty more. When I visited his office, I saw 4 or 5 vouchers tucked away in his drawer. He glanced at Su Min, adding, Young Master Wang possesses wealth, power, and character, far superior to certain individuals, yet some are blind to his merits. His words subtly insinuated that Su Min was ungrateful. Lu Yan, casting a sidelong glance, remarked, Su Min, if you wish to purchase an air conditioner, just let young Master Wang know. He has vouchers and money. He would certainly oblige if you asked. No need, Su Min replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking her head in refusal. Opportunities like that don't simply fall from the sky. Acquiring what belongs to others is not so straightforward. I am not foolish. A group of people made their way to the shopping mall. This particular shopping area was bustling with state-owned enterprises, featuring vendors selling clothing, shoes, and electrical appliances. Lu Hao led the two ladies to the mall to buy clothes. And each person ended up purchasing 3 outfits, even changing into canvas shoes, spending nearly 100 yuan. Su Min felt somewhat reluctant. Purchasing so much seemed excessive. 3 sets of clothing were more than enough. She thought it wise to wait until the new year to buy new clothes. Having grown accustomed to frugality, she felt guilty about such an expenditure, suggesting that she could simply buy a few items for herself and an I. How much can one outfit cost? The total spent was barely under 100 yuan, she mused. Lu Hao, however, was quite adamant, insisting, trust me. The outfits suited Su Min perfectly, and one was even intended for homeware, making his eyes sparkle with delight as he decided to buy them. And I, carrying her new clothes, was elated, feeling happier than she had during the New Year celebrations. Meanwhile, Xiaowan and Lu Hao had not left, lingering nearby. They had intended to witness Su Min's embarrassment but were taken aback to see the trio each purchasing 3 sets of clothing, all of decent quality, which could be classified as mid-range. In total, they acquired 9 outfits and 3 pairs of shoes, spending nearly 100 yuan, equivalent to 2 to 3 months' wages. The 2 women had also planned to buy clothes, but ultimately hesitated, feeling embarrassed as their purchases seemed too meager compared to Su Min's family. Could they truly be coming into wealth? Xiaowan whispered. What wealth? Aren't they just scavenging? They probably traded in some scrap for cash, putting on a show for us. Lu Hao retorted, feeling somewhat vindicated by her words. Xiaowan cast a glance at Su Min and deliberately remarked, since you've already purchased clothes, let us venture to the electronics store. Lu Yan is still contemplating the air conditioner. It remains uncertain if she has finalized her purchase. Few in the garment factory can afford an air conditioner. Indeed, even the director's office lacks one, with only the factory manager's office housing a unit. They had long contemplated acquiring an air conditioner, but had hesitated until today, when they finally made the purchase, a significant event. It is truly impressive that 2 young individuals like yourselves can afford such luxuries. Come, let us go take a look, Lu Hao chimed in. The two women hardly believed that Lu Hao and Su Min could afford an air conditioner. Their comments were intended to embarrass the couple once they arrived at the store. Lu Hao slapped each of them playfully, reminding them of the incident. Never mind. We are here solely to buy clothes. We do not possess air conditioner vouchers. So we shall not purchase one, Su Min stated. Clearly, it is an act. I thought they were genuinely wealthy, but it appears otherwise. Xiao Wan and Luo Ju mused inwardly. However, Lu Hao grasped Su Min's hand, insisting, "Where are you going? We are buying an air conditioner." "But we lack the necessary vouchers," Su Min replied. "I have them," Lu Hao asserted. He took the garments from Su Min's hands and inquired of Nini. "Shall I assist you in carrying them?" "No, I can manage my own little dresses. I will wash them myself once we return," Nini declared earnestly. "I am now a grown-up and can take care of my own affairs." Having purchased 2 skirts, the girl was overjoyed, clutching them tightly to her chest. Unwilling to accept any assistance, Lu Hao indulged her as they made their way to the electronics store, with Xiao Wan and Luo Ju trailing behind. Skeptical of Lu Hao's words and eager to witness the unfolding drama, the electronics store offered more than just air conditioners. It featured various appliances such as televisions, refrigerators, fans, and radios, though the crowd was sparse. The number of individuals capable of purchasing such items remained limited. Lu Yan and Su Yuanpeng were both present. "Lu Yan, have you finalized your air conditioner purchase?" Xiaowen called out. "Not yet. It is a substantial investment, costing several thousand yuan. It is not something one can decide upon hastily. I have long wished to buy an air conditioner, but finances have been tight. After much deliberation, I finally resolved to purchase one, though I have yet to select the right model," Lu Yan explained, her humility belied by her proud demeanor. Few in the garment factory could afford an air conditioner, and she took pride in that fact. "Are there many types of air conditioners? I thought they all cost around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, Xiao Wan inquired, puzzled. "You are mistaken. Air conditioners vary by brand. 3,000 to 4,000 is merely the most economical range. There are pricier options. Brands like Panasonic can cost 5,000 to 6,000, while Mitsubishi can reach 8,000 to 9,000. These are reputable imported brands, though I cannot afford them," Lu Yan elaborated. "Domestic models are more affordable, while imported air conditioners are often double or even triple the price of their local counterparts. You are far better off than us," Luo Ju complimented. "For us, even a 1,000 or 2,000 yuan air conditioner is unattainable. Indeed, both you and your husband are employed, and with your husband being the director, your earnings are impressive," Xiaowen quickly added. Hearing such praise, Lu Yan felt immensely gratified. Suddenly, she turned towards Lu Hao and Su Min's family. And upon noticing that they were still contemplating the air conditioner, a mocking thought crossed her mind. How could they, in their situation, afford to consider such a luxury? Chapter 28, Calculating the Cost. Picking up a few scraps, could they truly afford an air conditioner? She approached them and, intentionally raising her voice, said, "Oh, are you here to look at air conditioners too? I just checked one out. The Panasonic model is quite impressive, imported, and of excellent quality. Far more durable than domestically produced ones. You should consider purchasing that one." She deliberately recommended the more expensive air conditioner to Lu Hao, hoping to embarrass him. "That air conditioner must be quite costly," Su Min inquired. 5,000 to 6,000 yuan each. I asked just now, Lu Yan replied. "For your family, Lu Hao. That shouldn't pose much of a challenge, right? After all, you're already contemplating buying a car worth hundreds of thousands. While even the factory director wouldn't splurge on such an expensive air conditioner. Just imagine the prestige if you were to have one of those in your home. 5,000 to 6,000. That's far too expensive," Su Min hesitated. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yan, Xiao Wan, and Luo Ju exchanged disdainful glances. Look at that. Mentioning the price has left her stunned, they thought. Is she frightened? What a charade. They are clearly struggling to make ends meet. Yet she still boasts about buying a car. What a daydream. Just a little probing, and her fade crumbles. They believed Su Min's surprise stemmed from financial insecurity. At that moment, however, Lu Hao directly addressed the sales clerk, asking, "If we purchase an air conditioner here, will installation be immediate?" The clerk nodded, explaining that Panasonic and Mitsubishi models come with free installation. Those who are adept in commerce tend to lack any concept of additional services, especially in state-owned enterprises. Free installation is reserved for the expensive items. The cheaper ones require one to figure out their own solutions. Just as Lu Hao was about to inquire further, Lu Yan interjected, her voice sharp. "Lu Hao, you can't be seriously considering a purchase, can you? Can't you tell I was being sarcastic? Look at your family, one person unemployed. rummaging through scraps, and the other doing odd jobs. You must have been cringing when you bought those clothes earlier, right? Surely that was painful for you. It's evident you feel embarrassed having us here, which is why you're even contemplating a purchase. Xiaowan chimed in mockingly. We were only teasing you to bring you to the appliance store. Did you genuinely think you could afford anything here? You should leave before you embarrass yourselves further. You two buying an air conditioner? I'd rather eat dirt, Lu Hao added spitefully. She didn't forget to deride Su Min, saying, really, how foolish of you. With someone like young Master Wang showing you such interest, why do you cling to this good-for-nothing? Young Master Wang has even said that he wouldn't mind marrying you despite your past or your child, while countless young ladies have been turned down by him. Yet here you are, foolishly following Lu Hao. The group continued their harsh banter, relishing the moment. The grievances from the restaurant incident were finally avenged. Lu Hao shot them a cold glance. He knew their expressions would soon be quite entertaining. He turned to Su Min and said, Dear, please bring out the money. With a nod, Su Min retrieved a thick stack of cash from her pocket, slapping it onto the counter with deliberate force, producing a loud thud. Nearby, Su Yuanpeng, Lu Yin, Xiaowan, and Lu Hao all stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The stack consisted of crisp 100 yuan bills, appearing to be around 100 notes in total. 10,000 yuan. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Lu Hao and Su Min for their lack of funds. But now they found themselves utterly astonished. How could they possibly possess such a fortune? It was an incredible sum. While the group was still reeling from their shock, Lu Hao and Su Min remained unfazed, engrossed in their discussion about purchasing an air conditioner. Darling, do you really have the air conditioner tickets? Su Min inquired. As such tickets were necessary for the purchase. I assure you, if I say I have them, I certainly do, Lu Hao replied, smiling as he produced a ticket from his pocket. Indeed, it was an air conditioner ticket. Wow, you really do. Where did you get it? These tickets are hard to come by, Su Min exclaimed, her surprise evident. With their newfound wealth, buying an air conditioner was no longer an issue. Yet obtaining the ticket had seemed nearly impossible. She had assumed Lu Hao's claims were merely a way to placate her, but to her astonishment, he truly possessed the ticket. With a moment of reflection, she understood just how challenging it was to acquire such a ticket. Su Yuanpeng, the director of a clothing factory, had to rely on connections with Wang Hongjiang to obtain one for himself. It was a gift from someone, Lu Hao said nonchalantly. Su Yuanpeng, overhearing Lu Hao's casual remark, felt a pang of envy. In truth, he had expended a significant effort and cost to procure that very ticket from Wang Hongjiang, and Lu Hao's nonchalance was infuriating. He had initially thought it impossible for Lu Hao to acquire an air conditioner ticket or even possess the funds to purchase one. Yet here he was, not only revealing 10,000 yuan, but also brandishing the ticket. Surely it was all a ruse. He thought to himself that the truth would soon be revealed when it came time to settle the bill. Which air conditioner should we buy? Su Min asked. Let's go with the Mitsubishi, Lu Hao replied, pointing to the most expensive model, known for its superior quality and durability. He dismissed the notion of settling for a domestic model priced at 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, or even a Panasonic. He had his sights set on the most luxurious Mitsubishi, priced at over 8,000 yuan. The audacity of his choice left Su Yuanping and the others in disbelief. He and Lu Yin had deliberated for ages over purchasing a unit costing 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, and after half an hour of browsing, had yet to make a decision. Yet Lu Hao had confidently chosen the Mitsubishi air conditioner without a second thought. Even the factory director's office did not boast such an extravagant appliance. They only used domestically produced models. But the surprises did not end there. Lu Hao continued. In this sweltering heat, food spoils quickly, so we also need to buy a refrigerator. The air conditioner is 8,492 yuan, and for the refrigerator, let's get a slightly better Snowflower brand with a larger capacity for 2,500 yuan. He then produced yet another ticket from his pocket, this time for the refrigerator. Dear, do you have any more money on you? We still need an additional 1,000 yuan. Indeed, I still have 5,000 yuan, Su Min remarked. On this shopping trip, she had brought a considerable amount of money, though it was divided into separate amounts, 10,000 yuan, and an additional 5,000 yuan. Another 5,000. Then let us purchase a television as well. Black and white television lacks charm. Let's opt for a color TV. It will alleviate boredom at home. Allowing you and I to enjoy some shows together, Lu Hao suggested. He then produced a ticket, a television voucher. These were obtained from Li Guangcai, who held considerable influence at the market and possessed numerous such tickets. Lu Hao surveyed the cashier and summarized, 1 Mitsubishi air conditioner, 1 Shuhua refrigerator, and 1 18-inch Feyue color television. Let us calculate the total cost. Chapter 29. How devious you are. The Mitsubishi air conditioner costs 492 yuan. The Shuhua refrigerator is priced at 500 yuan, and the 18-inch Feyue color television is 835 yuan. The cashier retrieved a calculator, diligently computing the totals, and after 3 confirmations, declared, the total comes to 827 yuan, sir. Her tone had shifted, now imbued with respect, as she addressed him with the honorific sir. Seeing Lu Hao's eyes sparkle with excitement, she thought that if Su Min weren't present, she would have eagerly leaped into a relationship with Lu Hao, dreaming of marriage and children. What a wealthy man, spending over 12,000 yuan on appliances in one go. Many households still relied on black and white televisions, often just 14 inches, while Lu Hao boldly chose an 18-inch color model. Having already handed over the air conditioner and refrigerator vouchers, Lu Hao reached into his pocket once more, which seemed to be an endless treasure trove, producing yet another television voucher. He turned to the cashier, saying, 1 Mitsubishi air conditioner, 1 Shuhua refrigerator, and 1 Feyue color television. Please deliver them to the garment factory's employee dormitory and ensure they are installed today. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. We guarantee completion today. The cashier responded with a positive demeanor, although she earned a fixed salary and would not receive commission for these sales. It had been months since a Mitsubishi air conditioner had been sold at the counter. Moreover, the combination of a refrigerator and television alongside it made this sale noteworthy. Lu Hao was the highest spending customer in the store for over half a year. Even without commission, having such a significant customer was a point of pride for her. After payment, signing, and receiving the receipt, everything was settled. The cashier immediately arranged for someone to retrieve the items from the warehouse. Lu Hao glanced at the bewildered Su Yuanpeng beside him and said, "We've purchased our air conditioner. Aren't you planning to buy one as well? After browsing for so long, why haven't you made a decision? By the way, the Mitsubishi air conditioner is indeed impressive. Its design is more refined and compact. You and your spouse could consider this brand. They even offer installation at your home." His words were deliberate, extending the concept of reciprocity. Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yin appeared extremely troubled. How could they afford a Mitsubishi air conditioner? It cost over 8,000 yuan. While they had their eyes set on a model priced around 3,000 yuan, a staggering 5,000 yuan difference. Even the 3,000 yuan air conditioner they had been contemplating for a long time had yielded no room for negotiation with the cashier. However, now Lu Hao has arrived and, in just a few minutes, has purchased a Mitsubishi air conditioner, the most expensive brand in the appliance market. Not only that, but he also bought a refrigerator and a television, totaling over 12,000 yuan. It wasn't just him. Shaowan and Luoju also wore grim expressions. They had intended to mock Lu Hao, but instead, they had inadvertently stepped on their own toes. Of course, they had to buy an air conditioner, Su Yuanpeng said awkwardly, his voice barely above a whisper. Since they were already here, and it seemed the sales clerk wouldn't lower the price, further bargaining would be futile. His tone was no longer as arrogant as before as he pointed to a Guchao brand air conditioner and quietly instructed the clerk to take that one. The Guchao air conditioner was the cheapest available, and he felt almost embarrassed to utter its brand name. "Director Su, you are the head of a garment factory." At that moment, Lu Hao's voice rang out again, deliberately mocking. "I, a mere drifter without even a job at a garment factory, can afford a Mitsubishi air conditioner by scavenging every day, while you, a director, can only afford this cheapest one. How embarrassing would that be if word got out?" He took pleasure in watching Su Yuanping, Lu Yin, Shaowan, and Luoju. These individuals had hoped to witness his downfall, but little did they know. His misfortune was not so easily displayed. Now, who would be the subject of ridicule? Su Yuanping's face shifted from pale to red, and finally to an ominous shade of black, utterly mortified as if he wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. Meanwhile, Su Min gently pinched Lu Hao's waist, reproaching him in a hushed tone, "You're being quite malicious. Director Su and Lu Yin look so upset now. Don't be so aggressive. You might offend them completely. We're all neighbors, and it's not wise to make so many enemies. Should I only direct my mischief towards you?" Lu Hao winked at her. He did not agree with Su Min's sentiments. "If people do not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. But if they provoke me, I will retaliate." This group had been so provocative toward him that he could not be blamed for fighting back. In terms of being unpleasant and sharp-tongued, they were no match for him. He had been tempered by the trials of the internet age, replacing keyboards every few months. Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yin could only afford the Guqiao brand air conditioner. They could hardly dream of a Mitsubishi, let alone purchase one. Originally, the 3,000 yuan air conditioner came without free installation service. But since they were all together and the installation technician would be assisting this gentleman, he could conveniently help them as well, said the clerk. This statement nearly made Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yin choke on their frustration. They looked down on Lu Hao. Yet now they had to rely on his connections for free installation, unable to refuse since they couldn't do it themselves, making the situation even more awkward. The shopping mall didn't even have a van. The air conditioners were delivered to the community by hand truck, and Lu Hao and the others followed behind. Their family was overjoyed, while Su Yuanping, Lu Yin, Xiaowan, and Luoju were visibly distressed. How could they possibly have so much money, 10,000 yuan? Xiaowan gazed enviously at Lu Hao's family ahead. She glanced at one of the carts, which bore an air conditioner, a refrigerator, and a color television, her envy intensifying. In her household, there was but a solitary 14-inch black and white television. The sight of an 18-inch color TV was truly impressive. Could scavenging truly be that lucrative? Luoju found it perplexing. Nonsense. If it were that profitable, why don't we see more people collecting scraps? Lu Yin grumbled, her words sharp, casting a sidelong glance at Su Min. Both of them lacked stable employment, and if they could suddenly produce over 10,000 yuan, it surely involved dubious means. Rumor had it that some unscrupulous women earned their keep through their bodies. Could it really be so? Xiaowan was skeptical. After all, Su Min had even turned down Wang Gongzi. Could she truly engage in such earnings? What has to stop her? Lu Yin continued her conjectures. On the surface, they seem respectable, but who knows what sordid deeds they might be up to behind closed doors. Otherwise, where would such wealth come from? Lu Yan's thoughts spiraled, as it offered her some solace. In the entire building, every family could surpass hers, but not the Lu family. As two carts entered the community, they immediately attracted the attention of a gathering of neighbors. Such an array of appliances, air conditioners, televisions, and refrigerators, surely worth 4,000 to 5,000 yuan? You underestimated, someone corrected. That air conditioner is a Mitsubishi. One alone costs over 8,000, pricier than the one in the factory director's office. And the television, an 18-inch color model, is simply impressive. The refrigerator is from the Shuahua brand, exuding grandeur. Combined, these three items would cost no less than 10,000. Is it really that expensive? The neighbors were astonished. At this time, the common wedding trifecta for ordinary folks included a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a radio. For those with better financial standing, the trio comprised a refrigerator, an air conditioner, and a television, luxuries reserved for the affluent few, primarily those who had prospered early on. The combination of a refrigerator, air conditioner, and television could be likened to a dowry of 300,000 yuan decades later, equivalent to owning a home and a car in a first-tier city. In future times, even if only 1% of the population were wealthy, the sheer number would still yield significant dowries. However, at this moment, very few could afford to provide all three items simultaneously. Even families of officials would find it challenging to do so. Whose household is preparing for a wedding with such luxurious items? Someone inquired, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for anyone to purchase all three at once. Each item was a source of pride on its own. Many were bewildered, speculating that someone must be getting married. An elderly woman remarked, I haven't heard of any weddings in the neighborhood. If someone were truly getting married, wouldn't we all know? Besides, who in our courtyard could afford such fine appliances? Noticing that Lu Yin and Su Yunpeng were following closely behind the carts confirmed their suspicions. These must belong to the couple. You make a valid point. They are indeed trailing behind the carts. These three items should belong to them. Although they both work at the garment factory, could their salaries truly cover over 10,000 yuan worth of appliances? The wages at the garment factory are rather modest. Ordinary employees earn merely 30 to 40 yuan, while the supervisors might earn a bit more, around 50 yuan. Over the course of a year, a dual-income household, even without spending a penny, would struggle to amass a mere 1,000 yuan. Yet, the combined cost of these three items exceeds 10,000 yuan, which raises eyebrows. If not purchased by them, then who could it possibly be? Could it be the couple, Lu Hao and Su Min? Some jested that Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, who have worked at the factory for many years, might have saved a bit of money, and with Su Yuanpeng being a supervisor, it would not be unusual for them to borrow a little to buy three appliances. As this explanation circulated, others nodded in agreement. Following the cart were just a few individuals, Lu Yin and Su Yuanping, Xiaowan and Luoju, and of course, Lu Hao and Su Min. Everyone was acutely aware of the financial situations of Xiaowan and Luoju, who could not possibly afford such expensive items. And it was even less likely for Lu Hao and Su Min. The only plausible purchasers remained Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng. Reflecting on this, it seemed increasingly reasonable. And soon someone approached Lu Yin and Su Yuanping with a beaming smile, expressing envy over their shopping spree. They had returned from a mall with an impressive haul, a Mitsubishi air conditioner, grander than the one in the factory director's office, and a sizable color television, perhaps 18 inches in diameter. Watching television must be delightful, and the refrigerator, also a reputable brand, was certainly not cheap. How fortunate to have such a capable husband. No household in the entire building could afford these 3 appliances, not even the factory director's family. How splendid their lives must be. Just moments ago, some speculated whether someone was preparing a lavish wedding dowry. Who else could afford such extravagant gifts? Purchasing these 3 appliances indicated they were wealthy, surpassing even the so-called 10,000 yuan household. Soon, everyone wished to visit their home, to bask in the cool air of the air conditioner and enjoy the television, sharing in their fortune. A crowd gathered around Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, showering them with compliments. However, the couple wore expressions of distress, regretting their decision to return with the others. Now caught in a misunderstanding, these items were not theirs, they belonged to Lu Hao. Yet, they felt embarrassed to speak up, fearing the humiliation of revealing the truth. At that moment, someone suggested, "Come, lend a hand to carry these appliances upstairs." Immediately, several eager individuals stepped forward, hoisting the items towards the upper floors. Lu Hao remained silent, trailing behind. Upon reaching his floor, he remarked, "All right, let us set them down here. Thank you, dear neighbors, for your warmth. I am truly touched. Please feel free to come by later to enjoy the air conditioning and watch the television." A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. What did he mean? Why was Lu Hao calling for them to stop? Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng did not reside on this floor, but rather the one above. How could he suggest they visit his home to enjoy his air conditioning and watch his television? Had he mistaken these items for his own? One person immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? We are here to help Lu Yin and Director Su move their appliances. They live upstairs. Surely you haven't forgotten where you reside?" Another chimed in, "We thought we were assisting you in moving your appliances. We indeed wish to relocate, but can you afford such exquisite appliances? Do not speak nonsense. Appliances costing over 10,000 yuan are something even affluent households hesitate to purchase. Can you truly afford them? And yet, you want us to pause? Huh. Do not heed his baseless commands. We shall continue our ascent." Among the entire building, Lu Hao's family endures the most hardship. And no one believes that the appliances are his. Lu Hao let out a cold laugh, aware that these neighbors judge others by their wealth, each one favoring the affluent. He turned to Su Yuanpeng, who trailed behind, and called out, "Director Su, since no one believes me, why not clarify for them whose appliances these are?" The crowd grew irate at his words. How audacious of Lu Hao to assume these 3 appliances were his. They all turned to Su Yuanpeng, who awkwardly replied, "These 3 appliances indeed belong to Lu Hao. Let us keep them here and refrain from lifting them further to avoid the need to bring them down again." Su Yuanping had intended to clarify when they were moving the appliances, but his hesitation had kept him silent, wanting merely to blend into the background. Yet now, Lu Hao had called him out, effectively resurrecting his embarrassment. The meddlesome nature of the neighbors was infuriating, and Lu Hao was especially contemptible for forcing him into this explanation. After years of maintaining his dignity as a director, he never anticipated such humiliation today, all thanks to Lu Hao. As Su Yuanpeng confirmed the ownership, disbelief rippled through the crowd. How absurd. Just moments ago, they had insisted these 3 appliances could not possibly belong to Lu Hao, and now they were swiftly proven wrong. Initially, they had aimed to flatter Su Yuanping by eagerly transporting the appliances upstairs, yet now they were told they belonged to Lu Hao. Had they miscalculated their flattery? The crux lay in the fact that such expensive items were beyond Lu Hao's means. "Lu Yin, is what your husband said true?" Someone questioned Lu Yin, still skeptical. Chapter 31. Your husband has thrived indeed. These 3 appliances are Lu Hao's. My family has only purchased a single air conditioner. Lu Yan's voice was as faint as a whisper. Reluctantly, she explained, aware that the neighbors were watching, making her more uncomfortable. Purchasing an air conditioner should have been a joyous occasion. She had envisioned boasting about it upon its arrival. Yet now, she wished to vanish. hoping for silence and ignorance from everyone. However, the neighbors were oblivious to her inner turmoil, reacting as if they had seen a ghost, exclaiming in astonishment. "Is it truly Lu Hao's? You both work at a garment factory. How could you afford just one air conditioner?" Lu Hao was dismissed. He lost his job, yet managed to buy 3 appliances. Has Lu Hao really struck it rich? Has he become a business owner? Upon reflection, there had been signs. He returned home daily with chilled beverages and occasionally brought roasted chicken, expenses that were hardly manageable for an average person. "Lu Hao, congratulations. I always knew you would prosper." It seems my foresight was correct. Some faces shifted immediately, offering congratulations to Lu Hao. Others soon followed suit, showering him with smiles, their previous disdain now replaced with flattery. It is said that many individuals have struck it rich by venturing into business. "Lu Hao, your decision to resign from the garment factory was indeed prudent. What occupation have you taken up to amass such wealth?" Su Min possesses remarkable insight, marrying such a fine man. The older folks, seemingly devoid of any sense of shame, moments ago criticized Lu Hao, only to now shower him with praise. They appear utterly unfazed, their expressions entirely composed. Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yan are left astonished. The speed of this transformation is astonishing. Yet, Lu Hao, with a fortitude that surpasses their audacity, seems unfazed by their earlier disparagement, smiling with ease. Engaging in small business ventures, and requesting assistance to carry his belongings indoors, as they are too heavy for him to manage alone. Children debate right and wrong, while adults navigate the realm of self-interest. Indeed, these neighbors display a certain commercial self-interest, yet there is no need for animosity. His demeanor leaves the neighbors secretly astonished. Could there truly be someone with a thicker skin than their own? Each one feels a twinge of recognition for this young man. "Of course, we shall help you," they respond. "We are neighbors, no need for formalities." A group promptly resumes moving the appliances, surrounding Lu Hao as they head to his home. Only Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yan remain at the staircase landing. "What shall we do? Our air conditioner is still downstairs, and there is no one to help us move it," Lu Yan fumed. "What can we do? You come with me to carry it," Su Yuanpeng sighed. Feeling utterly embarrassed today, blaming Lu Hao for their predicament. Had it not been for him, they would not have lost face in front of their neighbors. Rest assured, he won't be thriving for long. He only purchased 3 appliances. After all, he is so ostentatious, as if he fears the neighbors might not notice his new business venture. "Nonsense," Lu Yan scoffed. "Is he so proud of earning money through dubious means?" Completely oblivious, they had initially dragged Lu Hao and Su Min to the marketplace, eager to witness their misfortune, only to end up as the subjects of ridicule themselves. The renovation workers were remarkably efficient, swiftly installing the air conditioner, while the television and refrigerator merely required plugging in. Before departing, Lu Hao purchased a pack of cigarettes for the workers and grabbed several bottles of soda from the corner store, along with a bag of seeds and peanuts. "Come, everyone. Let us go upstairs to my place, enjoy the air conditioning, drink soda, and eat seeds. I'll treat you all," he called out to his neighbors. For a mere few dozen yuan, such expenses are trivial given his current status. "You've truly become a big boss. How extravagant," they exclaimed. "You still have a kind heart, not looking down on us poor neighbors despite your newfound wealth." The crowd beamed with joy, delighted by the prospect of complimentary soda, seeds, and snacks. Lu Hao, however, let their flattery drift in one ear and out the other, treating it as mere noise. For now, he must maintain a cordial relationship with his neighbors, as they will continue residing here. Moreover, the garment factory is likely to close soon, and fostering good relations with the employees may yield future opportunities. As the gathering at Lu Hao's home continued, they enjoyed the air conditioning, watched television, drank soda, and snacked on seeds, gradually dispersing as dinner time approached. Eventually, only Lu Hao, Su Min, and their daughter Nini remained in the house. "Husband, did you not say that our neighbors are disdainful of the poor and enamored with the wealthy? Why then do you specifically invite them over to enjoy the air conditioning, watch television, and even provide them with refreshments?" Su Min inquired with a hint of perplexity. Clutching a cloth, she meticulously wiped down the surfaces of the television and refrigerator. Even though they bore no dust, such expensive items, valued in the thousands, were treasures in her eyes, even in their pristine state. She felt an inexplicable emptiness if she did not give them a gentle polish. "Previously, your husband was of little use, allowing you to endure mockery from these neighbors for many years, forcing an I to suffer along with you. Now that your husband has achieved some success, Having purchased so many appliances, should we not let these snobbish neighbors come and take a look? Lu Hao remarked with a smile. I must ensure they understand that Su Min's man is no longer a good-for-nothing, but someone who can provide for his wife, making them envious that you married a good man. To not return wealth to one's hometown is akin to wearing fine garments under the cover of night. The principles are similar. Some wealth should remain concealed, yet certain fortunes must be displayed. However, this was but one layer of his reasoning. Beneath it lay an ulterior motive concerning the garment factory. To others, these state-owned enterprises appeared to be secure positions, yet to him, they were ripe opportunities, waiting to be seized. That evening, with the air conditioning humming, the once stifling small room felt refreshingly cool. The family of three gathered around the dining table for a meal, while a television in the corner played animated tales, the Book of Heaven. Lu Hao placed a chicken leg into Nini's bowl. Thank you, Daddy, Nini replied politely, a reflection of Su Min's teachings. Is the air conditioning comfortable? Lu Hao inquired. So cool, and the television is wonderful, she said, her eyes narrowing with delight. Daddy, when we go to Grandma's house, I won't have to compete for the television anymore, because we have one at home, thanks to you. Previously, when the family visited Su Min's parents, the children would fight over the television, and Nini would often be reprimanded. Although she never cried, she understood the underlying tension all too well. That night, with the air conditioning running, the family slept soundly, even feeling a slight chill. In the middle of the night, Su Min awoke and retrieved a light blanket to cover them all. Your hands are restless again, she remarked as Lu Hao's hand wandered over to her, prompting her to gently swat it away. His temper seemed considerable. Despite the air conditioning's low setting, he remained hot. Perhaps she should indulge him this time. Considering the significant changes he had undergone, rewarding him seemed appropriate, she mused. Chapter 32. Not satisfied? Come and try. She decided against pushing Lu Hao's hand away again. After a prolonged silence, she noticed the gentle sounds of his breathing. He had fallen asleep. The next morning, Lu Hao rose early as usual, purchasing breakfast for the mother and daughter duo, setting it on the table before heading to the market. On the way, he bought 2 packs of cigarettes. At merely 6 o'clock, his stalls at the market were already bustling with workers. The weather was warm, prompting these laborers to arrive early, some as early as 5 o'clock. He made his way directly to the foreman, offering the 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of appreciation. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Boss Lu is indeed generous, the foreman replied, visibly pleased. Working for an employer, fetching a glass of water, and offering a cigarette are all commonplace gestures. However, I have never encountered anyone as extravagant as Lu Hao. With a group of over 10 individuals, Lu Hao brought along 2 packs of cigarettes, enough for each person to receive at least 1 pack. These cigarettes were not inexpensive, costing $1 per pack. Everyone diligently toiled, adhering to Lu's directives without any tricks. When benefits are received, one must commit wholeheartedly to the task at hand. The foreman opened the packs and distributed them, urging each worker to exert extra effort. At that moment, a man in his 40s, resembling a businessman, approached with a cigarette in his mouth. He confronted Lu Hao directly, accusing him of taking over his stall. Lu Hao turned around to face the unexpected interrogator and inquired, "And you are?" "My name is Ma Yuyang," the man replied, scrutinizing Lu Hao. Though seemingly young, Lu Hao had acquired 5 stalls, all conveniently adjacent to one another. Such greed. Did he not fear overindulgence? His words dripped with venom, laced with threats and indignation. Lu Hao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure, yet his facial expression remained adorned with a smile. He regarded Ma with incredulity. "Is this an inquiry directed at me? Who do you think you are to question me? Have I taken your rice or courted your wife? Just do your job." The market was undergoing reforms, with some stalls being leased out. Many sought to gain advantage, and Ma Yuyang was among those who had offered gifts to Li Guangcai, including 500 yuan, 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and assorted other presents. He believed securing a stall was a foregone conclusion, but after waiting days, he was shocked to receive news that the deal had fallen through, and Li Guangcai returned his 500 yuan, cigarettes, and other gifts. He was bewildered. 500 yuan was no trivial amount, nearly a year's salary for someone like Li Guangcai, the market's director. Such a rejection implied that his request could not be fulfilled, leading him to speculate whether there had been a significant policy change regarding the market's reform. Yet, a recent visit revealed the premises were under renovation. A bit of inquiry revealed that all 5 stalls had been leased by a single individual, forming a contiguous block. No major upheaval had occurred in the market. Someone simply had been quicker to seize the opportunity. Gazing at Lu Hao, Ma Yuyang struggled to comprehend how such a young man could secure 5 stalls from Li Guansai, especially in such prime locations. What irked him further was Lu Hao's unyielding demeanor, standing his ground in the confrontation. Ma's expression darkened as he scrutinized Lu Hao, pondering how such a youth could exhibit such boldness. Was he perhaps related to Director Li? Or did he possess formidable connections elsewhere, granting him this audacity? Lu Hao smiled and fixed his gaze on Ma Yuyang, deliberately asking, "Are you probing into my background?" Without beating around the bush. "I shall be direct. I possess no background, nor do I have any familial ties to Li Guansai. My success in securing these 5 stalls is solely attributable to my own capabilities. Your inability to do so reflects a lack of merit on your part. That is all there is to it. Gift-giving is also a skill. In my previous life, having lived for several decades, I encountered all manner of individuals, be they from the 3 teachings or the 9 streams, ruffians or dignitaries. I have interacted with them all, even having dealings with kidnappers and assassins. The words spoken by Ma Yuyang are easily analyzable, requiring no subterfuge. There is no fear in being forthright. In this era, within the marketplace, he is akin to a deity, fearless." Before the self-assured and composed Lu Hao, Ma Yuyang found himself momentarily taken aback. He had encountered many young individuals, yet none exuded confidence quite like Lu Hao, whose assurance emanated from deep within, unfeigned. This young man, merely in his 20s and significantly younger than Ma, exuded a formidable presence. Ma felt an unexpected pressure, as if an insurmountable mountain loomed before him, rendering him breathless. All his premeditated strategies had become futile. For Lu Hao's response diverged drastically from his expectations. "Very well," he repeated twice, seeking to regain his composure before continuing. "You may not know who I am, but you can inquire about me. Ask around regarding Ma Yuyang and my standing in this area. You will come to regret speaking to me in such a manner. I have long coveted this marketplace, and now you have seized it ahead of me. It seems we have established an enmity, but should you wish to resolve it, you must relinquish 4 of the 5 stalls to me. I am not unreasonable. I will leave you 1. Naturally, I will not take your stalls without compensation. I will pay you the same amount you paid, 1,000 yuan, so you do not suffer a loss." He had long had his eye on this marketplace, believing it to be a lucrative opportunity. He intended to compel Lu Hao to yield. Lu Hao cast a glance at him, bemused by his self-importance. The notion that Ma sought to acquire 4 stalls at cost was laughable. Regardless of the offer, Lu Hao would not acquiesce. "Stalls? You think that by denying you, I will forge a grievance?" Lu Hao replied, unfazed. "Very well, let the enmity be established." Ma Yuyang stared at Lu Hao in disbelief. This reaction was far too casual, too composed. "Are you certain you wish to establish an enmity with me?" he reiterated earnestly. "You overestimate your own significance. Heed my warning, do not oppose me, or you risk losing everything." Lu Hao regarded him steadily. In the marketplace, akin to a battlefield, it is a matter of survival. Either you or I must perish. Countless have been ruined by his machinations. If it is a game to be played, he can wield a myriad of strategies. Fearless, unfazed. "Come on if you dare." Lu Hao exuded a disdainful demeanor at this moment. "Very well, just wait," Ma Yuyang declared, casting a threatening remark before turning to leave. As he walked, he pondered that Lu Hao was undoubtedly feigning composure, deliberately presenting a facade of calmness before him, while in reality, once he departed, the other party would surely be thrown into disarray. He veered away from the vegetable market, then executed a swift turnaround, stealthily observing from a distance. Chapter 33. My dear husband. Thank you. He must be anxious, scouring about for information on me, he thought to himself while hiding in a corner. Yet, to his disappointment, Lu Hao exhibited no signs of alarm, immersing himself fully in the oversight of the renovation work, without seeking anyone to inquire about him. Such arrogance. "I shall ensure that the money you invested becomes worthless." He was seething with rage. This was a blatant affront to him. Indeed, Lu Hao had no interest in gathering information on Ma Yuyang. He was preoccupied with more pressing matters, guiding the renovation workers to execute the project according to his vision. He devoted the majority of his days to this endeavor, entrusting the delivery of vegetables entirely to Shi Xiong, as his focus was undoubtedly on the vegetable market. Ma Yuyang was indulging in misplaced feelings of importance, seething as he departed. Nearby, voices began to murmur. "Boss Lu, you are being too impulsive." Yes, this Ma Yuyang is a significant figure. Having offended him, he will surely find a way to retaliate. At that moment, Zhang Jigang approached. "Boss Lu, I heard you had a confrontation with my Yang. It could be considered as such. Lu Hao nodded, seemingly unconcerned. You shouldn't have engaged directly with him. He is quite renowned and has been in business for a long time, gradually swallowing up competitors. He is a formidable character, Zhang Jigang warned. Having crossed him, you may find yourself a target for his ire, which could lead to considerable trouble. The vegetable market business revolves around selling produce, and Ma Yuyang has interest in that area as well. Although Zhang Jigang was merely a low-level manager, he had heard of Ma Youyang's reputation and rushed to offer a warning after learning of the altercation. Trouble? I am unafraid of trouble, Lu Hao replied. He took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and deftly flicked open the box to offer one to Zhang Jigang. The two bowed their heads, touched the tips of their cigarettes together, and shared a light. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lu Hao continued. The discord between him and me does not hinge on my demeanor during our conversation. The moment I secured those 5 stalls, the conflict was set in motion. It is irreconcilable. Therefore, no matter how I address him, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Given this, why should I speak to him with kind words? If others speak harshly to me, should I smile and placate them? I am not his father. I have no obligation to indulge him. As for his prowess, he paused. Casting a glance at Zhang Jigang, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot surpass my own capabilities. He is merely a small player. Having said this, Lu Hao patted Zhang Jigang on the shoulder. Thank you for your concern, but there is no need for worry. Calm and poised, Zhang Jigang was left in awe, his own heart settling. Though they were of similar ages, with Lu Hao even being a few years younger, his adeptness in handling matters surpassed even that of Director Li Guang. This was a remarkable individual. After spending several hours at the market and discussing the details with the decorator, Lu Hao finally returned home. However, upon entering the house, he found Su Min in tears. Surprised by her early return, he inquired about the cause of her distress. Is there an issue at work? I have long urged you to leave that job. I am now earning well. Why persist in a position that pays merely a few dozen yuan a month? When you have free time, you could simply relax at home. Watch television, enjoy the air conditioning, and care for the child. How delightful that would be. Su Min had taken a job on her own, earning a mere 30-some yuan a month. Lu Hao had previously advised her to resign, but she had hesitated to do so, cherishing the employment she had managed to secure, however modest. Now, witnessing her tears prompted him to assume she had been wronged at work. It's not that, Dad, Nini interjected. Someone said Mommy is improper. The child handed a tissue to Su Min, urging her not to cry. Improper? Lu Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. His wife was undeniably beautiful. After giving birth, her figure had only become more alluring. It was no wonder that Wang Hongjiang, the factory director's son, had cast his eyes upon her. Yet, Su Min had always been virtuous, never straying from propriety, enduring countless grievances over the past 5 years, be it verbal or physical abuse, and resisting numerous temptations. Now, to hear her being labeled as improper was intolerable. He was determined to uncover the source of this slander. The gossip primarily stemmed from their neighbors. Wiping her tears, Su Min turned to Lu Hao, attempting to muster a smile. It's nothing. These people love to gossip. Let them say what they will. I'm fine. How can you be fine? You are my wife, and I shall seek justice for you, Lu Hao declared. In the past, I may not have acted like a man, but now I certainly will. This matter needed resolution. A woman's reputation was of utmost importance, as public opinion could tarnish her honor irreparably. He promptly descended the stairs, seeking out the older residents who gathered to chat in the courtyard. With a few inquiries, he quickly learned the origin of the rumors. It was Lu Yin. She was behind this malicious gossip. Damn it, he muttered, recalling how he had suspected her. The recent purchases of an air conditioner, a color television, and a refrigerator had likely fueled her envy, prompting her to spread falsehoods. Indeed, he pulled up a chair and sat at the entrance of the courtyard, his demeanor dark and brooding. Lu Yin had yet to return from work. He would wait for her. The neighbors, witnessing his intense demeanor, held their breath in trepidation. Su Min approached, leading Nini by the hand. Husband, let it go. She feared the situation might escalate. Their current life was hard one. If her husband encountered trouble, how would she manage? Stand by and watch. I will rectify this, Lu Hao insisted firmly. If you utter let it go again, I will enforce family discipline. Seeing her husband's fury, Su Min stood quietly beside him, puzzled by his mention of family discipline. What rules did their household abide by that she was unaware of? As she observed Lu Hao seated on the stool, she worried that a significant conflict might arise, yet she also felt a sense of fulfillment in his determination. In the past, when he faced similar grievances, he could only swallow them in silence, for this man had never stood up for her. Yet today he was furious. A warm feeling enveloped her. Being cherished was truly delightful. "Thank you, dear," she whispered, her eyes misty. "Am I not obligated to protect my wife? If you continue to be so polite, believe me, I will give you a firm smack," Lu Hao replied. "Oh, then I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude." Su Min blushed. Lu Hao remained seated, waiting patiently. The crowd gathered around them grew larger, with some onlookers perplexed by the situation. What's happening? Is Lu Hao waiting for someone? He seems rather upset. He was indeed waiting for Lu Yan. Recently, Lu Hao had come into some money, purchasing an air conditioner, a refrigerator, and a color television, spending over 10,000 yuan. Despite both he and his wife lacking formal employment, their acquisitions were more impressive than those of many affluent households in the building. Consequently, Lu Yan had begun to spread rumors, claiming that Su Min must have engaged in improper work to earn such a fortune. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao was infuriated and had taken a seat at the entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 34. Stay calm. Steady yourself. Wait a moment. A spectacle is about to unfold. I shall fetch a stool. The neighbors, eager for entertainment, hastily grabbed a stool and a handful of sunflower seeds, despite their aching backs from standing too long. At that moment, the garment factory had just let out. Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, a married couple, exited the factory and headed towards the community. Suddenly, a person rushed over. "Director Su, Lu Yin, you two should not return home just yet. Find somewhere to hide." This individual was discreetly delivering a warning. "What do you mean? We can't go home after work?" Su Yuanpeng questioned, puzzled. "What is happening in the community?" Lu Yin echoed, bewildered. The messenger explained. "Lu Hao is waiting for you both in the courtyard. He heard the rumors you spread, claiming that his family's wealth is due to Su Min's unseemly conduct and that she is seeing other men to earn such money. He's very angry and is sitting there with a stool, waiting for you two to return. It seems unlikely he will let this go easily. You should find somewhere to avoid him." Others from the factory were also casting curious glances in their direction. The rumors were indeed fabricated by Lu Yan, who felt a twinge of shame but refused to confess. "When did I ever say such things? Don't spread rumors. Lu Hao is there. I won't leave until he does." "Where would I go if I don't return?" Su Yuanping added, nodding in agreement. "As a director, how could I be intimidated by him? A righteous man fears no shadows." Yet, they both harbored a sense of trepidation, recalling the incident at the restaurant where Lu Hao had slapped both Xiao Wan and Luo Ju. This man was indeed capable of violence. Just then, Wang Hongjiang approached, inquiring, "What is going on between you two? After work, why linger instead of heading home?" Lu Yin, as if she had spotted a savior, quickly exclaimed, "Young Master Wang, your arrival is fortuitous. We dare not return home." "Dare not return home?" Wang Hongjiang inquired. "Indeed, that ruffian Lu Hao is loitering in the courtyard, waiting for us. He seeks trouble, and we are respectable professionals. Engaging with him could jeopardize our jobs, which would be utterly imprudent." Lu Yin nodded emphatically. "Young Master Wang, please accompany us. We need your support. Master Wang, you are the heir to the garment factory, and we are your employees and subordinates. You must uphold justice for us. How can one be bullied in such a manner?" Su Yuanping concurred. These two sought to leverage Wang Hongjiang's influence to suppress Lu Hao, hoping that Lu Hao would offend Wang, thus sealing his misfortune. A mere ruffian could hardly be a match for Wang Hongjiang. After all, Wang's father was the head of a state-owned garment factory, backed by the government itself. How could Lu Hao dare to oppose such a formidable force? They aimed to employ a tactic of indirect confrontation. Wang Hongjiang, aware of their intentions, did not mind being their instrument. After being humiliated by Lu Hao in the restaurant, he had longed for an opportunity for retribution. This was indeed a prime chance. "Very well, I shall accompany you to witness this matter," he declared. The trio promptly made their way back to the employees' dormitory, followed by a throng of other employees. Some did not reside in the dormitory, but joined out of curiosity, creating a significant crowd. Seeing such a multitude following them bolstered Lu Yin and Su Yuanping's confidence. These were their colleagues from the garment factory. Surely they would lend their support. Would Lu Hao not be terrified by their numbers? They envisioned delivering a few slaps and kicks to vent their frustrations. After a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Upon seeing the large group approaching, Su Min's complexion drained of color as she grasped Lu Hao's arm. "Darling, there are too many of them. Let us leave. If a conflict arises, you will be at a disadvantage." She feared for her husband's safety. In a brawl, he would be outmatched. The neighbors surrounding them gaped at the scene. So many people. If it came to blows, he would surely be overwhelmed. Lu Hao, don't be stubborn. You should hide, some advised, recalling the favors he had previously granted them and urging him to retreat. Leading the charge, Lu Yin and Su Yuanping soon spotted Lu Hao seated in the courtyard. They exchanged glances, taking in the throng behind them, and nearly burst into jubilant celebration. Lu Hao, I hear you seek trouble with my husband and me? Lu Yin, not yet close, placed her hands on her hips and pointed at Lu Hao, challenging him. Come on. If you dare, try to cause trouble for me. With so many witnesses, she doubted Lu Hao would have the audacity to retaliate. Surely he was struck dumb by fear? Su Yuanpeng chuckled. If you wish to stir trouble, it must first be sanctioned by my colleagues from the garment factory. Now, be gone and do not obstruct our path. How could one so easily dismiss him? On one side, Wang Hongjiang coldly remarked, Lu Hao, you possess an audacity beyond measure, intimidating Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng to the point where they dare not return to their dormitory, thus disrupting the daily operations of the garment factory and causing significant repercussions. You ought to kneel, bow your head in contrition, and then leave. He sought revenge. With so many witnesses present, this scoundrel could hardly resist. He must be paralyzed with fear and would ultimately comply. Once Lu Hao kneels to apologize, Su Min would perceive him not only as a rogue but also as a coward, providing her the opportunity to exploit the situation. He had never truly contemplated marrying Su Min. He merely wished to indulge for a while. The prolonged inability to win her over had left him in a state of vexation. Previously, he had employed similar tactics against other women with unerring success. Yet they had utterly failed with Su Min, which deeply undermined his masculine confidence. Lu Hao rose, saying nothing, and strode purposefully towards Lu Yin and Su Yuanping. Even before a crowd of hundreds, his steps remained steady, his expression unchanged. As Lu Hao approached, Lu Yin and Su Yuanping began to feel a sense of panic. Stay calm. He wouldn't dare act against us with so many people here, Su Yuanping insisted, attempting to maintain composure. You're right, dear, Lu Yin affirmed, nodding vigorously, then raised her voice to admonish Lu Hao. Why aren't you following young Master Wang's instructions? Slap. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Hao had reached her side and struck her across the face. You dare strike my wife? Su Yuanping seethed, with so many witnesses. Are you not afraid? Slap. Lu Hao delivered another blow, wiping his hand disdainfully on his work uniform. You two are truly filthy. Chapter 35. This is my man disdain. After smacking their faces, he expressed disgust at the oil on their skin, a humiliation they had never encountered before. This is outrageous. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Lu Hao turned his gaze to Lu Yin, commanding, apologize to my wife. Why should I apologize when you were the one who struck me? Lu Yin retorted defiantly. Slap. Lu Hao struck her again, his voice cold. Why do you think I hit you? Do you not realize your own shortcomings? Jealous of my success, purchasing air conditioners, color televisions, and refrigerators, you spread malicious rumors claiming my wife is immoral. Striking you was a matter of aversion to soiling my hands. Lu Yin, her face taut with indignation, countered. You two lack respectable jobs, yet possess such expensive items. Even the wealthiest individuals in the factory cannot afford such luxuries. Where does your money come from? I have my suspicions. Slap. Before she could finish, Lu Hao struck her again. Maintaining his cold demeanor, he retorted, what concern is it of yours where my money originates? I do not steal or rob. I earn it through business. Haven T, I warned you before to leave me be. Consider these slaps a mere warning. Now, go apologize to my wife and then leave. Being struck in front of such a large crowd and compelled to apologize to Su Min filled Lu Yin with fury. Yet she could not shake the fear that Lu Hao instilled in her. This couple was indeed one that preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. They had never anticipated Lu Hao's formidable presence, nor the large entourage that accompanied him, which included Wang Hongjiang. The audacity of Lu Hao to resort to violence was astonishing. They exchanged glances with Wang Hongjiang, silently seeking his assistance. Wang Hongjiang, equally taken aback, pondered how Lu Hao could be so reckless. Did he not grasp the gravity of the situation? With so many of them present, Lu Hao dared to strike? Lu Hao, temper your actions. Do you truly wish to cross me? He contemplated, ready to issue a warning. Yet, Lu Hao merely cast a frosty glance in his direction, dismissing him entirely. What business is it of yours? Do you think your status as the factory director's son grants you any authority? Even if the director himself stood before me, I would remain unfazed. Depart. His commanding voice resonated like thunder, as fierce as a tiger. The final word, barked with disdain, sent Wang Hongjiang staggering back several paces, his complexion paling at the thought of Lu Hao unleashing his wrath upon him. What was happening? The situation was spiraling beyond his expectations. Lu Hao was impervious to the weight of his title, having always leveraged his identity as the director's son to command respect. He found himself thwarted at every turn by Lu Hao's defiance. From where did Lu Hao derive such audacity? The garment factory was a state-owned enterprise, a bastion of job security, overseeing hundreds of employees. In a bygone era, he would have been akin to a young lord. Lu Hao raised his head and surveyed the assembly of factory employees trailing behind the three of them, bellowing, "What are you all doing loitering about? Aren't you going to eat? Disperse." At his fierce glare, the crowd scattered without hesitation. The onlookers, including those directly involved, were left in stunned silence. Incredible. Truly incredible. Nini grasped Su Min's hand, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad is so formidable. When I grow up, I want to be like him." Su Min nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with pride as she watched her husband stand resolutely before the throng. Noticing a few young women casting sidelong glances at her husband, she instinctively drew Nini closer to Lu Hao. "Humph. This is my man." The surrounding neighbors were equally bewildered. What was happening? They had anticipated Lu Hao's downfall, perhaps a beating at the hands of the crowd, yet he stood unperturbed, striking Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng across the face, even in front of Wang Hongjiang. With a final admonishment, he dismissed the throng following him. "What are you waiting for? Go apologize to my wife," Lu Hao commanded, turning his gaze to Lu Yin, his tone steady yet authoritative. Then he addressed Su Yuanpeng, "Your wife has been spreading rumors. As her husband, you bear responsibility. Accompany me to apologize." "Don't listen to him. I will protect you," Wang Hongjiang interjected, feeling the sting of humiliation. After all, he was the director's son, accustomed to being hailed as young master by all. Yet here he was, attempting to support Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, only to see them struck by Lu Hao. Where could he save face? "You protect them?" Lu Hao scoffed. "Just because they call you Wang Gongzi, do you truly believe yourself to be a young master?" He suddenly ceased his words and walked aside, addressing his neighbor, Aunt Li, who was peeling vegetables while watching a play in the shade of a tree. "May I borrow your knife?" Aunt Li was taken aback, questioning the purpose of the knife. Lu Hao had already taken the knife and approached Wang Hongjiang, stating, "Let us see whose reputation holds more weight, yours or the heft of this blade." He stood before Wang Hongjiang, flicking off some vegetable leaves stuck to the knife with his fingers. As he examined Wang Hongjiang, he appeared to await a response. Wang Hongjiang's complexion turned pale, and after swallowing hard, he spoke in a much softer tone. "Lu Hao, what do you mean? If we are to discuss matters, why bring a knife? This is unlawful." Has he succumbed to fear? Lu Hao chuckled lightly, tapping the cold blade against Wang Hongjiang's face twice. The icy steel against his skin nearly made Wang Hongjiang lose control of himself. He dared not utter another word, terrified that Lu Hao might strike him down. Observing Wang Hongjiang's cowardice, Lu Hao sneered and turned to Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, urging, "Hurry up. I still have to return home to prepare dinner. And the neighbors watching also need to get back to their own kitchens. We mustn't waste anyone's time. Not eating on time is detrimental to the stomach." With Wang Hongjiang rendered speechless by fear, Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yin reluctantly approached Su Min to apologize. I'm sorry. Only then did Lu Hao turn back, return the knife to the neighbor, and thank Aunt Li, commenting, "This knife isn't very sharp. It dulls easily. It needs sharpening." Not far away, Wang Hongjiang, Su Yuanpeng, and Lu Yin were nearly paralyzed with fright. What could that mean? Is sharpening the knife a prelude to self-harm? Lu Hao pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and pointed at Su Min, addressing the onlookers, "Listen well, this woman is under my protection. Anyone who dares to provoke her will have to contend with me." With that, he took Su Min and Nini by the hand and ascended the stairs. Once his figure disappeared, the gathered neighbors began to chatter. "Goodness, that was terrifying. Indeed, I was afraid he might strike. Why do I find him so handsome? Mom, I want to marry a man like Lu Hao." A few young women's eyes sparkled, envisioning Lu Hao as their future standard, while several wives exchanged discontented murmurs about the sweltering heat. Chapter 36. Dad, you're so handsome. Upon returning home, they turned on the air conditioning. Su Min began cooking. With deft movements, she prepared the meal in half an hour, and the room quickly cooled down. "You scared me earlier. I thought they might actually come to blows," Su Min said, serving Lu Hao his meal and providing chopsticks. "If it came to blows, you should have taken Nini and run," Lu Hao suggested. How could I? You're my man. I can't just flee. Su Min shook her head. Lu Hao exclaimed, are you foolish? You'd rather stay and take a beating with me? After 5 years of marriage, through thick and thin, I didn't run away when you indulged in vices. Now that you've changed for the better, to protect me, do you really think I would flee? Su Min felt a tinge of irritation at Lu Hao's words. You underestimate me. We are husband and wife. All right. I admit I was wrong. I underestimated you. Lu Hao quickly offered his apologies, but he knew that such a situation would not arise. Those were merely cowards who gauged their actions based on his demeanor. If he showed weakness, they would undoubtedly swarm him. If he stood firm, they would naturally retreat. Thus, he must not hesitate but respond with unwavering strength. He had already calculated everything in his mind. Sometimes, one must exhibit force and reveal one's claws to intimidate such individuals. Dad, you looked so handsome just now. Nini exclaimed joyfully, eagerly digging into her meal while not forgetting to compliment Lu Hao. I saw Aunt Chen looking at you with wide eyes, as if she really liked you and thought you were handsome too. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Hao nearly choked on his water. The Aunt Chen that Nini referred to as a young widow, Chen Linjiao, who at just over 20 had already lost her husband. He had been an employee at a garment factory, tragically perishing in an accident, leaving her alone. Without even a child, she truly was pitiable. Chen Linjiao was not unattractive. Despite her widowhood, many suitors pursued her. In the vicinity of the garment factory, Su Min was the first in line, and Chen Linjiao was a close second. Many sought to capture her interest. In fact, since her husband's death, the number of men approaching her had increased. Lu Hao coughed because he had previously visited Chen Linjiao's home to offer assistance, attempting to fix a leaky faucet, only to be shown the door. She had been downstairs earlier, watching the commotion. This little cotton-padded jacket is a bit drafty, he thought. After losing face to Wang Hongjiang at the restaurant last time, he had once again found himself in a compromising situation, and it was evident that Wang was quite angry. Su Min was worried about this. Our house belongs to the garment factory, and since you are no longer employed there, what will we do if they come to reclaim it? Everything will be fine with your husband around, Lu Hao reassured her. Wang Hongjiang and his son are not clean themselves. I have my ways of dealing with them. It's just not the right time yet. In his previous life, the garment factory had gone bankrupt, revealing numerous issues, particularly with Wang Hongjiang and his son, whose sordid affairs had been exposed. In this life, however, the factory had yet to close, and the public was still unaware of Wang Hongjiang's troubles. Yet Lu Hao understood that, if utilized correctly, this knowledge was a formidable weapon. The downfall of Wang Hongjiang and his son was entirely within his control. This was the greatest advantage of being reborn. He refrained from expressing this thought, planning to wait for the opportune moment to act. He had his sights set on the garment factory, and revealing any issues prematurely would only benefit others. He was like a lurking wolf, fixating on his prey, waiting for the right moment to pounce and seize his next prize. By the way, the college entrance examination is approaching. I wonder how my little sister is preparing. I'd like to take some time to visit my family, if that is all right? Su Min inquired. Su Min had 3 siblings, being the second eldest. She had an older sister, a younger brother, and a younger sister. Her younger sister, Su Jin, aged 18, was about to take the college entrance examination with a promising chance of gaining admission to a university. At that time, universities had not yet expanded their enrollment. With an acceptance rate of only 20%, a stark contrast to the 50% of the years of expansion and the 70% of decades later. This low acceptance rate, combined with a scarcity of talent, rendered university graduates highly esteemed, signifying great worth. Certainly. Let us take a trip back together when we find the time. Lu Hao nodded. After several busy days, the renovation work at the vegetable market is nearing completion. The entire floor has been redone with marble, and energy-efficient lights imported from abroad have been installed. The shelves are crafted from solid wood, transforming the market into a completely different entity compared to its former dilapidated state. Previously, the market was quite shabby, with uneven, unkempt cement floors and dim lighting that made it difficult to navigate even during the day. However, now even at night, the energy-efficient lights illuminate the space as brightly as daylight. Boss Lu, this renovation is truly beautiful, Zhang Jigang remarked with admiration. During Lu Hao's absence, he had been keeping an eye on the renovations and learned some insights. Lu Hao was indeed willing to invest money. He purchased the marble flooring without hesitation and procured a significant number of imported energy-efficient lights through connections. The wooden shelves meant for storage were all solid wood as well. Furthermore, All the windows had been redone, the walls uniformly painted, and even the ceiling had been addressed. The expenses were substantial, flowing like water. The renovation of this 500 square meter space cost over 30,000, enough to buy a set of commercial housing. You must invest to reap rewards. If one is reluctant to spend on renovations, how can they attract customers? Without customers, how can one earn profits? Lu Hao explained. It's merely tens of thousands of yuan. Once completed, it will surely make it to the local newspapers, providing another wave of free publicity. Coupled with word of mouth, it will draw even more foot traffic. Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Jigang, who seemed somewhat hesitant. If you have something to say, just speak up. You are indeed impressive, Boss Lu. It's just that. Since you are still selling fruits and vegetables, some people have inquired about whether you need supplies, Zhang Jigang replied. Many well-informed individuals learned that the stalls at the market were rented to private owners and hurried over to offer their goods. Previously, the supply channels for the market were fixed, collaborating only with a select few farms, making it nearly impossible for other private suppliers to break in. Now, with 5 stalls rented out and the market looking so appealing, people began to approach. They couldn't find Lu Hao, so they sought information from Zhang Jigang. Supplying goods is acceptable, but the quality must be maintained, Lu Hao stated. The local farmers have fruits and vegetables, yet the varieties and quantities are still insufficient. That is a given, Zhang Jigang nodded vigorously. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Boss Lu, look, I've created a table summarizing the information of these suppliers. It should be quite convenient. Lu Hao took the paper and glanced at it. The table listed information for 20 to 30 fruit and vegetable suppliers, detailing their strong products, scale, pricing, and reliability, among other specifics. Zhang Jigang had put in considerable effort. He looked at Lu Hao and asked, would you be interested in collaborating with me? I can offer you 100 yuan a month, plus a commission. I was just waiting for you to say that, Brother Hao? Zhang Jigang exclaimed joyfully. He had witnessed Lu Hao's capabilities over the past few days. With a broad vision and eloquent speech, he possesses a generous spirit and remarkable resolve, transforming his once calm heart into a tempest of ambition. His earnest assistance to Lu Hao, particularly during the renovations in his absence, often finds him lending a hand, diligently compiling a list to cultivate a favorable impression. Indeed, upon seeing this list, Lu Hao immediately discerned his intentions and promptly extended an invitation. I shall resign from my position at the market and devote myself to following you, Brother Hao, he declared, even altering his address from Boss Lu to Brother Hao. Despite being older than Lu Hao, he genuinely admired him, and the title flowed naturally from his lips. Isn't it a pity to leave a state-owned enterprise that so many aspire to join? Lu Hao inquired. Not at all. I have long found that job unfulfilling. Following Brother Hao is where my future lies, Zhang Jigang replied without hesitation. A man who can afford to gift 10,000 yuan is certainly not a simple character. Moreover, the monthly salary of a mere 100 yuan would surpass his current earnings significantly, and there are commissions to consider. However, Zhang Jigang dismissed this, believing the commissions would be minimal, perhaps just a few dozen yuan by month's end. You are correct. There is indeed no future at the market. Stay with me, and before long, you'll be able to purchase a spacious home and even drive a small car, Lu Hao reassured, patting him on the shoulder. Zhang Jigang was adept at navigating social situations and possessed a fair degree of education. His reports were well prepared. Lu Hao decided to keep him. Brother Hao, you jest. Zhang Jigang replied, not taking Lu Hao's words seriously. Buying a small car? How could that be? It is utterly fanciful. Even if my salary were to rise to over 100 yuan a month, that would amount to just over 1,000 yuan a year. How many years would it take to afford a vehicle costing tens of thousands? Seeing his skepticism, Lu Hao chose not to press the matter further, knowing that time would reveal the truth to him. He was certainly not indulging in fanciful dreams. Brother Hao, I have another matter to discuss. 3 former employees from the market are willing to join us, but we still need 2 more, Zhang Jigang mentioned. Lu Hao was preparing to open a supermarket and required employees. He had previously stated the need for 5 workers, offering a competitive salary of 50 yuan per month. After several days, only 3 had expressed willingness to leave their comfortable jobs. That's all right. We'll post a recruitment notice, Lu Hao suggested. At this moment, it was the job-seeking individuals, not the other way around. A steady influx of workers had begun arriving in the city. The standards must remain high, young, attractive, articulate, and nimble. He continued to maintain strict criteria. Understood, Zhang Jigang nodded. Once he had clarified all details, Lu Hao finally returned home. Arriving earlier than usual, He found the door ajar. Pushing it gently, he discovered a young lady in her teens seated within, bearing a resemblance to Su Min. With a scholarly air, yet a lively demeanor. This was Su Min's younger sister, Su Jin. She was alone in the house. "What brings you here?" Lu Hao asked. Somewhat surprised. Su Jin was on the brink of her college entrance examination yet had come over nonetheless. "Why shouldn't I come?" She replied. "Do you not welcome me?" Fearing I might stand up for my sister? Su Jinling, sharp-tongued, had taken a day off to retrieve the keys from her sister's workplace. Arriving ahead of her sister's return, her tone was less than amiable, driven by her frustration over her sister's husband, who was utterly incompetent. A drifter with no regard for family, often resorting to violence against her sister. She felt deep sympathy for her sister, who bore scars each time she returned home after 5 years of marriage. The sister had been urged to seek divorce, yet remained trapped. Despite her sister's beauty and multitude of admirers, she had chosen the worst of them all. When Lu Hao encountered this sharp-witted sister-in-law, he felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet was not incensed by her confrontational demeanor. In a past life, after Su Min had succumbed to her fate, this sister-in-law had graduated from university and secured a respectable job, though harboring resentment towards him for Su Min's demise. She had still lent him a helping hand during his business struggles. Despite her frosty exterior and blunt speech, she possessed a warm heart. "I owe your sister an apology." "You were right," he admitted, then retrieved a soda from the refrigerator, placing it before Su Jinling. "I will ensure your sister and Nini live a happy life." "What?" Su Jinling gazed at Lu Hao as though he were an alien. Such words had never before escaped the lips of the shameless drifter. It was the first time she had heard Lu Hao express a desire to bring happiness to her sister. However, her expression quickly hardened again. "Let us see how long you can keep up this pretense. I'm not easily fooled. Should you mistreat my sister or harbor ill intentions, rest assured, I will not let you off lightly." With that, she brandished her little fist at him. "I'm not to be trifled with. I'll make you wish you hadn't crossed me." "Very well. Should you ever find me treating your sister poorly, you may torment me as you please." Lu Hao replied resolutely. Su Jinling was taken aback. When had Lu Hao become so responsible? Such a notion would have been unfathomable in the past, when he was known for his vices, drinking, gambling, without a shred of capability, and an ego easily bruised. Yet here he was, aligning himself with her words and maintaining an agreeable demeanor. Such pretense. Let us see how long you can maintain this act. Su Jinling thought poorly of him, believing him to be merely putting on a show. Lu Hao, undeterred, sat beside her, attempting to engage her in conversation to ease the tension, but Su Jinling remained guarded, responding minimally. When Su Min and Nini returned that evening, Su Jinling's stern facade softened instantly. She carefully retrieved a few delicately wrapped pastries from her pocket, offering them to Nini. "Here, Nini, your aunt has brought you some treats." These were special gifts she had saved just for her beloved niece. "I want some too." Lu Hao reached for a pastry. "Not for you." Su Jinling swatted his hand away. "Your brother-in-law has changed," Su Min interjected. "The air conditioner, the television, and the refrigerator. He bought them all." "Sister, don't be deceived by his sweet words. He has no formal job. How could he afford all these things?" "I recently observed that the appliances from these brands are rather expensive, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. My parents have never used such costly items, and even my brother-in-law, who has a formal job and runs a small business, has not purchased such extravagant appliances. How could Lu Hao possibly afford them?" Su Jin remarked. "I hope he has borrowed money to flaunt wealth. If someone comes to collect debts, do not feel obliged to repay him. Such incidents have occurred before." She assumed that the funds for these appliances were borrowed by Lu Hao. Chapter 38. If I lose, I will wash your socks. One must appreciate the progress of others after 3 days apart, Lu Hao stated. "You know this saying?" Su Jin was somewhat astonished. She was aware that her brother-in-law had little formal education, having only graduated from elementary school, so she was surprised to hear such a phrase from him. Lu Hao chuckled. "In the future, your brother-in-law will surprise you many more times." Although he had only an elementary education in this lifetime, he had been relentlessly learning during his previous business endeavors, even earning an MBA from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Many businessmen, upon reaching a certain level of success, choose to pursue further education, which not only enhances their credentials, but also significantly broadens their knowledge. The Wharton School is renowned globally, often ranked as the best. Even if Lu Hao pursued it part-time, its value remains substantial. One must embrace learning. Countless entrepreneurs have accumulated wealth through seizing opportunities and their own efforts, despite having merely elementary or secondary education. However, this does not reflect their true capabilities. Throughout the expansion of their businesses, these tycoons are continuously learning. Education encompasses more than just diplomas. It includes insight, vision, experience, and more. He looked at Su Jin, realizing that this beautiful sister-in-law underestimated him. His knowledge far surpassed that of a typical college student. Those 3 appliances together cost over 10,000 yuan. I visited 3 months ago, and you had no money then. How could you have earned such a sum in such a short time? Don't try to deceive me. If you truly could earn that much, I would wash your socks for a month. Su Jin expressed her disbelief, demonstrating her assertive nature. I warn you, if you owe money, do not let my sister repay it, she said, standing up for Su Min. I will be waiting for you to wash my socks. Lu Hao replied. Soon enough, Su Jin would surely discover that he indeed earned money through his own capabilities. How delightful would her expression be at that moment? And you are in for a challenge. Dad has very smelly feet. Every night before bed, Mom forces him to wash his feet. If you're to wash his stinky socks, you'll have to pinch your nose, or you might faint from the odor, and I chimed in. My aunt will not lose. It is my dad who will. Su Jin asserted confidently. 3 appliances costing over 10,000 yuan? How could a man with no real job achieve that? Xiao Jin, when is your college entrance examination? Do you feel prepared? Su Min inquired. The examination will take place on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of July, Su Jin replied. It is essential to review thoroughly. One should not have come over and hindered your studies. Su Min was quite concerned. Do not place undue pressure on her, Lu Hao advised, and then turned to Su Jin, saying that her diet should primarily consist of light meals. Do your best. After your exams, your brother-in-law will take you shopping. Take whatever you desire. Consider it a reward for yourself. Su Jin cast a sideways glance at Lu Hao and rolled her eyes. Take whatever I want? Does he truly believe he is affluent? One moment he takes, and the next he would be caught. However, remarkably, this time she only held disdain for Lu Hao internally, refraining from voicing it. Her parents, along with her sister, insisted that she focus on her studies, wishing for her to dedicate every hour of the day to learning. The slightest inclination to relax was met with rebuke, which imposed considerable pressure on her. Only Lu Hao encouraged her to maintain a calm mindset and showed concern for her diet. That evening, Su Jin stayed over, while Lu Hao was relegated to the floor, making do with a makeshift bed. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Jin departed for school. Meanwhile, the finishing touches on the decoration of the market stalls at the vegetable market were underway, taking shape. This transformation piqued the interest of the nearby residents, including employees from the garment factory who also noticed the changes. What is happening at the vegetable market? The construction has been ongoing for quite some time, making it inconvenient to buy groceries. We have to take a detour. I heard a businessman rented several stalls to sell vegetables. Isn't this vegetable market state-owned? How can it be leased to a private entity? It is indeed state-owned, but due to poor business performance, it was leased to private individuals. The renovations are impressive. The floors are marble, and the lights emit a bright glow, what they call energy-saving bulbs. The windows are crystal clear, the walls freshly painted, and the wooden cabinets are crafted from solid wood. They would make splendid furniture, yet they have been repurposed for display. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to sell vegetables? Isn't that wasteful? The owner must be financially secure. I've heard the renovation alone cost tens of thousands of yuan, enough to purchase an entire apartment. The neighbors buzzed with curiosity, mostly believing that such extravagant renovations were a waste and that the owner lacked business acumen, thus destined for financial loss. These neighbors typically shopped for groceries early in the morning or after work in the afternoon, while Lu Hao usually visited during their working hours and had not been seen by them, even if they occasionally crossed paths. They merely assumed Lu Hao was shopping like the rest of them, never considering him as the proprietor. Hearing these discussions, Lu Hao smiled, recognizing that the several thousand yuan spent was not in vain. The cost of fresh produce indeed left a lasting impression. The bright white lights, the marble floors, the gleaming glass, the freshly painted walls, and the solid wooden displays. Though the neighbors might not hold a favorable view, these boast-worthy details would undoubtedly encourage them to share their observations with others, thus inadvertently promoting his business. Days passed, and one afternoon, Shi Xiang drove a tractor to the vegetable market, the rear of the vehicle still laden with unsold produce. Brother Hao, I apologize. I did not complete the task. He expressed his regret sincerely. It is not your fault. Lu Hao inquired whether someone had begun delivering vegetables to the neighborhood, thus encroaching on their business. Indeed, many had taken to imitating their model, resulting in unsold produce. Xiang nodded, expressing his indignation at the audacity of these individuals who now followed their lead into the community, whereas they had previously remained absent. He felt a deep sense of injustice. This was Lu Hao's initiative, now duplicated by others. However, Lu Hao remained unfazed. He announced that from the following day, they would cease deliveries to the neighborhood and instead focus on the market, which required additional manpower. Once adequately prepared, they could select a date to commence operations. As Zhang Jigang was overwhelmed with tasks, even with 5 more attendants, they would still be short-staffed. With the profitability from the neighborhood diminishing and the market being divided among an increasing number of competitors, it was prudent to abandon that route. This development was anticipated. The neighborhood delivery model had fulfilled its purpose, and now Lu Hao was poised to make a significant impact at the market. At that moment, Ma Yuyang approached, visibly pleased by the half-load of vegetables left in the tractor. "So, Lu boss, I told you this would cost you," he gloated. "You must realize my capabilities now. A few days ago, your business was thriving, and every day you sold out, yet now you struggle with a surplus of vegetables that will lead to considerable losses." Chapter 39. A little cooperation. Have you begun delivering to the neighborhoods? Lu Hao asked. "You're quite astute, indeed. I have dispatched numerous individuals to various neighborhoods to deliver vegetables at reduced prices," Ma Yuyang boasted, tugging at his collar. "I'll be candid with you. I specifically instructed someone to follow your tractor. Wherever you deliver, I'll be right behind you, offering lower prices to steal your customers. Today you have half a load left, tomorrow it will be a full load, and the day after that, 2 loads. I intend to gradually erode your business." Ma Yuyang looked triumphantly at Lu Hao, eager to see a flicker of regret on his face. However, he was met with an impassive expression, as if the situation bore no relevance to Lu Hao. "Do as you wish," Lu Hao replied nonchalantly. "What sort of reaction is this?" Ma Yuyang exclaimed, bewildered. "I've taken your business, and this is how you respond?" His astonishment was palpable. He had anticipated a different reaction from Lu Hao. It was evident that with a modicum of thought, one could discern Lu Hao's origins, transporting vegetables from the countryside to deliver to the neighborhoods, and upon discerning their success, others were quick to imitate. As he had previously indicated, using lower prices to siphon off Lu Hao's clientele would effectively disrupt his business, and the consequences were already manifesting. Lu Hao's delivery business was indeed faltering. Yet, how could he remain so unfazed? Thousands of yuan in profit were gradually being seized. Was he not distressed? "What reaction do you expect from me?" Lu Hao asked, glancing at him. "Fine, I'm in a good mood today. Let me humor you. Oh, how terrified I am that you've taken my business, causing me significant financial loss. My heart aches," he exclaimed, dramatically clutching his chest. "I'm utterly devastated." It was mockery, pure and unadulterated mockery. Angered by Lu Hao's demeanor, Ma Yuyang found himself seething with frustration. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Hao, no longer able to feign indifference. "Delivering vegetables with a tractor can earn you several thousand a day. Can your business at the market yield such profits?" he challenged. "You must be bleeding inside with envy, yet you pretend to be unconcerned, fearing my derision. Am I correct?" With a smirk, Lu Hao offered him a terse response. "Indeed. At the outset, the market's daily profits might not rival those from delivering to the residential community, yet Lu Hao's ambitions extended far beyond merely securing 5 stalls. The market boasted a total of 20 stalls and an expansive area of 2,000 square meters. While 5 stalls may not bring in thousands, what of 20? More critically, the land occupied by the market held immense value. Lu Hao's intentions were far from transparent. He kept his true objectives closely guarded, revealing nothing until the opportune moment. "Maintain your stubborn fade. I wonder how long you can uphold it," Ma Yuyang remarked coldly. "I owe you gratitude for providing me with a brilliant idea. Delivering to residential areas will be far more lucrative than my previous ventures." He aimed to provoke Lu Hao further. Yet Lu Hao remained unfazed, even suggesting, "Are you considering delivering to the community? If so, I can sublet this tractor to you at the same rate." Ma Yuyang was left speechless, unable to comprehend Lu Hao's mindset and strategy. He had usurped Ma Yuyang's business, and yet Lu Hao was offering to rent the tractor back to him at the same price? This was absurd. Infuriated, Ma Yuyang departed without uttering a word, clearly incensed and opting not to rent the tractor. Xiong was filled with admiration. "How good! You are truly remarkable." He came to irritate us, but ended up being the one agitated. With his limited prowess, he dared to vex me? He was overestimating himself. Lu Hao chuckled. He instructed Xiong, "For the next few days, you and Jigang must work diligently to oversee this place. Ensure that the fruits and vegetables that arrive are of the highest quality. Any lapse here could render our investments futile. Lu Hao held stringent standards regarding quality. I understand. Shi Xiong nodded vigorously. As time passed, the 6th of July approached. Su Jin was on holiday, with her college entrance examination scheduled for the following day. On that day, Su Min, Lu Hao, and I planned to visit Su Min's family home. Lu Hao's mother-in-law resided in Jiacheng, albeit at a considerable distance, necessitating nearly 2 hours by bus due to the city's vastness. With cigarettes and liquor in hand, Lu Hao, accompanied by his wife and child, boarded the bus en route to his mother-in-law's residence. The abode of his in-laws was situated within a dormitory of a beverage factory, where his father-in-law had once been a valued employee, well-regarded and on the cusp of promotion. However, with 4 children, he had violated policies, effectively stifling his upward mobility. Now, he occupied a nominal position at the factory, leading a semi-retired existence, working sporadically. My mother-in-law, relying on my father-in-law's former prestige, has secured a rather leisurely position at the factory. In truth, my father-in-law is fortunate. At this time, most individuals with formal employment, particularly those in state-owned enterprises and civil service, are limited to 1 child. Exceeding this limit results in immediate job loss. So it is quite commendable that he can still hold a nominal position as a mid-level cadre. The elderly couple resides in the employees' dormitory of the beverage factory, which is slightly more spacious than the place where I, Lu Hao, live, measuring over 60 square meters. Upon knocking on the door and entering, I was greeted by my mother-in-law, Wang Guizhi. The moment she saw my family at the door, her expression soured. I thought it was Yongzhang and Yume coming. What brings you here? Yume is Su Min's elder sister, Su Yume, and Zhang Yongqiang is her husband. My mother-in-law, Wang Guizhi, certainly holds her brother-in-law in higher regard than me. Mom, we came to see you and Xiao Jin. Isn't she taking the college entrance exam tomorrow? I ventured to say. Wang Guizhi looked at me with some surprise. This second son-in-law, who previously would not dare utter a word, is now speaking up? Quite unusual indeed. She made no effort to conceal her displeasure. You only come here to cause trouble. You lack a diploma, have no skills, and are idle. Your visits are purely a nuisance. Mom, why do you say that? Su Min could no longer tolerate the disparaging remarks. Lu Hao has changed significantly. Please refrain from speaking so harshly. Nini nodded in agreement. Grandma, one should not underestimate others. My dad is doing remarkably well now. Our family has purchased a refrigerator, an air conditioner, and a television, an actual color TV, larger than the one in your home, all paid for by my dad. The clever little girl had adeptly utilized the expression. A scholar should be valued after 3 days apart. After overhearing Su Jin and Lu Hao's conversation, Wang Guizhi chuckled lightly and glanced at Lu Hao. With his current state, can he truly afford those 3 appliances? At such a young age, he should be focusing on learning rather than boasting and lying. Mom, Nini is not lying. Lu Hao has indeed changed for the better. He is more considerate now, and we have genuinely acquired those appliances, Su Min asserted. The air conditioner is a Mitsubishi. The refrigerator is from Snowflake, and the television is an 18-inch Fei color TV, totaling over 10,000 yuan. She deliberately provided such detailed information to prevent her husband from being looked down upon further. If he can afford these items, I will gladly use my head as a night pot, Wang Guizhi swore, utterly unconvinced that Lu Hao could buy such things. These are all renowned brands. The Mitsubishi air conditioner costs over 8,000. I wouldn't dare purchase one myself, merely gazing longingly at them in the appliance store. Our household uses a domestic Chunlan air conditioner, comparable in price to the Guqiao brand, both around 3,000. Our family's financial situation surpasses Lu Hao's by a considerable margin. How could he possibly afford such items? Mom, perhaps you should retract that statement. I wouldn't dream of using your head as a night pot. Lu Hao quickly interjected. Pa, spare me your flattery, Wang Guizhi retorted, perpetually discontent with him. Her daughter, Su Min, so beautiful, ended up marrying such a worthless individual, leaving their family the subject of ridicule among their neighbors. In the beginning, so many pursued Su Min. Any one of them was far superior to Lu Hao. Why then did she choose the least desirable? The thought alone incited frustration within her, prompting her to turn abruptly and enter the house, casting an unfriendly glance at Lu Hao. He had long since grown accustomed to this treatment. Every time he visited his mother-in-law, this was her demeanor. It was inevitable. Not only was he looked down upon for his poverty decades later, but even now he faced the same disdain. Upon entering the house, he placed the gifts he had brought aside and announced, Dad, Mom, I have brought you some gifts. However, his words were met with utter silence. His mother-in-law, Wang Guizhi, and father-in-law, Su Xingmin, treated his statement as inconsequential drivel, having no expectations of him bringing anything of worth, and they didn't even glance in his direction. At noon, Wang Guizhi did not prepare any meal, seemingly wishing for Lu Hao to take the hint and leave. Ultimately, it was Su Xingmin who, unable to bear the situation, went to the kitchen to cook. Su Min entered to assist. When the meal was served, Wang Guizhi regarded Lu Hao as if he were invisible, directing her attention instead to Xiao Jin. You have an exam tomorrow, so make sure to concentrate. After eating, hurry and review. Very few from the factory manage to enter university if you succeed. Our family would be immensely proud. It was only when she broached this topic that her mood slightly improved. Among her 4 children, finally, one showed promise in academics. Given Su Jin's usual performance, gaining admission to a university was certainly within her reach. In their neighborhood, few could boast of a university student, and each one brought considerable honor to their family. Once you're accepted, we shall host a celebration, Su Xingmin added, emphasizing the importance of her studies. Hearing these words, Su Jin felt a twinge of discontent. By this point, she had already reviewed all she needed to. Although her usual exam rankings were commendable, the pressure was substantial, and she simply wished to relax and maintain her composure for the forthcoming exam. Yet, her parents incessantly spoke of what would occur once she passed, which intensified her anxiety. Hurry and eat. Once you've finished, return to your studies, Wang Guizhi urged once more, further amplifying Su Jin's sense of pressure. What if she performed poorly? Would her parents be disappointed? At that moment, Lu Hao inquired, how far is the exam venue from home? Su Jin paused, looking up at Lu Hao, surprised that this seemingly useless brother-in-law would ask such a pertinent question, one she had just been contemplating. The exam site is at the 3rd middle school. About an hour and a half away. It's rather far, she replied. Does the school not arrange accommodations for the students? Lu Hao asked. He recalled that although Su Jin eventually gained admission to a university, it was not the one she desired, leading to a significant shift in her life's trajectory, resulting in her unhappiness. It seemed that the distance to the exam venue had almost caused her to arrive late, affecting her mindset and costing her precious points. In his previous life, he had been unable to assist this sister-in-law, but in this life, he could intervene and prevent external factors from influencing her performance. He was also reminded of the past when Su Jin, upon learning of her sister's suicide alongside Nini, had rushed to him, striking and cursing while weeping uncontrollably. Her voice had become hoarse after days of crying, her eyes swollen from grief. In truth, his debts extended beyond just Su Min and Nini. Many still owe a debt to Su Jin, who has lost her beloved second sister and niece because of him. In this lifetime, at the very least, she must achieve a flawless performance in her college entrance examination, leaving no regrets. The school has not organized accommodations. Those living nearby can stay at home, while others must find their own arrangements, Su Jin remarked. Lu Hao nodded, suggesting it would be better not to stay at home as the journey would take nearly 2 hours, compounded by the need to arrive early at the exam venue, consuming even more time. The distance could lead to unnecessary anxiety. Should she forget something, it would further delay her. Reserving a hotel near the examination site would be more convenient, allowing her to avoid the rush. Many candidates in later years adopted this strategy, often organized by the school. At this moment, the school had not yet considered such details. What is wrong with you today, you scoundrel? You are just talking nonsense, Wang Guizhi exclaimed, her irritation rising. Are you cursing Xiao Jin to fail her university entrance exams? You have no abilities yourself, yet you ask so many questions. Once you've eaten, just get lost. Her anger flared. She could not tolerate pessimistic remarks and held a strong disfavor towards Lu Hao. However, Su Jin discreetly glanced at Lu Hao, intrigued by how he seemed to know her thoughts. She, too, wished to book a hotel near the exam site to avoid the hassle of traveling back and forth, yet feared her parents' opposition, which had kept her silent. Lu Hao, however, had struck a chord deep within her, as if he were a worm in her belly. Mom, I want to stay near the exam venue. She hesitated, but eventually voiced her desire, concerned that time constraints might affect her performance. Do you really believe what he says? Wang Guizhi retorted. Isn't there a hotel at home? That cannot be dismissed. Home is certainly better, but it also depends on the circumstances. A good rest and a calm demeanor will lead to a steadier performance in the examination, Lu Hao replied. Let her book a hotel near the school. I can accompany her there today. It's all your fault that Xiao Jin has changed her mind. If she doesn't perform well, I'll hold you accountable. Wang Guizhi considered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. She turned to Su Jin, saying, "This afternoon, your father and I have matters to attend to. There's a meeting at the factory, so I can't accompany you. I'll give you some money, and you can go with your second sister to book the hotel." "All right," Su Jin nodded, sighing with relief that she wouldn't have to wake up early to rush for the exam. Casting a glance at Lu Hao, she thought to herself that if he had spoken up, it would have been quite difficult for her to arrange to stay near the exam site. My second brother-in-law understands me well, a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. After their meal, Lu Hao, Su Min, and Nini strolled downstairs to digest, while Su Jin remained in her room packing her belongings. Wang Guizhi glanced disdainfully at the items Lu Hao had brought, not even bothering to open them. "Xiao Jin, when you go down later, throw these things away." Chapter 41. Yes, your brother-in-law has changed. They were still downstairs. Su Xingmin, her father-in-law, could hardly bear to watch. If those items were discarded and seen by them, how disheartening would that be? He did not harbor a fondness for Lu Hao. Yet he did not express it as overtly as Wang Guizhi did. He still considered appearances. "You think you're so virtuous? What good things can Lu Hao, in his impoverished state, possibly bring? They are surely worthless junk, taking up space in the house. Just throw them away." Wang Guizhi, filled with disdain, scoffed at the notion of caring for anyone's pride. With merely an elementary school diploma, how could he presume to guide Xiao Jin on examination strategies? In the time they had not seen each other, it seemed that while he had gained no skills, he had certainly mastered the art of eloquence. At that moment, Su Jin emerged after tidying her belongings and addressed Wang Guizhi. "Mother, you should refrain from discarding the items my sister mentioned. Open them, and you may find they are of value." "Huh? What valuable items could they possibly bring?" Wang Guizhi retorted skeptically. Just days prior, she had visited her second sister's home, which had indeed purchased an air conditioner, a television, and a refrigerator. Moreover, Su Jin continued, "The air conditioner is of the Mitsubishi brand, the refrigerator is from Chihuahua, and the television is an 18-inch Feyue color set, superior to what we possess at home." And I did not lie. Wang Guizhi stood in shock, as did Su Xingmin beside her. Could it be true that Lu Hao's family had acquired these three appliances? This was beyond their wildest imaginations, akin to a fantastical tale. Each of these brands was renowned, and it baffled them how that scoundrel could afford such luxuries, which together would cost over 10,000 yuan. "Are you certain you did not missee? Even your elder sister and brother-in-law cannot afford these items. Your father has been a cadre at the factory for years, and our television remains black and white. What right does that scoundrel have to purchase such fine goods?" Wang Guizhi questioned, her skepticism palpable. "This defies logic. I did not missee. You will understand when you visit," Su Jin asserted. "I have packed my belongings and must take my leave." With that, she exited, leaving only Wang Guizhi and Su Xingmin in the room. "Do you truly believe that scoundrel bought those three appliances?" Wang Guizhi inquired. "I do not think Xiao Jin would fabricate such a tale," Su Xingmin replied. Wang Guizhi's expression darkened. Previously, she had boasted that she would offer her head as a night pot if Lu Hao could indeed afford those items. If true, how embarrassing that would be. Even if he had purchased them, it was surely with borrowed funds. "I am curious to see what he brought," she mused, moving to unveil the gifts Lu Hao had delivered. Upon opening them, she was left speechless. Su Xingmin was equally astonished. The gifts were indeed extraordinary. 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 bottles of Matai, and a delicate little box containing a ginseng root. Did that scoundrel truly bring these? Wang Guizhi eventually managed to ask Su Xingmin, incredulous. "Never had anyone brought so many gifts to their door. Did you not see for yourself?" Su Xingmin exclaimed. "These items are not cheap. Those 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes alone are worth 70 to 80 yuan, and they are difficult to procure, only for special supply. Not available on the market, and even the wealthy cannot easily obtain them. As for the Matai, each bottle costs 15 yuan, totaling 30 for both. Fine liquor indeed. Lastly, the ginseng appears to have been specially purchased for you. Judging by its roots, it must be wild ginseng and certainly not inexpensive." He was astounded. Each of these items, even one alone, would be remarkable, yet Lu Hao had brought them all. 2 bottles of Matai equated to the monthly wage of an average individual. He, a cadre at the factory, could scarcely afford to indulge in such luxuries throughout the year. It was simply unfathomable. 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes. While others managed to acquire just one, Lu Hao astonishingly brought back 2, totaling 20 packs. Could they possibly be counterfeit? Does he truly possess the means to procure such fine items? Wang Guizhi was skeptical. These cigarettes are authentic. Su Xingmin could discern their genuineness at a mere glance. The same applied to the liquor. As a smoker and drinker himself, he could easily identify the real from the fake. Are they all genuine? Wang Guizhi's expression was one of incredulity. How could this ne'er-do-well afford such luxuries? The amount he possessed surpassed what his son-in-law typically brought, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Su Jin descended the stairs, joining Lu Hao and Su Min. Have you gathered everything? Your ID, examination permit, pens, change of clothes, and so forth? Lu Hao inquired. The exam requires an examination permit, and all documents must be in order. Everything is ready, Su Jin replied. Let me check once more, Lu Hao said, treating her like a child as he prompted her to produce her documents for a thorough inspection. After meticulously reviewing each item and finding everything in order, he finally felt at ease. It is crucial to attend to these preparations meticulously. We cannot afford to be negligent. Some mistakes in life are permissible, yet others are simply intolerable, Lu Hao emphasized. Hearing this, Su Jin rolled her eyes. Her brother-in-law was waxing poetic. However, deep down, she recognized the truth in his words and understood that he genuinely cared for her. It felt a bit strange to receive concern from this rogue. As the family made their way outside, Su Jin lingered behind, linking arms with Su Min's sister. Has he changed? He seems different from before. Indeed, your brother-in-law has transformed. He has learned to show concern for others, Su Min nodded. Aunt, don't you find it peculiar? Do you think Dad has lost his mind? At first, I thought he might be losing it too, and I even hesitated to take him to the hospital, and I chimed in, leaning in as if sharing a secret with Su Jin. But I worry that if we do go to the hospital, the doctor might examine him, and he might revert to his old self. That would be such a pity. Yet, if we don't check, and he truly falls ill, I can't bear the thought of losing my dad. Such a thoughtful little girl. Lu Hao mused silently as he listened from the front, bemused by her numerous concerns. Instead of taking the bus, Lu Hao hailed a taxi directly to Su Jin's examination venue, the third middle school. This institution was situated on a main thoroughfare in the city center, surrounded by numerous hotels and guest houses. Guest houses typically accommodated personnel from specific organizations and were not open to the public, while hotels were privately owned, smaller in scale, and more upscale, generally beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. Let us stay at that guest house, Su Jin suggested, pointing to one where the nightly rate was 325 yuan. Mom gave me 10 yuan, which is just enough for 3 nights. The guest house she indicated was neither particularly good nor bad, adequate at best. The sign outside advertised the lodging fee of 325 yuan per night, approximately equivalent to a day's wage for a laborer, which wasn't too shabby. However, Lu Hao shook his head resolutely. You need to focus on your exam. Staying in such a shabby guest house is out of the question. The place offers little sound insulation at night, and the facilities within are unsatisfactory. There may even be a lack of proper toilets, with night pots being the only option, rendering it quite unsafe. These are mere truths. Despite the hotel's seemingly high prices, equivalent to the daily wages of an average worker, many guest rooms lack private bathrooms. They resemble the dormitories of garment factory employees, where one must venture to the end of the corridor for basic hygiene needs. Lu Hao gestured towards a nearby 6-story hotel, the Anqing Grand Hotel. At this moment, most buildings are 6 stories high, and such hotels are exceedingly rare in Jiangxing. The one Lu Hao pointed out ranks among the top 5 in the city. Chapter 42. I am your brother-in-law. Do you know how much it costs to stay there for a night? Su Jin cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hao. The Anqing Grand Hotel is remarkably luxurious and holds a prominent reputation in Jiangxing, ranking within the top 5 hotels. The clientele of such establishments are typically well-dressed individuals, part of the newly affluent class. Although her father holds a mid-level position at a beverage factory with a salary above average, he cannot afford to stay at such a hotel. Now, Lu Hao unexpectedly claimed he would take her to such a place, and she suspected he must be joking. Alternatively, he might be entirely ignorant of the cost of staying at that hotel. Follow me, Lu Hao simply stated, and proceeded toward the hotel. Su Min tugged at Su Jin, saying, Come on, your brother-in-law is wealthy. Nini trailed closely behind, chiming in, Annie, my dad really has money. I'm telling you this in secret, so don't share it with anyone. Her voice was lowered slightly. Every day, Dad brings home money in plastic bags, and Mom's hands get sore from counting it. Plastic bags for money? Counting until her hands are sore? Su Jin laughed, perceiving Nini's words as mere childlike jest. Children often lack a true understanding of money, which likely explains her remarks. She followed Lu Hao towards the Anshan Grand Hotel, observing him walk with remarkable confidence. A hint of admiration swelled within her. Regardless of other traits, Lu Hao's audacity was commendable. Such an extravagant hotel was evidently beyond the means of ordinary folk, yet he remained unfazed and composed, betraying no anxiety. Her palms were clammy with sweat, and Su Min, beside her, shared a similar nervousness. This was the first time the sisters ventured into such an upscale establishment. Nini, however, was brimming with excitement, glancing around with unabashed curiosity, completely unbothered. Embodying the fearless spirit of youth. The hotel's decor was opulent. The chandelier in the lobby appeared exquisitely crafted, and the marble flooring gleamed brilliantly. Passers-by donned suits, exuding an air of success. Approaching Lu Hao, Su Jin suggested, "Shall we leave? This place is quite expensive, and it would be embarrassing to inquire about the costs only to find we cannot afford it. Look at your attitude. It's astonishing that you're supposed to be a university student. What is so special about this hotel?" "It's nothing extraordinary," Lu Hao replied. While a 6-story hotel may be considered upscale now, in a few decades, it would be nothing remarkable. Lu Hao had stayed in far grander and more luxurious hotels. He had experienced the presidential suite at the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, which costs $20,000 per night, and such stays were not uncommon for him. There are other more expensive hotels, such as the Atlantis Resort, also located in Dubai, with a nightly rate of $25,000. The Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan, New York, surpasses even that, with rates exceeding $30,000 per night. Such establishments epitomize luxury, featuring numerous amenities crafted from gold, including lavish toiletries that belong to the most prestigious international brands. Additionally, the service staff are all stunning, rivaling professional models in beauty. In contrast, the hotel before them is far from remarkable. He directly inquired at the front desk about booking their largest room, intending to stay for 3 nights starting today. "Sir, our largest accommodation is the Grand Suite, priced at $15 per night," the front desk attendant responded politely. Beneath the courtesy, however, lay an undertone of skepticism, anticipating that Lu Hao would recoil upon hearing the price. At $15 a night, many would hesitate to stay, since the hotel opened. Only a handful of guests had ever occupied the Grand Suite, and even one visitor a month was considered exceptional. Upon hearing the price, Su Jin was taken aback. $15 per night meant $45 for 3 days, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. Her face turned pale. "I suggest we find another place. This is too expensive. Let's go," she urged. However, Lu Hao paid her no heed, pulling a $100 bill from his pocket and handing it to the front desk. "Let us proceed with the check-in for 3 nights. Is breakfast included?" he inquired nonchalantly, displaying no signs of hesitation or concern. The front desk staff immediately grew more respectful. The hotel was well decorated, and working there was a source of pride. They had encountered numerous guests, yet none had exuded the calm confidence that Lu Hao possessed. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, he appeared unfazed by the quoted price, perhaps even dismissive. 3 nights' worth of a month's salary was effortlessly dispensed. Breakfast is served on the first floor, featuring hot dry noodles, soy milk, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, eggs, and congee, the front desk attendant informed while processing the check-in. Lu Hao nodded and told Su Jin, "You can have breakfast here in the morning. I will bring you lunch and dinner." He decisively secured the hotel reservation. After receiving the room key and change, he said, "Let us go take a look." The hotel had only one grand suite located at the top floor, distanced from the street, ensuring a tranquil atmosphere. Upon entering the elevator and unlocking the door, Lu Hao expressed a slight disdain for the lack of a key card, opting for a traditional key instead. As the door swung open, Su Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's so spacious. Is the carpet safe to walk on?" The room boasted an expansive area with exquisitely crafted carpets, and the decor was stunning. Once illuminated, the space brightened significantly, utilizing imported energy-saving bulbs that provided excellent lighting. Furthermore, the Grand Suite featured 3 bedrooms, each furnished with beds, an en-suite bathroom, a color television, and air conditioning. All necessary toiletries were provided, and the beds were impeccably clean. "If you like it, that's what matters," Lu Hao smiled. "But the price is too high," Su Jin remarked, looking at him. "I can't repay this amount for now. But once I start university, I'll find a part-time job and return the money to you." Residing in such a splendid place, she hesitated to inform her family and felt reluctant to ask them for financial support, thus choosing instead to incur a debt with Lu Hao. intending to repay him once she secured an income. Upon hearing her words, Lu Hao's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. As your brother-in-law, how can you be so meticulous about this trivial amount? If you intend to repay me, does that imply you look down on me or that you do not regard me as your brother-in-law at all? Faced with Lu Hao's ire, Su Jin fell silent, lowering her gaze with a soft acknowledgement. However, a part of her was touched. This brother-in-law suddenly exuded a potent masculinity, far surpassing his previous lackadaisical demeanor. This place is quite spacious. If you have any acquaintances, feel free to invite them over. It would be beneficial to have company during your exams, Lu Hao suggested. Having a companion can serve as a reminder. All right, Su Jin nodded. She indeed had two close friends in mind and contemplated inviting them for companionship and mutual support. Yet, since Lu Hao had facilitated the booking of this residence, she felt hesitant to bring it up. To her surprise, he had proactively mentioned it. She suddenly felt a sense of understanding emanating from her brother-in-law, as if he could anticipate all her needs. Lu Hao nodded. Your friends must have a home phone, right? Just give them a call. This room has a landline, and you can make free calls. I will bring dinner to you all tonight. After offering a few more instructions, Lu Hao, along with Su Min and Nini, departed, leaving Su Jin alone in the expansive suite. Approaching the nearby landline, she dialed the number. Xiaxia, my brother-in-law has booked a room for me outside the examination venue, just a few hundred meters away. Would you like to join me? Sure. I was just thinking about how inconvenient it would be to return home due to the distance, and was considering booking a hotel near the exam site. However, I was worried about being alone since my parents have to work and cannot accompany me. Now that you have arranged it, it's perfect for us to be together. Xiaxia promptly agreed. All right, meet me at the gate of the 3rd middle school. I will wait for you there. I will also call Duan Fong to see if she can come, Su Jin replied. She then phoned her other friend, Duan Fong, who also expressed her willingness to join. After hanging up, Su Jin stood in the empty room, took a moment to survey her surroundings, then descended the stairs to wait outside the 3rd middle school. The two girls arrived by taxi. Both were well-groomed and presented themselves neatly. Xiao Jin, Xiaxia, Duan Fong. The trio greeted each other. What a coincidence. We are all assigned to the same examination venue. Indeed, they replied in unison. We can stay together to avoid oversleeping and to remind one another. Leading the two girls, Su Jin headed directly to the Anqing Hotel. However, as they arrived at the entrance, the two girls halted abruptly. Xiao Jin, you must have taken a wrong turn. Which hotel are you staying at? We should go there first to check in and drop off our things. The two friends had not considered that Su Jin's accommodation would be at the Anqing Hotel and assumed they had strayed off course. The room my brother-in-law booked for me is right here, Su Jin clarified, fully aware of the misunderstanding held by her friends. Here, this place is quite expensive. The two young women were utterly astonished by this revelation. The Anqing Grand Hotel had never been among their options, even though their parents were employed in the working class, which could be considered a decent family circumstance. They had never entertained the thought of staying at such a luxurious establishment. The hotel exuded opulence, and it was evident that the costs were far beyond their means. Xiao Jin, how much is a night here? Xiaxia inquired, apprehensive that the price might be too steep for her budget. Duan Fong nodded in agreement, stating, me too. My parents only gave me 15 yuan. But I can tell this place is certainly not affordable. Both girls hesitated to enter, fearing that their funds would fall short. Such a venue was clearly beyond their financial reach. Su Jin quickly interjected, you needn't worry about the expenses. My brother-in-law has booked a large suite for me, which includes 3 beds, perfectly enough for each of us to have our own. We can head to the exam together. And it's just a few hundred meters from the venue. We can sleep in a bit longer and not worry about missing the bus. We can simply walk there. A large suite? With 3 beds? The two were taken aback, having never encountered a suite of such grandeur. Just the name seemed to carry an air of magnificence. Come on, let me show you, Su Jin said, taking hold of their hands and leading them to the elevator towards her lavish suite. At this moment, the hotel management was rather lenient, aside from the necessity to verify identities at the guest house's entrance, requiring work identification or a letter of introduction to confirm that visitors were from the same or affiliated units. Other private hotels did not enforce strict ID checks. The front desk did not inquire as they entered. Producing the key, Su Jin opened the door and declared, here it is, the large suite. Duan Fong and Xiaxia stood at the threshold, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before them. Wow, this room is enormous, and there's even carpeting. It's larger than my own home, they exclaimed, cautiously stepping inside, akin to Lu Hao entering the Grand View Garden, curious and wide-eyed. It was no exaggeration to say that. Decades hence, many high school students would travel with their parents or venture out alone during summer breaks or holidays, gaining broader exposure. Yet, at this moment, such experiences were reserved for a select few. The horizons of students in this era were far narrower. The suite exceeded their wildest imaginings, leaving them in a state of sheer awe. Wow, there's even a bathroom. It's so spacious, one remarked. Yes, and there's air conditioning. Can we actually use it? Or do we need to pay extra? They promptly began to explore their surroundings. Indeed, there was a private bathroom. Sujin explained. My brother-in-law said that in the outdoor hotels, the bathrooms are often shared down the hall, making it inconvenient, so he booked this suite for our comfort. She had naturally begun referring to him as brother-in-law without a second thought. The air conditioning is operational. The electricity is included in the room rate, so we can use it anytime. Let us turn it on now, she said, moving to adjust the temperature. After a brief tour, the three girls gathered on the bed, enveloped in a warm camaraderie. Xia gazed at Sujin and inquired, how much does this spacious suite cost per night? Surely it cannot be inexpensive? Well, it is 15 yuan per night, Sujin replied. My brother-in-law has already covered the cost for 3 nights, so we shall stay here until our examinations are concluded. By the way, the hotel provides breakfast, complimentary in the lobby on the first floor. 15 yuan a night, Duan Fong exclaimed. The money I brought only suffices for 1 night's stay. Your elder sister's husband is truly generous. 15 yuan a day amounts to 45 yuan for 3 days, equivalent to a month's salary. If only I had such a wonderful brother-in-law. Xia nodded in agreement. The three girls shared a close friendship and had a slight understanding of each other's family circumstances. Not my elder brother-in-law, Sujin corrected, shaking her head. This hotel was booked by my second brother-in-law. I felt embarrassed to tell my parents I wanted to stay out, fearing their disapproval. He was the one who suggested this arrangement at our home, and only then did my mother relent. He even accompanied me to book the hotel here. Initially, the money my mother provided was only enough for a standard inn, but he insisted on this hotel and covered the entire expense. In the past, she had been reluctant to mention her second brother-in-law, as Lu Hao often bullied her sister, Su Min, who returned from visits battered and bruised. He seemed solely focused on indulgence and vice. However, she now found this second brother-in-law to be quite considerate. Is it your second brother-in-law? The same one you always called a scoundrel? Xia asked. Duan Fong's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you not say that this second brother-in-law only indulged in excess and abused your sister? You even told us that if he struck her again, the 3 of us would secretly ensnare him in a sack and give him a good thrashing. How could he afford such a splendid hotel for you? I truly do not know how he suddenly came into money, Sujin replied, shaking her head. A flicker of curiosity sparked within her. Was Lu Hao genuinely engaged in business? What kind of venture could yield such wealth? As the 3 girls continued their animated discussion, they soon became a lively commotion. By around 5 or 6 in the evening, a knock resounded at the door. Lu Hao had arrived with dinner. Chapter 44. The Generosity of the Boss Brother-in-Law. Sujin hesitated for a moment before calling out as she opened the door to find Lu Hao standing there. In the past, she had never addressed him as brother-in-law, always referring to him by his name, but this time she chose to change her approach. Ah, Lu Hao responded, pleased to witness her shift in attitude. He glanced inside the room, noticing the 2 girls, dressed somewhat casually, stealing glances at him. Both girls were quite attractive, one fair, the other robust, dressed in comfortable home attire. I shall not intrude further, he announced, holding a basket filled with food. This is sufficient for the 3 of you. After you finish, please wash the dishes and set them aside. I will return tomorrow at noon with more food and take the dishes back. Lu Hao handed the basket to Sujin and then passed her a bag containing some fruit. Thank you, brother-in-law, Sujin said gratefully. The brother-in-law is truly considerate. It seems he can anticipate her thoughts without her uttering a word, always thinking ahead and considering every detail. Just moments ago, she was worried that the meal Lu Hao brought might not suffice, given that there were 3 of them. Yet he had already taken this into account and even brought food for her friend. The large basket was filled to the brim. I am your brother-in-law. There's no need for formalities, he said. If you thank me again, I will treat you as your sister does. Lu Hao admonished her not to feel pressured, reassuring her that even if she performed poorly on her exams, she could always come work at his company, where he would arrange a position for her with a monthly salary of 10,000. Afterward, he turned to the 2 girls behind him, encouraging them. You both should also do well on your exams and not feel stressed. Give it your all. With that, he turned and left, not entering the room. As soon as he turned his back, the two girls stealthily tiptoed to the door, peeking through the crack. Xiaojin, is this the brother-in-law you often call a scoundrel? He doesn't seem as dreadful as you described. Indeed, he is quite mature, proactively greeting us and displaying great courtesy by not entering when he realized we were here. Their praises for Lu Hao were abundant. Only after his figure faded from view did they retreat, shutting the door. And the three of them set the meal on the table. Once again, they marveled at the feast before them, which was not only abundant but also highly nutritious: beef, edamame, tomato and egg soup, shrimp, and a generous assortment of fruits, apples, oranges, and bananas. Delicious. Did your brother-in-law prepare this? Xiaosha exclaimed, nodding in agreement. Duanfang added, your brother-in-law is truly wonderful. He just mentioned alleviating your stress and offered you a position at his company with a salary of 10,000. Sujin replied skeptically. He must be joking. How could anyone earn 10,000 a month? My parents work in a state-owned enterprise, and their employees earn only a few dozen each month. It would take years of frugality to accumulate 10,000. Moreover, she doubted Lu Hao owned a company, dismissing it as mere consolation. In her eyes, establishing a business was an elite endeavor, attainable only by those of remarkable capability. The notion of a salary of 10,000 a month seemed absurd. Even 10,000 a year was beyond her imagination. With the examination venue nearby and their accommodations comfortable, the trio awoke refreshed the next morning, preparing to head into the exam hall. Lu Hao too rose early, but his destination was the market. As Sujin approached the pivotal moment of her college entrance examination, Lu Hao's business was also nearing its grand opening. The storefront, newly renovated, displayed a sign that read Wei Min Fresh Supermarket. Inside, shelves were already stocked with an array of fruits and vegetables, with more perishable items set to be displayed on the morning of the opening day. At this moment, 7 individuals stood before him: Zhang Jigang, Shi Xiong, and 5 other staff members. In a few days, our shop will officially open, and at that time, business will undoubtedly be bustling. You will certainly find yourselves quite occupied, Lu Hao stated directly, yet you will reap substantial rewards. In addition to a fixed salary, everyone will also receive a commission. While I may indulge in the meat, you shall partake of the broth as well. Remember, I have but one requirement: customer satisfaction must be guaranteed. We must ensure that patrons feel as though they are in their own home. We must completely abandon the service attitude typical of state-owned market stalls. Anyone who does not take this seriously should leave immediately. No exceptions will be made, not even for the two of you. He suddenly changed his expression, gazing sternly at Zhang Jigang and Shi Xiong. This seriousness was directed at 2 individuals. One was a longtime friend, and the other had left a stable job at a state enterprise to follow him. Yet both received the same warning. Rest assured, Hao Gu, Shi Xiong replied. If I do not perform well, I will leave on my own accord. Zhang Jigang quickly nodded in agreement. So will I. The other servers also nodded in unison, albeit with some resentment towards Lu Hao's strictness. However, since Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang had voiced their agreement, they felt compelled to follow suit. At that moment, Lu Hao retrieved several red envelopes from his pocket. In a few days, we will be busy with the grand opening, and I want to have time to distribute these then, so I am giving them to you today. A little festive cheer for our auspicious opening, he declared, handing out the envelopes, one for each person. After distributing the envelopes, he strolled through the supermarket, inspecting the surroundings. As soon as he left, several servers began to murmur among themselves. He is so strict. I somewhat regret leaving my previous job for this one. Indeed, why did I foolishly resign from such a stable position? This is the first time I have received a red envelope from a boss. I wonder how much is inside. How much could it be? At most a few dimes, just for show. Among the 5, 3 had previously worked at the market and had joined Lu Hao for the higher wages, now feeling a twinge of regret. One server opened her envelope, her eyes widening in astonishment. 10 yuan. Moments later, she exclaimed again, 20 yuan. Her excitement was palpable, but just a few seconds later, she cried out for the 3rd time, 30. Holding the envelope in her hand, her face flushed. Lu Boss gave such a generous red envelope, 30 yuan. Could this be a mistake? One server wondered if Lu Hao had indeed erred. This is too much. The other servers quickly opened their envelopes. Mine is also 30. Me too. No mistake here. All of these servers were young women, and upon seeing the amounts in their envelopes, they were overjoyed, creating a lively atmosphere. At this time, the average person earned only 30 to 40 yuan a month, yet Lu Hao had gifted them 30 yuan for the opening. What a magnanimous boss. Chapter 45. Come. Let us toast to Hao Gu and see how it goes. The previous complaints of the group vanished in an instant, enveloped by surprise and delight. Initially, I believed it would only cost a few coins, merely for the sake of festivity. However, I never anticipated that it would exceed my expectations so significantly, amounting to nearly a month's salary. I set about my tasks, mopping the floor and polishing the cabinets. Following the excitement, several attendants immediately sprang into action. Although the floor and shelves were already impeccably clean, these individuals proactively sought out work and exerted themselves diligently. Meanwhile, Lu Hao had been silently observing the expressions of the group, and upon witnessing this development, he revealed a cunning smile. This was precisely the reaction he desired. With rewards and penalties, one masters the art of leadership. Conducting business is akin to warfare, requiring a balance of incentives and consequences. Brother Hao truly possesses remarkable tactics, Zhang Jigang remarked, recognizing Lu Hao's intent, an amalgamation of kindness and severity. He aimed to caution both him and Shi Xiong, making it clear that even those close to him were not exempt from his impartiality. If others performed poorly, the repercussions would undoubtedly be more severe. The attendants, realizing they were no match for Lu Hao, were immediately intimidated. Yet, resentment lingered in their hearts. A few red envelopes promptly brightened their spirits, alleviating their grievances and even fostering gratitude. His methods were indeed formidable. Upon opening his own red envelope, he discovered a $50 bill inside. Slightly astonished, he had expected a mere 30, yet found an additional 20. Aware that this was Lu Hao's strategy to distinguish himself from the employees and elevate his status, he nonetheless felt a sense of delight and satisfaction. Such overt schemes, astounding indeed, surpassing even the cunning of Li Guangcai, who had long occupied a managerial position. Shi Xiong, however, remained silent, not even glancing at the envelope, instead pocketing it and resuming his inspection of the fruits and vegetables, searching for any that had spoiled and needed to be discarded. Even without the red envelope, he would have worked diligently. 2 days swiftly passed, and during this time, preparations for the Wayman Fresh supermarket were in full swing, festooning the interior with celebratory banners and lanterns. Only 1 day remained until the grand opening. Lu Hao had scheduled the inauguration for the day after the college entrance examinations concluded. In the midst of this busyness, he made an effort to deliver meals to Su Jin each day at noon and in the evening. While dining outside was an option, Lu Hao was concerned about hygiene. It was one thing in ordinary circumstances, but during such a critical period, food-related ailments could have lifelong consequences. This was his duty, a debt owed to Su Jin, as he sought to repay the kindness from a past life. On the final day of the examinations, after delivering lunch, Lu Hao arrived at the Wayman Fresh supermarket, with merely half a day left before the official opening. At that moment, a few familiar faces approached: Ma Yuyang, Li Jisong, and Wang Jian. Shi Xiong, upon seeing Li Jisong and Wang Jian, was filled with indignation. How did you two end up aligning with him? Because Mr. Ma shares our objective. He aims to confront Lu Hao, which is why we have allied with him. Li Jinsong, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked to Lu Hao, did you ever anticipate that we would align ourselves with General Ma? I had forewarned you to keep an eye out. Having deceived both of us, you shall indeed pay the price. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we are allies with General Ma, Wang Jian added loudly. The two were incensed. The individuals who had continuously exploited them had now turned on their own. Moreover, Lu Hao had treated them like fools, prompting them to seek out Ma Yuyang and join forces with him. The trio quickly reached a mutual understanding, aware that Lu Hao's business was on the verge of launching, and they hastily devised plans to disrupt and annoy him. However, Lu Hao merely cast a disdainful glance at them, retorting, you two truly overestimate your significance. Aligning with Ma Yuyang makes you no better than refuse. Over the past 5 years, you have swindled me countless times, yet I have remained silent. You harbor resentment merely because I treated you to a meal once. To conduct yourselves in such a manner is a profound failure. I feel embarrassed for your parents. The two schemers were too inexperienced to confront him effectively. Unfazed, Lu Hao regarded them as mere pests. When Li Jinsong and Wang Jian were met with Lu Hao's scathing words, they struggled to formulate a rebuttal, for he had indeed spoken the truth. Ma Yuyang interjected. Boss Lu, do not flaunt your verbal prowess. Your shop opens tomorrow, and I have come to offer you a word of caution. Starting tomorrow, I will be delivering vegetables to various neighborhoods, accompanied by price reductions. Very well, Lu Hao replied calmly, seemingly unfazed. Ma Yuliang was taken aback by this reaction, feeling as if his punch had landed on cotton. Previously, he had threatened to encroach upon Lu Hao's market by delivering vegetables to the neighborhoods. Yet Lu Hao had remained nonchalant, even offering to lease him his tractor. This had nearly pushed Ma Yuliang to the brink of frustration. Now, on the day of Lu Hao's grand opening, he explicitly announced his intent to sell vegetables at a lower price. Yet Lu Hao responded with casual indifference, showing no hint of fear. Did he not comprehend the implications of such actions? Li Jinsong quickly chimed in. Lu Hao, are you really that dim-witted? Don't you grasp what General Ma is implying? Your vegetable market opens tomorrow, but we will be delivering to the neighborhoods and offering discounts. Who will come to purchase your vegetables? You will face closure on your very first day? Do you understand? Haha, you are far too foolish to succeed in business. Look at how beautifully you have decorated this place. Perhaps you should just hand it over to General Ma. Wang Jian jeered in agreement. The two were eager for Lu Hao's venture to fail immediately. They were infuriated, one resenting Lu Hao for the money he had taken from them, and the other feeling humiliated that someone they deemed inferior had successfully opened a business selling fruits and vegetables. How could this be? After a period of absence, the disparity was striking, leaving them profoundly unsettled. You two are indeed diligent in your servitude, Lu Hao observed, casting a glance at them. With just a word from Ma Yuliang, you both bark like obedient dogs. Truly commendable. With that, he strode over to a nearby meat stall, picked up 2 discarded bones, and tossed them at their feet, saying, a reward for you both. It was a humiliation, an affront to their very essence. Though devoid of profanities, the actions of the individuals involved relentlessly trampled upon the dignity of both parties, dragging their personas into the mire. You are courting death. You dare to insult us as dogs. The 2 individuals advanced menacingly, intent on confronting Lu Hao. However, Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Hao. What do you intend to do? Go on, take a swing at Brother Hao if you dare. Others from the bustling market, familiar with Lu Hao's generous nature, men sharing cigarettes and women grabbing handfuls of seeds, immediately rallied to his side upon sensing trouble. The 5 staff members of the store brandished brooms, mops, and chairs, with one young woman fiercely clutching a potato, standing defiantly beside Lu Hao. Chapter 46. I am wealthy. Witnessing such a formidable assembly around Lu Hao, Li Jinsong and Wang Jian were rendered speechless, utterly intimidated. They struggled to comprehend how Lu Hao had garnered such popularity. Even a few women displayed remarkable courage, readily seizing nearby objects to prepare for a confrontation. It seemed that at Lu Hao's slightest command, they would rush forth to strike him with potatoes, jab at him with mops, and thrust brooms at Li Jinsong and Wang Jian, who awkwardly shielded their backsides. This was the essence of Lu Hao's strategy, a mere expenditure on cigarettes and snacks, coupled with sincere words and a few compliments, had won him the affection of these individuals. In this moment, the situation was far removed from the future in that era. One might face repercussions for doing good deeds that inadvertently harmed others, yet here, when confronted with injustice, one could simply retaliate without hesitation, striking until the opponent's lineage was unrecognizable. Lu Hao regarded Ma Yuliang with a warning. I advise you not to oppose me. You are no match for me. Focus on your own business. The market is beyond your reach. Ma Yuliang's face flushed with rage. Despite being younger than him and having recently been a mere ne'er-do-well, Lu Hao spoke to him with an audacity that was both brazen and imperious. He had long coveted the market, believing his acquisition of a few stalls and some renovations conferred upon him the status of a true proprietor. However, Lu Hao's interference had completely disrupted his plans. Do not assume that just because you have secured a few stalls, you are indeed a boss. The profits from delivering vegetables to the neighborhood have likely been exhausted by now, Ma Yuliang thought, regaining his composure as he glared at Lu Hao. If business faltered upon his grand opening, not only would he fail to make any profit, but his initial investments would also be rendered futile, leaving him destitute. He was determined to defeat Lu Hao. Only then could he reclaim his influence over the market. This location was too prime to relinquish, a long-desired prize that he was determined to seize, after which his business could ascend to new heights. Tomorrow morning, I shall deliver vegetables to every nearby community. At least 1 truck per neighborhood, and all at half price, with me covering the losses. I will ensure that you have no customers, and on your opening day, your sales will be a mere zero. I possess ample funds, and I am unashamed to disclose that I have 500,000 yuan in the bank. Furthermore, I own 3 properties. What do you have to compete with me? Ma Yuliang's bloodshot eyes gleamed with confidence as he fixed his gaze on Lu Hao. He was determined to win, and he was certain he would. Upon hearing his words, many faces in the crowd shifted in expression. Xixiang's countenance was grim, while Zhang Jigang's face bore a pallor of worry. The 5 newly hired waitstaff appeared increasingly flustered. 500,000, what an immense sum. That equates to 50 affluent households. In addition to 3 properties, aggregating to an estimated asset value of 60 to 70,000. Could Lu Hao possibly contend with such formidable opposition? They were in a state of disarray. Yet, Lu Hao remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at Ma Yuliang. Ignoring the wisdom of elders often leads to misfortune. Since he has chosen to disregard counsel, so be it. Let him come forth. I shall meet his challenge. Tomorrow, this place will undoubtedly be bustling with customers. The revenue will overflow, necessitating cardboard boxes to contain the cash. The trivial ploys of the opponent hardly fazed him. 500,000 might daunt others. But Lu Hao was undaunted. Very well, I hope you can maintain such resolve tomorrow. Ma Yuliang's face darkened as he turned to depart. Lu Hao did not yield. But that was inconsequential. He would surely orchestrate Lu Hao's downfall. If a one-day 50% discount proved ineffective, then 2 days, 3 days, until Lu Hao could no longer sustain it. I possess ample funds. I fear not the long game, he seethed. He envisioned Lu Hao begging him to take over these 5 stalls. Once Ma Yuliang and his associates left, Zhang Jigang hurriedly inquired, Brother Hao, what shall we do? This Ma Yuliang is indeed affluent. If he implements his half-price sale tomorrow morning, those elderly patrons will undoubtedly purchase from him, forsaking our market. Though Xixiang remained silent. Worry was etched on his face as he regarded Lu Hao. This is it. I've just begun working. Am I destined for unemployment? I never anticipated such wealth in my opponent. This is no mere adversary. I may have to seek new employment. The waitstaff lamented collectively, convinced of Lu Hao's impending defeat. Rest assured, you must have faith in me, Lu Hao reassured them, untroubled. To the staff, he instructed, you may clock out now. Return home early to rest. Tomorrow. Arrive at 1 o'clock in the morning to prepare for business. The store had already stocked some fruits and vegetables, all of which were durable enough not to compromise their appearance, while those requiring utmost freshness would be delivered at dawn. Selling fruits and vegetables hinges upon freshness. The elderly patrons are discerning, and it is imperative to meet this standard to cultivate a reputation and grow the business. The staff, though filled with trepidation, realized there was little alternative and complied with Lu Hao's directives, departing early. At that moment, Lu Hao beckoned Xixiang and Zhang Jigang. Come, accompany me to the office. A small room, partitioned from the supermarket, served as their office. Once inside, Lu Hao gestured to Xixiang, who promptly closed the door and drew the curtains. I have matters to attend to, so I shall be succinct and direct. Lu Hao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each of the men before lighting his own. He tossed the lighter to Zhang Jigang. Ma Yuliang naively believed that a half-price promotion could undermine my business, anticipating a lack of customers to coerce me into relinquishing my stalls. Such a cunning tactic may confound the average individual, but he is up against me. Upon mentioning this, he chuckled softly. Having achieved such a lofty status in his previous life, the myriad challenges he encountered were insignificant compared to the current predicament. He had no intention of using someone as a scapegoat, yet there were those who insisted on placing their heads in the noose. He turned to Xixiang, noting that a considerable amount of fruits and vegetables would arrive at dawn tomorrow. You will be responsible for this aspect, ensuring quality control, arranging them on the shelves, and affixing price tags. Absolutely, Xixiang replied with a decisive nod. Though he spoke little, he was committed to executing any tasks entrusted to him with unwavering diligence. Lu Hao then directed his gaze toward Zhang Jigang. Later, you are to visit the appliance store and purchase a Mitsubishi air conditioner, an 18-inch Feyua television, and a snowflake refrigerator. Lu Hao extracted the last remnants of cash from his pocket. Any surplus would be spent on fans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bathing tubs, towels, electric kettles, and similar items. Zhang Jigang was bewildered. Brother Hao, what is the purpose of this? We are in the business of selling fruits and vegetables. Yet you are instructing me to buy appliances. I am utterly confused. It's for a lottery, Lu Hao grinned. Any customer who spends a certain amount at the fresh produce supermarket will receive a chance to win a prize, and these items are the rewards. Chapter 47. All will be revealed tomorrow, a lottery? Zhang Jigang exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Hao, these prizes are excessively expensive. A Mitsubishi air conditioner costs over 8,000. We could easily substitute it with a domestic brand for 3 or 4,000, saving a considerable sum, or even acquire several more items as prizes. As for the television, we need not insist on a color model. A black and white set would suffice, and a 14-inch screen would be adequate. Regarding the refrigerator, there are cheaper options available, such as Samsung, Gilame, or Baiyun, all priced at just over 1,000, which would save us more than 1,000 yuan. He was genuinely taken aback by Lu Hao's boldness. He had never encountered such lavish prizes for a lottery. Just these 3 major items exceeded 10,000. No. You shall procure the specified brands I mentioned. These are the appliances I use at home, and they are quite reliable, Lu Hao insisted, shaking his head. The ceiling for prizes must be high. 3 air conditioners priced at 3,000 each would not be as enticing as one valued at over 8,000. To increase the number of prizes and enhance the odds of winning, we can include items such as fans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. The allure of the double color ball surpasses that of scratch cards by far. The larger the prize, the more it incites frenzy. This is a non-negotiable order. Should you dare to defy my wishes, you will promptly pack your belongings and leave, Lu Hao declared sternly. Reluctant to compromise, he believed in striving for excellence. The marble flooring had been laid, imported lighting installed, and solid wooden shelves assembled. Could he really skimp on the prize money? One must not be short-sighted. Ma Youliang's half-priced fruits and vegetables are merely a tactic to divert the residents of the community from patronizing my business. Thus, I shall employ these extravagant appliances to attract customers. His eyes gleamed, akin to a wolf fixated on its prey. Competing in business? Who fears whom? This battle must not be lost. You must adhere strictly to my instructions. The Minqing Fresh Supermarket is merely the first of many branches that will proliferate throughout Jiangqing, across the province, and even nationwide, ultimately reaching the world. The prizes offered must be so enticing that citizens have no reason to refuse patronage. Moreover, such a grand spectacle will attract television coverage, providing us with free publicity. Every element is interconnected. He has long been calculating this. Only now does he reveal it. All for the sake of secrecy. Brother Hao, I was just overthinking. Rest assured, I will follow your directives to the letter, Zhang Jigang promptly replied. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical of Lu Hao's words, expanding Minqing Fresh Supermarket across the nation and the world. Such aspirations seemed nearly fantastical. What would it take to achieve such grandeur? Lu Hao continued with his arrangements, emphasizing not only this matter but also the need to distribute flyers widely, announcing the grand opening of Minqing Fresh Supermarket to the public. It was essential to highlight the lottery event, featuring images of televisions, air conditioners, and color TVs on the flyers. Tonight, the flyers would be plastered around the vegetable market and the surrounding residential areas, employing numerous individuals for the task. Importantly, this would only be done at night, after most people had retired for the evening. Posting flyers under the cover of darkness would catch Ma Youliang off guard, preventing him from preemptively countering our strategy. By the time he notices the flyers the next morning, it would be too late for him to react. In business, as in warfare, timing is crucial. Understood. Zhang Jigang nodded, feeling a surge of nervous energy, his skin prickling. Initially, he had thought it impossible to contend with Ma Youliang. But now he realized Lu Hao had devised an impressive plan. It was no wonder Lu Hao had remained composed in the face of Ma Youliang's provocations. He had a strategy firmly in mind. Reflecting inwardly, Zhang Jigang acknowledged he could never conceive such a plan himself, nor possess such audacity. What spectacle would the grand opening of Minqing Fresh Supermarket present tomorrow? The anticipation filled him with exhilaration, a sensation he had never experienced during his tenure at the market. Now that we are clear, let us proceed. Everything hinges on tomorrow, Lu Hao declared, rising from his seat and discarding his cigarette but on the ground, stamping it out with a mix of excitement. Some endeavors, even if previously undertaken, become addictive when approached with a new perspective. Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang busied themselves with preparations as Lu Hao exited the office, making his way to the third middle school. Today marked the final day of the college entrance examination, and Su Jin was about to complete her tests. Upon arriving outside the examination hall, he noticed a considerable gathering of parents. In contrast to modern times, the only difference was the relative scarcity of vehicles, yet the eager, hopeful gazes of the parents remained unchanged. Every parent aspires for their child to succeed, a timeless hope that transcends generations. Lu Hao also gazed toward the examination hall, knowing it would conclude shortly. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the air. Is that you, Lu Hao? Lu Hao turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a man with slicked back hair, glossy with pomade, dressed in a suit and tied despite the sweltering heat. This was Zhang Yongqiang, another son-in-law of the Su family. Beside him stood a woman who bore a slight resemblance to Su Min, yet her eyes held a sharpness that made one uncomfortable. This woman was Su Min's elder sister, Su Yume. The couple was accompanied by Lu Hao's mother-in-law, Wang Guizhi, indicating that they had come to fetch Su Jin. Hello. Lu Hao greeted, maintaining the necessary decorum despite Wang Guizhi's disdain for him. Humph. Wang Guizhi responded curtly, while Zhang Yongqiang admonished, Lu Hao, look at what you've done to make Mom upset. It's quite disgraceful that you allowed Su Jin to stay outside. If I had been home, you would never have made such a foolish decision. Lu Hao regarded him with irritation. It's closer to the exam venue, which makes it more convenient. Is that a problem? Despite being fellow sons-in-law, Zhang Yongqiang was favored in the Su household, while Lu Hao was not. Do you still not realize your mistake? Do you truly harbor enmity towards Mom, wishing to harm our family? Zhang Yongqiang's expression was exaggerated. Do you know how dangerous it is for a girl to stay in a hotel? What if she encounters a bad person? Furthermore, eating out can be unhygienic. What if she gets food poisoning? If Su Jin fails to get into university, can you bear that responsibility? I see you clearly have grievances against Mom and our family, which is why you would deliberately act in such a manner, feigning concern while truly wishing to sabotage Su Jin's prospects to retaliate against us. Without inquiring about the specifics, he hurled accusations at Lu Hao. He not only looked down on Lu Hao but also felt a twinge of jealousy. As Su Min was far more attractive than Su Yume, yet she ended up with this good-for-nothing. However, there was a certain satisfaction in belittling Lu Hao. Whenever he was in a foul mood, he would take it out on Lu Hao, who had no one to defend him and thus bore the brunt of it. Chapter 48. Your face is quite large. Lu Hao recognized that Zhang Yongqiang was seeking a confrontation, having failed to find his sense of significance elsewhere. He had come to assert himself at Lu Hao's expense. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong target. With the intellect you possess, do you suppose I would overlook such matters? Lu Hao responded coldly. I have booked a commendable hotel for Su Jin, and her 2 friends are accompanying her. All 3 are sitting for the same examination, so there is no need for concern regarding safety. But you, wearing a suit and tie in this heat, aren't you uncomfortable? Do you really consider yourself a successful person? Zhang Yongqiang was taken aback by this rebuttal. How dare Lu Hao speak back to him with such audacity? In the past, Lu Hao had never dared to be so bold, and Zhang Yongqiang was accustomed to being the center of attention, with his father-in-law and mother-in-law favoring him over Lu Hao. During family gatherings, it was always Zhang Yongqiang who received admiration, while Lu Hao remained the criticized and overlooked outsider. This dynamic brought Zhang Yongqiang immense satisfaction. Whenever he felt displeased, he would mock Lu Hao, who never dared to retaliate until today. Ah, how amusing it is to see you so agitated. Consumed by jealousy over my husband's business acumen, which undoubtedly surpasses yours. Su Yume glared at Lu Hao with a pair of sharp eyes, asserting that had we not been preoccupied, we would not have allowed such behavior. If Xiao Jin does poorly on her exam, it will be your fault. My wife speaks the truth. I am a businessman. Engaging in commerce necessitates a suit, as it signifies respect for the counterpart. What do you understand of such matters? Zhang Yongqiang immediately chimed in. Lu Hao chuckled, observing him keenly. And what substantial deals have you closed? How much profit have you garnered? Pray, do enlighten us. His words struck Zhang Yongqiang like a thunderclap, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had not earned a profit. Rather, he had suffered considerable losses. The suit and tie were mere facades, crafted to conceal his financial failures and to maintain an air of success before the aspiring university students gathered at the examination venue. In truth, he was already feeling the heat. Had Lu Hao not spoken, he would have removed his jacket, but now, he felt compelled to endure the discomfort. While I may not have clinched any major deals yet, I have certainly gleaned a wealth of experience. Business is akin to warfare. There are victories and defeats. And is that not entirely normal? Zhang Yongqiang sought to justify himself. Who among us can claim uninterrupted success in business? I can, Lu Hao retorted. Haha. You truly are audacious. A mere idle man without a proper job dares to claim perpetual success in business? Have you ever engaged in commerce to make such assertions? Zhang Yongqiang scoffed. Enough, dear husband. Engaging with him is a waste of time. I cannot fathom what Xiao Min sees in him. Cohabiting with such a person is a disgrace to our Su family, Su Yume interjected. Her mother, Wang Guizhi, also glared at Lu Hao, lamenting. Had I not heeded your advice to let Xiao Jin reside here, I would not have been so foolish. What wisdom could possibly arise from an ne'er-do-well like you? At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang out. Moments later, Su Jin appeared at the entrance, waving cheerfully, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Xie Sha and Duan Fong were also present, the two young women standing on tiptoe, calling out to him. Xiao Jin is greeting me, Zhang Yongxiang thought, exhilarated. Su Jin was undeniably beautiful, and the likelihood of her being a university student was high. Her acknowledgement upon exiting the exam hall filled him with pride, stirring within him some rather peculiar thoughts. One who occupies the advantageous position may indeed find fortune. Perhaps a story will unfold, he mused. Who are those two girls? They are also calling you brother-in-law and greeting you, Su Yume inquired. They must be Xiao Jin's friends. They have certainly heard my name from her and are thus enamored, prompting them to call me brother-in-law alongside her. Zhang Yongxiang adjusted his tie and combed his hair, buoyed by the thought that he held significant esteem in Xiao Jin's eyes. Of course, dear husband, you are a businessman. Su Yume glanced at Lu Hao, feeling that he was far superior to certain individuals. She couldn't fathom how some people could be so shameless. Now that her family was about to produce a university student, they came scurrying over, seeking to ingratiate themselves. A moment of introspection would serve them well. How could someone like him ever be deserving? She was referring to Lu Hao. They mistakenly assumed Lu Hao approached to curry favor with Su Jin. The prospect of a family member entering university was indeed remarkable. However, the subsequent scene left Su Yume and Zhang Yongxiang utterly astounded. As Su Jin rushed over, she did not approach them, but instead made her way to Lu Hao. Brother-in-law, you're here, she exclaimed. Xie Sha and Duan Fong, two girls, one tall and one fair, each distinctive in their own right, also gathered around Lu Hao. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. In just a few days, these two young ladies had become comfortable enough with Lu Hao to exchange light-hearted banter, and regardless of Lu Hao's feelings, they echoed Su Jin's address. Zhang Yongxiang was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Weren't they supposed to be calling him? Why were they flocking to Lu Hao instead? Su Yume immediately interjected, Xiao Jin, what is going on? Your brother-in-law is here. Why are you over there with that scoundrel? Su Jin replied. Lu Hao is also my brother-in-law. I was just calling him earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't see you and the eldest sister-in-law were also here. Zhang Yongxiang's face turned ashen. He stood right next to Lu Hao yet was utterly disregarded. Was he truly so inconspicuous? He was bewildered. Hadn't Su Jin previously harbored a strong dislike for Lu Hao, even ready to confront him on behalf of her elder sister, Su Min? How had she suddenly become so affectionate? Xiao Jin, how did you perform? Wang Guizhi inquired with great concern. I did even better than usual, Su Jin replied confidently. I should be almost guaranteed admission to university, and I might even secure a place at my dream school. That is wonderful. However, you must listen to Lu Hao anymore. That scoundrel nearly jeopardized your chances of attending university. Zhang Yongxiang finally found his moment to speak. As a girl, how could you possibly stay in a hotel alone? It's far too dangerous, especially during such a crucial time as the college entrance examination. You must be particularly cautious about what you eat. Food from outside can be unsanitary. If you were to fall ill during the exam, it would lead to lifelong regret. Thankfully, you escaped without incident, but remember my words. He once again attempted to tarnish Lu Hao's reputation. Watching Su Jin link her arm with Lu Hao's made his teeth grind in frustration, and the proximity of the other two girls only intensified his jealousy. A scoundrel like him could be so well-liked? Chapter 49, This is the room reserved by my second brother-in-law. Su Jin asserted, while you may think of it. My second brother-in-law had already considered it. With Xie Sha and Duan Fong accompanying me, I feel completely safe. Moreover, the hotel environment is excellent, equipped with air conditioning, a bathroom, a television, and 3 beds, spanning over 60 square meters. It's quite comfortable. She swiftly countered. It's precisely because my second brother-in-law arranged for a hotel near the examination venue that I could rest longer and perform so well. Several of my classmates live far away and had trouble catching public transport in the morning. They nearly missed the exam. Additionally, the hotel provides breakfast, and my second brother-in-law personally delivers lunch and dinner. The meals are delectable. Air conditioning, a television, a bathroom. There are still 3 beds. With an area exceeding 60 square meters? Zhang Yongxiang was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. Xiao Jin, did Lu Hao put you up to this? What kind of hotel boasts such spacious rooms? 60 square meters is simply absurd. Even the adjacent Anshan Grand Hotel does not offer rooms of that size. I've stayed there several times. He was incredulous about Su Jin's claims, asserting that nearby inns could not possibly have rooms that large. The best option, the Anshan Grand Hotel, only provided rooms of around 20 square meters, which was already quite spacious. Indeed, it's too exaggerated. Xiaojin, you should keep your distance from Lu Hao. He probably has never stayed in a hotel to make such a claim, Su Yume interjected. In just a few days, you've learned to lie. Claiming rooms of 60 square meters, akin to the size of the house your parents live in. Is this still a hotel? Both of them were skeptical about the existence of hotel rooms of such a vast area. Not only was it hard to fathom in the present, but even decades later. Many people might have learned through the internet that large hotel rooms exist, yet they had never experienced staying in rooms of 50 or 60 square meters. It was simply too luxurious. Sister, I assure you, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see the rooms right now. Our belongings are still at the hotel, and we haven't checked out yet, Su Jin insisted. All right, let's go and take a look. I'm curious to see what a 60 square meter room looks like. I would like to broaden my horizons, Zhang Yongxiang replied. He was determined to expose the truth and ridicule Lu Hao. Watching the three beautiful women gathered around Lu Hao filled him with jealousy. Today, he had meticulously styled his hair to a glossy sheen and donned a suit, persisting through the heat despite sweating profusely on his back, but no one seemed to notice. As they were all engrossed in Lu Hao's company, a group of them made their way to the Anshan Grand Hotel. Wait here for a moment. I will go inquire first to ensure no one colludes with the front desk to deceive us, Zhang Yongxiang stated as he approached the front desk. He directly inquired, do you have any rooms that are 60 square meters? None available, the receptionist replied. Zhang Yongxiang chuckled, turning to Lu Hao with a loud voice. Did you hear that? In the face of reality, what can you say? From now on, keep your distance from Xiaojin. Deceiving even family is beneath you. Did your Chinese teacher teach you? Lu Hao shot him a glance. The receptionist said none available, but the key word was none. This hotel has only one large suite, which I have already booked and have not yet checked out from, hence the unavailability. As he spoke, Lu Hao approached the front desk, stating, please send someone to inspect the suite. We will head up shortly. Many hotels conduct inspections before checkout to ensure the facilities are intact and items are not excessively used. Certainly, sir, the receptionist replied, recognizing Lu Hao and smiling sincerely. I will call the cleaning staff to check the room. Thank you for your support of our hotel. And we look forward to your next visit. Zhang Yongxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This hotel indeed had a large suite. He felt a little embarrassed. I have stayed here several times, yet I was unaware of your large suite. Does it really exceed 60 square meters? 632 square feet, came the reply. The front desk replied that there was only one large suite available, and it had rarely been booked. This gentleman was the first guest in a month and a half. Indeed, it was true. Moreover, the occupancy was low. Only Lu Hao had stayed there in that time frame. I wasn't lying, nor was my brother-in-law deceiving me. Initially, I intended to stay at a standard hotel, but my brother-in-law insisted against it, claiming those establishments had poor conditions and could pose a risk. Thus, he advised me to book the large suite at Anshan Grand Hotel. We had breakfast at the hotel, which included a variety of dishes such as soy milk, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, eggs, porridge, and corn. We could eat as much as we wanted, provided we did not waste any food. For lunch and dinner, my brother-in-law brought over meals, and he had considered everything meticulously. My stable performance this time was greatly thanks to him. Without his support, I would have merely performed at my usual level and not exceeded expectations. Su Jin repeatedly referred to him as brother-in-law and praised Lu Hao once more. Zhang Yongxiang felt a pang of discomfort. He awkwardly remarked that this 60 square meter suite must have been renovated after his stay, or else he would have known about it. He attempted to downplay his embarrassment, hoping to find a way out. However, a sudden voice interrupted. Lu Hao inquired at the front desk when the large suite had been available. It has been here since the hotel opened, came the response. Su Jin, Xiesha, Duan Fang, and several other passers-by focused their attention on Zhang Yongxiang. Although no words were exchanged, Zhang Yongxiang wished he could disappear into the ground. How humiliating! He sought an escape, yet someone had removed the ladder. He glared at Lu Hao, wishing he could strangle him. Such cruelty, leaving no avenue for retreat. Let us go upstairs and pack our things. It's time to check out. Lu Hao disregarded his gaze. Did he intend to provoke him? Who was afraid? A group of them took the elevator upstairs. Wang Guizhi followed suit, expressing her curiosity about what the large suite looked like, having never seen one before. What could be so special? Su Yume scoffed. Yet her body betrayed her as she joined the elevator crowd despite her verbal dismissal. Zhang Yongqiang found himself alone. Initially reluctant to ascend, but feeling somewhat guilty remaining behind, he too entered the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, Su Jin produced the key and opened the door, exclaiming, "Here it is, the large suite my brother-in-law booked for me. Isn't it luxurious?" Wang Guizhi surveyed the room, nodding in agreement. The suite was indeed spacious, comparable in size to their home, yet beautifully decorated. It had air conditioning and a television, with carpets on the floor and elegant lighting emitting a soft white glow. "I heard your father mention an imported light that was energy-saving and gentle on the eyes," she marveled, recalling that her father sometimes traveled for work and stayed at a brother unit's guest house, which was merely a tiny space. In comparison to this room, the disparity was immense. Chapter 50. At last, you spoke sensibly. This grand suite is truly opulent, featuring a restroom with a water closet, adorned with an English name, imported and undeniably comfortable. Yet I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Su Jin, brimming with joy, enthusiastically introduced the amenities to Wang Guizhi, including the air conditioning that remained on throughout the night, rendering the room refreshingly cool, unlike at home where the air conditioning serves merely as a decorative piece. Although there is air conditioning at home, it is seldom used, only activated during extreme heat to conserve electricity. Despite holding formal employment, individuals at this time are remarkably frugal. Wang Guizhi, who is both disdainful of poverty and enamored with wealth, nonetheless practices restraint. "This place must be rather expensive. How much does it cost for one night?" Wang Guizhi inquired after surveying the surroundings. 15 yuan per night, Su Jin replied. "Such an exorbitant price. Staying for 3 nights would amount to 45 yuan. Far beyond the funds I provided you," Wang Guizhi exclaimed, taken aback. Though she anticipated the high cost of such a splendid room, the reality exceeded her expectations. A month's salary could vanish in just 3 days. It feels like robbery. Previously, when she accompanied Su Xingmin to a guest house, there was no charge, merely a registration, with expenses reimbursed by the organization. Even at other ends, the cost was only 2 or 3 yuan. The rate for this luxurious suite is 5 to 6 times that of a standard hotel room. "It was paid for by my brother-in-law," Su Jin clarified. Wang Guizhi turned to Lu Hao, her expression one of astonishment. "You paid for it?" She was puzzled and surprised that this seemingly lackadaisical fellow could be so generous. "It was me, but it's not a large sum. It's inconsequential," Lu Hao nodded. "At last, you've spoken sensibly." Wang Guizhi found some satisfaction in his words. "When you married Xiao Min, I asked for nothing. I shall not repay you this money." Although she and Su Xingmin both worked for a state-owned enterprise and were financially prudent, they could manage ordinary living expenses comfortably. Yet the costs of appliances and other scarce resources remained significant for ordinary employees. "Mom, where are your thoughts wandering? Why would I ask for repayment?" Lu Hao responded. "Xiao Jin is my sister-in-law. Despite lacking blood relations, I have always held affection for her. It is only fitting to reserve a fine room for her during such an important occasion as the college entrance examination, allowing her to perform her best. I have never contemplated asking Wang Guizhi for the room fee. I can afford this small expense." "You certainly put on a show," Su Yume muttered. "You don't even have a job, and 45 yuan has vanished just like that? I imagine your heart is already bleeding." Lu Hao disregarded her remark. This woman had always treated him with disdain, relishing in her sarcasm. "If only we could stay in such a wonderful place for one night." Wang Guizhi lamented as they prepared to leave. In comparison, her modest living quarters of over 60 square meters paled in contrast to this suite. The disparity was stark. "Once I conclude my current tasks, I'll find time for the family to travel together, and we can book several even more splendid suites. So you can truly enjoy yourself, Mom," Lu Hao promised. Although his mother-in-law displayed a hint of materialism, one could understand her perspective. She was merely looking out for her daughter, concerned that Su Min might suffer in this relationship. After all, one must show respect to Su Min, regardless of their opinions. "When will you take me to enjoy such luxuries?" "Forget it. It seems I may have to wait until death." Wang Guizhi dismissed the matter, merely assuming that Lu Hao was boasting. Such an expensive room costs 15 yuan for just one night. Would a family outing not entail greater expenses? How could this good-for-nothing Lu Hao possibly afford such a luxury? After checking out, the family made their way towards the bus station. However, this time, "I must express my gratitude to you. It is thanks to you that Xiao Jin was able to perform exceptionally well." It was rare for her to praise Lu Hao. Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yume, walking behind, overheard Wang Guizhi's commendation of Lu Hao. Su Yumei tugged at her partner, glancing at this good-for-nothing who had received praise from their mother, yet still managed to earn Xiao Jin's affection. It was infuriating to witness. She, too, held Lu Hao in disdain, viewing him as a poor brother-in-law incapable of offering substantial assistance. With Su Min's attributes, she could undoubtedly choose a far superior partner. After all, there were even individuals working in banks who had pursued Su Min. Any one of them would have made a better brother-in-law than Lu Hao. Alas, Su Min chose Lu Hao. He was deliberately trying to please their mother and Xiao Jin. The funds for the hotel were undoubtedly borrowed. If Xiao Jin had the opportunity to attend university, she would secure a stable job in the future, so he was striving to ingratiate himself with her now. Hoping to gain benefits from this connection, Zhang Yongqiang was judging others by his own standards. What he did not realize was that the so-called stable job would soon undergo changes. Initially, with a dual-track system, some graduates would be assigned jobs while others would seek employment independently, eventually leading to the complete abolition of the job allocation system. Even university graduates might not secure job placements by the time Su Jin graduated. Zhang Yongqiang hurried ahead and said to Su Jin, "You have finally completed your exams. With your results, you will surely be admitted to university. We must celebrate. How about this? I will reserve a table at Eugene Restaurant tomorrow for our family to enjoy a good meal, as a pre-celebration for you." He, too, wanted to curry favor. He could not allow Lu Hao to monopolize the attention. Eugene Restaurant? That place is quite expensive, isn't it? Wang Guizhi inquired. It may be a bit pricey, but it matters not. Xiao Jin is my dear sister, and Yongqiang is her brother-in-law. What is the matter with celebrating her achievements? Su Yumei replied. In truth, she felt a pang of sorrow. She had only visited Eugene Restaurant a handful of times due to the exorbitant prices. Yet she spoke beautifully nonetheless. What Yumei said is correct. Zhang Yongqiang nodded in agreement. Regardless of the cost, we must contribute, after all. We have produced a top scholar in our family, a momentous occasion worthy of honor. Surely, an ordinary restaurant cannot suffice. We must go to Eugene Restaurant. Xiao Jin is fortunate to have such a brother-in-law and sister, Wang Guizhi said joyfully. She, too, wished to host a banquet and could only hope for such a splendid venue. Zhang Yongqiang adjusted his tie, feeling quite satisfied. Finally, he had regained some ground. Thank you. Elder brother-in-law, Su Jin said politely, turning to Lu Hao and asking, will you be joining us, second brother-in-law? She hoped he would attend. Let us all go together. That place is quite expensive, and you've likely never been there. It would be a wonderful opportunity to broaden your horizons. Zhang Yongqiang seized the chance to undermine Lu Hao. He, too, wanted Lu Hao to attend. How else could he serve as a backdrop to highlight his own prominence? I have some matters to attend to tomorrow and may not be able to make it, Lu Hao replied. Your sister and I will be going, and I will try my best to make an appearance. His business had reached a critical juncture. Tomorrow morning, the Miching Fresh supermarket would officially open its doors. He could not afford to leave, as he needed to be present to oversee the proceedings. Although the situation seemed almost certain to succeed, he still felt compelled to witness it firsthand. This sentiment elicited laughter from Zhang Yongqiang. Busy? What could possibly keep you so occupied? Have you no time even for a meal? Are you perhaps too timid to go, fearing the prospect of paying? Chapter 51. Are you worried that I cannot afford you? Fear not. You shall not need to spend a dime. My husband and I will cover the expenses. Su Yumei scoffed. I thought you would pretend for longer. Yet you revealed your true colors so swiftly. They both presumed that Lu Hao was too intimidated to venture out, thus fabricating an excuse. The Eugene Restaurant was merely an ordinary eatery, hardly formidable enough to deter anyone. Lu Hao remarked, it is not an upscale establishment. The offerings lack distinction. Merely typical home-cooked meals that one tea cost much. It is merely a small gem among the plethora of dining options, presenting itself as somewhat decent compared to other restaurants. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall make my way there. His declaration only incited further derision from Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yumei. You truly dare to express such disdain for Eugene Restaurant? Su Yumei retorted with a cold sneer. Many leaders and business owners dine there. And you dare claim it as lackluster? Have you even eaten there? To make such claims is nothing but boastful arrogance. Lu Hao was neither boasting nor posturing. Although Eugene Restaurant was indeed respectable at this moment, it paled in comparison to the numerous establishments he had encountered in his past life. Not long ago, he had visited Eugene Restaurant, and he had instantly discerned numerous flaws in its decor, layout, and service. He truly found it unimpressive. Casting a glance at Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yumei, he regarded them as fools, unwilling to waste his breath in explanation. He simply called out to Su Jane, "Little Jane, I shall take my leave for now. Do visit your brother-in-law when you have the time." He then bid farewell to Wang Guizhi, saying, "Mother, I am off." After speaking, he turned and departed. Rather than returning home, he first visited the Minxing Fresh supermarket. At this hour, the vegetable market had long since closed. Employees from state-owned enterprises typically wrapped up their tasks half an hour early and left promptly. He had recently hired 5 staff members, allowing them to return early for rest, instructing them to arrive early the next morning. However, the store was not entirely deserted. One individual remained. Shixiong had not left. When Lu Hao arrived, he found Shixiong sweeping the already pristine floor, a towel draped over his shoulder, clearly prepared to clean shelves or other areas while he swept. "How many times have you cleaned this? There is no need to wipe it so frequently." Lu Hao approached. "You should return home and rest early. Come back to supervise before the clock strikes. I feel anxious. I cannot calm my nerves without doing something. I wouldn't be able to sleep at home, so I might as well stay here," Shixiong replied. He spoke the truth. He truly found it difficult to sleep. Lu Hao refrained from pressing further, patting his shoulder. "If you're tired, you can rest in my office. There are chairs." "I understand," Shixiong nodded. The two conversed for a while longer until Zhang Jigang arrived. The man was drenched in sweat, clutching several flyers in his hands. "How go? Take a look at these flyers and see if they are acceptable. I've scoured 5 locations and printed 5 different versions. Tell me which one you think is most suitable, and I will have them printed immediately." He had already secured a team to post the flyers, planning to commence their work around 10 o'clock at night when most people would be asleep, ensuring that every alley would be plastered with them. He was overwhelmed with tasks, as printing shops were not as numerous as they are in the future. They were quite rare, necessitating a trek of several kilometers to locate one, which consumed considerable time. After visiting 5 establishments, he sought Lu Hao's advice. Lu Hao, with his sharp intellect and keen sense of propriety, was adept at navigating social situations, a skill honed through experiences in state-owned enterprises. Furthermore, he had invested significant effort into finding individuals to post the flyers, yet he accomplished all of it. Lu Hao offered him a cigarette and lit it for him, acknowledging his hard work. Upon receiving the flyers, he scrutinized them carefully and quickly made his selection. The flyer he chose prominently featured the words "Lucky Draw," adorned with colorful images of air conditioners, televisions, and refrigerators. Each of these flyers cost 3 to 5 cents more than the others, as Zhang Jigang noted. While this may seem negligible individually, it would accumulate into a considerable sum. Given that the prizes already exceeded 10,000, there was no reason to scrimp on this expenditure. Lu Hao decisively ordered the printing to proceed, understanding that attracting attention through appealing flyers was essential for drawing customers to the store. In modern parlance, this could be referred to as increasing foot traffic. The allure of fine wine is often lost in the depths of an alley. One must first entice patrons to the establishment. Zhang Jigang, barely pausing to flick the ash from his cigarette, promptly made the necessary arrangements. After a brief stroll around the store, Lu Hao finally returned home. Su Min and Nini had already eaten, but they had saved him a portion. "Why are you home so late?" Su Min inquired as she intercepted him at the refrigerator. "You just came in from outside. Don't rush to drink something cold. Let me pour you a glass of warm water." She filled a cup with warm water for Lu Hao. "How did Xiao Jin's exam go?" "I trust she performed well. She should have a good chance of getting into university." Lu Hao replied, "I need to rise early tomorrow. You and I should go for breakfast by yourselves. Also, be sure to resign from your job. Are you worried I cannot support you?" "I've already quit. I want to be going in tomorrow," Su Min responded. Previously, she had to bring Nini along when seeking employment, as the child was too young to be left alone, and Lu Hao had not taken on any responsibility, compounded by the family's financial needs. Now, with Lu Hao's improvement and his insistence on her quitting, she finally found the courage to do so. As for Lu Hao needing to wake early, she assumed it would be like before, as he typically rose early. After dinner, he took a refreshing cold shower, concerned he might fall asleep too soon. So he intentionally drank more water before lying down to rest early. Although he had a clock, he refrained from setting an alarm, fearing it might disturb the two women. As the early hours approached, he felt the urge to relieve himself. He cautiously got up, dressed quietly, and tiptoed out to the restroom at the end of the corridor. Although it was still the early hours of the morning, the absence of fog allowed the moonlight to shine brightly. By its glow, Lu Hao discovered a promotional flyer affixed to the wall at the corner by the restroom. It was indeed a flyer for the Wayman Fresh supermarket. The group that Ji Gang had assembled proved to be quite dependable. They certainly deserved a reward. Lu Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. The flyer had even made its way into the community, and its placement was thoughtful. After freshening up, Lu Hao arrived at the Wayman Fresh supermarket. The state-owned market was closed, and the neighboring shops were similarly shuttered. Inside the Wayman Fresh supermarket, the lights blazed. With Shi Xiang busily attending to tasks alongside 4 other staff members who were unloading fresh fruits and vegetables and arranging them neatly on the shelves with price tags affixed. However, one staff member was missing. Lu Hao furrowed his brow but refrained from inquiring. Rolling up his sleeves, he pushed past a female attendant, stating, "This is heavy. Step aside. I'll handle it while you arrange the vegetables." He joined Shi Xiang in unloading goods, while the other attendants busied themselves with arranging and labeling. After 3 to 4 hours of diligent work, everything was finally organized. Yet, the absent staff member had yet to arrive. Chapter 52. This is truly a lottery. Zhu Hui may have overslept. Her home was not far from here. "I'll go and call her," one of the attendants offered. Lu Hao waved his hand, saying, "No need. Focus on your tasks at hand and do not concern yourself with anything else." Overslept? He found it hard to believe. It wasn't her first day, and he had emphasized repeatedly the previous day that all 4 of them had not slept, yet she alone had? Who would believe that? Work was a two-way street. If she felt the Wayman Fresh supermarket's business was doomed and chose not to come, she had that freedom, and he would not compel her. "Shi Xiang, go and buy some firecrackers and fireworks to set up," Lu Hao instructed, glancing at the time, which was nearing the opening hour. At this time in the city, no one would mind the firecrackers. There would be no urban management officials present. Setting off firecrackers upon opening served both to celebrate and to attract customers with the noise. Understood, Shi Xiang nodded. At that moment, Zhang Jigang finally returned, bearing dark circles under his eyes and sweat on his brow. "How go? I've managed to stick up all the flyers, tens of thousands of them. I kept a close watch. No one tried to pull a fast one." "Well done," Lu Hao praised. "I just sent Shi Xiang to get the firecrackers and fireworks. But he may struggle alone. You should assist him. Are you tired? If so, take a break. I can handle it." Since 10 o'clock the previous night, Zhang Jigang had been tirelessly distributing flyers without pause. "Tired? How could I possibly sleep? We're about to open," he replied, shaking his head. He was equally excited. This was a venture he was part of, and even if he wasn't the owner, he anticipated a successful launch. By this time, it was around 5 o'clock in the morning, and many elderly residents were beginning to rise. As people age, their sleep becomes lighter and shorter. In the workers' dormitory, several elderly men and women were already up, clutching large porcelain jars, toothbrushes, and basins to wash up. "Who put this up? Even psoriasis has made it here," an elderly man exclaimed, discovering the flyer at the corner of the wall. He stepped forward to tear it down, intending to discard it. The prevailing method of advertising at this moment involves wielding a brush, with a roll of promotional flyers tucked under one arm and a small bucket in hand. As one ambles along, diligently sticking and posting. These advertisements, particularly prevalent on utility poles, seem impervious to removal, layered one atop another, much to the public's chagrin. The flyers, though, are quite striking, adorned in vivid colors. An elderly gentleman cast a glance at the flyer in his hand, instantly captivated by its enticing designs. His gaze was drawn to the bold, black letters proclaiming a lottery, accompanied by images of appliances. Could it be that prizes included refrigerators, air conditioners, and televisions? Perhaps even bicycles, fans, toothbrushes, and toothpaste? The gentleman, with limited education, recognized few characters but could barely decipher the enlarged words for the lottery. The remaining details were beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, he was adept at interpreting images. The prominent lettering for the lottery, along with the enlarged depictions of refrigerators, air conditioners, and televisions, and the slightly smaller illustrations of bicycles, fans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels, led him to speculate. Nearby, others overheard the gentleman's musings and chuckled. "It's hot. Are you delirious for an air conditioner? What prizes include such items? You must be seeing things. An air conditioner costs several thousand yuan. Who would offer such a prize?" Their disbelief was palpable. While some stores occasionally held lotteries, the prizes were typically trivial: mugs, toothpaste, candies, or other inexpensive trinkets. The notion of an air conditioner as a prize seemed ludicrous. Only a fool would do such a thing. If the prizes weren't air conditioners, televisions, or refrigerators, why depict them? The gentleman retorted, begrudgingly acknowledging the validity of his neighbor's skepticism. At that moment, Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, A couple approached. With the garment factory closed for the day, they had risen early. "Let us see what this is about," the gentleman said as he handed the flyer to Su Yuanping. Su Yuanping took the flyer, and without scrutinizing it closely, remarked, "These are the usual tricks of con artists. The prizes cannot possibly include valuable appliances like air conditioners. Let me take a closer look and enlighten everyone to avoid being deceived." After a thorough examination, his expression shifted rapidly: disdain, confusion, astonishment, excitement, culminating in trembling hands. "This is indeed a lottery," he exclaimed after a moment. "This flyer is authentic. There truly is a lottery, with prizes including air conditioners, televisions, and refrigerators, as well as bicycles, fans, and other smaller rewards." "Really? Such fortune seems improbable." "Do not jest," the crowd responded, bewildered. "Just a moment ago, you claimed it was a scam. How have your words changed so swiftly?" "I initially thought it was a ruse, but this flyer lists a specific address. Right by the market. Was there a shop undergoing renovations in that area?" The two pieces of information corroborate each other, proving its authenticity, Su Yuanping explained. "Recently, the market nearby has indeed been undergoing renovations, a fact well known to many. There is a lottery. The prizes include air conditioners, refrigerators, and color televisions." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Lu Yan exclaimed, "Darling, do tell me how we can win the refrigerator, air conditioner, and television." Others gathered around Su Yuanping, drawn by the allure of these enticing rewards, akin to a grand lottery in modern times where the prize is a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. The promotional flyer clearly indicated the terms. Su Yuanping read aloud that in celebration of the opening of the Wayman Fresh Supermarket, customers who spend over a certain amount would be eligible for a lottery ticket. A purchase of 5 yuan grants one chance to enter the draw, while spending over 10 yuan provides 2 chances, and so forth, with no upper limit on the number of entries. However, 5 yuan could take nearly 2 days of labor to earn, as most patrons at the market typically spent only a few dimes on vegetables, rarely exceeding a single yuan. After all, families with refrigerators were a rarity, especially in the sweltering summer when vegetables could spoil without proper storage. Could a lottery truly yield air conditioners, refrigerators, and televisions? The prizes seemed exorbitant. A mere 5 yuan entitles one to just a single entry, which felt rather steep. Many voiced their grievances about the cost. Yet none were willing to disperse. Their curiosity piqued. Su Yuanping continued reading the flyer, detailing the grand prize, a Mitsubishi air conditioner valued at 8,492 yuan. First prize, a snowflake refrigerator worth 2,500 yuan. Second prize, an 18-inch Feiyue television valued at 1,835 yuan. Third prize, 3 Phoenix brand bicycles for men, each worth 280 yuan. And several lucky prizes comprising toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, fans, and other items. First come, first served, Su Yuanping concluded with 4 succinct words, prominently printed in bold on the flyer. The expansive corridor fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into a fervor shortly thereafter. After all, purchasing groceries was a necessity, so why not take a look? "Lida, please leave my basin at my doorstep. I shan't be returning home," one shouted. "You rascal. You want me to help you while you go off to the lottery? I want to assist you in that case. Where is the Wayman Fresh Supermarket?" Chaos ensued. The grand prize of an 8,492 yuan Mitsubishi air conditioner alone was enough to entice the crowd, compelling them to investigate further. "Forgot my money. I need to go back home. I'll change my clothes." The excitement about the lottery spread like wildfire. At around 5 in the morning, while many were still asleep, the commotion had roused most. Initially intending to return to slumber, upon hearing of the grand prize, a Mitsubishi air conditioner worth 8,492 yuan, along with a snowflake refrigerator and other rewards, everyone was instantly wide awake, the drowsiness evaporating. The prizes were simply too extravagant. They dressed hurriedly, rummaging through drawers in search of hidden money. 5 yuan felt insufficient. They stuffed an additional 10 yuan into their pockets, feeling it still lacked security. Just as they reached the door, they turned back to add 50 yuan to their stash, patting their pockets before finally stepping outside. Once might not yield a winning ticket, so why not try a few more times? Su Min and Nini also rose, and the mother-daughter duo descended the stairs together. "Isn't your man earning a substantial income? Why does he not join us for the lottery?" Lu Yan encountered Su Min and could not resist her sharp tongue. "I shan't participate in the lottery," Su Min replied, heading off to buy breakfast. "Do not be shy to admit it, for the grand opening of Wayman Fresh Supermarket. Spending just 5 yuan grants you a chance to win a prize. The grand prize is a Mitsubishi air conditioner, the first prize a snowflake refrigerator, and the second prize an 18-inch vowed color television. Everyone has arisen to partake in the lottery at Wayman Fresh Supermarket, even if one only wins the third prize. A Phoenix bicycle is still quite a bargain, Lu Yin remarked. It's just the two of you up. Isn't your man coming along? They chatted as they walked. The entire staff dormitory, filled with men and women of all ages, had awakened, nearly emptying the building. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Everyone buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with joy, resembling a festive celebration. He got up early to attend to some matters, Su Min explained. She was entirely unaware of the lottery event. To facilitate their morning routines, she had left a bucket of water in their room. She and her daughter had been washing up indoors, puzzled by the commotion outside, which turned out to be the lottery. Mom, why do the prizes resemble those we have at home? My air conditioner is also a Mitsubishi, my refrigerator is Snowflake, and our television a Feiyue. Nini tugged at Su Min's sleeve. Could this supermarket be owned by Dad? At 5 years old, Lu Hao and Su Min often educated her with various knowledge. The child was quite astute, remembering much of it. However, Nini's comment drew laughter from those nearby, especially from Lu Yin and Su Yuanping, whose mirth was particularly piercing. You're a clever child for your age. But to think that Wayman Fresh Supermarket could be owned by your father is quite a stretch. With his demeanor, how could he possibly afford such an establishment? Su Yuanping scoffed. Do you even know what a supermarket is? It represents a fashionable shopping method that has migrated from abroad, first flourishing in coastal cities. And there are hardly any supermarkets in Jiangqing. Wayman Fresh Supermarket specializes in fruits and vegetables, showcasing such advanced thinking. Its owner must surely hail from the coast or have visited coastal cities. Has Lu Hao ever been to such places? With his disposition, it is unlikely he has ever ventured to a coastal city. If he did, he would probably struggle to find his way back. Lu Yin laughed exaggeratedly. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Min. The market was originally a state-owned enterprise, but later shifted its business model, allowing stalls to be leased. One owner rented 5 stalls all at once, merging them into Wayman Fresh Supermarket. The renovation cost reportedly reached several tens of thousands of yuan. Does your man possess such wealth? Lu Hao is the owner of Wayman Fresh Supermarket. What a joke. Su Min wanted to assert, my husband has ample resources. But she refrained from verbalizing it, merely contemplating silently. Financial matters are best kept discreet. The family's wealth is a secret known only to herself and her husband. Certainly not something to be divulged to someone like Lu Yin. Nini remained silent, covering her mouth, remembering Su Min's admonition not to disclose the family's financial situation. The mother and daughter exchanged no words, yet Lu Yin seemed to have struck a chord, reveling in her perceived triumph. Su Yuanping, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Oh dear, do not speak so disparagingly. His family has even purchased an air conditioner, a Mitsubishi no less, along with a television and refrigerator." Lu Hao might have truly earned some money. Had I known, I would have joined in scavenging, far better than working a regular job. Despite their lingering resentment over past events, they dared not physically confront Su Min and Nini, opting instead to hurl barbed comments in search of psychological equilibrium. Do not underestimate me. My father is quite capable, Nini asserted, her eyes wide and fists clenched, exuding a feigned ferocity. Do you still believe that Wayman Fresh Supermarket is owned by your father? Lu Yin declared, swearing an oath that if it were true, she would call him daddy just as Nini did. As their conversation unfolded, they, along with the crowd, exited the confines of the community. Upon reaching the street, they were astounded by the scene before them. The thoroughfare and alleyways were teeming with people, many clutching flyers, all seemingly heading to Wayman Fresh Supermarket. Su Min was equally astonished. The spectacle was more vibrant than New Year's celebrations. To think that the opening of a mere supermarket could wield such influence was truly remarkable. Su Yuanping, equally dumbfounded, exclaimed, the owner of Wayman Fresh Supermarket is indeed astute and remarkably bold. While the lottery approach is rather common, few dare to offer such substantial prizes. The grand prize exceeds 8,000 yuan, equivalent to decades of an average person's earnings. Who wouldn't covet that? This is even livelier than the festive seasons. I would love to meet such a person. Such individuals are not easily encountered. They are prominent business figures. Even if you are the director of a garment factory, you hold little significance in their eyes. Come now, enough talk. If we delay, the prizes will be claimed by others, Lu Yin urged, her urgency palpable. She had brought over 100 yuan, hoping to win a grand prize. Mom, Can we go take a look? Nini asked, her curiosity piqued. Children tend to be inquisitive, eager to join in the excitement. All right, let us go and have a look. Su-min nodded, appreciating her newfound free time after resigning from work. First, let us buy some steamed buns. We must have breakfast, Su-min added, her curiosity also aroused. They planned to dine at Yujin restaurant later to celebrate Su-jin's occasion, but there was no rush. They had ample time. She approached a roadside stall, purchasing several steamed buns and 2 cups of soy milk, before leading Nini and the throng towards the market. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wayman Fresh Supermarket, Lu Hao was busily overseeing last-minute preparations with several employees. Please shift the firecrackers aside to avoid any accidents, and ensure the fireworks are securely fixed. We wouldn't want them to misfire during the display. Gather a few bricks to weigh them down, and also, let's adorn the air conditioner, refrigerator, and color television with vibrant red flowers, moving them outside so that they catch the customer's attention. This will undoubtedly enhance their appeal. Lu Hao busily darted about, issuing commands in rapid succession, meticulously addressing any gaps or oversights. Despite the hectic pace, he maintained an admirable sense of order. Feeling a bit warm, he unbuttoned his jacket and pulled out a cigarette, his gaze drifting toward the street in the distance. The sky had brightened considerably, and the early risers would have surely noticed the promotional flyers posted. How many customers would arrive? The goods in the supermarket were not solely those on the shelves. A significant quantity lay in the storeroom. If they remained unsold, it would be a considerable loss. Although he harbored great confidence, he understood that even a 99 probability warranted vigilance. Until the very end, he refused to let his guard down. The cigarette in his hand flickered with light and shadow when suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing a throng of people emerging on the street. Elderly men and women leading the charge, briskly striding forward, with even the younger ones struggling to keep pace. They were coming. He promptly instructed to ignite the firecrackers and set off the fireworks. Brother Hao, how can you be certain they are heading to the supermarket? There is also a state-owned vegetable market nearby. Wouldn't it be premature to start now? Inquired Shi Xiong. How many elderly folks do you see heading to the market together? This crowd is well over dozens. They are undoubtedly coming to our supermarket. So just go ahead and light them up, Lu Hao replied. Moreover, when have you ever seen this many young people up so early to buy groceries? Just as he finished speaking, he noticed another group approaching from a different direction, clearly organized and arriving in units from the neighborhood. Like a rallying horn, more people emerged within sight. There are more from our community. So many of them. Several attendants exclaimed in astonishment as the crowd continued to swell. Their recognition of familiar faces from the neighborhood, hundreds, even thousands, gathering in clusters, created a truly magnificent spectacle. This unprecedented scene left many local business owners dumbfounded. In all their years of operation, they had never witnessed such an exaggerated turnout. Even during festive occasions, their promotional events drew fewer than 110 attendees. The state-owned vegetable market had also opened its doors, with employees watching the extraordinary scene unfold, puzzled. Are there really that many people buying vegetables? Can produce still be sold like this? I have worked in the market for over a decade and have never encountered such a sight. Boss Lu is truly remarkable. They murmured, equally astonished. In no time, the throng surged toward their clear destination, the Minxing Fresh Supermarket. Is it true that spending 5 yuan allows you to enter a lottery? Are the prizes on this flyer genuine? Is there really an air conditioner for the grand prize? Many raised questions, holding the flyers almost directly in front of the faces of those around them. Lu Hao had long been prepared. He picked up a large megaphone and stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Dear uncles and aunts, friends of the community, today marks the grand opening of the Minxing Fresh Supermarket, where all produce is offered at a 10% discount. Moreover, for every purchase of 5 yuan, you will receive a chance to enter a lottery. Spend 10 yuan for 2 chances, and 15 yuan for 3, and so on, with no upper limit. In the face of such a large audience, he spoke with confidence, unperturbed by the crowd. Given the current economic climate, the customers had not yet become jaded by the various lottery and exchange schemes, and their enthusiasm for this event was palpable. 5 yuan for a chance to win. Too expensive? How can we consume so much produce without a refrigerator at home? In this sweltering heat, the vegetables will spoil. Some complained. Lu Hao did not deny that it was somewhat costly, but emphasized the substantial rewards. The grand prize is an air conditioner, and not just any air conditioner, but a Mitsubishi model, valued at 492 yuan. He raised his voice for all to hear. Furthermore, there are first prizes to be won. A Snowflake brand refrigerator worth 500 yuan, an 18-inch vowed brand television priced at 835 yuan, and Phoenix brand bicycles among other items. His pace quickened as he pointed to a large cardboard box beside him. Do you see this box? Inside are the lottery tickets. When you make a purchase exceeding 5 yuan at the checkout, the cashier will provide you with a voucher for the lottery. As he spoke, he dramatically pulled down a large red cloth that had been concealing the most expensive prizes, the air conditioner, refrigerator, and television, adorned with bright red flowers, exuding a festive atmosphere. Nothing could be more persuasive. The crowd erupted in excitement, rushing toward the Minxing fresh supermarket. They formed an orderly line, with Lu Hao calling out, "Gentlemen, please give way. It is unbecoming to push past the ladies. Stand back in your original positions. And dear elderly folks, don't rush. Those who draw first aren't guaranteed to win. Later participants may have a higher chance." Faced with this situation, Lu Hao remained unfazed, promptly using his megaphone to maintain order. He had one approach for the gentlemen and another for the elderly, though the enthusiasm of the crowd remained fervent. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, a group of garment factory employees, including Lu Yin, Su Yuanping, and Su Min, were gathered. "We've arrived late, with so many people." "We are at the back of the line," Lu Yin remarked. "What if the grand prizes are taken by those in front of us?" "Don't worry," Su Yuanping replied. "Let the front runners draw first and take the smaller prizes. That way, we will have a better chance at the grand prizes. I am confident the merchant has a strategy and will reserve the grand prizes for last." At that moment, Nini piped up, "Mom, I think I can hear Dad's voice. It sounds like he's talking through that megaphone." They stood at a distance, unable to see the front due to the crowd, only able to catch snippets of sound. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Like father, like son, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix to a phoenix. The offspring of a rat will burrow. How could the daughter of Lu Hao, who shares his penchant for boasting, possibly be your father? Su Yuanping added with a mocking tone. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The person up front with the megaphone really seems to be Lu Hao." Chapter 55. It's truly the second prize, as some people couldn't see the situation ahead. They had others lift them up for a better view, and soon they could see the scene at the entrance of the Wayman Fresh supermarket from a distance. "No way, you must be mistaken," Lu Yin quickly interjected. "I'm not mistaken. It really is Lu Hao," a person nearby insisted with great certainty. Others, following suit, had people hoist them up to catch a glimpse. "He is indeed Lu Hao," they agreed. Nini's keen ears caught the exchange. "What is going on? Lu Hao is the owner of Wayman Fresh supermarket?" The crowd was baffled. How could a mere ruffian suddenly become the owner of such a large supermarket? Quietly, it seemed implausible. "Su Min, is your husband really the owner of Wayman Fresh supermarket?" Someone questioned, puzzled. "I have no idea," Su Min replied, equally bewildered. She hadn't inquired much about what her husband had been up to since he left early that morning, though he had mentioned engaging in business, which she had thought was just a joke. She assumed he might be involved in some small ventures, but the owner of Wayman Fresh supermarket? The revelation left her confused. Lu Yin chuckled. "It must be a falsehood. How could he possibly be the owner? My husband just said that this supermarket is very advanced. Something only those who have seen the world along the coast or have stayed there would know. Lu Hao has never been to coastal cities. He lacks both education and experience. How could he possibly understand this? Besides, a ruffian like him surely isn't cut out for business." Indeed, that reasoning holds water. Even his wife doesn't know whether he is in business. He must be just an employee. Su Yuanping nodded in agreement. "If I were a boss, I would have told my family by now. If he is not saying anything, it must be out of embarrassment. If he truly were a boss, would he be shy about it?" The two seemed to have found justifiable reasons to convince themselves, and their spirits lifted, showcasing a classic example of psychological triumph. Meanwhile, inside Wayman Fresh supermarket, activity was already bustling. With 5 interconnected stalls covering an area of 500 square meters, it quickly became crowded. The vegetables are quite fresh. Why is everything priced? No bargaining allowed. They were calculating how to make sure their total came to exactly 5 yuan, avoiding any excess. Each person carefully selected their items, ensuring they reached that amount, with some even taking out paper and pen to tally up their expenses on the spot. The prizes were enticing, though still unclaimed, leading many to remain cautious, preferring to redeem a lottery ticket to test their luck, while scrutinizing the fruits and vegetables with meticulous care. The items on the shelves were all clearly priced, and without the option to haggle, many elderly customers found it difficult to adjust. The act of grocery shopping suddenly seemed to have lost its essence, as if their stage had vanished. One by one, individuals approached to settle their bills. Upon spending over 5 yuan, they would receive a voucher from the cashier, which they would then present to Lu Hao. "Is this for the lottery?" inquired an elderly lady. Lu Hao nodded, accepted the voucher, and gestured for her to draw a prize from the large cardboard box. After rummaging through the contents for a while, she finally extracted a slip of paper, scrutinizing it several times before handing it to Lu Hao. "I cannot read. Could you please tell me what prize this is?" "A lucky prize, a fan," Lu Hao replied, glancing at the slip before retrieving a fan from the side and presenting it to the lady with congratulations. He then took out a loudspeaker and announced, "Congratulations to this lady for winning a fan." In that moment, a fan was indeed a commendable household appliance, and the lady accepted it, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Why hadn't she drawn an air conditioner instead? She still harbored hopes for the grand prize. Such wishful thinking. Others murmured, "An air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan? Do you really think you could get that? It's likely just a ploy by the owner to entice you. There's no way an air conditioner could be among the prizes. I assure you, once all the tickets are drawn, a fan will be the grandest prize. Air conditioners, refrigerators, and televisions are merely bait to encourage more purchases." At that moment, another woman approached with her son. "Go on, dear, draw a prize. Your luck is surely better than mine." Many hold a small superstition that children's luck surpasses their own, and this mother shared that belief. After purchasing 5 yuan worth of groceries, she handed her voucher to Lu Hao, urging her son to try his luck. The boy was swift, almost immediately returning with a prize slip. That was quick. How could he possibly win? Some spectators wondered, anticipating only a minor prize. The child, being literate, unfolded the ticket. "Mom, I got the second prize." "The second prize? Really?" The mother, initially skeptical, snatched the ticket from her son and, upon inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. "It truly is the second prize." She anxiously turned to Lu Hao. "Can my son redeem the second prize?" The second prize was an 18-inch color television valued at over 1,835 yuan. She harbored doubts about Lu Hao's willingness to honor the win. "Of course. It's no problem," Lu Hao reassured her after examining the ticket. "Congratulations. Your son's luck is indeed impressive. You've won this 18-inch vowed brand television. If you need assistance moving it, I can arrange for someone to deliver it later. Just provide me with your address." He was quite busy and unable to spare anyone at the moment. No, I can manage," the woman replied hastily. She moved to lift the 18-inch vowed television, finding it rather heavy, yet feeling no fatigue. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, mother and son carried the television away. It's true. You can genuinely win grand prizes, and they truly honor the winnings. The second prize, an 18-inch vowed brand color television, was promptly claimed by someone. This spectacle unfolded before our very eyes, and nothing could be more persuasive. The customers, who had previously harbored some doubts, erupted with excitement. Buy, no longer discerning. They eagerly grabbed fruits and vegetables. Potatoes? Taken. Meat? Snatched. Spinach? Secured. Regardless of whether these items might spoil in the sweltering heat, they stuffed them into their bags, all in pursuit of accumulating enough for a raffle ticket. Those once selective customers now demonstrated a remarkable lack of discernment, with the elderly shoppers outpacing everyone, swiftly depositing their produce into bags before heading to the checkout. "How is it only 9 yuan? I calculated 2 yuan. You must have made a mistake. These vegetables surely cost 2. Some even became agitated when the cashier undercharged them, nearly sparking a brawl. Returning for more vegetables would mean rejoining the queue and missing out on the lottery. Chapter 56. Grand Prize, a Snowflake brand refrigerator. For customers, there has always been a tendency to be irked by being overcharged and to rejoice when undercharged. However, today, at the Weiming Fresh supermarket, the opposite was true. They were discontent even with being undercharged. Those who typically nitpicked over every detail, insisting on haggling to shave off a few cents, were now uncharacteristically generous, eagerly offering money to the cashier, fearful of falling behind. This scene left the owners of surrounding shops astounded. After years in business, they had never witnessed such eager customers, especially those notoriously difficult elderly patrons who today were not only spry but refreshingly straightforward. Payment was made with remarkable swiftness. They no longer scrutinized the greens or haggled. They were more forthright than even the young men. The personnel at the state-run vegetable market were equally astonished. having sold vegetables for so many years. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. It was truly extraordinary. Li Guangcai, unaware of when he had approached, stood nearby, observing the bustling scene within Weiming Fresh Supermarket. His eyes wide with disbelief. He was aware of the supermarket's grand opening and had thought that such an upscale establishment, with its lavish renovation costing over 30,000 yuan and clearly marked prices, would struggle to adapt to the market, potentially leading to dismal business. It lacked a grassroots touch, and he assumed the trade would be lackluster. These elderly shoppers, who relished haggling, would never feel comfortable if not allowed to negotiate. However, he could not voice these thoughts to Lu Hao, as they were not yet close enough for such candidness, and expressing such sentiments might offend. To his surprise, he saw a crowd gathered from afar, bustling with energy. As he drew nearer, he discovered Lu Hao's strategy, luring customers with a lottery. The prizes were quite lavish: air conditioners, refrigerators, color televisions. These 3 items alone were worth over 10,000 yuan. What an extravagance! The elderly patrons had completely overturned his expectations. No longer haggling. Were these truly the same individuals who had once argued fiercely over mere pennies? To his astonishment, the ingenious methods employed by manager Lu in selling vegetables left him both impressed and humbled. His admiration for the young entrepreneur, who exhibited not only generosity and boldness but also remarkable business acumen, deepened significantly. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, along with Zhang Jigang, Shi Xiong, and 4 other diligent staff members, found themselves overwhelmed with the demands of the bustling store. "Quickly, bring over the potatoes from the storeroom. We are out," a frantic voice called out. "We've also run out of edamame. Hurry and bring more pork. Don't just fetch it by the pound. Bring out the entire half-side of pork." The shelves were rapidly emptied, and the servers shouted in urgency. Shi Xiong instructed a team to assist him in retrieving supplies from the storeroom. But as he emerged with a sack of potatoes, he was immediately surrounded by eager customers, their hands reaching out as they clamored for the goods. "Please, do not rush. Allow me to place the items on the shelves first, and then you may take them," Shi Xiong shouted. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as a flurry of hands descended upon him. The newly acquired sack of potatoes, still sealed in its sturdy bag, was swiftly torn open by the customers, who snatched the potatoes with surprising agility. "Are they not for sale? Why rush? We remember the prices." Discontented patrons grumbled as the potato supply dwindled. Shi Xiong, with his head down, hurried back to the storeroom for more stock. On another front, 2 cashiers were equally swamped with customers. The drawer beneath the cash register was overflowing with cash, prompting a frantic call for more boxes to hold the money. One cashier, a seasoned professional who had transitioned from the state-owned vegetable market, was adept at counting without a calculator, her mental arithmetic skills sharp and swift. Yet, even she wished for multiple pairs of hands to manage the overwhelming influx of customers, each extending their cash-laden hands toward her. With no one available to assist, she was compelled to place the money on the floor, which quickly piled up as the other staff faced similar challenges. Meanwhile, Lu Hao was the sole figure overseeing the lottery, his voice hoarse from calling out prizes, unable to detach himself to fetch water. "Lucky prize, 1 towel. Lucky prize, 1 thermos. Third prize, a Phoenix brand bicycle." His voice barely paused as he announced the prizes, while Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang continued to stock, deliver, and manage the checkout lines, all the while voicing their frustrations. Brother Hao were overwhelmed. "You must find more help. There are too many customers to manage." Suddenly, Lu Hao spotted someone in the crowd and waved eagerly. "Young widow, please come and lend a hand." The young widow, Chen Linjiao, was beckoned to assist amidst the chaos. The woman from the same employee dormitory as Lu Hao arrived today, intending to join the excitement. She hesitated, contemplating whether to enter and purchase vegetables or partake in the lottery. 5 yuan was a considerable sum for her, and she had been discreetly observing from the sidelines. She noticed that many winners received towels, soap, and water bottles, items that, while commendable, were of no use to her. What she truly desired was a refrigerator, though the odds of winning were uncertain. While she was lost in thought, unexpectedly, Lu Hao called her name. She was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean?" He urged her to come inside, explaining that there were too few people in the store. In a flurry of urgency, he stepped forward, grasped her arm, and pulled her into the shop. The somewhat dazed young widow stumbled slightly, nearly falling, and was about to question Lu Hao's motives when she found herself swept inside. After standing for a few moments in silence, she reluctantly went to the storeroom to help move the vegetables. At that moment, Su Min and Nini finally managed to push their way to the front. "Daddy, water," Nini said, handing over a bottle. "You two are here too. Come in and lend a hand." Lu Hao accepted the water and quickly gulped down a few mouthfuls. "Keep an eye on Nini. Don't let her wander off. Nini, listen to your mother." He had secured a large and a small helper. Without waiting for Su Min's response, he returned to the lottery. No luck. A consolation prize, a fan. The grand prize, a snowflake refrigerator. The very refrigerator that had caught the young widows I was snatched away by someone else. This person, equally impatient, immediately enlisted a few acquaintances to carry the refrigerator home. Make way, make way. Don't touch it. This is a 2,500 yuan snowflake refrigerator that I won. Chapter 57. The grand prize remains. The refrigerator was taken, and the first prize was lost. This spectacle unfolded before everyone's eyes, inciting envy and excitement among the crowd, prompting more individuals to flock to the Minxing Fresh supermarket. There was also a special grand prize, an air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan. A Mitsubishi model that must be won. How do you conduct business? Your stock is moving so slowly. Why has your boss only sent this handful of you to work? You're all so inept. If I were the boss, I would fire you immediately. Out of stock? Are these shelves for sale? What about these lights? These chairs? Stock was dwindling, and the restocking was insufficient, leaving customers dissatisfied. Some even hurled insults at Xiong and his companions, their anger palpable. As others sought to purchase solid-wood shelves, light bulbs, and other items, all in hopes of obtaining a lottery ticket. It was sheer madness. I don't want the vegetables anymore. I'll give you 50 yuan for 10 lottery tickets. Here's the money up front. I'll return tomorrow to collect the vegetables when you have stock. Is that all right? One customer after another, their eyes blazing with urgency. The vegetable market typically thrived from around 5 or 6 in the morning until 9 or 10, after which business dwindled significantly. This was the peak time for customers, and as noon approached, the crowd would gradually thin. As the clock struck past 9, the freshness of the vegetables began to wane, particularly the leafy greens and meats. Discerning customers would typically refrain from purchasing at this hour. However, today marked a remarkable departure from the norm. Since the early hours, around 5, a steady stream of patrons continued to flock to the Weiming Fresh supermarket, even as the vegetables displayed signs of wilting. Yet, not a single customer expressed dissatisfaction. The stockroom had been entirely depleted, necessitating Lu Hao to procure additional produce from the nearby state-run market to meet the demands of the clientele. The box of raffle tickets was rapidly dwindling, yet the air conditioning unit remained unclaimed. With few tickets left and the grand prize still in play, excitement surged among the crowd. At that moment, Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng approached Lu Hao, holding their raffle vouchers. "Lu Hao, you are indeed industrious. I never imagined you would truly turn over a new leaf and come here to work," Lu Yin remarked with a smile. "That over 10,000 yuan worth of appliances you purchased must have come from borrowing money from the owner of Weiming Fresh supermarket. Your boss is quite generous to lend you such a sum. Can you even repay it?" "At this rate, he won't be able to," Su Yuanpeng chimed in. "He must have sweet-talked his boss into it." Lu Hao, feeling a bit parched, took a sip of water and cast a glance at the two, as if regarding fools. What employer would casually lend over 10,000 yuan to someone? Yet these two chose to belittle him in such a foolish manner. Attempting to mock him without a shred of thought, he refrained from responding to Lu Yin and instead called out, "Zhi Gang, who is the owner of Weiming Fresh supermarket." "ISNT at you, brother Hao." Zhang Zhigang replied loudly. "I'm exhausted and weary, but I truly admire your prowess, brother Hao. Let us do this again next time." At those words, Lu Hao furrowed his brow and hurled the water bottle in frustration. This fellow spoke with a touch of insolence. He turned back to Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng, stating, "You heard what was just said. Do you have any further inquiries?" Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng stood in stunned disbelief. Weiming Fresh supermarket truly belonged to Lu Hao. Wasn't he merely an employee? He was, in fact, the owner. Several employees were present, and given Zhang Zhigang's loud proclamation, it was evident that others had overheard as well. Their silence only confirmed that Lu Hao was indeed the proprietor. An inkling of doubt had lingered in their minds, questioning whether Lu Hao was truly the owner. But such thoughts fleetingly passed, never taking root. Just a short while ago, he had been a ne'er-do-well, seeking funds for indulgences. And now he had established such a sizable supermarket. How could that be possible? Yet, the reality was undeniable. How could you possibly have amassed such wealth to open such a splendid supermarket? Lu Yin protested. The rent alone must be considerable, not to mention the exquisite decor, with imported lighting and marble flooring. I've heard the renovation costs exceeded 30,000 yuan. Where did you acquire such funds? Indeed, the term supermarket is seldom used. It is only those who have visited coastal cities or resided there, particularly those who have encountered the broader world of business, who truly comprehend this mode of commerce. What insight could someone of your ilk possibly possess? Su Yuanpeng was equally taken aback. The two were incredulous. This made no sense. Curious to know more? Lu Hao gazed at them. Of course, they were eager to learn. They implored him to divulge the information. This could potentially be a pathway to wealth. They looked at Lu Hao, urging him to speak, while internally berating him for even posing the question, as such a lucrative strategy should be closely guarded, not shared with others. He must be a fool. Lu Hao chuckled, claiming it was simply a matter of collecting refuse to earn a living. The two nearly choked on his words. They had previously mocked him for his early rising and hard work, insinuating he was merely a scavenger. Yet now Lu Hao had turned their taunt back on them. How delightful. Are you two still participating in the lottery? If so, come quickly. Don't waste others' time, Lu Hao remarked. He was well aware of their intentions. Even if he revealed to them the means to earn money, they would never achieve true prosperity. Certain methods work for some, while others may falter. Timing and approach are of paramount importance. Moreover, even if a genuine opportunity for profit existed, he would never disclose it to them, for they were unworthy. Do not get too smug, Lu Yin retorted angrily, producing 20 lottery tickets. If I win that air conditioner, you'll certainly feel the pinch. Indeed. Are you not vexed by our presence? We shall take away your most cherished possession. Su Yuanpeng chimed in, boasting about their substantial investment today. 20 lottery tickets cost 100 yuan, equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages. They were convinced they would win. That is uncertain. This is entirely a matter of luck. Lu Hao replied. Besides, it is merely an air conditioner. How could it be deemed my most precious possession? If it goes, it goes. I shan't grieve. My true treasures are my wife and daughter. An air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan is hardly significant. Wait until we win. Let us see if you still speak so defiantly. Lu Yin mused, lost in her own thoughts. How could anyone not be distressed over an air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan? Right. Dear, you take 10 tickets, and I shall take 10 as well. Su Yuanping and Lu Yin each acquired 10 tickets. Chapter 58. Come, one by one, step forward. Darling, I just felt inside the box. There aren't many tickets left. Lu Yin rejoiced. Yet, the air conditioner had yet to be revealed, and the chances of winning it were considerable. Although they already owned an air conditioner worth merely 3,000 yuan, this one, worth over 8,000, could yield a significant profit if sold. You were wise to suggest we wait to draw. Indeed, this strategy has proven effective. She was elated, exchanging 100 yuan for over 8,000, a remarkable bargain. Of course, such grand prizes are typically reserved for the end. They are not easily won, Su Yuanpeng declared triumphantly, casting a glance at Lu Hao. Today, that air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan will surely belong to us. He was filled with confidence, believing he had discerned the essence of the situation. After speaking, he unfurled the first lottery ticket. Unsuccessful. What bad luck, not a single prize, he lamented. No worries, there are still 19 tickets left. You go first. And I'll follow after you're done, Lu Yin suggested. Both were brimming with optimism, unaffected by the initial setback. Su Yuanpeng nodded and revealed the second ticket, only to find it also yielded no prize. Undeterred, he continued with the third, fourth, and fifth tickets, all unsuccessful. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed to Lu Hao. Are you trying to deceive us? I've drawn so many tickets, yet not a single win. Lu Hao retorted, that's merely your bad luck. Aside from the grand prize, first, second, and third prizes, there are also consolation prizes, as well as tickets that win nothing. With so many tickets yielding no results, perhaps you should reflect on your own character. Too many misdeeds and ill words could be the source of your misfortune. He spoke with little regard for the two, feeling they did not merit his respect. I refuse to believe I won't win anything, Su Yuanping declared. I still have more. He proceeded to reveal all remaining tickets, 10 in total, only to find that one had won a consolation prize, a toothbrush, which held little value. The rest were all duds. The onlookers erupted in laughter, marveling at his abysmal luck. Since the lottery began, none had witnessed such misfortune. Perhaps he had neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out. It could also be a consequence of his numerous misdeeds, leading to a tarnished reputation. The excitement of the lottery extended beyond merely participating. Watching others draw was equally enjoyable. Many took to critiquing Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yan's fortune, relishing the spectacle. It's fine. I still have 10 tickets left. Perhaps the air conditioner is among them, Lu Yan remarked. She opted for a different approach, swiftly opening all her tickets at once instead of revealing them one by one. The result was shocking. Of the 10 tickets, not a single one was a winner, outdoing Su Yuanpeng's misfortune. For 100 yuan spent, aside from groceries, she had only won a toothbrush. Lu Hao was equally astonished. He could hardly believe the absurdity of their luck. Although he harbored no fondness for them, he felt no need to deceive them. If fate dictated that the air conditioner was to be theirs, so be it. 8,000 yuan was not a sum worth lamenting over. He had not anticipated their luck to plummet so drastically, spending 100 yuan and winning only a toothbrush from 50 tickets. In a fit of anger, Lu Yan snapped the toothbrush in two, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Hao. You must have done this on purpose, giving us losing tickets out of spite for our previous disagreements. One can indulge in poor choices of food, but one must not speak recklessly, Lu Hao replied. I stood nearby, over half a meter from the lottery box. When you reached in to draw tickets, I did not approach. Everyone can attest to that. Who can you blame for your misfortune if not yourselves? I've never encountered such a profound display of ill fate before. You too should hasten to a temple, light some incense, and offer prayers for good fortune. A crowd of spectators reveled in an entertaining spectacle, each one relishing the misfortune of others. As it was not their own calamity at stake, many were fortunate enough to win prizes. Even those who did not secure refrigerators or televisions found delight in bicycles, fans, towels, and toothbrushes. Some were already parading around the streets on their newly won bicycles, gleefully ringing their bells in exuberance. Numerous individuals were standing with Lu Hao. Su Yuanpeng was seething with rage, his frustration palpable. 100 yuan, a sum equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages, had been squandered. He and his wife had eagerly focused on purchasing potatoes as soon as they entered, believing it would expedite their acquisition of raffle tickets, given the abundance and ease of storage of such items. Yet now, gazing at the substantial bags of potatoes beside them, they were at a loss, wondering how long it would take to consume them. Su Yuanpeng looked at Lu Hao, convinced that something nefarious was afoot. How could their luck be so abysmal? He suspected that Lu Hao had manipulated the raffle box while they were drawing tickets. He had sensed that only a few tickets remained inside. Yet they had drawn 20 times without winning, securing merely a single toothbrush. This was simply implausible. I wager there are no grand prize tickets within this box. You are merely deceiving everyone to lure them into purchasing your fruits and vegetables, profiting unethically, he exclaimed, challenging Lu Hao. Dare you reveal the tickets for all to see? This was a common ruse employed by many merchants and vendors, claiming the existence of grand prizes that, in reality, did not exist. Unfazed by the accusation, Lu Hao remained resolute as the queue behind them awaited their turn to draw. There was no need to open the box. They would soon see if anyone would win. If there truly were grand prizes. If I were to expose all the tickets, how could others draw? He retorted. Su Yuanpeng, undeterred, insisted that they could not possibly win an air conditioner, as there was none to be had. Are you willing to wager? He challenged. If there is no grand prize, you shall compensate me with a Mitsubishi air conditioner. He only half-heartedly articulated his terms, omitting the consequence he would face should he wrongfully accuse Lu Hao. Lu Hao perceived the underlying intention immediately and called him out. If a Mitsubishi air conditioner ticket exists within, will you then compensate me with another Mitsubishi air conditioner? Su Yuanpeng fell silent. The prospect of over 8,000 yuan was too daunting for him to entertain, even as a mere possibility. Lu Hao smirked, having anticipated this outcome. You need not worry about compensation. If a grand prize truly exists, you and Lu Yan shall bark like dogs. He had recently taught the pair a lesson, and their swift return to irritate him showed a lack of memory regarding their previous encounter. A wager it shall be. Who was afraid? This time, Su Yuanpeng did not hesitate and readily agreed. Some individual's dignity was worth little. Lu Hao gestured for those in line to approach and draw their tickets. The queue moved forward, each person taking their turn at the raffle. Chapter 59. You owe me a favor. I have 2 tickets, announced a person from the back of the line as they stepped forward, presenting their proof and drawing 2 raffle tickets from the box. Upon revealing them, they had won a fan and an electric kettle. Although he did not win the air conditioner, he was fortunate enough to secure 2 winning lottery tickets. With the unfortunate Lu Yan and Su Yuanpeng serving as a backdrop, he felt quite satisfied. Initially, he thought that winning even one prize would be commendable. Yet he was unexpectedly rewarded with both, and the electric fan was a commendable appliance that met his expectations. As others approached next, luck appeared to be on their side as well. Towels, soap, toothpaste, electric fans, and kettles, though merely consolation prizes, none returned empty-handed. This left Su Yuanpeng and Lu Yan's expressions as dark as coal, while others drew a total of 7 tickets and won each time. They had managed to win only a single toothbrush from their 20 tickets. Had they monopolized all the losing tickets in the box? At that moment, a small boy approached, innocent and sincere. "Uncle, I wish to win the air conditioner so that I can install it for my grandparents, allowing them to cool off." The boy, displaying remarkable filial piety, had spent all his saved pocket money on vegetables, solely to draw an air conditioner for his grandparents. "I hope you win," Lu Hao remarked. Su Yuanpeng scoffed. "What are the odds? You think you can win with just 1 ticket?" Lu Yan nodded in agreement. "Do you really believe it could be that simple?" The 2 adults regarded the small boy with unkindness. The boy reached into the box, and after a moment, he looked up at Lu Hao. "Uncle, it seems there's only 1 ticket left in the box." Without uttering a word, Lu Hao tore open the box, revealing indeed that only 1 ticket remained. 1 ticket. And it bore the chance for an air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan. All eyes turned towards them, expressions varying widely. The boy was truly fortunate. Had he known only 1 remained, he would have bought more vegetables for additional tickets. 5 yuan for a chance at over 8,000 yuan. A remarkable bargain. Yet, it was also possible that this ticket held nothing at all, merely a ruse by the host. Lu Yan and Su Yuanping's expressions grew tense. However, Su Yuanping soon shouted, "Lu Hao, what do you have to say now? Could it be that the last ticket happens to be the grand prize?" Lu Hao cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, and instead turned to the boy. "Open it and see." In life, there are moments that one must not delegate to others. These exquisite moments may linger in memory for a lifetime. This was a moment for the boy to experience himself. He opened the ticket. "Uncle, it's the grand prize. Can I have the air conditioner?" Winning an air conditioner for merely 5 yuan made him feel a tad bashful, so he politely inquired first. His upbringing was commendable. The boy, ecstatic, danced with joy. The concept of 8,000 yuan was lost on him, yet the air conditioner represented a means to ease his grandparents' discomfort in the heat. "The grand prize is indeed the air conditioner. You've won it, so it's yours," Lu Hao affirmed. "Wait here a moment. I'll make a phone call." With that, he stepped into the office to call the appliance store. After finishing, he approached and asked, "Did you come alone? Is there no one at home?" "No." The young boy shook his head. "I sneaked out. If they knew I had taken all my pocket money to buy groceries, they would never let me leave." "All right then." The uncle replied, "I'll find someone to help move the air conditioner back and get it installed." Lu Hao was exceedingly prompt and thorough in his service. Just moments ago, the uncle had called the appliance store to inform them, and the installation technician was currently available. "I'll gather a few people to assist you in transporting the air conditioner," he said. The air conditioner was rather heavy, and it would typically require 2 or 3 individuals to move it. He called out to the crowd, "I need 4 people to help lift the air conditioner. First, we'll go to the state-run appliance store to meet the installation technician, and then we will deliver the air conditioner to the child's residence. Each person will receive a reward of 5 yuan for their efforts." 5 yuan was equivalent to the wages of an ordinary worker for 2 or 3 days, which was not an insignificant sum. While it was somewhat high, one should not pay exactly the right amount when hiring help. A bit extra was certainly more appropriate. What a kind-hearted boss. The child's filial piety was evident, and the boss was truly a benefactor. No wonder his business flourished. The crowd praised Lu Hao in unison. The lottery could be considered a benefit, typically. The boss would not deliver goods to homes, leaving it to customers to find solutions. Lu Hao's willingness to pay for assistance in transporting the air conditioner earned him the admiration of many. Soon, a dozen men of all ages stepped forward. "No need to pay us. We'll help carry it over. It's not a big deal." No one mentioned money. Offering it would have only caused annoyance. A dozen people, eager to assist, meant that instead of just 4, 6 ended up helping. The fervor of the crowd was as radiant as the sun itself. "How cunning. Clearly just a ploy for reputation," Su Yuanpeng muttered. He felt a pang of bitterness and anger. Had he known that fewer than 10 lottery tickets remained in the box, he should have purchased more groceries. Knowing there were so few tickets, he never anticipated losing out on an air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan. His heart ached with regret. Lu Yan, too, was nearly in tears, lamenting, "If you too had bought a few more groceries, you could have secured all the lottery tickets and claimed the air conditioner." Lu Hao approached, saying, however, You both have indirectly done a good deed. Supporting the young boy's filial intentions. I must thank you on his behalf. With that, he feigned a bow, as if genuinely expressing gratitude. Such words were like needles, piercing the hearts of the two. It was too much. They didn't want to hear anything, yet Lu Hao insisted on speaking, revealing their wounds. They had never realized how harsh Lu Hao's words could be. Let us go home. Let us not stoop to his level, Su Yuanping grumbled. As they prepared to leave, Lu Hao called out to them, don't rush off. You're not that old. How can your memories be so short? I remember everything you both said earlier about my box not containing any Mitsubishi air conditioner lottery tickets. But now that they've been drawn, shouldn't you fulfill what you promised? Let us hear you bark like dogs 3 times. The faces of the two individuals instantly turned pale, only to be followed by a deep crimson blush. Lu Hao, as neighbors, do you not understand the principle of leaving a line for others? Do not press too hard. Lu Yin remarked, with so many onlookers, are we to bark like dogs? This would be quite humiliating. Indeed, I am the director of a garment factory. A modicum of respect is in order, Su Yuanping chimed in. They were unwilling to suffer this embarrassment and sought to retract their statements. Chapter 60, Counting money in the office give you face? What is your face worth? Lu Hao retorted. I offered you an opportunity, yet you proved inept. Who can you blame? Hurry up, do not dawdle. Accept the loss like a man. The boss has invested significantly in this lottery event, and yet you suspect foul play. Now that you have lost, you refuse to acknowledge it? The crowd joined in with jeers, many sharing the disdain for Su Yuanping and Lu Yan's demeanor. Lu Hao fixed his gaze upon them, with no intention of showing mercy. These two had failed to learn their lesson. So be it. They would be met with repercussions until they understood the gravity of their actions. Su Yuanping's face turned ashen. After a moment of hesitation, he barked 3 times. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Yan followed suit, also barking 3 times. They wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in, utterly mortified. As they lowered their heads and fled with bags of potatoes in tow. Boss, what do we do about the lottery tickets? They're all gone, someone inquired. Others had received lottery tickets, yet found themselves unable to redeem them due to the absence of prizes. I sincerely apologize. This oversight was on my part. Lu Hao expressed earnestly. He truly had not anticipated such an overwhelming turnout. In fact, he had prepared an ample supply of tickets. But he never envisioned that so many would be so enthusiastic about the lottery. Not only had the merchandise on the shelves sold out, but even the stock in the warehouse had been depleted. To add to this, the vegetables borrowed from the state-owned market had also been entirely snatched up. As patrons flocked to the cashier to return their lottery tickets, each ticket valued at 5 yuan meant they would not need to refund the vegetables they had purchased. I apologize once more. This was indeed my fault, Lu Hao reiterated, bowing deeply. Refunds for the lottery tickets essentially rendered the vegetables free for customers, requiring not a single penny in return. Without offering any excuses, he candidly admitted his error with grace and politeness, which in turn made those who had received lottery tickets but had yet to participate feel somewhat embarrassed. No need to apologize. Do not be so formal. It is not just you who failed to foresee this. We did not expect to contend for vegetables among so many others. Your supermarket is excellent. It is far more pleasant than the state-run market, with clear pricing and fair amounts. We shall keep the tickets. Your vegetables are discounted and remarkably fresh. And the lottery is merely for enjoyment. Such was the sentiment. Conducting business is indeed no easy feat. These elderly gentlemen and ladies surprisingly chose not to return their tickets, as they did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Thank you all. Lu Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He gazed at the people before him, sincerely moved. How utterly delightful they were. Even the elderly gentlemen and ladies, their faces lined with wrinkles, grew more endearing with each passing moment, almost making one wish to embrace them. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky and took a few deep breaths. The weather was somewhat warm, yet the air was refreshingly crisp. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the supermarket, for the people's livelihood, appeared in utter disarray, as if it had been ransacked. The shelves were left with only a few torn remnants of vegetables, utterly unfit for cooking. Not a single piece of fruit or vegetable remained. At the 2 cash registers, the drawers were overflowing with money, and the floor beneath the feet of the 2 cashiers was similarly piled high with currency. A thick layer that rendered them hesitant to leave the money, their expressions a captivating mixture of awe and disbelief. These 2 individuals were originally employees of a state-run vegetable market, and in their years of selling produce, they had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene. Not even in 2 or 3 months would they have amassed such a sum. Brother Hao, the shelves are empty, the storeroom is depleted, and all the vegetables borrowed from the state-run market have been sold out. Shi Xiong approached, his forehead glistening with sweat, his attire disheveled. Lu Hao, noticing him, inquired, "What happened? Why is there blood on your face? Did you get hurt?" "I wasn't hurt. It was those customers who grabbed me," Shi Xiong replied, still shaken. "I had just stepped into the supermarket after moving goods from the storeroom when they surrounded me without a word and began to snatch things away. They clawed at my face, drawing blood, and my clothes were torn to shreds. It's utterly outrageous. Especially those young ladies and brides, usually. They would be shy in my presence, but today, they nearly took my life. It's terrifying. I've lived over 20 years without ever holding a girl's hand. Yet today, I was humiliated by these young women." "Brother Hao, you're incredible." Zhang Jigang approached, his eyes filled with admiration for Lu Hao, brimming with excitement. To him, Lu Hao is nothing short of a deity. "Come, let us embrace in celebration." With that, he opened his arms, eager for a hug. "Get lost." Lu Hao kicked him away, feeling a wave of revulsion. How could a grown man call him strong and open his arms in such a manner? It sent shivers down his spine. He resolved to keep this fellow at a distance in the future. "Hubby, Daddy." Su Min and Nini also approached, both drenched in sweat, with Nini's face speckled with dirt from her efforts. Gazing at the man before her, Su Min remained in a state of shock. Today, her husband had astonished her 3 times. First, she discovered that he had quietly opened this supermarket for the people's livelihood and had become the owner. Second, the business he had established was thriving. Third, amidst such a grand scene, he managed it with remarkable composure, handling everything with ease. Just moments ago, while assisting in the supermarket, she had witnessed the customers clamoring for goods, while others were overwhelmed, frantically calling for help. Yet her husband remained unfazed, effortlessly orchestrating everything with meticulous precision. "Daddy, you're amazing. You are my role model. I want to learn from you." Nini gazed at Lu Hao with admiration. At this moment, Lu Hao was nothing short of a hero in her eyes. "Darling, it's almost noon. I must hurry to Yujin restaurant. Xiao Jin, along with my parents, should be there by now," Su Min remarked, glancing at the wall clock. "All right, you and Nini go ahead," Lu Hao replied with a nod. "I'll finish up here and join you shortly." He could not leave just yet. The revenue needed to be tallied. Su Min lightly brushed her hair back and led Nini away first. Lu Hao clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Zhang Jigang, Shi Xiong, and 4 other waitstaff. Compared to the previous day, the gazes of the 4 waiters towards Lu Hao had transformed significantly. Now imbued with respect and admiration, they were wholly captivated by his prowess. "Thank you all for your hard work today," Lu Hao stated succinctly before heading to the office to count the money. He picked up a cardboard box and began to fill it with cash. With such an abundance of coins, taking them to the bank would be time-consuming. Even with the bank staff assisting in the counting, it would be more efficient to tally it himself along with his team. Chapter 61. This is clearly picking up money after procuring several boxes. He filled them with the cash. It took 5 boxes to contain all the money that had piled up on the floor from 2 cash registers, which he then transported to the office. Lu Hao glanced at Shi Xiong. "Where's the widow? Did she leave?" Shi Xiong, familiar with the widow Chen Linxiao, replied, "She left after the raffle tickets were done." "Brother Hao, she works diligently. Despite her petite stature, she possesses great strength and is quite earnest. I suggested we carry the vegetables together, but she insisted on doing it alone." Lu Hao nodded, committing this to memory. "Close the doors and windows and draw the curtains tightly. We don't want anyone peering in and getting envious," Lu Hao ordered. The others promptly secured the doors and windows, drawing the curtains as well. The supermarket was thriving, with cash overflowing at the registers, which already attracted envious glances. Counting money in front of others could easily stir jealousy. "So much money. I have never seen this much in my life. Truly, Brother Hao is remarkable," they exclaimed, gazing at the heap of cash on the floor with admiration. Initially, they had thought spending over 10,000 on electronics, including more than 8,000 on air conditioning units, was extravagant. But now it was clear that Lu Hao's decisions were impeccably sound. The shelves brimmed with goods equivalent to 20 small trucks. And with an additional 30 trucks worth of inventory in the storeroom, alongside fruits and vegetables borrowed from the state-run market, which accounted for nearly 20 more trucks. Everything had sold out. In total, 203,020 worth of merchandise, equivalent to 70 small trucks, was sold out in just half a day. Each small truck of fruits and vegetables could fetch around 3,000 yuan. Lu Hao silently calculated in his mind that today's revenue would likely reach around 300 to 70,000, a staggering 210,000. Even with his extensive experience from his past life, estimating the revenue still left him in awe. In the 1980s, when 1 or 2 fin coins were still in circulation, pork was merely around 1 yuan, and the average salary was only 30 to 40 yuan. Yet he had achieved a daily revenue of 210,000. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. No wonder so many prominent figures emerged during the 1980s and 1990s. In such circumstances, even a pig could thrive if it merely stands in the right place. The cost of fruits and vegetables in 2035, calculated at the highest expense, reaches 35. And when adding labor, utility bills, rent, and losses, the net profit could still amount to 50. In a single day, one could earn 150, totaling 1.05 million. After deducting the cost of prizes, the net profit would still hover around 90,000. This is clearly akin to picking up money. Lu Hao inhaled sharply. Several individuals swiftly counted the money, and Lu Hao crouched down to assist. It took the 7 of them over an hour to tally a substantial portion. They sorted the denominations of 100, 50, 10, 5, 2, and 1, binding them with rubber bands, while the remaining small change was left aside, yet to be counted. The amount they had counted thus far totaled approximately 210,000, with around 10,000 still remaining, bringing the grand total to 220,000. Not too far from Lu Hao's estimation. The money earned in a single day equated to nearly 2 months' earnings using a cart. Shi Xiong was utterly astonished. He finally comprehended why Lu Hao dismissed the notion of delivering vegetables to residential areas. Operating a supermarket was remarkably lucrative. In the store, shielded from the elements, one could simply await customers and earn money, far more effortlessly than delivering vegetables to neighborhoods, and the profits were substantial as well. Today, due to special circumstances and promotional activities, a significant number of customers resulted in such impressive revenue. Lu Hao remarked that tomorrow's earnings would considerably decrease. However, this was entirely normal and still far more stable and convenient than delivering vegetables to residential areas. In truth, the most crucial aspect of this model lies in its high entry barrier, rendering it difficult for others to replicate. Delivering vegetables to neighborhoods is accessible, even for farmers, as there are virtually no barriers to entry, just a pair of feet to climb stairs, a cart, or even a shoulder pole to carry vegetables. The costs are minimal. As the number of participants increases, the business becomes saturated, leading to fierce competition. Conversely, establishing a supermarket necessitates a piece of land, which inherently limits many individuals. Alongside the requirement of capital, at least 30,000 to 40,000 is essential, further restricting the number of entrants. The choice of supermarket location is equally significant. Lu Hao targeted an area surrounded by residential complexes with convenient transportation and a steady flow of customers. Relocating could jeopardize this advantageous outcome. A high entry barrier signifies reduced competition, making profitability more attainable. Money breeds money. All right, let us pause the counting for a moment. Lu Hao clapped his hands, signaling the others engaged in counting the remaining change to cease their tasks. The group looked at him in confusion, uncertain of his next instructions. Nevertheless, despite their lack of clarity, they promptly halted their activities, demonstrating great respect. Just yesterday, Lu Hao had established rules and then offered a sweet incentive, initially setting the tone and earning some authority in the eyes of his team. Today, buoyed by the successful opening, he had firmly secured a significant standing among them. His foundation was becoming increasingly solid. Lu Hao extracted a stack of counted money and handed it to Shi Xiong, saying, "Here, this is for you." Brother Hao, why are you giving me money again?" Shi Xiang inquired. "Did you forget that you already gave me a red envelope yesterday?" He spoke candidly, believing that Lu Hao was merely forgetful. "What was given yesterday is in the past. Today is another day. As you accompany me, you will not only receive a basic salary, but also bonuses." "This is the bonus for today," Lu Hao replied. He continued straightforwardly, "Because you have helped me earn, I shall share the rewards with you." Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Shi Xiang accepted the money. Lu Hao then picked up another stack of cash and turned to Zhang Jigang. "Thank you. How good?" Zhang Jigang hurriedly approached, eager to shake Lu Hao's hand. "Just stay there. Don't come over." Lu Hao shot him a glare and tossed the money over. "Keep your distance." Zhang Jigang was perplexed, wondering what he had done to provoke Lu Hao. Yet, He sensed that he hadn't truly angered him. If that were the case, he would have been dismissed. He instinctively sniffed his clothing, questioning if he perhaps smelled too strong. Lu Hao did not address Zhang's internal turmoil and instead directed his gaze towards the 4 service staff. All 4 had performed admirably today. The 2 experienced workers were efficient. And thanks to their cash handling, there were no mistakes, coupled with their rapid pace. The other 2, though novices, were also commendable in their efforts. Huang Li, this is for you. Well done on your swift work, he stated. Wang Ting, this is yours. Today's excellent business is partly due to your contributions. Xia Qian, showing such dedication on your first day, keep it up. Hu Shan, you are not only beautiful but also hardworking. I have high hopes for you. With each name called, Lu Hao not only distributed bonuses but also offered words of encouragement. Why not share kindness if it costs nothing? The individuals called upon, even if they anticipated their names being mentioned, felt an exhilarating rush, and upon hearing Lu Hao's comforting words, tears welled in their eyes. Women are naturally more sentimental. Lu Hao's generosity and thoughtfulness rendered him not merely a boss but indeed a warm-hearted brother. Chapter 62. My man is thriving. Please finish counting the remaining change and clean the supermarket inside and out before you head home. Come early tomorrow to restock the shelves. Lu Hao instructed. The shelves were bare, and no vegetables were left to sell today, necessitating a restock for the next day. Understood. No problem. Thank you, boss. You are truly kind. The group responded with alacrity. Lu Hao turned to Xixiang. Come with me to the bank. He needed to deposit the money. Carrying such a substantial amount alone felt unsafe, so he sought company for security. He placed the money into a black plastic bag, secured it within a snakeskin bag, and the 2 exited the office. Boss Lu, you truly deserve admiration, Li Guangcai, not far from them, greeted Lu Hao. He glanced at the snakeskin bag they carried. Though he could not see its contents, he surmised it was likely filled with cash. The day's earnings had amounted to this much, leaving him astonished and subsequently filled with shame. Having held the position of director at the state-run vegetable market for so many years, he realized that it had seen little improvement and, in fact, had worsened. In comparison to Lu Hao, he felt woefully inadequate. However, one cannot entirely blame him. State-owned enterprises are often encumbered by numerous constraints that are not easily altered. Most operate under the philosophy that more actions lead to more mistakes. Fewer actions result in fewer mistakes, and inaction guarantees no errors. Truly capable individuals, aside from possessing exceptional personal abilities, require support from others. Director Li. Lu Hao approached and shook his hand. The supermarket business is thriving, and I owe my gratitude to Director Li for this opportunity. I must make it a point to visit your home for a cup of tea when time permits. I still recall the last time I visited, and your sister-in-law's culinary skills have been on my mind. I wonder if Director Li might grant me that opportunity? Welcome, welcome. Your sister-in-law mentioned just the other day that she wanted to invite you over for a meal, to showcase her cooking and receive your critique. Li Guangcai responded with a smile. Very well, once I conclude my current matters, I shall certainly pay a visit, Lu Hao replied. Their verbal agreement was far from a mere invitation for food and tea. Astute individuals often communicate with implicit understanding. Lu Hao harbored ulterior motives, and Li Guangcai equally had his own calculations. Their interactions bore a hint of collusion. One was a seasoned veteran in the position of a director at a state-owned enterprise, adept in the nuances of human relationships. The other, though younger, was equally shrewd, perhaps even more so than his counterpart. Their words were imbued with underlying meaning, necessitating careful contemplation, for the surface simplicity belied deeper complexities. Brother Hao, I wonder how my Yuliang's business is faring, Shixiong remarked. Given today's circumstances, he is undoubtedly struggling. Lu Hao chuckled. All my guests have departed, yet he has not approached me. He must be overwhelmed, frantically managing his affairs. The intensity of his intent to undermine me will only result in his own downfall. With so many nearby residential complexes, most individuals have flocked here, leaving no one to purchase my Yuliang's produce. He must have prepared a considerable amount of goods, yet with no buyers in this sweltering heat. They cannot be stored for long. It would be surprising if he does not incur losses. He is likely scouring for ways to offload his stock to mitigate his losses. Their journey to the bank was uneventful. Few would suspect someone parading a snakeskin bag filled with cash on the main thoroughfare. Upon arrival, Lu Hao placed the bag before the bank counter and opened its mouth. The teller, a young woman, gaped in astonishment at the stacks of cash within, promptly retreating in shock. Moments later, a bank manager arrived, escorting Lu Hao to a private office. A deposit exceeding 200,000 yuan warranted such treatment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yujin restaurant, Su Jin had been waiting patiently. Upon spotting Su Min and Nini approaching, she hurried over. Sister, Nini? She pinched Nini's cheek and glanced around. Where's brother-in-law? Has he not come? Her expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Previously indifferent to Lu Hao, she now found herself yearning for his presence. Your brother-in-law is tied up with some matters. Nini and I arrived first, but he will join us shortly. Su Min explained. Then let us head upstairs. Su Jin nodded, taking Nini's hand as the two sisters ascended the stairs together, arriving at a private room. In the private room, Su Xingmin, Wang Guizhi, Zhang Yongqiang, and Su Yumei had all arrived, but the only one missing was Su Jiangang, the sole son of the Su family. Has Jiangang not come? Su Min inquired. He is always idle, led astray by Lu Hao, imitating his ways. He has been nowhere to be found all morning, Wang Guizhi replied. Mother, how is this related to Lu Hao? Jiangang hardly ever sees him. How could he influence him? Su Min retorted, displeased. She was well aware of her brother's character. Although they did not meet often, Jiangang, being young, was easily impressionable. Observing Lu Hao's behavior could certainly lead him down a similar path. Thus, we must lead by example and set a good standard for Jiangang. If Lu Hao had been a better role model, Jiangang wouldn't have turned out this way. Perhaps, like Xiao Jin, he could have been accepted into a prestigious university. Zhang Yongqiang asserted. His words carried a deeper meaning, deliberately provoking Wang Guizhi by mentioning university, which only served to amplify her discontent. The blame for her son's poor academic performance, which prevented him from attending university, was unfairly placed on Lu Hao. Su Min shot a furious glance at Zhang Yongqiang. It was unfortunate that she had once regarded this brother-in-law favorably, appreciating his occasional concern for her. Now she realized he merely sought to highlight Lu Hao's shortcomings to elevate his own sense of superiority by belittling her husband. Such remarks had become increasingly frequent. A treacherous individual. A phony. Su Yumei glanced towards the entrance, wondering, is Lu Hao not coming? Is he too embarrassed to show up? I've already told him that he need not pay for the meal. My husband and I are treating. Perhaps he has never dined in such an upscale hotel and is intimidated, Zhang Yongqiang remarked. Su Min could no longer remain silent. With a stern expression, she interjected, Sister, brother-in-law, is this truly necessary? Must you ridicule my husband like this? Why would he be hesitant to spend money? If he were truly reluctant, would he have booked such an exquisite hotel? For merely 15 yuan a night over 3 days, would this meal cost 45 yuan? Furthermore, my husband is now successful. You should refrain from deriding him. He is preoccupied with business and will arrive shortly. Standing resolutely before them, she defended her husband with palpable indignation. This was too much. Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yumei were taken aback, as were Su Xingmin and Wang Guizhi, who stared at Su Min in astonishment. Previously, when they criticized Lu Hao, Su Min would remain silent. Today, however, she had erupted in defense of him. Was the sun rising in the west? Chapter 63. Wife, who has wronged you? Su Min was furious. Her brother Su Jiangang had always been unruly and likewise looked down upon Lu Hao. It was inconceivable that Jiangang could emulate him. The failure to gain university admission had no bearing on Lu Hao. Yet, her mother, along with Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yumei, insisted on attributing this matter to her husband. Was this not an attempt to frame him? In the past, Lu Hao had indeed been aimless and lazy. She could not deny this, as it was factual. However, it was unjust to place all blame upon him. It was an egregious affront, especially as her husband had changed. Su Min, do not be so agitated. Despite my frequent references to Lu Hao, it is solely out of concern for you. Who wouldn't wish for his success? That way, we would not be the subject of ridicule. Zhang Yongqiang remarked, you mentioned he is engaged in business. What sort of business might that be? It wouldn't involve illegal activities. Would it? If it comes to that, I shall have to act decisively and report him, lest we be implicated. He harbored no belief that Lu Hao could engage in any legitimate business. His inquiry stemmed purely from the fear that Lu Hao's illegal endeavors might ensnare him as well. He also took the opportunity to mock. Su Yumei, rather nervously, chimed in, indeed, Xiao Min, why the agitation? Our intentions are for your benefit. What could that idle Lu Hao possibly contribute? A man without a job. And given your family's circumstances, which everyone is well aware of, do not glorify him. Do you think we are ashamed to speak the truth? If it brings shame, then by all means, hasten to divorce him, so others do not mock you, and you spare yourself further suffering. You are still young. Even if you have been married and have children, your health remains intact. There are many suitors out there. Choose one from a well-off family, someone capable, and it would surely be preferable to being tied to Lu Hao. Su Min, upon hearing this, could only laugh in disbelief. She looked at Su Yume and said, "Sister, must I articulate your intentions? You merely wish for me to marry a wealthy and influential husband to assist you. You constantly deride my partner's ineptitude. Yet what of your own husband? Your relentless desire for me to wed a suitable man only underscores your own partner's shortcomings, does it not?" Su Yume was momentarily taken aback, astonished that her younger sister had become so sharp-tongued. Typically, she presented as fragile. Yet today she countered with a retort that left Su Yume speechless. After a brief silence, she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "What do you mean by this? I offer you well-meaning advice, and you respond with insults. Do you not understand the concept of respect?" She was incensed at the perceived disdain directed towards her and her husband. After all, they too were business people, and while working in a state-owned enterprise was enviable, venturing into commerce was equally commendable, reflecting a person's ambition. Among her family, aside from Wang Guizhi and Su Xingmin, her words carried weight. Even Su Jin, the aspiring university student, would not dare to openly counter her. And now, Su Min, who had chosen to marry a ne'er-do-well, dared to challenge her in front of so many, openly stating that she and her husband were ineffectual. Truly, the world had turned upside down. Respect? Su Min thought. That must be earned through mutual regard. No longer would she remain submissive. Previously, when her husband was lacking, she had to endure the criticism without argument. But now that he had improved, she refused to accept further disparagement of him. "Very well, it seems your courage has grown. Daring to refute me on behalf of that good-for-nothing." Su Yume spat, her teeth clenched in anger. "You claim he is in business. What kind of business? Is he rummaging through garbage? You still carry the scent of vegetables, and little Nini does too. Has your family taken to scavenging for a living at dawn?" As Zhang Yongxiang followed with a sardonic tone, he remarked that many people discard unwanted items, and rummaging through trash might indeed prove to be quite lucrative. At least it is preferable to being unemployed. While he stated this literally, it was laced with mockery. No one holds the act of scavenging in high regard. Neither I nor Nini have resorted to sifting through garbage, nor has my husband. The scent of vegetables on us arises from my husband running a supermarket where he sells fruits and vegetables. I assist him in the mornings, which accounts for the lingering aroma, Su Min explained. Looking at Zhang Yongxiang's smile, which feigned concern yet was profoundly irritating, she felt an urge to slap him. How could one be so repugnant? She had never noticed it before, but her disdain for him had only intensified. A grown man, speaking with such sarcasm. Oh, not scavenging, but running a supermarket? Su Yume burst into laughter. You actually comprehend the term supermarket? Lu Hao knows about that. This concept originated from abroad and flourished in affluent coastal cities. In a supermarket, all goods are clearly priced and displayed on shelves, a remarkably advanced business model. Does Lu Hao truly possess such knowledge? Wang Guizhi, intrigued, inquired. Clearly priced? Does that mean haggling is out of the question? Goodness. Do you think it's a marketplace where bargaining is permitted? The price is fixed, with no room for negotiation, though discounts may occasionally apply. Su Yume spoke of supermarkets with an air of superiority, as if she were the sole bearer of such knowledge. She then turned to Su Min. You claim Lu Hao has opened a supermarket. That is nothing but a blatant lie, a ridiculous fabrication assuming we are all fools. Do you think that just because mother is oblivious, no one else understands? Yongxiang and I are well-versed in business. Generally, those who establish supermarkets are quite discerning. At the very least knowledgeable about this business model. Does Lu Hao, that good-for-nothing, possess such understanding? Even if we entertain that notion. Starting a supermarket requires capital. Does he possess any? I find it utterly implausible that Lu Hao would open a supermarket. It is more absurd than a pie falling from the sky. Wang Guizhi chimed in. Your sister and brother-in-law are not outsiders. Their comments are for your benefit. So do not retort. Does that scoundrel Lu Hao deserve such loyalty from you? If he chooses not to come, then let him be. His presence would only spoil our appetite. Mother, how can you say that? Thanks to my brother-in-law, I was able to perform exceptionally well on my college entrance exam. Su Jin interjected. Perhaps what my sister said holds some truth. My brother-in-law might genuinely be in business. She recalled the 3 days of exams, during which her two good friends, Xie Sha and Duan Fang, had spoken highly of Lu Hao, asserting that he was not the good-for-nothing of rumor, but rather quite admirable, a gentleman with considerable tact in handling matters. That evening, the three of them nestled under the covers. joking around as Xie Sha and Duan Feng declared that they would seek boyfriends akin to Lu Hao, thoughtful, gentlemanly, and possessing a humorous demeanor. Just then, 3 knocks echoed from outside, and Lu Hao entered. Upon seeing Su Min standing there and sensing the atmosphere at the table, he perceived something was amiss. Wife. Who has been bothering you? Chapter 64. Nini is wonderful, dear husband. Su Min felt an immediate sense of reassurance upon his arrival. The individuals seated at the table are her parents, her sister, and relatives bound by blood. Yet, she feels a certain distance between them. It is not until her partner enters that she experiences a sense of grounding. This man is her sanctuary, her true home. Lu Hao immediately sensed the unease and approached her, gently taking her hand and reassuring her that everything would be all right, that he would always be there. His words filled Su Min with a profound sense of comfort. What scent is that? Is it the same as the one on Xiaomin? Did your family truly go dumpster diving? Su Mei, upon seeing Lu Hao, scoffed sarcastically, you really think of yourself as a big shot, don't you? We agreed to dine at Eugene Restaurant today to celebrate Xiao Jin's acceptance into university, and yet you were the last to arrive, completely lacking any sense of time. She pinched her nose disdainfully. I wonder if the servers noticed when you walked in. If they did, it would be quite embarrassing when you run into them later. Coming to such a place without even changing your clothes is simply disgraceful. Lu Hao felt a surge of anger. Although he had not been present earlier, he could surmise the difficulties his wife faced, especially coming from her own sister. It's merely a meal. Once the bill is settled, who cares what others think? He replied. Furthermore, I wasn't rummaging through trash. I was busy running a business. I own a supermarket, which is thriving. My wife and daughter were merely helping out. Hence the scent of vegetables clinging to them. I also assisted by picking up a few potatoes that fell to the ground and placing them back on the shelf. Nini raised her hand, eager to take credit. Lu Hao affectionately ruffled her hair, affirming her contribution. Indeed, Nini is wonderful. She's growing up and is already able to assist her father. She's quite the little helper. Receiving praise, Nini beamed with pride, unable to conceal her delight. How amusing. You two must be in cahoots. Just now, Xiao Min mentioned your supermarket, and now you claim to own one as well. Do you even know what a supermarket is? Are you aware of the costs involved in running one? Su Mei questioned. This inquiry was quite straightforward. A supermarket typically features open displays of goods, allowing customers to select items independently, followed by a unified checkout process. It primarily deals in fresh produce and daily necessities. Functioning as a self-service retail establishment, Lu Hao explained. Supermarkets generally focus on food and household items, characterized by low profit margins and high sales volumes. With minimal staff for medium to low-end products, items are sold in small packages, clearly labeled with weight, specifications, and prices, and carts or baskets are available for customer use. Payment is settled upon exit. In his previous life, Lu Hao had indeed engaged in the supermarket business. Though he had not entered the field as early or with such a significant start as he had in this life, his response was a standard one. Much clearer and more comprehensive than Su Mei's earlier remarks, laden with professional terminology that left the surrounding audience momentarily stunned. Open display? Self-selection? Unified checkout? They did not fully grasp the concepts, yet they felt an inexplicable sense of admiration for his knowledge. How much did the supermarket cost? Lu Hao continued. It was around 50 to 60,000. 50 to 60,000? Zhang Yongqiang exclaimed, suddenly alert. Do you actually have that much money? Do you comprehend what 50 to 60,000 means? That equates to several households of wealth. Do you have any idea how rare it is to be a household with such income these days? Ordinary workers earn only 30 to 40 a month. And to reach such wealth without eating or drinking would take 20 years of labor. Yet you casually mention 50 to 60,000. Even if you were sold, you wouldn't be worth that much, and you still want to open a supermarket? I've been in business for years and Haven Tea even made that much. Zhang Yongqiang's heart raced. When Lu Hao first explained about the supermarket, he sounded quite professional, and Zhang Yongqiang pondered if this rogue might actually become successful. If he did, wouldn't that make him feel utterly useless? After years of striving in business with no accomplishments, Lu Hao quietly opened a supermarket and made money, making him feel inferior to this scoundrel. Fortunately, his instincts proved right. He had seen through the charade. He looked at Lu Hao, nearly falling for the deception. Truly, a rogue's demeanor was so serious even when lying. He thought it was genuine when Lu Hao claimed to have opened a supermarket and spent such a fortune. What is the name of your supermarket? I'd like to broaden my horizons. Mentioning fresh supermarket, Lu Hao replied. Observing Zhang Yongqiang's expression, he felt a flicker of anger. It was evident his wife must have suffered greatly in his absence. Some individuals are like crabs in a basket when they see a fellow trying to escape. They immediately clamp down to prevent them from doing so. Zhang Yongxiang was precisely that type of person. I've never heard of it. Zhang Yongxiang shook his head. He had asked intentionally, knowing that if Lu Hao had been busy all day, it implied a thriving business, likely a large supermarket. Yet, having never heard of it only reinforced his belief that Lu Hao was lying. Lu Hao glared at him. Rubbish? He pulled out a chair for his wife and Nini to sit down, moving a chair for himself as well. Su Jin sat beside Su Min. I haven't heard of it either, Su Yume chimed in. Lu Hao looked at them. Don't take yourselves too seriously. It just opened today, of course. You haven't heard of it. I don't need to fabricate stories for you. The supermarket is 500 square meters. I got up at dawn to prepare. And only just finished. Everything in the store has sold out, including the stock in the warehouse. I even borrowed some vegetables, and they were all snatched up. Business is thriving. With that, he pulled out a passbook from his pocket and handed it to Su Min. Dear, this is today's revenue. I have already deposited it. Su Min glanced at the passbook, staring at the figures in disbelief for several seconds, rubbing her eyes, unable to comprehend, then turned to look at Lu Hao. Her expression one of confusion, adorably so. Is this really all? Although unspoken, Lu Hao understood her unvoiced question. After so long as a couple, sometimes they needed no words. A gesture or a glance conveyed everything. That's quite extraordinary, Su Min stammered. She was well aware that the business was thriving. Yet she was still taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it. Sitting beside her, Su Jin leaned in, her eyes widening in astonishment as she glimpsed the figures before her, covering her mouth as if she had encountered an extraterrestrial being. Brother-in-law, are you certain the bank hasn't made a mistake? She wondered, suspecting that the bank had miswritten the amount. Earth could explode, and humanity could perish. Yet the bank would still be accurate, Lu Hao replied confidently. Brother-in-law, you're truly impressive, Su Jin exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up with admiration. The reactions of Su Xingming, Wang Guizhi, Zhang Yongqiang, and Su Yume were filled with confusion. It appeared that there was a substantial sum in the passbook. Su Yume remarked disdainfully. How much could it possibly be to warrant such joy? There's no need to flaunt the passbook. Dear, don't take offense. Their family previously didn't possess a passbook. Zhang Yongqiang chuckled. Now that they've finally obtained one, of course, they want to show it off. What is so impressive about that? The real measure is whether there's money deposited. What good is a passbook without funds? It's merely a piece of worthless paper, Wang Guizhi retorted. She glanced at Lu Hao, saying, Put away your passbook. There's no need to put on a show. It's quite embarrassing. Every family has a passbook. Though Su Xingming remained silent, his thoughts mirrored those of the others, believing the passbook held little value and that Lu Hao was merely trying to boast. It was rather childish for someone of his age to engage in such behavior. Su Jin quickly interjected, No, there's a lot of money. Second brother-in-law has earned quite a bit. How much? Su Yume asked, her eyes narrowing. Su Jin gestured a 6 with her fingers. 60 yuan? You have the audacity to acquire a passbook for such a paltry sum? It could easily be kept at home. Plus, there's a handling fee to get a passbook. Wasting the bank staff's time. Isn't that absurd? Su Yume laughed. As expected, Lu Hao had little to show for himself. Only 60 yuan, a mere 2 months' salary. Yet he treated it as a treasure, even going to the bank to procure a passbook. He was indeed a pitiful figure, quite destitute. Lu Hao as a man. It's embarrassing. After so many years of marriage and with a daughter, you should at least strive for some dignity. To have saved only 60 yuan over more than 5 years is laughable. Perhaps scavenging could yield more, Zhang Yongqiang sneered. It's not 60 yuan. Su Jin shook her head. She tried to speak further, but was interrupted. If it's not 60, then it must be 600? That's a different story. Zhang Yongqiang remarked, feigning approval while looking down on Lu Hao. Impressive, you've managed to save 600 yuan without a job. That's no small feat. But I hope it's not through dubious means. If someone were to confront you, it would be utterly humiliating. Just moments ago, he had boasted about his business, dismissing tens of thousands as insignificant, claiming to be busy and successful, yet his savings amounted to a mere 600 yuan. Su Yume chuckled. If we weren't also in business, I might have believed your words. Both had never held Lu Hao in high regard. Though Su Min had long harbored thoughts of divorcing Lu Hao to remarry a wealthy and influential individual who could assist her, thus relishing the opportunity to occasionally trample on Lu Hao, she felt a sense of deep satisfaction in her heart. Enough of this rogue, Wang Guizhi thought impatiently. What is there to flaunt with 600 yuan? She dismissed Lu Hao as a joke, urging the others to order, as today was a day of joy not to be spoiled by him. Su Jin, exasperated, interjected, "Why do you always interrupt me? I wasn't he referring to 60 or even 600. The 6 I indicated signifies 6 figures. My brother-in-law possesses a savings account with 6 figures." Silence ensued. 6 figures? The expressions on the faces of those present were quite remarkable. They had just been mocking and deriding him, their disdain palpable. Yet, upon hearing Su Jin's revelation, they were struck with astonishment, their expressions a chaotic blend of disbelief. 6 figures? Su Yume snapped back to reality, her fingers fidgeting beneath the table as she murmured, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. She counted on her left hand, then continued to her right pinky. 6 digits, 100, 000. Her pupils dilated as she fixed her gaze on Su Jin. "You mean this rogue has 100, 000 yuan in his account? Not 100, 000, but over 200, 000. Su Jin corrected. 100, 000 is indeed 6 figures, and so is 200, 000. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. Just moments ago, they had laughed at Lu Hao's family rummaging through trash, assuming his savings account was merely for show, devoid of substantial funds. Yet now, to discover he possessed over 6 figures, indeed, more than 200, 000, was a stark revelation. What does 200, 000 signify? In Jiangcheng, one of the top 10 cities nationwide, real estate prices hover around a few hundred yuan per square meter. A 100 square meter home costs merely several thousand yuan. With 200, 000, one could purchase 4 or 5 properties outright. One could even acquire an imported sedan. The average wage barely reaches 30 or 40 yuan a month. If one were to abstain from all expenditures and save 500 a year, it would take 20 years to amass a mere 10, 000, and 2 centuries to accumulate 200, 000. Such calculations were staggering. How could this rogue possess such savings? Su Yume swallowed hard, gazing at Lu Hao. Where did you acquire such wealth? Her curiosity was piqued, her understanding faltering. In truth, not all of these savings belong to me, Lu Hao replied. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. I knew it. How could you possibly have such savings? Zhang Yongxiang was the first to speak, seemingly reassuring himself. You, a rogue without formal employment, lacking any qualifications or abilities. It simply doesn't add up if you had such wealth. Surely, it must belong to someone else. Su Yume echoed this sentiment. Lu Hao cast a glance at the two, and his next statement utterly dismantled their defenses. Not all the savings are mine, as a portion constitutes costs. What is rightfully mine is approximately 100, 000 yuan. The payments for the produce supplied by vendors remain unsettled, along with utility bills and labor costs. Not to mention the borrowed vegetables from the state-run market that must also be accounted for. Ultimately, the pure profit that would land in Lu Hao's hands is around 100, 000 yuan. Su Yume and Zhang Yongxiang nearly doubled over in shock, biting their tongues. Just around 100, 000? The audacity of this scoundrel is truly astonishing. Zhang Yongxiang gazed at Lu Hao in disbelief, exclaiming, "Do not deceive me. How could you possibly possess such wealth? This bankbook must belong to someone else." He was reluctant to accept the truth. Black and white on paper. It clearly bears my name. How could it not be mine? Lu Hao retorted. Oh, I forgot. Indeed, this bankbook does not belong to me but to my wife, as her name is inscribed upon it. He tapped his forehead lightly. Observing the pained expressions of Zhang Yongxiang and Su Yume, he could not help but smirk. The most effective way to deal with these two was to live a life superior to theirs, to possess greater wealth. Indeed, I see it. The bankbook unmistakably bears my sister's name. Su Jin interjected, her spirits lifted. My second sister has endured hardships for so many years, at last. She can enjoy a comfortable life. Zhang Yongxiang and Su Yume were utterly dejected. They had initially felt elated about treating everyone to a meal at Yujin restaurant, a feat worthy of pride, but now the joy had evaporated entirely. Chapter 66. Truly over 200, 200, 000. My parents have worked at the factory for years, and together they have never saved this much, not even a fraction. Yet Lu Hao has amassed 200, 000 in such a short span, Su Yume murmured, her voice dripping with envy. How delightful it would be if that sum were hers. Alas, it was not. She felt a deep sense of injustice that this scoundrel could earn 200, 000, while she could not. Did he not mention that there are costs involved? At most. It amounts to 100,000, Zhang Yongqiang corrected. Is 100,000 insignificant? Su Yumei shot him an incredulous glare. Did he truly open a supermarket? Can one earn so much from it? Nonsense. If it were that profitable, wouldn't everyone be opening supermarkets? I know several who have opened supermarkets and they haven't seen such profits. Some have even incurred losses, Zhang Yongqiang retorted. He raised his gaze to Lu Hao, sharing the same sense of indignation as Su Yumei, in the eyes of the family and the neighbors. He was a businessman, one who had boldly left behind a steady job to venture into commerce, brimming with ambition. Yet here he was, having struggled for years without any notable accomplishments, while Lu Hao had quietly accumulated such wealth. If this news were to spread, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Previously, others had mocked Lu Hao, but now the tables had turned, and he found himself in a position to be the butt of jokes. The thought of it gnawed at him further. Meanwhile, Wang Guizhi and Su Xingmin were equally astonished. Their son-in-law, Zhang Yongqiang, had been in business for several years without making a mark, while Lu Hao had silently engaged in commerce and saved such a substantial amount. It was utterly preposterous. Wang Guizhi turned to Su Min, saying, "Bring me that bank book. I wish to see it." Su Min did not comply immediately, but instead glanced at her husband. Her intent clear. If he deemed it acceptable, then it would be so. If not, it would remain undisclosed. Lu Hao nodded. If mother wishes to see it, let her. Wealth should not be flaunted before strangers, but sometimes it was necessary to reveal one's capabilities to in-laws, lest one's wife be constantly belittled and wronged. Today, he had intentionally revealed the bank book to bolster Su Min's standing. Seeing her husband nod, Su Min finally handed over the bank book to Wang Guizhi. Truly, a married daughter is like water poured out. My words hold no weight unless sanctioned by your husband. Wang Guizhi felt a twinge of discomfort. This money was earned by my husband, and naturally, his consent is essential. Su Min replied, although the name on the bank book is mine. It is merely a testament to his love and respect for me. Since he cherishes and honors me, how could I possibly disregard him? Her response was impeccable, logical, and well-articulated. Wang Guizhi found herself at a loss for rebuttal. She opened the bank book in her hands and her eyes widened in astonishment, much like Su Yumei before her. As she counted, 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, indeed, over 200,000. Meanwhile, Su Xingmin also turned his head to look, taking a discreet breath. Then glanced at Lu Hao. Although he said nothing, his demeanor had clearly shifted from before. This retired bureaucrat from a state-owned enterprise, though accustomed to maintaining a stoic facade, was evidently taken aback. Nearby, Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yumei also leaned in, confirming the substantial amount of money. Su Jin had not lied, nor had Lu Hao and Su Min exaggerated. This realization only deepened their discomfort. What is the name of your supermarket? Wang Guizhi returned the bank book to Su Min and inquired of Lu Hao. She hadn't paid it much mind earlier, failing to remember the name. For the People Fresh Supermarket, Lu Hao replied. Very well, when I have time, I will pay a visit, Wang Guizhi said. You are always welcome, Lu Hao responded. He had indeed opened a fresh supermarket and had nothing to fear about his mother-in-law visiting. In fact, he welcomed it. Once she saw it, she would likely trust him more, ensuring that her daughter would face less hardship and scrutiny during future visits home. The waiter brought over the menu. So you may reach for it, eager to order. However, Wang Guizhi halted her, saying, Don't rush to order. Let Lu Hao see the menu and choose what he likes. Su Yumei's expression soured considerably. In the past, whenever the family dined out, she had always ordered, selecting dishes she enjoyed along with those favored by her parents. Never considering Lu Hao and Su Min's preferences, those two were never given a say. Yet now, with the menu in hand, her mother insisted it be given to Lu Hao, clearly influenced by the over 200,000 in his bank book and his ownership of a supermarket, which had shifted her attitude. We can choose together, Zhang Yongqiang interjected. If the menu was handed to Lu Hao, wouldn't that imply a decline in his status within the family? This outcome was unacceptable to him, and he was eager to contest it. But it cannot be the same. My wife has certain dietary restrictions, and Nini has her preferences as well. The menu should remain with me. I will order, Lu Hao countered, presenting a soft resistance that incensed Zhang Yongqiang. Su Yumei and Zhang Yongqiang remained unmoving, unwilling to relinquish the menu. At that moment, Su Xingmin also spoke up. In the past, it was always the two of you ordering. This time, let Lu Hao take the lead. Rarely did he voice his opinions on family matters, but this time he chose to support Lu Hao. The The couple wholeheartedly supports Lu Hao. Zhang Yongqiang, feeling indignant, tossed the menu at Lu Hao, sneering. Is it just a little money you've made? Don't get too cocky, you might lose it all one day. Lu Hao glanced up at him coldly. A look in his eyes that sent a shiver down Zhang Yongqiang's spine, instilling a sense of fear within him. How had this man's gaze transformed so dramatically? It left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Little did he know that Lu Hao was no longer the person he once was, but rather a self-made billionaire with decades of experience. Someone who had encountered countless situations. His combined age from 2 lifetimes could easily be that of Zhang's grandfather. Would you like to eat, dear? Lu Hao asked, holding the menu. Let's have some lotus root soup, fish balls, and a plate of braised pork, Su Min replied. Glancing at the menu and gasping at the exorbitant prices, each dish here cost several times more than at other places. However, she was contemplating paying for the meal herself and added 2 more dishes, ones that Su Jin particularly enjoyed. Lu Hao nodded, adding a few more dishes himself. Mirroring Su Min's thoughts, intending to cover the bill later. He then handed the menu to Wang Guizhi and Su Xingmin, both of whom were frugal. Upon seeing the steep prices, they only ordered 2 relatively ordinary dishes. All right, that's quite enough dishes. This will suffice, Wang Guizhi said, preparing to hand the menu to the waiter to place the order. Just then, Su Yumei interjected, Mom, Yongqiang and I haven't ordered yet. Why the rush? With that, she snatched the menu. Chapter 67. I need to use the restroom. Su Yumei stared at the menu for a considerable time, ignoring the ordinary dishes. She directly zeroed in on the most expensive items. I'll have a serving of ginseng soup, 2 portions of abalone, a serving of scallops, and let's add a lobster too. She ordered several dishes at once, predominantly seafood. In coastal cities, seafood isn't considered overly pricey, and in later years, even inland cities could access fresh seafood occasionally within the common people's budget. However, the situation was different now. Transportation was inconvenient, with trains being of the older variety and air transport non-existent. Jiangcheng, being an inland province, made it exceedingly difficult to obtain seafood. Even regular seafood brought to this area was exorbitantly priced, multiplying several times, especially in a place like Yujin Restaurant. The total for her selected dishes exceeded 50. She was being deliberate. Lu Hao, Su Min, and even Wang Guizhi had ordered a few dishes, none of which reached such heights. They opted for home-style meals with a few specialties, but none could compare to the cost of Su Yumei's selections. Sister, why order so many dishes? We won't finish them. And the ones you've chosen are quite pricey, Su Jin remarked. Well, it's not like you're paying, so why worry? Su Yumei retorted. Her intention in ordering so many dishes was to compel Lu Hao to foot the bill. Aren't you wealthy? Then let us see you pay up. I'll make you bleed a little. On one side, Zhang Yongqiang shared the same sentiment as Su Yumei and took the menu into his hands. With so many of us gathered today to celebrate Xiao Jin's acceptance into university, a momentous occasion indeed, it was a rare opportunity for our parents to join us. Thus, we must indulge in a delightful meal. Let us order some distinctive dishes that we have not savored before. Parents, Xiao Jin, you 3 need not concern yourselves with the expenses. He preemptively silenced Su Xingmin, Wang Guizhi, and Su Jin before continuing to order 3 more dishes, each of which bore a rather hefty price tag. Although they were unique, they were undeniably extravagant. After placing the order, he deliberately glanced at Lu Hao and added a few more dishes, asking, You have no objections, do you? What objections could I possibly have? Lu Hao quickly discerned the couple's intentions and decided to counter their ploy with a clever remark. I must express my gratitude to my dear brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Your generosity is truly commendable. Knowing I was hungry, you ordered even more dishes for us. All seafood, no less. I sincerely thank you for your kindness. Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yumei were momentarily taken aback. They had purposefully ordered so many expensive dishes, predominantly seafood, with the expectation that Lu Hao would foot the bill. Yet, what did Lu Hao mean by his words? Su Yumei immediately protested. Lu Hao, did you not claim to have made a fortune? With over 200,000 in your savings account, why should we be the ones to pay? Yes, I do have over 200,000, but what does that have to do with you? That is my hard-earned money, Lu Hao replied, his words direct and unequivocal, leaving them no room for rebuttal. Previously, you both insisted on treating us to a meal at Yujin Restaurant, promising to cover the costs and asking me not to insist on paying. He fixed his gaze on Su Yumei. If it's expensive, so be it. It matters not. Xiaojin is my dear sister, and Yongqiang is her brother-in-law. Celebrating her achievement is hardly a burden. Sister, did you not state this yourself? Have you forgotten so soon? Or did you both deliberately order such costly dishes while secretly hoping to retract your offer? If you truly cannot afford this meal, just say so. I will pay. Initially, he and Su Min had planned to cover the meal themselves, as it was not a significant amount, but the actions of Su Yume and Zhang Yongqiang were rather distasteful. Their intention to order expensive seafood dishes was palpably a scheme to ensnare him. If that was the case, then let them bear the cost. The faces of Su Yume and Zhang Yongqiang turned a shade akin to that of pig liver. They were too proud to admit they would not treat. And they had indeed made that promise. They thought that with so many people present, they could pressure Lu Hao into feeling embarrassed and agreeing to pay. Little did they realize that Lu Hao's fortitude surpassed their expectations, as he remained resolute and unyielding. Now, they had unwittingly shot themselves in the foot. The menu was handed to the waiter, who promptly exited, and soon, a lavish spread of dishes graced the table. However, Zhang Yongqiang and Su Yume found themselves devoid of appetite. This was not merely food, but rather their own flesh. Lu Hao, on the other hand, was genuinely hungry and relished the meal, opting for some beverages rather than alcohol. At present, numerous beverage manufacturers in the country are producing sodas. Yet the taste leaves much to be desired, often bearing a synthetic sweetness. Relying on their state-owned enterprise status and the support of the government, they exhibit a lack of ambition. Many employees treat these state-run establishments as retirement homes, embodying a culture of mediocrity from top to bottom. Consequently, when Coca-Cola and Pepsi entered the fray, these state-owned beverage companies were left without a single contender. While marketing strategies play a role, the pervasive stagnation is evident. Even the beverage factory where my father-in-law works, despite its seemingly prosperous facade, is destined to meet the same fate as the garment factory, bankruptcy, becoming a relic of the past. Relegated to the memories of a generation in Jiangqing. I excused myself to the restroom. Lu Hao stood up, having consumed a bit too much water. He needed to relieve himself. As he made his way down the corridor towards the restroom, he noticed a figure ahead. A woman, possessing an admirable physique, appeared strikingly familiar. He had seen her before. A few days prior, Su Min had dined with several individuals from the garment factory at Yuan restaurant. And Lu Hao had encountered this beautiful woman while descending the stairs to pick her up. She seemed to be headed to the restroom as well. As he quickened his pace, intending to greet her, the beauty suddenly turned around, her expression frosty. What do you want? She inquired, her demeanor cautious. I wanted to ask if your surname is Huang, and if you are the owner of this hotel, Lu Hao replied. The last time he had met this captivating woman, he had felt a sense of familiarity that eluded him until now. Upon returning to Yuan restaurant for dinner, he pondered and finally recalled who she was. Huang Qingqiu, the owner of Yuan restaurant, a foreign student, a businesswoman, and a stunningly young entrepreneur. She carried an array of accolades. In a previous life, Lu Hao had seen her photograph in the newspaper on 2 occasions. Her beauty was undeniable, and at such a young age, she was already the proprietor of Yuan restaurant. One article reported a fire that had engulfed half of the hotel. Although there were no casualties, the losses were significant, accompanied by an image of her standing amidst the ruins, a sight that evoked sympathy. Later, he came across a wedding announcement featuring this woman marrying a significantly older man. It struck him as curious that such a beautiful and accomplished woman would wed someone much her senior, particularly following the devastating fire that had destroyed her hotel. This connection deepened Lu Hao's impression of Huang Qingqiu. Huang Qingqiu regarded the man before her and instantly recognized him. It was not due to an exceptional memory, but rather the distinct way he looked at her, a gaze that felt different and made her uneasy, sending a shiver down her spine. Chapter 68. He must be doing this intentionally. Huang Qingqiu had always been aware of her beauty. From elementary school through high school and into university, she recognized her allure, receiving countless compliments on her looks. She had received numerous love letters and confessions. Yet the gazes directed at her were often either shy or filled with greed. Some even hesitated to engage her in conversation, let alone maintain eye contact. Only this man stood out, gazing at her with an appreciative look, entirely unreserved. When their eyes met, he even nodded in acknowledgement before continuing to scrutinize her. This left her utterly bewildered. It was as if he were examining an object, surveying her from head to toe, unperturbed even when their gazes collided. This was the first time she encountered such an eye, devoid of lewdness and shyness, yet undeniably unsettling. It ignited a sensation of discomfort within her. She glanced at Lu Hao, and indeed, he regarded her with that same admiring gaze. This fellow, she is not an object. However, this time, his eyes held an additional layer. Was it sympathy? She initially thought she had misread his expression, but upon closer inspection, She discerned the element of compassion in his eyes. What was there to feel sympathy for? Having grown up in a relatively affluent family, she had worked diligently in her studies, possessed considerable beauty, and established a successful hotel upon returning from her studies abroad, which thrived to the envy of many. Why would anyone pity her? Do you know me? My surname is Huang, she inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Well, not exactly acquainted, but I am Lu Hao, he replied. I merely wanted to remind you that the fire safety in your hotel needs to be up to standard, and you must pay attention to fire hazards. A hotel of this size could face severe consequences in the event of a fire. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Huang Qingqiu assumed Lu Hao had ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to pursue her or gain financial advantage through intimidation. You're overthinking it. You saw I have a wife and children the other day. I wouldn't pursue you. Let's not turn this into a dramatic novel. Lu Hao paused, clearing his throat. This is simply a friendly reminder. It wouldn't hurt to conduct a thorough inspection of the hotel, eliminating any potential fire hazards. This would only benefit you. All right. I really need to use the restroom now, Lu Hao said hurriedly, dashing toward the facilities, showing no inclination for further conversation, nor any intention of intimidation or pursuit. Huang Qingqiu stared at the men's restroom for a while, her mind still dwelling on Lu Hao's words. Yuan restaurant was her labor of love. She could not afford to be indifferent. Just then, a person approached her. General Manager Huang. What are you doing here? Staring at the men's restroom? It was her subordinate, Zhang Jing. I just encountered someone who suggested that there might be a fire hazard in the hotel and advised me to conduct a thorough inspection of the fire safety. Huang Qingqiu replied, casting another glance toward the restroom. That person must be a fraud. Which hotel has fire safety as meticulous as yours, General Manager Huang? Every floor is equipped with fire extinguishers, and regular fire inspections are conducted. It's impossible for a fire to occur, Zhang Jing remarked. He must be trying to create a ruse to gain something from you or perhaps simply to strike up a conversation. Many individuals sought to engage Huang Qingqiu in conversation, including unfamiliar customers who would ask for her contact information upon meeting her. I'll head to the restroom first, Huang Qingqiu said, proceeding toward the facilities. Unconvinced by Zhang Jing's assertions. Seeking money? Lu Hao did not ask for money. Flirting? It was merely a couple of sentences, hardly a flirtation. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. It was Lu Hao, urging, beautiful lady, remember what I said earlier. Be sure to meticulously inspect the hotel's fire safety measures. Trust me. That man again. How infuriating. He had no regard for decency, shouting even while he was in the restroom. When she finally emerged after finishing, Lu Hao had already departed. Huang Qingqiu felt a slight flush. It was the first time someone had called out while she was in the bathroom. Was he truly so careless? Or did he simply not regard her as a woman? Upon returning to the office, she summoned Zhang Jing. Please present the hotel's fire safety documents for my review. In terms of regulatory compliance, Huang Qingqiu was far more meticulous than her peers. Regular fire inspections, food sampling, and comprehensive documentation were all meticulously archived in the filing cabinet. Such adherence to protocol was commendable. At present, many establishments, even those more upscale than Yuan restaurant, neglected these critical aspects of food safety and fire prevention. This diligence stemmed from her studies abroad, where she had encountered pertinent knowledge and case studies, prompting her to enforce strict standards upon returning home, even at the expense of additional costs. Yuan restaurant was her life's work. Director Huang, do you genuinely believe that man's words? He merely feigned mystery, Zhang Jing remarked. Yet she still rummaged through the filing cabinet for the fire safety documents related to Yuan restaurant. Here are the hotel's fire safety records, not long ago. The hotel had its fire safety inspected. Outdated electrical components were replaced, and every floor is equipped with fire extinguishers, with staff on duty during the night. There should be no issues. The records were indeed meticulously detailed, and the recent fire safety check had been conducted thoroughly. I merely found that man peculiar. His fervent assertions left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Perhaps I was unduly influenced by him. A glance at the documents should assuage my concerns. And it appears I may have been overthinking. Huang Qingqiu mused as she reviewed the files, finding them comprehensive and without errors. That man might truly have been jesting. How about this? I'll call and have 2 fire extinguishers delivered to the office. That should put your mind at ease, suggested Zhang Jing. Recognized by Huang Qingqiu as a capable individual, she promptly contacted a supplier of fire safety equipment and arranged for 2 extinguishers to be placed in Huang Qingqiu's office. Director Huang, you should feel more secure now. If you encounter that man again, let me know, and I shall give him a piece of my mind. Huang Qingqiu nodded. concluding that perhaps she had indeed been overly cautious. Meanwhile, in the private dining room, Lu Hao and his companions had finished their meal. Su Yumei and Zhang Yongqiang were both watching Lu Hao, anticipating whether he would take the initiative to settle the bill. However, Lu Hao had no intention of doing so. As he rose from his seat, he casually picked up a toothpick, clearing his teeth, and said to them, "Thank you, sister and brother-in-law, for the delightful meal today. It was truly enjoyable. We shall take our leave now." He patted his backside and left with his wife and child. Paying? Not a chance. Su Yumei was beside herself, exclaiming in frustration, he must be doing this on purpose. Chapter 69. What an outrageous display. They dined with such delight, as if it were he who was treating them, devouring the food with abandon and even using toothpicks to clean their teeth afterward. Su Yumei was infuriated. This meal cost over 100 yuan, a sum equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages, vanishing in an instant. Her original budget was a mere 20 yuan. The most frustrating part was that the stars of the evening were not her, but Lu Hao and Su Min. Even her parents had dramatically altered their attitude towards Lu Hao, speaking up for him at the dinner table. "You were the one who insisted on treating. Now you're making such a scene. How embarrassing." Wang Guizhi admonished, "Don't make a fool of yourself." Embarrassing? Wasn't that very phrase she had just directed at Lu Hao? Now it was being turned against her. Su Yumei looked at her mother incredulously. "Mom, must you be so pragmatic? Lu Hao's bank account supposedly holds 200,000 yuan. And now you find him agreeable? Do you see me as less worthy? I am your daughter. He is merely your son-in-law. And who knows if that 200,000 yuan is even real? How could that bank book be forged? It clearly shows deposits and has a seal. You saw it yourself," Wang Guizhi replied. "Such documents can easily be fabricated. One can create a bank book and stamp it for just a single yuan. Otherwise, why wouldn't he contribute to this meal? If he truly possessed 200,000 yuan, would he care about this trifling sum?" Su Yumei retorted, desperately seeking justification to dismiss Lu Hao's supposed wealth. She could not fathom how such a ne'er-do-well had suddenly acquired such riches. Zhang Yongqiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I was misled earlier, but upon reflection, it seems illogical. If he had that much money, let alone 200,000 yuan, even 100,000 yuan, they should have purchased a home. Yet, there is no sign of them buying property. The current housing prices in Jiacheng are only about 500 to 600 yuan per square meter. Acquiring a spacious 100 square meter apartment would cost merely 50 to 60,000 yuan, far superior to the cramped dormitory they currently inhabit. 100 square meters, while not considered spacious in later years, was certainly deemed ample at this time. Many capable enterprises constructed their own housing, distributing apartments to employees, yet most were limited in size, averaging only 30 to 40 square meters. To secure a 50 or 60 square meter unit, one would typically need to be a cadre, much like Su Xingmin, who had been allotted a 60 square meter apartment. Upon hearing Zhang Yongqiang's words, Wang Guizhi fell silent. Indeed, this does not add up. She recalled visiting the dormitory where Lu Hao and Su Min resided. The rooms were small, with communal washing facilities at the end of the corridor, quite inconvenient. If he truly had the means, he would have purchased a home long ago. "I should find the time to visit him," Su Xingmin interjected, his own doubts surfacing, suggesting he wished to see for himself and verify the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, Su Min, and Nini were waiting for the bus. Public transportation was not inexpensive, and fares were charged by the stop. For a round trip home, the family would spend 30 cents, a considerable amount, given that a typical worker's daily wage was merely over a yuan. Few could afford to ride the bus. However, a monthly pass was available for 5 yuan, which was more economical than single rides, but even ordinary families hesitated to spend such money. In addition to buses, there were trams, which were even pricier and primarily used by merchants and the affluent. Most local workers ride bicycles. At this moment, numerous cyclists populate the main road. A bicycle is not inexpensive. A Phoenix brand with a 28-inch frame costs around 280 yuan, while a Forever brand is approximately 260 yuan. However, when considering the overall expenses, owning a bicycle proves to be more economical than relying on buses or trams. Once purchased, a bicycle becomes a tangible asset that can serve one for many years. Earlier at the dining table, it was evident that the elder sister was thoroughly offended. Her expression was quite grim, and this meal would undoubtedly cost over 100 yuan. They insisted on treating us and deliberately ordered so many dishes. They brought this upon themselves, Su Min remarked. "We can afford the money. But we refuse to be taken for fools, paying only to be ridiculed behind our backs. He was unafraid of offending others. In his past life, he had crossed paths with many, not out of malice, but because the resources were limited. If he indulged, others would inevitably miss out. I do not bully others, nor do I allow others to bully me. However, if someone dares to provoke me, I will retaliate, Nini chimed in, raising her small face towards the two. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, shaking her tiny fist and grinning widely. Where did you learn that? Lu Hao asked, astonished. This little girl, despite her innocent appearance, possessed a bold temperament. He was certain that Su Min would never teach their daughter such things. Perhaps she had picked it up while playing in the yard. You must not learn bad behavior from those little rascals, he cautioned her. Daddy, you taught me that before. Nini replied, her eyes wide in disbelief, as if to say, Daddy, how foolish you are to criticize yourself. Lu Hao hesitated, rubbing his nose. Of course, Daddy knows. I was just testing you to see how well you remember. That's something you said, Daddy. I wouldn't confuse it with what others say. They are not my father, Nini articulated with remarkable clarity. Lu Hao was momentarily speechless, taken aback by his 5-year-old daughter's sharp wit. If she was this eloquent at such a tender age, what would she be like when she grew older? People often say that disputes between couples leave psychological scars on children, yet after 5 or 6 years of arguments with Su Min, their daughter seemed utterly unaffected and even quite articulate. When the bus arrived, Lu Hao paid the fare, and the family of 3 boarded, settling into the spacious back seats. Honey, may I discuss something with you? Su Min hesitated after they sat down, casting a glance at Lu Hao, as if grappling with something difficult to express. Go ahead. Is there anything we cannot discuss as a couple? Lu Hao encouraged, taking her hand. He was well aware of her thoughts and preferred direct communication. This woman was stunning. In another life, she could effortlessly attract a multitude of admirers simply by standing in front of a screen without uttering a word. Yet she had endured 5 years of hardship alongside him. Regardless of her requests, even if it drained his energy, he would fulfill them. This was his duty as a man and his obligation as a husband. We are currently residing in the dormitory of a garment factory. And since neither of us works there, coupled with the previous conflict with Wang Hongjiang and the strained relationship with Su Yuanpeng, they could reclaim the dormitory at any time. Su Min expressed her concerns. Do you wish to have a home that belongs solely to us? Lu Hao immediately comprehended her meaning. Is that possible? Su Min gazed at him. Observing the anxious look on his beloved's face, Lu Hao felt a pang in his heart. Despite the considerable changes he had undergone in recent days and the long-awaited smile that graced his woman's face, deep down, she still harbored fear and trepidation towards him. He realized he had not yet done enough. Chapter 70. I truly overslept, boss. Of course, it is possible, Lu Hao replied. I had originally planned to purchase a home. However, the newly constructed apartments do not appeal to me. They lack elevators and rise only 6 stories high. Such dwellings are uncomfortable, and the layouts leave much to be desired. Moreover, as I require capital for my business, I have temporarily refrained from buying a house. Nevertheless, I assure you that within a year, I will ensure that you and our daughter reside in a new home, one that boasts a spacious layout and an elevator. With the income he currently earns, purchasing a home is certainly feasible, but at this moment, the real estate market is just beginning to develop. Quality properties are scarce. While they may be affordable, their construction is subpar, and their locations are often less than ideal. He holds them in disdain. If memory serves correctly, a remarkable development is soon to emerge in Jiangcheng, right in the heart of the city. Its prime location is just the beginning. The community is well planned, with excellent greenery and infrastructure, featuring both high-rise buildings and standalone villas, making it an ideal place to live. In his previous life, many wealthy and influential individuals, including celebrities, purchased homes in this community. He has yet to buy a property, intending to wait until the development is completed before making his move. Thank you, dear husband. Su Min exclaimed, her hand gripping his tightly. She was overjoyed. Ultimately, she, too, is a woman with desires. For years, she has endured. And now that her partner has finally stepped up, she has mustered the courage to express her needs, hoping for a response from him. Do not thank me. I am your husband. If I do not fulfill your wishes, who will? If you utter another thank you, you shall face the consequences, Lu Hao retorted playfully. He understood his woman's sentiments. Prolonged repression, if left unaddressed, could drive anyone mad, regardless of gender. A home will come, as will a car, Lu Hao assured her. Locking eyes with her, he added, and a second child, too. Su Min felt enveloped by an immense sense of happiness. It was intoxicating. What is happiness? This is happiness. As soon as she spoke, her man understood her. This is a public bus, and there are others around, she whispered, gently pressing down on Lu Hao's restless hand. This man simply does not consider the occasion. Upon arriving near the community, the family disembarked from the bus. You two head back first. I will take a look at the supermarket, Lu Hao said, standing at the entrance of the community, watching the mother and daughter depart. All right, Su Min nodded, taking Nini's hand as they entered the community. In the courtyard of the complex, a number of people had already gathered, chatting and enjoying the shade beneath the large trees. This community has been established for several years, and the presence of a few tall trees provided a refreshing coolness. As Su Min and Nini entered, the previously lively courtyard fell silent, with all eyes turning toward the mother and daughter. The Wayman Fresh supermarket is owned by Lu Hao, a fact that has become widely known. The bustling business in the morning is evident to all, raising questions about the substantial profits to be gained. A family that once struggled in a dormitory has suddenly transformed into successful entrepreneurs, now affluent, leaving many in disbelief, unsure of how to interact with them. Hello, Bentley. Are you picking vegetables? Su Min greeted an elderly lady, breaking the usual monotony. You're well. Have you eaten yet? Su Min, have you just returned from the supermarket? Your husband is quite accomplished. The neighbors responded warmly upon seeing Su Min, who appeared unchanged. No, I just had dinner with my parents, Su Min replied, cleverly and succinctly. She deliberately avoided mentioning the early celebration for Su Jin's admission to university, as the exam results had yet to be announced, and discussing it could be perceived as boastful. Furthermore, she refrained from mentioning their dinner at Yujin restaurant or the delicacies enjoyed, aiming to avoid provoking envy among the neighbors. Such careful handling diminished the sense of alienation that might arise from differences in status and wealth. Her family would continue to reside in this community for some time, and it was essential for her husband's business to maintain cordial relations with the neighbors. While her husband toiled outside, she felt it her responsibility to foster a sense of belonging within their community. Oh, your husband is truly impressive. He has made quite a name for himself. When buying groceries, it must be from your husband's shop, the friendly banter from the elderly neighbors continued. Su Min was not inherently talkative. Her relationship with the neighbors was decent, marked by casual greetings, but she chose to linger and converse with them rather than return home immediately. This was not out of personal enjoyment, but rather to enhance her husband's reputation and bridge any feelings of distance. Outside the community, Lu Hao did not rush away. Instead, he lit a cigarette, leaning slightly to peek inside. He feared his woman might face jealousy or difficulties from the neighbors, yet he was met with a heartening scene. Smoke swirled around, stinging his eyes, and he rubbed them, feeling a mix of pride and affection for this foolish woman. Taking a deep breath, he discarded the cigarette before heading towards Wayman Fresh supermarket. With such a woman at home, what did he have to worry about? He was ready to charge forward. Inside Wayman Fresh supermarket, Zhang Jigang, Shi Xiong, and several staff members remained, diligently cleaning. They not only swept away fallen leaves and crumbs, but also ensured every inch of the supermarket's walls and corners gleamed with cleanliness. To ensure a horse runs swiftly, one must provide it with ample fodder. With adequate care, the horse indeed gallops fast. Lu Hao noticed someone, Zhu Hui. She did not arrive in the morning. Yet at this moment, she appeared, carrying a bucket and a cloth, engaged in cleaning. He approached her, and Zhu Hui worked with even greater fervor. It was only when Lu Hao stood directly in front of her that Zhu Hui paused, lifted her gaze, opened her mouth, and addressed him as boss, flashing a smile. What brings you here? Lu Hao inquired directly. Zhu Hui wrung out the towel in her hands and replied, I apologize, boss. I overslept this morning. I had set an alarm, but I was in such a deep slumber that I failed to wake up. Lu Hao chuckled, observing her. Am I really so foolish as to believe such an excuse? Overslept? My business has been bustling until nearly noon, and yet you did not arrive before I left. How could you possibly sleep so long? He commanded her to put down the cloth and bucket and return, indicating her dismissal. I truly overslept, boss, Zhu Hui pleaded. Please do not send me away. I will work diligently. I assure you I will not oversleep again. In truth, she had not merely overslept. She had been frightened by Ma Youliang's words, convinced that Lu Hao's business was likely to fail, and therefore decided not to come. However, upon awakening the following morning and hearing from others that the supermarket was thriving, she inquired and learned not only that business was flourishing, but that Lu Hao had even distributed bonuses, each person receiving 100 yuan. Chapter 71. Boss, you truly are capable. Instantly, envy surged within her. After just a few days of work, he had already given them a grand opening red envelope, and now a bonus of 100 yuan. Where could she find such an excellent job? Zhu Hui promptly picked up the bucket and cloth, joining in the cleaning efforts, determined to stay. Must I spell it out for you? You did not oversleep. Rather, you lacked faith in my business's success and chose not to come, planning instead to seek another job without daring to inform me in advance. You feared that upon hearing my Youyang's declaration of assets, you would conclude my venture was doomed, and you had already resolved to leave without telling me. Worried I might retract that 30 yuan. Lu Hao appeared to see through her very soul, his gaze fixed upon her. Here is a piece of advice. In the past, you disregarded me. Today, you cannot aspire to my level. What I require are comrades who believe in me and stand by my side. Not those who retreat in difficulty and flee, only to seek benefits when they present themselves. Leave. Such individuals were unwelcome to Lu Hao. Zhu Hui's face flushed crimson. Every thought she harbored had been laid bare by Lu Hao. A crowd had already gathered, including Shi Xiong, Zhang Jigang, several other waitstaff, and various onlookers. All observing this scene, pointing fingers, and disparaging her character. Overwhelmed with shame, she could no longer bear to stay, covering her face as she departed. Her heart filled with regret. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped away. She wept bitterly along the way. Lu Hao heard her sobs, yet felt no sympathy. Despite Zhu Hui's decent appearance, his heart remained as unyielding as stone, burdened by no remorse. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, and rules must prevail. Furthermore, he had encountered similar situations many times in his past life. Upon graduating from school, discontent with the meager salary, she contemplated the female university students employed at his company. The blue-eyed models seeking a livelihood in the country, the young female executives defeated in corporate battles, and the tattooed beauties drowning their sorrows in bars due to heartbreak. He had encountered them all and discussed their aspirations of joining his company. However, Lu Hao had always maintained certain principles. Some individuals were suited for meandering paths, but were incapable of delivering results. He was resolute in his standards. At that time, he was already quite affluent and would not indiscriminately integrate anyone into his enterprise. He firmly rejected those lacking capability and burdened with ulterior motives. Especially at this nascent stage of his career, he would not retain individuals of questionable character. Brother Hao, the remaining funds have been tallied. There is a total of 12,712 yuan and 57 fun. Shi Xiong approached Lu Hao with a cardboard box containing the money that had not been counted earlier that morning. The amount was meticulously calculated. Lu Hao nodded, finding it consistent with his estimates. Leave it be. Supermarkets charge for change, and this is quite appropriate, sparing a trip to the bank for coins. The office was equipped with a safe, and the supermarket had also installed cameras, both requests made specifically by Lu Hao during renovations, particularly the imported cameras, which provided clear footage. The money secured in the safe was doubly protected, alleviating concerns of loss. He rolled up his sleeves, took a bucket of water, and grabbed a cloth. Joining the cleaning crew. Brother Hao, you should rest. We can handle this. Boss, you are the owner. How can you do this work? Boss, you truly can manage. Enough chatter. I am no delicate figure. I was once a drifter, lacking even a proper job. Who was born a boss or a wealthy individual? Wealth is built through one's own efforts. Given the right circumstances, anyone can ascend to affluence, and you all are no exception. Lu Hao was diligent. As Wang Ting had praised, he indeed was quite capable. While working, he also took the time to inspire several employees, nourishing their spirits. If you follow my lead diligently, you too shall become wealthy. Once the supermarket flourishes and expands, you, the pioneers who have been with me from the start, will become seasoned employees, if not store managers at the very least. His motivational words flowed generously, akin to a never-ending supply of broth. The results were evident. Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang were not the only ones affected. The newly hired attendants, Huang Li, Wang Ting, Xia Qian, and Hu Shanshan, were deeply satisfied with their work and invigorated in their efforts. With a heightened sense of belonging, their dialogue shifted from referring to the supermarket as the people's fresh supermarket to our people's fresh supermarket, a transformation that brought Lu Hao great satisfaction. Once employees felt a sense of belonging, their efficiency surged, enabling them to generate greater profits. Had the few employees known that his hands-on approach stemmed from such intentions, they might have condemned him as a true capitalist, accusing him of being tainted with the blood of exploitation. After over an hour of work, once everything was in order, Shi Xiong, Zhang Jigang, and 4 attendants departed. Lu Hao also left, but instead of returning to the residential complex, he purchased some fruit and a roasted chicken. After pondering for a moment, he visited an appliance store to buy an electric fan before finally heading back to the complex. In the courtyard of the community, there always seemed to be someone present. Upon his return, they greeted him warmly. "Ah, Boss Lu has come back. A businessman, indeed. Finally, a capable individual has emerged from the garment factory." Even though Lu Hao had already resigned, at this moment, he was once again regarded as part of the garment factory. He carried items in his hands, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he responded to the friendly banter from his neighbors. "Have you eaten yet? You look even healthier." Such exchanges elicited further admiration from the crowd. This couple is truly sincere. Even with wealth, they remain grounded and courteous. Hearing these compliments, Lu Hao merely smiled, not taking them to heart. He had attained success, thus he was able to hear such praise. In his earlier days of struggle, he had endured his fair share of harsh words. It was one thing for him to bear the brunt of criticism. He had chosen a life of hardship and deserved the scorn, but his wife had also faced her share of disdain and scrutiny. However, some matters should not be taken too seriously. For a businessman, reputation holds immense significance, and these neighbors were employees of the garment factory. It would not be long before the factory would face its downfall. After all, a starving camel is larger than a horse. The garment factory was more robust than many others, and if one desired to hasten its demise, that could be achieved as well. The factory was a piece of prime meat, one he could bite into and consume at any moment. Cultivating good relations with these neighbors yielded only benefits, without any drawbacks. With items in hand, Lu Hao did not head home, but rather took a turn upstairs, arriving at another door. He knocked gently. This was the home of the young widow, Chen Linjiao. "Who is it?" came a voice from within. The widow was indeed at home. "It is I, Lu Hao." He replied directly. "I have brought you some items." "No need," she said from behind the door, refusing to open it. "You should go back. It's broad daylight. Don't come here." Chapter 72. Can you turn around? There are many troubles that arise at a widow's door, and this door had likely been knocked upon countless times, showing signs of wear and deformation. Chen Linjiu was reluctant to open the door, particularly when men knocked, fearing misunderstandings. In this era, women placed great importance on their reputation. Often, married women could afford to share a light-hearted jest with other men, but those who were divorced or widowed were wary of close interactions with men, fearing potential scandals. Standing behind the door, Chen Linjiao hesitated. "Don't come during the day? Are you implying that I should expect you at night?" Lu Hao chuckled lightly. "That's not it." She hurriedly denied. "Don't come at night either. Day or night, just don't come. Just open the door quickly. I'm standing right here. I want to enter. I merely wish to hand over these items. As a businessman, I believe in mutual exchanges. It can't be one-sided, and I must compensate you," Lu Hao insisted. That morning, he had been busy with business and needed extra hands. Noticing Chen Linjiao's presence, he had invited her to assist at the supermarket. Others praised his capabilities, but in truth, it was the young widow who was the most industrious of all. After completing her tasks, she would slip away quietly. Many were eager to gain advantages. Much like Zhu Hui, who would approach when benefits were apparent but scurry away at the first sign of trouble. Individuals like Chen Linjiao were rare. They should be cherished. When one is found, it must be protected. Hurry and open the door. If you don't, I shall stand here indefinitely. And it would be even more awkward if others see me. Lu Hao set down the items he was carrying. They were indeed quite heavy. The materials of this electric fan were substantial, and just carrying it a short distance had already left his arms aching. He waited patiently, unhurried. Chen Linjiao, behind the door, seemed to hesitate, but ultimately succumbed to his persistence. The door opened a crack, and before she could utter a word, Lu Hao pushed it open wider and stepped inside. "Did you not say you would remain at the threshold?" Chen Linjiao exclaimed in surprise, attempting to close the door, but it was futile. Lu Hao had already entered. "Quickly shut the door. If others see me here, it would only complicate matters further." Lu Hao placed the fan down and set the fruits and roasted chicken on the table. He surveyed the surroundings. It resembled his own home, albeit with an added air of desolation. In his household of 3, despite the occasional quarrels, there was warmth, while this small widow was all alone. He casually took a seat on a stool. "Why are you sitting down? Take these things away. I do not want them," Chen Linjiao urged, her anxiety palpable. She was exasperated. What a scoundrel. He had promised to remain outside, but now not only entered, but refused to leave, fearing discovery and the ensuing gossip. She pressed Lu Hao to depart. I shall only sit for a moment, I assure you. I shall do nothing else, Lu Hao replied. You must remember to close the door tightly. Do not leave it ajar. I noticed numerous marks on the door, including a significant dent. You are without a man and yet possess such beauty. Many eyes are watching, so it is wise to be cautious. The largest dent was made by you. Chen Linjiao retorted, annoyance evident in her tone. This man was truly thick-skinned. He refused to leave while shamelessly commenting on the door's damage. As if all his past deeds could be forgotten. Hearing footsteps outside, she hastily closed the door, fearing the repercussions of having a man in her home. Rumors could ruin lives. After a moment of silence, Lu Hao finally spoke. Was it truly I who made that dent? I do not recall. However, if it were indeed me, my intentions must have been different from others. I was merely concerned about the door's quality and wanted to inspect it for you. A true merchant should be able to conjure a plausible excuse within half a minute in the face of unexpected situations. Even if it were a matter as absurd as eating dung, a competent rogue must present at least 3 advantages without faltering. Chen Linjiao gazed at Lu Hao with her large, expressive eyes, almost as if she could inscribe the words so shameless directly into them for him. Lu Hao rose, noticing Chen Linjiao retreating in alarm. Am I truly that frightening? Did you not once say I was handsome? Nini mentioned it to me. Chen Linjiao's cheeks flushed momentarily. That day, when you defended your wife in front of so many, it was indeed quite brave. In truth, there was something else she wished to express. I too wished to be protected by a man. But her own partner had long since departed. Lu Hao picked up the fan beside him and walked over to the nearby outlet to test it. He turned back to her and explained, this is the switch. Turn it slightly and the fan will start. These buttons are for adjusting the speed. 1 is the first gear, 2 is the second, and 3 is the third, increasing the speed progressively. Before using it, make sure to turn the switch to the on position, then press 1, 2, or 3 to adjust the speed. When you're done, simply turn the switch to the off position. It's quite simple. In this household, the only appliance was the incandescent light overhead. Watching Lu Hao crouch down to adjust the fan while explaining to himself, Chen Linjiao suddenly realized that he wasn't preparing to do anything, but was merely testing the fan for himself. She had overthought the situation. Wait for me a moment, she said, and hurried over to the bedside table. Glancing back at Lu Hao, she hesitated, then stammered, could you turn around? What a mysterious fellow. Lu Hao complied and turned his back. After a moment of quiet rustling, Chen Linjiao finally said, all right. Lu Hao turned back to find Chen Linjiao standing in front of him, holding a small bundle of coins in her hand. 1 dime, 2 dimes, 5 dimes, 1 yuan. With the largest denomination being merely 2 yuan. This totals 43 yuan and 55 cents. Here you go, she offered, extending her hand with the money. Although the currency was old, it was neatly arranged, and even the dimes bore smooth edges, indicating her meticulous nature. Perhaps every dime was of significant value to her, which explained her earnestness. Life was evidently quite challenging for this woman. In these times, even households with men struggled, let alone a woman bearing the burden alone. I am a respectable person. Why would you give me money? I have no intention of engaging in such matters, Lu Hao replied, refusing to take the coins. Chen Linjiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, I didn't mean it that way. It's for the fan. Acknowledging that she could not refuse the fan gifted by Lu Hao, she thought it best to simply purchase it outright, not wanting to owe him a favor. Especially not to another man. This fan is from the Bat brand. Your money is insufficient, Lu Hao remarked. Take it. I give my employees bonuses of 100 yuan. Do you really think I would miss out on the cost of a fan? At this moment, the fan was considered a relatively large appliance. Ordinary models cost around 40 to 50 yuan, while Lu Hao's brand name fan was priced over 90 yuan. Chen Linjiao fell silent, her lips moving in quiet mutterings. Though her words were inaudible, standing with her legs straight and toes slightly turned inward, she bore no resemblance to a widow or a married woman. Dressed in a student uniform, she could easily be mistaken for a school beauty. Chapter 73. Why so dull? Lu Hao observed her closely. What are you mumbling about? Speak up. I can't hear you. I was calculating how long it would take me to repay this amount based on my salary, Chen Linjiao replied. My monthly wage is 35 yuan. I need to set aside some for my expenses and send a little home. Only then can I save the rest. It will take me over half a year to pay off the cost of the fan. After calculating the costs, she furrowed her brows, glancing at the expensive fan and then at Lu Hao. It's too costly. I can't afford to pay it all at once. How about I pay you a little each month? Her almond-shaped eyes held a hint of sorrow and a touch of grievance as she looked at Lu Hao. It seemed that the fan he purchased surpassed her budget, causing her some distress, yet she feared that Lu Hao might linger and not leave. Thus, she felt compelled to buy the fan quickly, hoping to send him away. The myriad expressions on her face were both exasperating and amusing to behold. "Fine. Do as you wish," Lu Hao replied, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. If they continued this discussion, night would fall before they reached a conclusion. He clapped his hands, ready to leave, but paused at the doorway, turning back to her with earnestness. "I do not favor taking shortcuts, especially when others attempt to take advantage of me. However, I am willing to make an exception for you. You know my supermarket business is thriving. I sold out all my stock this morning. I am not short on funds. I am the boss. If you ever face hardship at the garment factory, do not endure it in silence. If you need to resign, come to me, and I will help you through the back door." Chen Lingjiao stood beside the fan, one hand resting on it, seemingly contemplating whether to lift it to assess its quality, pondering why it was priced at twice that of an ordinary fan. His words left her momentarily stunned. "Did you hear what I just said?" Lu Hao thought of pulling her ear, bringing her closer to him. How could this widow be so oblivious? "I heard you. You said you were the boss, you have money, and if I can't manage at the factory, I should seek your assistance," Chen Lingjiao nodded. "Did you remember?" Lu Hao asked once more. "I remember," she replied affirmatively. Only then did Lu Hao step outside. After taking a few strides, he turned back and was met with Chen Lingjiao's head peeking out, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. "I remembered." He smiled at her and added a gentle reminder. Startled, as if caught in a misdeed, Chen Lingjiao quickly withdrew her head and shut the door. Lu Hao shook his head, gazing at her door for a long while. This woman was also a pitiful soul. If he could lend a hand, he would. For those living decades later, they might recognize the term mass layoffs. Yet the heartache encapsulated in those 3 words remains unknown to many. In the city, where land was scarce and job opportunities limited, most lacked formal education. Losing a job, especially at an older age, made finding new employment exceedingly difficult. Many faced dire straits after job loss, scavenging through rubbish near the market at midnight for discarded vegetables and fruits, removing the spoiled parts to salvage what was still usable for cooking. Why at midnight? To avoid the embarrassment of being seen by acquaintances, as fewer people rummaged through garbage at that hour, allowing for less competition. For unemployed women, there was no need to worry. They adorned themselves and found work in restaurants that provided meals, drinks, and even lodging more advantageous than being employed. Unemployed men, on the other hand, wielded hammers and axes, ready to shout out at street corners, seizing opportunities as they arose. This was a common saying of the time, reflecting the reality of their struggles. As he gazed towards the distant garment factory, Lu Hao felt an added weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Securing this factory was imperative, not merely because it represented a lucrative opportunity, but also as it would indirectly aid numerous individuals. By day, he was a devout atheist, but in moments like this, he was convinced that this endeavor was a noble act of virtue, a great deed for the generations to come. The 2 families resided in the same building, and it was merely a short walk downstairs and around the corner to reach home. "I brought some fruit and purchased a fan to deliver to the young widow." Before Su Min could inquire, Lu Hao candidly confessed. It was the least he could do. Su Min nodded, acknowledging his effort. She worked diligently, more earnest than many men, and her solitary existence after losing her husband was undoubtedly challenging. "Although we often bicker, the 3 of us create a lively atmosphere in our home." Whereas she lived in isolation, which was quite pitiful. Most of the women in the factory were married, wary of their husbands developing an interest in her, and thus kept their distance. The men, too, approached her with ulterior motives, leaving her alone and somewhat forlorn. Beauty often breeds envy. "Aren't you jealous?" Lu Hao inquired, perplexed by her indifference. "Jealous of what?" Su Min retorted. "In these past 5 years, I have had my fair share of jealousy." She shot him a disapproving glance. "You're not innocent either. You've been to Chen Lingjiao's place, hammering on her door to the point that the entire building was aware." Lu Hao fell silent. As he genuinely did not recall that incident, perhaps a lapse of judgment induced by alcohol, he awkwardly licked his lips and glanced at Nini, who was eavesdropping on their conversation. Though still young, her curiosity was boundless. "Husband, will the supermarket's business hold up tomorrow?" she asked after they had settled into bed that night, turning off the light. Nini had already fallen asleep, exhausted after a day spent frolicking, and was unresponsive to calls. The couple's minds were preoccupied with various matters, occasionally exchanging a few words. Sumin expressed her concerns about the supermarket's prospects. It certainly won't be as bustling as today, but that is to be expected, Lu Hao replied. The reputation of Wayman Fresh Supermarket has already spread, which signifies that we have gained some exposure. The remaining factor is whether we can attract customers, which hinges on the quality of service and the freshness of our produce. Lu Hao had meticulously prepared for these aspects and had set clear expectations. He felt confident. Should I come to help? Sumin offered. No need for that. You should stay home and take care of the child. Lu Hao reassured her, patting her back and guiding her to turn on her side, instructing her to remain still as she drifted to sleep. The following morning, Lu Hao awoke and took a refreshing cold shower before heading to Wayman Fresh Supermarket. In his eagerness to purchase the 28-inch bicycle as a prize, he had overlooked the thought of acquiring one for himself. He tapped his forehead, realizing the oversight. The distance from the community to the supermarket was not far, yet it required nearly half an hour to walk. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he found the shelves stocked with fruits and vegetables, and customers already browsing. It was not as lively as the previous day, but there were still quite a few patrons. President Lu, boss, how go? Greeted the staff warmly as they spotted him. Lu Hao nodded, taking a leisurely stroll around the supermarket to ensure everything was in order. He settled into his office, where the curtains were drawn open, providing him a clear view of the overall situation in the supermarket. He was keenly observing the flow of customers. After the event concluded, he would ascertain the business performance and estimate the revenue, with a significant portion of the morning already revealing much. As he munched on sunflower seeds while gazing out at the supermarket scene, time swiftly passed. And before he knew it, it was past 9 o'clock in the morning. The number of customers in the supermarket had dwindled slightly. Lu Hao stood up, clapped his hands, and approached the cash register, inquiring with Wang Ting about the approximate revenue, hoping she had a rough figure in mind. Without a computer, the cash handling relied heavily on manual calculations, putting immense pressure on the cashier's abilities. They needed to possess strong mental arithmetic skills to quickly tally the cost of groceries and provide correct change, all while maintaining an excellent memory. Only those with nimble minds could truly excel as cashiers. Perhaps around 7 or 8,000, Wang Ting replied. Lu Hao nodded. Considering that a revenue of 7 or 8,000 in the latter half of the morning indicated that reaching a total of 10,000 for the entire day was certainly achievable. After deducting nearly 50 for costs, the profit for the day could amount to around 5,000 yuan. This aligned with his earlier observations from the office. Although the revenue was significantly lower than the previous day, this was entirely expected. However, such earnings were unmatched by any nearby competitors. A daily profit of 5,000 yuan exceeded the combined profits of all the stalls at the state-run vegetable market just a wall away. This success stemmed from his innovative approach to management, transforming traditional stalls into a fresh produce supermarket. All products were displayed on shelves with clear pricing, and the quality control standards were exceptionally high, as were the service expectations. Although the fixed pricing system faced some criticism from certain customers who preferred bargaining, it allowed patrons the freedom to browse and select without pressure, something that would be unthinkable in a state-run establishment where any hesitation would be met with disdain. Such nuances, though seemingly minor, collectively shaped the customer's shopping experience, drawing them to his supermarket. Indeed, many former patrons of the state-run market had now shifted their allegiance to him. Some even exhibited a rather unscrupulous behavior, perusing the state-run market without making any purchases before coming to his fresh produce supermarket, deliberately leaving with their goods in hand as a form of retaliation for their past grievances. Moreover, the lack of competition in the area further solidified Lu Hao's unique position, as he stood alone as the only fresh produce supermarket in the vicinity. Brother Hao, we are on our way to prosperity. Zhang Jigang approached, brimming with excitement. These 5 stalls alone are generating more revenue than the combined total of 15 stalls at the state-run market. The more he observed Lu Hao, the more he admired him. I even took a moment to stroll through the supermarket to eavesdrop on the customers' conversations. I noticed a few complaints regarding the inability to haggle, but overall, they were very satisfied. Our vegetables can be chosen at will without anyone judging them, and it's perfectly acceptable to put items back if they decide not to purchase. The transparent pricing resonates well with the preferences of the younger generation, and many have expressed their intention to shop for groceries at the fresh produce supermarket in the future. However, there are some elderly individuals who remain oblivious, tending to squeeze the vegetables with their hands. Despite the freshness of our produce, their actions leave unsightly fingerprints. and I have attempted to remind them multiple times, to no avail. Zhang Jigang felt a sense of helplessness. In the past, at the state-run vegetable market, he would have simply shouted, "Buy if you wish, but if you're going to squeeze the produce, then be gone." However, such an approach is not permissible in the Minxing Fresh supermarket. Lu Hao has emphasized the importance of maintaining a friendly demeanor and always serving with a smile. I can only offer reminders, yet those elderly customers remain indifferent. If they squeeze the vegetables and purchase them, it's one thing. But leaving their fingerprints on the unsold produce is quite bothersome for subsequent customers. Next time someone squeezes the vegetables, we should simply hand them the ones they have touched. Lu Hao suggested. Gift them? Wouldn't that be giving them an advantage? Zhang Jigang was taken aback. You have no idea how much those elderly folks relish taking advantage. If we give them the vegetables they have squeezed, they might come back every day seeking more bargains. It would be more prudent to toss the squeezed vegetables into the trash. At least that way, it's somewhat better, right? Other customers would appreciate seeing such action. Throwing them in the trash would be detrimental to their dignity. Lu Hao shook his head. If we handle it that way, while customers might verbally support us, they could perceive us as lacking empathy. Moreover, if any elderly individual with a fragile ego were to create a scene, it could lead to unforeseen complications for us. Certain matters may be justifiable yet can lead to isolation. For instance, if a classmate cheats on an exam and you report them, people might commend your sense of justice, yet gradually distance themselves from you. We must respect our customers and approach them with gentleness, not force. Customers are not our spouses. We cannot be overly assertive. Though the behavior of those elderly individuals may be undesirable, most still possess a sense of pride. If they squeeze our produce, we should reciprocate by giving them the very vegetables they have touched, continuing this cycle until their faces grow warm with embarrassment. Even if there are one or two stubbornly thick-skinned individuals among them, such losses are manageable. Do not fear losses. Sometimes, incurring a loss can be a blessing. In truth, Lu Hao had another consideration in mind. Those who choose to shop at Minxing Fresh supermarket exhibit a strong capacity for embracing new experiences. One cannot dismiss the possibility that some of these elderly customers might have just exited a heavily guarded compound. In business, harmony is paramount. One should not discard produce into the trash only to have security escort them away. Residents of such compounds, especially the elderly, should not be trifled with. A successful businessman should know when to yield and when to stand firm, adapting to customer needs and responding accordingly. He patted Zhang Jigang on the shoulder. Additionally, when auditing the shelves, take note of which vegetables sell well and which do not. Compile a report so that the popular items are prominently displayed, with ample shelf space allocated, while the less popular ones are relegated to the side with reduced quantities. Adjustments in inventory should reflect these findings. Running a supermarket entails these fundamental requirements. Understood. Zhang Jigang nodded repeatedly, his admiration for Lu Hao deepening further. He initially believed that running a supermarket was a simple endeavor, merely requiring an aesthetically pleasing decor, a spacious and bright appearance, and clearly marked prices on the goods. Little did he know the myriad complexities involved. At that moment, Shi Xiong rushed in, exclaiming, "How go? Ma Yuliang is here. It seems they are up to no good, and they've brought along numerous carts filled with fruits and vegetables." Lu Hao looked outside. Without needing further explanation from Shi Xiong, he had already spotted Ma Yuliang approaching. "Let us go outside and see," he said, undeterred, and strode out confidently, with Shi Xiong following closely behind. Zhang Jigang seized Shi Xiong's arm and handed him a kitchen knife, preparing for any eventuality. He himself gripped a boning knife, and the two fell in line behind Lu Hao like guardians. Outside the supermarket, upon seeing Lu Hao emerge, Ma Yuliang's fury erupted. "Lu Hao, you've caused me tremendous losses. I've lost 50,000 yuan in just one day." Chapter 75. You truly are a good man. He was on the brink of exploding. Initially intending to thwart Lu Hao, he had intentionally stocked up on fruits, vegetables, and a substantial amount of meat, even hiring numerous individuals to deliver goods to nearby communities. Originally planning to send one cart of produce to each neighborhood, he reconsidered, realizing that such a small quantity would not suffice for the entire community's needs. Fearing that some would still patronize the Wayman Fresh supermarket, he increased the supply to 5 times the original amount, ensuring at least 5 carts of goods for each neighborhood, and in some cases, even 10 carts. All sold at half price, aiming to keep residents from venturing out and instead purchasing fresh produce at their doorstep, thus avoiding the Wayman Fresh supermarket. By 8 or 9 in the evening, Lu Hao had made no significant moves, and Ma Yuliang retired to bed. eagerly anticipating a day when Lu Hao's supermarket would be deserted, ready to relish the spectacle. However, upon waking the next morning, he sensed something amiss. Everywhere he looked, there were advertisements for the Wayman Fresh supermarket plastered on walls, and even a flyer was stuck to his front door. A lottery. The grand prize is a Mitsubishi air conditioner worth over 8,000 yuan. Upon seeing this, he hastily dashed outside without even putting on his clothes, barefoot, urging his subordinates to sell the vegetables. His wife trailed behind, holding his clothes, unable to catch up. Once he exited the neighborhood and reached the street, he was utterly dumbfounded. The streets were overflowing with people, all heading towards the Wayman Fresh supermarket. A familiar face spotted him and commented on his bright red shorts, claiming they would bring him good luck, and even reached out to touch them for a chance to win the grand prize. Infuriated, he nearly severed ties with that acquaintance right then and there. The residents of the nearby communities had all been captivated by the lottery promotions, leaving their homes empty. The fruits and vegetables he had meticulously prepared were just being loaded onto carts, but despite being offered at half price, not a single customer appeared. Under the sweltering sun, he felt an icy chill wash over him. With no cold storage and the temperature soaring, although his household had a refrigerator, it could only accommodate a limited quantity. The meat spoiled by midday, costing him a loss of 10 to 20,000 yuan, while the fruits and vegetables wilted and lost their freshness by noon. As the crowd returning from the lottery gradually trickled back into the community, he had hoped to recoup some losses. Yet, those individuals returned laden with goods, while the young girl and the charming wife had already been well fed by Lu Hao and now showed no interest in him. Even when he slashed the prices of his vegetables to half, no one was willing to buy. Many households lacked refrigerators, and purchasing an excess of produce in this sweltering heat was tantamount to waste. When he offered his vegetables to others, they were declined. After all, walking to the garbage heap was a task, and carrying them felt burdensome. By afternoon, he had incurred further losses of tens of thousands of yuan. As of today, he still had over a dozen carts of vegetables on hand, which he had specially brought over to confront Lu Hao about his grievances. "You reap what you sow," Zhang Jigang remarked. "I warn you, do not act recklessly. This is our territory. If you dare to misbehave, I won't hesitate to use my bone knife on you." Zhang Jigang had completely become an ardent admirer of Lu Hao, despite being older than him. Anyone who dared to be impolite to Lu Hao would find Zhang Jigang the first to object. Shi Xiong also tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, eyeing Ma Yuliang. Though he said nothing, his resolute demeanor conveyed unwavering determination. Anyone who dared to harm Lu Hao would first have to get past him. One cart of vegetables in a community can't possibly incur a loss of 50,000 yuan. "Surely you jest?" Lu Hao inquired. This statement struck Ma Yuliang like a precision-guided missile, shattering the fragile calm he had just managed to regain. "I initially planned to drag a cart of fruits and vegetables to each community, but fearing it would be insufficient, I prepared at least 5 carts for each, with some even reaching 10. This has led to my greater losses." Ma Yuliang gritted his teeth. Having conducted business for so long, he had never faced such a staggering loss. In this sweltering heat, leaving meat out for even a short while would result in spoilage, and vegetables would wilt. No one would want them. Ma Yuliang glared at Lu Hao. "If it weren't for your lottery event, how could I have suffered such losses?" 50,000 yuan, a sum he had painstakingly saved over the years, enough to purchase 3 commercial apartments, had evaporated within a single day. The pain was excruciating. Lu Hao regarded him coldly. This person was not only arrogant, but also shameless. It was clear that he had intended to undermine Lu Hao, attempting to disrupt his supermarket business by hoarding so much produce to sell at nearby communities, even planning to sell at half price. Ultimately, he had shot himself in the foot, incurring a loss of 50,000 yuan, yet he attributed the blame to Lu Hao. The illogic of this reasoning was truly remarkable. While there were cold storage facilities available, most individuals lacked the means to access them. Cold storage was a scarce resource, primarily reserved for essential goods. Purely commercial entities like Ma Yuliang could hardly reach such heights. In this heat, it was entirely normal for vegetables left outside to spoil. Had it not been for Lu Hao, Ma Yuliang might have succeeded with his ploy. Lu Hao believed that given Ma Yuliang's nature, he would certainly seize any opportunity to take advantage of others' misfortunes and would not hesitate to attack when the moment arose. The business world is harsh. Compassion does not govern military affairs, righteousness does not regulate finances, and kindness does not breed commerce. Among the wealthy, who is not astute and discerning? Lu Hao gazed at Ma Yuliang and inquired, "Do you know how much I earned yesterday?" Ma Yuliang was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Lu Hao's sudden question. Over 200,000 in revenue, with profits exceeding 100,000. Lu Hao chuckled, his smile warm and inviting, adding, "That was in just one day, or more precisely, a mere half day." Ma Yuliang's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his indignation. As he looked at Lu Hao, he felt an icy chill, for despite the smile, Lu Hao appeared devilish. The words spoken by Lu Hao struck him like a barrage of shrapnel, tearing apart his already battered spirit. It was intentional, without a doubt. A revenue of over 200,000 and profits over 100,000 in a single day. He stumbled back a few steps, nearly succumbing to heat stroke, and accused Lu Hao. "You said that on purpose, didn't you? Such malice in your heart." "Indeed, I meant to share this with you. You shared your good fortune, and in return, I must share mine. It is a principle of reciprocity in human interactions," Lu Hao did not deny. "Good fortune? When did I ever share such tidings with you?" Ma Yuliang struggled to comprehend. He would never divulge any joyful news to Lu Hao. They were adversaries. Looking at the Wayman Fresh supermarket behind Lu Hao, which he believed should have been his, the more he stared, the more he felt that Lu Hao had snatched his wealth away. "You lost 50,000. Does that not count as good news for me?" Lu Hao's words struck deep. "How considerate of you to come and inform me of this just to bring me joy. You truly are a good person." Chapter 76. Do you think you are worthy to partner with me? Lu Hao pulled a 5-cent coin from his pocket and tossed it towards him. "Here, take this and buy yourself an ice pop." The coin clattered to the ground, standing upright before rolling to Ma Yuliang's feet. What an insult! His eyes reddened as he glared at Lu Hao. "Do you have no respect for others? You humiliate me like this, and you still wish to conduct business amicably? Are you not afraid of mutual destruction? In all my years in this industry, not a single person has treated me with such contempt, even amidst conflict. You have gone too far." His anger surged, and he felt an urge to confront Lu Hao physically. However, a glance at Zhang Jigang and Shi Xiong, who held items in their hands, made him reconsider. There are times to be cautious, and this was one of them. He was no match for the two. "Enough with the idle chatter. Show me what you've got, and I shall respond accordingly." Lu Hao's expression was frigid as he faced Ma Yuliang. Their relationship had long since reached a point of no return. Since Ma Yuliang had expended significant resources to thwart him, this enmity was irrevocably forged. It could only conclude when one party was vanquished. Losing 50,000 was nearly 15 of Ma Yuliang's total assets. Surely, he felt the sting. Coupled with Lu Hao's flourishing Wayman Fresh supermarket business, it was no wonder Ma Yuliang was envious. Even if Lu Hao refrained from humiliation, Ma Yuliang would harbor resentment. Conversely, such indignities might provoke a misstep from Ma Yuliang, revealing weaknesses that Lu Hao could exploit for further advantage. On the battlefield, psychological tactics hold immense significance. The mere replacement of a general can incite panic and lead to errors among the enemy ranks. What Lu Hao intends to do is akin to this, to instill contempt from a psychological standpoint. A merchant who lacks the acumen for psychological warfare is not a worthy businessman. Allow me to propose this. Relinquish half of the Wayman Fresh supermarket to me, and I shall provide you with financial support. Together, we could collaborate and prosper. I possess hundreds of thousands in capital, which I can gradually invest into the supermarket. By partnering with me, we can expand and strengthen the supermarket, and you would only need to compensate me for half of my losses, which amounts to 25,000. I shall overlook the rest of the loss. Ma Yuliang put forth this suggestion, as both parties are businessmen who value harmony and are willing to make concessions. His visit to Lu Hao today was motivated by a desire to recover some of his losses. With the Wayman Fresh supermarket thriving, acquiring a stake would allow him to reap the benefits effortlessly in the future. The thought of it was infuriating. The establishment was impeccably decorated and sheltered from the elements, enabling one to earn money from the comfort of an office. In contrast, he toiled in the fields selling fruits and vegetables, often exposed to the sun. And after years of hard work, his earnings were meager. His envy for the Wayman Fresh supermarket intensified. Having spent numerous years in the fruit and vegetable business in Jiangxing, he had developed a network of connections and sufficient capital. He continued, "If we join forces, I can provide funding and connections, while you supply the strategic vision. We would be a formidable team." He pressed for a favor, requesting that Lu Hao cover half of his recent losses, allowing him an avenue for retreat. "I will invest gradually into the supermarket, and you can benefit from my connections." He reiterated his proposal, portraying it as a generous concession on his part. Lu Hao chuckled. Recognizing the audacity of this individual, whose face was indeed thicker than a city wall, it was inconceivable that the Wayman Fresh supermarket, which belonged solely to Lu Hao, would entertain such a partnership. Even if collaboration were possible, a 50-50 split was fraught with potential disputes, often leading to enmity even among brothers due to subsequent issues. What hope was there for harmony among strangers with no familial ties? Conflicts would undoubtedly arise over decision-making authority and profit distribution. The practice of equal division, often adopted by various partners in business, has become commonplace. Two individuals might split profits 55-45, three might divide them 33-33-34, and four would typically share equally at 25 each, all in the name of camaraderie and fairness. Even if some possess greater capabilities, they may hesitate to demand their due, resulting in indecision during critical moments. A company that could have thrived could collapse due to internal strife. This era encompasses various characters. Some are cunning and deceitful, finding ways to extract wealth, while others adhere to principles of integrity, shunning discussions of profit. Observing Lu Hao deep in thought regarding his proposal, Ma Yuyang felt a surge of confidence, convinced that Lu Hao could not resist the allure of his offer. With a capital of 500,000 and 3 residential properties, this is the culmination of his arduous endeavors over the past decade and more. While it may not seem substantial when juxtaposed with the wealth of the affluent magnates, it certainly surpasses the average individual's means, and indeed, it outshines Lu Hao's assets. This individual, a mere neophyte in the realm of substantial finances, upon hearing the prospect of collaboration, is bound to be swayed, especially as he contemplates the gradual infusion of capital into the venture. Lu Hao, who has never encountered such wealth, would undoubtedly be tempted by the proposition. However, unbeknownst to him, a cunning trap has been laid. The promise of a gradual investment is ambiguous, leaving the timeline entirely at the discretion of the instigator, whether it takes a year, a decade, or even half a century. The pace of the investment is subject to his whims, and even the inevitability of death could be deemed a slow process. He gazed at Lu Hao with feigned sincerity, concealing a mind teeming with malice and ulterior motives. Do you truly believe you are worthy of collaborating with me? Lu Hao's terse retort pierced through the air. I refuse. Ma Yuyang was taken aback, as this was not in line with his expectations. How could Lu Hao, with such a wealth of capital, boldly dismiss him and assert that he was unworthy? The sting of Lu Hao's gaze deeply wounded Ma Yuyang's pride, reducing it to mere filth. It was akin to dissatisfaction after a completed endeavor, leaving him feeling unfulfilled. Despite having more experience, greater financial resources, and a broader network than Lu Hao, why was he subjected to such a contemptuous glare, even in the presence of the most powerful figures? He had never felt such a profound humiliation as that inflicted by Lu Hao's eyes. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to endure. Very well, I shall take a step back. For the sake of the Minxing Fresh supermarket, I will settle for a mere 20%, and I shall gradually invest all my capital, totaling approximately 450,000, alongside the 3 properties, which I could liquidate if necessary. Just as Han Xian endured humiliation, he would bide his time, waiting for the opportunity to exact his revenge once the venture succeeded. In his mind, he likened himself to Han Xian. Are you, at this moment, comparing yourself to Han Xian? Lu Hao's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Ma Yuyang's legs quivered, nearly causing him to lose control. In the sweltering heat, he felt a chill seep through his bones. How could Lu Hao perceive his innermost thoughts? His pallor deepened, sweat beaded upon his brow. Ma Yuyang had never experienced such anxiety. After years of navigating the business landscape, he had encountered countless adversaries, many of whom ultimately became stepping stones to his success, leading to his current assets of 500,000 and 3 properties. With an air of confidence, he would often downplay his wealth, yet in the presence of others, he reveled in showcasing his achievements. Rising from humble beginnings, he had clawed his way to this station. Who could rival him? Even when faced with those in positions of power, he may have bowed outwardly, but inwardly he remained resolute and even proud, looking down upon them for their reliance on connections. Were he afforded similar advantages, he would undoubtedly occupy an equal, if not superior, position. He was brimming with self-assurance. However, when confronted with Lu Hao, a significantly younger individual, he felt an overwhelming chill, as if a mere glance could instill fear and provoke cold sweat. Are you wondering how I can discern your thoughts? Lu Hao tossed another remark his way. This statement struck him like a nuclear bomb, nearly terrifying the very soul out of Ma Yuyang's body. He looked up at Lu Hao, feeling as though this young man before him was not human. An impulse surged within him, urging him to immediately rush to Guiyuan Temple to light 3 incense sticks, seeking the abbot's blessings and incantations. His urgency intensified. My heavens! How could he possibly know what I was thinking? Internally, he screamed for his mother. Fear gripped him. Observing Ma Yuliang's expression, Lu Hao surmised the astonishment brewing within. In the realm of business, one must possess not only a keen intellect, but also a commitment to continual learning, including psychology and beyond. To Lu Hao, Ma Yuliang seemed almost childlike. Even the most clever child, through their subtleties, reveals their desires, often with a single utterance. With experience, one learns to interpret the next steps from a mere glance, gesture, or action. If one has not reached that level of understanding, then practice is essential. The advantages brought by his rebirth extend beyond mere foresight. They encompass a wealth of knowledge. This advantage grows exponentially. After a considerable pause, Ma Yuliang managed to regain some composure, refraining from issuing further threats. He looked at Lu Hao, striving to convey sincerity. Boss Lu, I am looking out for your interests as well as my own. This market has a total of 20 stalls. You have acquired 5, leaving 15. From what I understand, the remaining stalls will likely be rented out via auction rather than a fixed rental rate. This could be detrimental for both of us. The rent for the 5 stalls you secured is 1,000 a year, totaling only 5,000 annually. Even with some maneuvering, it would barely amount to 1 or 2 tens of thousands. However, if the remaining 15 stalls are indeed auctioned, the rental costs will increase significantly. How do you plan to secure them? Even if you made over 100,000 in profit yesterday, your available funds surely cannot match mine. If this escalates into a fierce competition, I could liquidate my assets to acquire several of the remaining stalls and establish a supermarket akin to yours right next door. Imitating your model, do you believe your business would remain unaffected? This is the insider information I possess. The leaders at the state-run market plan to auction off the remaining stalls rather than offer them at a fixed price. Even Li Guangcai has no authority in this matter. This shift was prompted by the remarkable success of the Minxing Fresh Supermarket, enhancing the hidden value of the state-run market. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao merely furrowed his brow slightly, offering no further comment. The leaders of the state-run institutions are incapable of initiating change on their own, yet they are swift to capitalize on opportunities at the expense of the public. Nevertheless, even amidst this, he remained unfazed. Seeing Lu Hao remain so composed, Ma Yuliang was once again taken aback. This young man, despite his tender age, displayed remarkable poise. Upon receiving this news, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. This was the ace up his sleeve. How could he respond in such a manner? Are you not the least bit concerned? If we were to collaborate, I could leverage my connections to persuade those in power to reconsider. He continued to urge Lu Hao, asserting that it was impossible for one person to monopolize all the benefits. I may be slightly older and have more experience in business, yet I hold you in high regard and genuinely wish to partner with you. We could certainly sit down and discuss this matter in depth, sharing the profits rather than engaging in this heated exchange. Allow me to speak candidly. If the remaining 15 stalls are indeed to be auctioned, the prices will inevitably soar beyond 1,000 per stall, potentially reaching 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, or even 10,000. While I could secure a few stalls, it would still be a burden on my finances, which is why I am extending this olive branch to you, seeking collaboration. Do not doubt me, my friend. Despite the thriving business of Minxing Fresh Supermarket, many are envious. You think I am the only one keeping an eye on you? Hardly. Others may not approach you directly, but they are watching from the shadows. If the stalls are auctioned, it will become a frenzy, and your competition will multiply. You may be profiting now, but how much will you earn when faced with such rivals? It would be far wiser for us to join forces, dividing the market between us. Half for you, half for me. If a direct approach fails, then we must resort to subtler tactics. Surely, Lu Hao must be tempted by one of these options. Ma Yuliang gazed at Lu Hao, pondering that his words contained both truth and deception, cleverly intertwined to sway him. Yet, Lu Hao merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Do I truly appear so naive? Are we to secretly consume the market stalls as if it were yours to claim? Or do you possess such formidable connections that could sway the higher-ups? If it's an auction you seek, then let it commence. This method is actually preferable. Moreover, I can unequivocally state that I have my sights set on the entire market. Not a single stall shall be yours to contest, regardless of who may come. This place has long been regarded by Lu Hao as off-limits to others, and he silently conveyed to Ma Yuliang, "My apologies, my friend. but I must obstruct your path to wealth. In a previous life, it was likely Ma Yuliang who would have secured this market, but in this one, Lu Hao had intercepted the opportunity, leaving his counterpart with nothing. An auction may indeed seem beneficial. Ma Yuliang rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. He regarded Lu Hao, utterly perplexed by his perspective. Even if Minxing Fresh Supermarket was flourishing, having been open for merely 2 days, Lu Hao's financial resources must be limited. If the remaining stalls were to be auctioned, countless affluent individuals would certainly vie for them. Where would Lu Hao procure the necessary funds to contend with such a pack of wolves? Chapter 78. It's futile to ponder. Not only that, but Lu Hao actually aspired to secure every stall in the market. Has he lost his mind? 20 stalls? All of them? Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? If this were the past, renting each stall for a mere 1,000 yuan annually would have posed no challenge in acquiring all 20. However, the flourishing business of Wayman Fresh Supermarket has opened the eyes of many to opportunities, leading numerous individuals to turn their gaze toward the vegetable market, eagerly awaiting the chance to seize the remaining stalls and replicate the supermarket's success in selling fruits and vegetables. The bidding process will undoubtedly escalate the rental prices to exorbitant heights. Securing even a few stalls would be a remarkable achievement. Yet the ambition to claim the remaining 15 is a daunting financial endeavor. Does he possess such wealth? Ma Yuliang was utterly perplexed. He found it impossible to fathom Lu Hao. Could it be that this individual is a concealed tycoon? He scrutinized Lu Hao closely, but that didn't align with his findings. Lu Hao was merely a drifter, someone who previously relied on his wife for funds, even for leisure activities, only recently having achieved a measure of success. Regardless of how one analyzed it, the truth was evident. The other party simply did not have that kind of capital. How can you be so confident? Do you have some other means to secure the remaining 15 stalls? Ma Yuliang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lu Hao met his gaze, contemplating the question. Ma Yuliang nodded without hesitation, yet inwardly he cursed, thinking, surely this fool won't actually divulge his methods. As anticipated, with a few flattery-laden words, Lu Hao had him completely disoriented. Lu Hao fixed his gaze on him, thinking it was futile. After all, he was not his son. Even if he were, would a father divulge his secrets so easily? Begone, do not hinder my business, he declared. Ma Yuliang's face flushed with anger. Once again, he had fallen victim to Lu Hao's trickery. After several encounters, he had realized that this cunning and scrupulous merchant, more devious than himself, would never easily share his strategies. A man in his 20s, yet as shrewd as an old fox. He had thought himself the hunter, but in comparison to Lu Hao, he had become the prey. He glared at Lu Hao, resolved to uncover the source of his wealth and his ability to compete for the stalls. With a dismissive wave, he turned and departed. Having seen his plans thwarted, he recognized that lingering would yield no benefits. Indeed, the longer he stood before Lu Hao, the more he felt his intellect being overwhelmed. Once Ma Yuliang left, Zhang Jigang immediately inquired, Brother Hao, is his information reliable? Will the remaining 15 stalls indeed be rented out through bidding? Most likely yes. Lu Hao nodded. However, it is not a cause for concern, as I mentioned to Ma Yuliang. This is, in fact, advantageous for me. Should it proceed to bidding, it will foster a more open and transparent process, one that hinges on financial prowess. If the stalls were to be rented through contract signing, the potential for underhanded dealings would be far greater. The 5 stalls I currently possess were secured through my connection with Li Guangcai, and they are conveniently located together. However, acquiring the remaining 15 through Li Guangcai's influence will prove to be a challenge, especially now that the success of Wayman Fresh Supermarket has inspired many, including higher-ups, making it increasingly difficult to leverage connections. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a lack of avenues to pursue. Li Guangcai's rank still seemed somewhat modest. Lu Hao had initially intended to bide his time, seeking the opportune moment, but now he found the prospect of bidding for rental unexpectedly delightful, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. As for finances, that was hardly a concern. He had his ways. Zhang Jigang was perplexed, struggling to fathom what solutions could possibly exist to address this issue, increasingly feeling the vast chasm between himself and Lu Hao. No wonder Lu Hao had ascended to the role of a boss. Gazing at Lu Hao, he resolved to cling to this promising benefactor, recognizing the potential to alter the trajectory of his life. He was determined not to remain a mere cog in the state-owned enterprise, idly passing time with no future in sight. Upon returning to the office, Lu Hao picked up the landline and dialed Li Guangcai's home. He had retained Li Guangcai's contact information, which proved timely. When the call connected, however, it was not Li Guangcai who answered, but rather a woman's voice. Who could it be? A sister-in-law? Lu Hao believed he recognized the voice. Hello, sister-in-law. Is Director Li at home? I have a matter to discuss with him. I am Lu Hao, the individual who visited last time and enjoyed a few cups of tea at your home. He felt compelled to remind her, fearing that Xiong Qiaolan might not recall him. Oh, there's no need for such clarity. After your last visit, I haven't forgotten you. I've been thinking about you ever since. Your brother Li is not home at the moment, but do come over quickly. I have something special prepared for you. Xiong Qiaolan responded with great enthusiasm. She was still reminiscing about their previous encounter, and her warm demeanor indicated her fondness for Lu Hao. Brother Li isn't at home. Lu Hao, following suit, adopted a more familiar address for Li Guangcai. Shall I wait for him to return before coming over? Their conversation flowed naturally. With familiarity comes ease. The more one visits, the more welcome they become. There's no need to wait. Your brother Li has stepped out for a moment, but will be back shortly. Do come over. Xiong Qiaolan was exceedingly inviting, her attitude a stark contrast to their previous interaction. This is the allure of financial capability. Very well, I apologize for the intrusion, sister-in-law. Lu Hao acquiesced without hesitation. He indeed had matters to discuss with Li Guangcai. After hanging up, he retrieved several pounds of premium ribs from his supermarket, along with some fruits, and ventured out to purchase cigarettes and liquor, bringing them to Li Guangcai's home. No sooner had he knocked than the door swung open. Xiong Qiaolan, seemingly eager, pulled him inside. Now that you're here, why bring all these things? That's just how it is, he replied with a smile. Everything is from my supermarket, except for the cigarettes and liquor, which I bought outside. Sister-in-law, are you preparing a meal? Yes, remember you mentioned wanting to taste my cooking? I'm making it for you this time. Go ahead and sit. Help yourself to some tea. Xiong Qiaolan, donned in an apron, had been busy preparing the meal. Indeed, she was genuinely making a meal for Lu Hao. Instead of settling into the living room, Lu Hao chose to assist in the kitchen, washing his hands and lending a hand to Xiong Qiaolan while engaging in casual conversation. Though their chat seemed informal, each word brought a smile to Xiong Qiaolan's face. After all, individuals with fortunes in the billions are rarely lacking in eloquence. Occasionally, one may stutter, presenting an innocent fade, yet it is, in truth, a deliberate act intended for show. Lu Hao, with his eloquent speech, extensive knowledge, and high emotional intelligence, elevated Xiong Qiaolan to a state of bliss, lifting her spirits to the heavens. As the meal approached completion, Lu Hao's address transformed from sister-in-law to Sister Xiong. A commotion outside caused both to pause. Li Guangcai had returned. Upon noticing Lu Hao inside, he displayed little surprise, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You're here? He quickly admonished Xiong Qiaolan. Why are you still allowing the guest to lend a hand? Brotherly, do not blame Sister Xiong. It was my desire to learn culinary skills from her in the kitchen. Lu Hao interjected hastily. Look how eloquently he speaks. Unlike you, who returned and immediately cast blame without discernment. Xiong Qiaolan appreciated Lu Hao's words. Initially, she held a low opinion of him due to her ignorance. But as she learned more about him, her fondness grew. This young man had a way with words that was truly delightful, surpassing her own husband in charm. Always managing to flatter with impeccable timing, Li Guangcai regarded Lu Hao with newfound respect. His conversational prowess was indeed more polished than his own. There are just 2 dishes remaining. Please sit and enjoy some tea while you chat. I will return to the kitchen for a moment, Xiong Qiaolan announced. Making her way into the kitchen, yet not forgetting to call back to Li Guangcai. Bring out your treasured tea leaves. Do not be stingy. Li Guangcai chuckled wryly, pondering who the true miser was. The last time Lu Hao visited, it was evident that Xiong Qiaolan had not been particularly welcoming. Yet now, after only 2 visits, she expected him to bring forth his prized tea. Though reluctant, he retrieved half a pound of tea, worth over 30 yuan. He carefully measured out a portion, brewed the tea, and poured a cup for Lu Hao, then for himself. With meticulous care, he promptly repackaged the remaining leaves, fearful of moisture and spoilage. Did you come today to share some news? Li Guangcai broached the topic directly. He understood Lu Hao's temperament, thus opting for candidness. Lu Hao nodded. Indeed. Ma Yuyang visited me today. He incurred a loss of 50,000 yuan and has placed the blame squarely on my shoulders. From him, I learned that the remaining stalls may be leased through a bidding process, likely driving the prices to considerable heights. Hence, I sought your insight, brotherly, to ascertain the situation. The information provided by Ma Yuyang was likely credible, yet Lu Hao felt it prudent to confirm with Li Guangcai. It is true. I just returned from addressing this matter, Li Guangcai remarked, taking a sip of tea. He bore the sheen of sweat on his brow and did not conceal his thoughts. The state-owned vegetable market was undergoing a transformation in its operations, navigating uncertain waters due to declining business. They intended to trial 5 stalls, leasing them at a rate of 1,000 yuan per annum per stall to gauge the response. The remaining 15 stalls were not slated for rental in the immediate future. He paused for a moment, gazing at Lu Hao with eyes filled with admiration. Little did he expect the emergence of such a prodigy, propelling Minxing Fresh Supermarket to unprecedented heights, astonishing many and creating a scene so bustling that even the higher-ups were stirred into action. Thus, they hastily convened a meeting, seizing the momentum to decide to lease the remaining 15 stalls, but this time through a bidding process rather than a fixed fee. Lu Hao's wings were indeed taking flight. According to the original historical trend, while leasing to individual proprietors had improved business, it had never reached such extraordinary levels, prompting responses from leaders even more significant than Li Guangcai. The money you provided, I spent a portion of it, pleading and bargaining, and managed to secure 2 stalls for myself. These 2 stalls are still under the previous arrangement, maintaining the annual fee of 1,000 yuan. But the remaining 13 stalls are simply unattainable, Li Guangcai remarked. He had just gone out to handle this matter, which required considerable effort. Lu Hao set down the teacup he had almost raised to his lips and looked at Li Guangcai earnestly, saying, "Thank you, brother Li." He was genuinely surprised that Li Guangcai would willingly take money from his own pocket to assist him in acquiring 2 more stalls. The funds he had received previously were for past endeavors. If there were any further transactions, additional payment would be necessary as per the established rules. Yet, Li Guangcai had proactively taken action. This man was indeed someone worth befriending. "Since you call me brother Li, there is no need for formality." Li Guangcai waved his hand dismissively. He certainly would not have done this for anyone else. He had spent over 10,000 yuan just to facilitate this matter. The money Lu Hao had previously gifted him was a few thousand, and with this additional expenditure, his actual gain had dwindled to merely a few thousand. The loss was significant. However, he contemplated it and still proceeded. For Lu Hao is different. This young man was extravagant, often gifting thousands or even tens of thousands, which had startled him. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the remarkable scene at Minxing Fresh Supermarket that day. Such a person undoubtedly had limitless potential, and by proactively assisting him, Li Guangcai knew Lu Hao would remember this favor. Such goodwill far outweighed mere monetary value. You currently possess 5 stalls, and with these 2, you would have secured 7 out of the 20, surpassing a third, which is commendable, Li Guangcai stated. With your capabilities, even if others lease the remaining stalls and engage in similar business, they surely cannot compete with you. He had confidence in Lu Hao, believing that securing 7 stalls would suffice for him. "Brother Li, I want all 20 stalls," Lu Hao replied calmly yet resolutely. Li Guangcai nearly choked on the tea he had swallowed, quickly covering his mouth and coughing repeatedly until he regained his composure. In the kitchen, Xiong Xiaolon heard the commotion and remarked, "You're choking on tea? At your age, how can you be so clumsy, worse than a child?" Ignoring her comment, Li Guangcai fixed his gaze on Lu Hao, his neck stretching forward as if trying to swallow an egg. "You want all 20 stalls?" Lu Hao nodded, confirming without hesitation. Li Guangcai nearly exclaimed in despair, "Your appetite is insatiable. I simply cannot manage it." He truly found himself at a loss. It was not for lack of desire to assist, but rather the daunting nature of the task at hand. With the 2 stalls, he had already exhausted all his connections and had even invested over 10,000 yuan given by Lu Hao, which had forged a tacit understanding. As for the remaining 13 stalls, his influence did not extend that far. He suspected Lu Hao doubted his sincerity and believed he was not genuinely trying to help. "I recognize Brother Li's efforts. My intention is not to compel you to lower your pride and beg," Lu Hao remarked. "I merely wish to clarify that I intend to acquire all the remaining stalls, provided the bidding is fair. Of course, the bidding will be devoid of any deceit." "The highest bidder prevails," Li Guangcai responded. With so many witnesses, despite their personal agendas, they all value their reputations. If one loses the bid, they have no one to blame but themselves. He regarded Lu Hao with a perplexed expression. "But do you possess such wealth?" "I am aware that for Minxing Fresh Supermarket, business is thriving, yet time is of the essence. This weekend, there will be a stall auction at the market, and many will attend, including my Yuliang, whose assets, to my knowledge, are considerable. You might manage to secure a few stalls, but to acquire them all seems implausible." The total cost for the remaining 13 stalls would indeed be staggering. No one, not even Ma Yuliang, could swallow such a sum in one gulp. Where did Lu Hao's confidence stem from? Chapter 80. Next time, I'll make you dumplings. Lu Hao refrained from disclosing how he planned to amass such a fortune. He chose silence, and Li Guangcai did not pry. This unspoken understanding between clever individuals required restraint, even amidst mounting curiosity. After the meal, Lu Hao rose to take his leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Li and Sister Xiong. I shall take my leave now. He specifically addressed Xiong Xiaolon, Sister Xiong. Your cooking is truly commendable. It was delicious. I shall return for another meal, and next time, I will have you make dumplings. Xiong Xiaolon's attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Lu Hao glanced at Li Guangcai and noticed a twitch at the corner of his eye. He quickly feigned ignorance and exited the door. Incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible, Li Guangcai murmured, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction of the door. Why are you so distracted? What were you pondering during the meal? Xiong Xiaolon inquired. She had prepared a lavish spread and enjoyed it thoroughly with Lu Hao. Yet her husband, Li Guangcai, seemed to find it tasteless, as if the food had been tainted. She had never witnessed him in such a state. Lu Hao intends to secure all 20 stalls at the market, Li Guangcai remarked. The total area of the market must be around 2,000 square meters, correct? He wishes to acquire all of it? What sort of business could possibly yield such profit? Xiong Xiaolon expressed her astonishment. Conducting business is akin to leading troops into battle. Some flourish with many under their command, while others falter when overwhelmed, she reflected. Her own home spanned merely a few dozen square meters. A stark contrast to the vast 2,000 square meters. She often frequented the market and found it difficult to fathom how one could manage such an extensive area. Even maintaining cleanliness would be a Herculean task. Placing herself in Lu Hao's shoes, she dared not pursue such an endeavor for fear of incurring losses. Is this a matter of area? It has come to light that the Minqing Fresh supermarket has gained popularity and the value of its stalls has surged, prompting many to seek rental opportunities. Consequently, they resorted to an auctioning process, leading to bids that would escalate the stall prices to exorbitant levels. It is conservatively estimated that Lu Hao would require several $100,000 to secure the remaining stalls, a sum he currently lacks, as Li Guangcai remarked. Surely, he cannot borrow. Xiong Xiaolon interjected. Indeed, you possess a woman's perspective, with long hair but short sight. Everyone earns merely 30 to 40 yuan a month. And even the higher salaries barely reach 50 or 60. Who could he turn to for a loan? Li Guangcai shook his head. This young man harbors grand ambitions. I once thought that 7 stalls would satiate his appetite, yet he proves to be an insatiable glutton. However, the more he learned of Lu Hao's aspirations, the more exhilarated he felt. He had not misjudged Lu Hao. It was individuals with ambition who warranted his willingness to invest in forging connections on Lu Hao's behalf. After departing from Li Guangcai's residence, Lu Hao proceeded to purchase a 26-inch Phoenix bicycle. He opted against the 28-inch model, which, though suitable for him, would not accommodate his wife due to its height. The 26-inch size was perfect for both genders. After inflating the tires, he pedaled back to the community. Ah, you've bought a bicycle, and a Phoenix at that. It must have cost over 200 yuan, right? Now that you are a boss. With the Minqing Fresh supermarket flourishing and profits rolling in, do you really care about such trifles? A group of neighbors laughed, greeting Lu Hao. He responded as he always did, with a nod. In the courtyard, an additional figure was present, Wang Hongjiang, who had inexplicably appeared that day, accompanied by Lu Yin and Su Yuanpeng as usual. Upon seeing Lu Hao returning on his bicycle, Wang Hongjiang called out, as a prosperous boss with substantial earnings. Shouldn't you be riding a car? At the very least, a motorcycle would suffice. His tone dripped with envy. He had missed the grand opening of the Minqing Fresh supermarket, but learned from others that it was indeed Lu Hao who had established it, and its business was thriving. Residents from nearby neighborhoods flocked to the store, resulting in the shelves being emptied time and again on the opening day. The cash drawer could scarcely contain the influx of money, leading to cash being piled on the floor around the cashier's feet. Initially skeptical upon hearing the news, he had to concede the truth as numerous people echoed the same sentiment. Lu Hao had truly achieved success, transforming his circumstances and embarking on a business venture. This reality was hard for Wang Hongjiang to digest. He was once the prominent figure in a garment factory, hailed as young Master Wang by others. Yet now Lu Hao appeared to be eclipsing him. Moreover, the profitability of the Minqing Fresh supermarket piqued his envy. If he can run a supermarket profitably, Wouldn't your own business surely yield profits that would necessitate truckloads of cash delivered to your home? Lu Yan exclaimed dramatically. Indeed, Lu Hao is quite unscrupulous. Previously, he deliberately returned home late, ostensibly preoccupied with matters concerning the supermarket, all while concealing his true intentions from everyone. It is insidious that such a person has managed to profit. We would be more convinced if it were you, young Master Wang, who were to earn the money. Su Yuanpeng, standing nearby, stoked the flames of discontent. These two incessantly lavished praise upon Wang Hongjiang, belittling Lu Hao to render him worthless, hoping to orchestrate his downfall through subterfuge. Unable to confront Lu Hao directly, they aimed to have Wang Hongjiang lead the charge while they rallied in support. Suddenly, Lu Hao applied the brakes, bringing his bicycle to a steady halt before Wang Hongjiang. He remained seated, one foot planted on the ground, gazing at him. He had plans to purchase a small car and intended to invite him along when the time came. Wang Hongjiang had indeed spoken truthfully. Although he looked down upon the modest vehicle at present, a reliable car that shields one from the elements is vastly superior to a motorcycle or bicycle. Moreover, he was now considered a businessman, and a vehicle was an essential asset. Sometimes, the necessity of acquiring a car is less about the desire to drive and more about maintaining an image. One's appearance is crucial. First impressions carry significant weight, and it is imperative to exhibit one's capabilities at opportune moments to facilitate successful negotiations. Wang Hongjiang, taken aback, did not anticipate Lu Hao would so readily align with his words. He realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Previously, he had perceived Lu Hao as a mere pretender, a man overly concerned with appearances, possessing a beautiful wife who seemed a flower amidst cow dung. He believed that with a bit of charm and manipulation, winning over Lu Hao's wife would be effortless. Yet, he found himself on the losing end multiple times at Lu Hao's hands. He scrutinized Lu Hao, thinking that just because he had recently experienced a modicum of success in a trivial business, he was somehow affluent. The nature of that business lacked any technical merit. Anyone could engage in it. Is that so? Lu Hao replied, regarding him as one would a fool. While the fruit and vegetable trade may appear devoid of significant barriers to entry, akin to matters of romance, it is not without its complexities, requiring considerable skill and finesse. Mastery of such skills often demands extensive practice. Some individuals can exchange insights and rectify their mistakes with others, while some have never even cooked a single meal and can only rely on borrowed knowledge. Do not regard me with such disdain. Wang Hongjiang could not bear the intensity of Lu Hao's gaze. Are you still pretending? Or do you truly remain unaware of the auctioning process for remaining stalls at the market? I shall participate as well. Chapter 81. Get in the car. My love will take you flying. Oh, Lu Hao nodded slightly. Wang Hongjiang stared, bewildered, at Lu Hao's calm demeanor. Why such a reaction? The other party should be astonished, frustrated, and regretful. Did he not comprehend that by entering the bidding, he would compete for the stall, thereby threatening Lu Hao's business? Why was Lu Hao merely responding with an "oh"? Wang Hongjiang resided not in the employee dormitory but in a comfortable 100-square-meter apartment. He had deliberately come to the dormitory area, engaging in idle chatter in the courtyard while occasionally glancing toward the entrance, all in anticipation of Lu Hao's arrival to share this information with him. Originally, Wang Hongjiang anticipated that Lu Hao would be astonished and filled with regret for having offended him, compelling him to participate in the bidding for the stall. However, the outcome was disheartening. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he received nothing more than a mere "oh" in response. The blow was profoundly discouraging. He sought to astonish Lu Hao, yet it was Lu Hao who had startled him. The roles had reversed, leaving him in a state of distress, yearning to weep. Do you not grasp my intent? I shall secure that stall and operate a supermarket akin to yours, selling fresh fruits and vegetables, thereby encroaching upon your business. You brought this upon yourself by offending me. Wang Hongjiang declared bluntly. Lu Hao responded with a single syllable, yet his demeanor remained unfazed, observing Wang Hongjiang with an air of leisurely amusement. It was as if a father gazed upon his son, tinged with a hint of indulgence, as if the son were merely engaged in foolish antics. With the father enduring the antics patiently, confronted with such a gaze from Lu Hao, Wang Hongjiang felt overwhelmed. He longed to rush at Lu Hao and engage in a confrontation. However, the memory of Lu Hao's fierce demeanor from their previous encounter held him back. Fixating on Lu Hao, he issued a stern warning. Do not feign calmness. This business has no barriers. The remaining stalls will be auctioned off this weekend. Whether you are aware or not, I shall bid for at least 5 stalls, all adjacent to your supermarket, decorated in your style. Whatever you sell, I shall sell as well, depriving you of profits. He reveled in his own cleverness, having meticulously planned his next moves. All right, Lu Hao replied, albeit reluctantly, offering a modicum of acknowledgement. Under the shade of the large tree, which should have been refreshing, Wang Hongjiang felt dizzy and overwhelmed. His forehead damp with sweat from rising anger. A surge of inexplicable fury coursed through him, his eyes reddening. Lu Hao, do you look down upon me? My father is the director, managing an extensive garment factory, yet you dare to speak to me in this manner. What gives you the right to scorn me? He could no longer tolerate the piercing gaze of Lu Hao, which felt like a magical assault, inflicting severe damage upon his psyche. After toiling for 30 minutes, believing the other party was engaged, he discovered that Lu Hao had fallen asleep. At this moment, Wang Hongjiang's heart mirrored this disillusionment. His dignity had been trampled upon mercilessly. I indeed look down upon you. Not just you, but also your father, the factory director, who, blinded by a modicum of power, has allowed a once promising garment factory to descend into chaos. You are a trifling failure, and your father is a monumental one, a den of parasites. Lu Hao spared no niceties. Launching into a scathing tirade, he did not misrepresent the duo, nor their family. One rises, and all around them ascend, utilizing the director's influence. Many were ushered into the factory, those with a modicum of skill donned titles such as director, team leader, or even deputy director, while the incompetent languished and comfortable. Low-pressure departments. Such nepotism devastates the morale of other employees. The factory ultimately collapsed, while the broader economic climate played a role. The culpability of this father-son duo cannot be dismissed. Trifling failure? Monumental failure? Wang Hongjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first instance someone had openly insulted him, not only berating him, but also his father. The surrounding neighbors gazed at Lu Hao in astonishment. How audacious! While they occasionally muttered criticisms of the factory director and Wang Hongjiang in private, none had ever been as brazen as Lu Hao. Just wait and see how long you can keep this up, Wang Hongjiang fumed, pointing at Lu Hao as he stormed off in a fit of rage. Lu Hao paid him no mind and called up to the second floor, Dear, Nini, come down, it's time to ride the bike. At that moment, bicycles were the primary mode of transportation, yet they remained a rarity in this small courtyard. Nearly half the family still lacked one. Acquiring such a possession required half a year's salary, and the decision to purchase one was not taken lightly. Before long, Su Min and Nini descended the stairs. Daddy, is this your new bicycle? Nini inquired, circling the bike in wonder. Yes, just bought it, Lu Hao replied, patting the back seat. Come on, hop on. Let us take a few laps. Nini, however, bypassed the back seat and insisted, Daddy, you get off, I want to ride. With that, she reached for the handlebars, determined to take the reins. How reckless! Su Min exclaimed, rushing over to catch her. You're not even tall enough to ride yet. Concerned, she turned to Lu Hao. This girl is becoming just like you, impatient and reckless. Lu Hao smacked his lips, pondering how to respond. He sensed a hint of discontent from his wife regarding certain aspects of him. Humph, Mama, you're an adult, and yet you lack the courage of a child. Fine. I'll sit in the back then. With that, the little girl attempted to climb onto the rear seat herself. Su Min hurriedly lifted her, placing her on the back seat. Hold onto your father's shirt tightly and don't let go. She cautioned Lu Hao, take it slow. Lu Hao nodded, tilting his head to check. Got a good grip? Yes, Daddy, you can ride now. Nini exclaimed, holding onto Lu Hao's shirt with excitement. It was her first bicycle ride. With a push of his foot, Lu Hao pedaled in circles around the courtyard, taking Nini for several joyful laps. Her laughter ringing through the neighborhood like a sweet melody. Su Min watched from the side, initially smiling, then feeling her eyes moisten. Finally, she discreetly bowed her head to wipe away a tear. This was the happiness she had longed for, finally manifesting. Why are you crying? Lu Hao asked as he brought the bicycle to a stop before her. Nothing, just some dust got in my eyes, she replied, tears glistening yet smiling brightly. That's not it. It's definitely because Daddy rode me around for so long without bringing you along. That's why you're upset. Nini chimed in. Mama, don't be angry. I'll get down now, and you can come up. Before Su Min could reach her, the little girl unexpectedly leaped off the back seat, landing awkwardly but unperturbed. She brushed off the dust from her bottom and declared, Daddy, take Mama for a few laps too. She has never ridden a bicycle. I want to ride. Your father has been with you for so long. He must be tired. Let him rest for a moment. Su Min shook her head. With a decisive clang, Lu Hao propped up the bicycle stand, dismounted, and swept Su Min into his arms. Get in, darling, let us take flight. Chapter 82. I cannot accept this red envelope. Slow down, my love. It's too fast. I cannot bear it. Lu Hao drove at breakneck speed, the uneven terrain of the yard causing the car to jolt. Su Min, seated in the back, screamed in fright, her forehead pressed against Lu Hao's back. She tilted her head, clutching tightly, fearful of falling. Lu Hao remained remarkably steady and continued to accelerate. Open your eyes. Your husband's driving is secure. There's nothing to worry about. In moments like this, one should open their eyes and relish the experience. Summoning her courage, Su Min opened her eyes. The scenery whirled past her. The solid presence of the man's back calmed her fears, allowing her to attempt enjoyment of the ride. The wind tousled her loose hair, and the bicycle bell chimed cheerfully. This feeling is exquisite. The neighbors around observed this delightful scene in rare silence. The elderly gazed on with nostalgia, while the young wives and beautiful maidens looked on with envy. The young widow, Chun Linjiao, also watched, her almond-shaped eyes unwilling to blink. After several laps, Su Min finally disembarked and ascended to the kitchen to prepare the meal. At this hour, women need no urging. As mealtime approaches, they instinctively enter the kitchen. Lu Hao stayed downstairs, continuing to play with Nini, and when he estimated the food was ready, he gently lifted Nini like a kitten and secured the bicycle before heading upstairs. After washing his hands and wiping the sweat from his brow, he returned to the room. Just as he was about to call everyone down, Su Min announced that the dishes were ready. 3 dishes and a soup, cold marinated edamame, minced meat eggplant, beef with green peppers, and a bowl of loofah and egg soup. All were seasonal delights. Su Min served Lu Hao his portion and handed him the chopsticks before serving Nini and herself. It's delicious. Having meat every day feels so blissful. Nini happily picked up a piece of beef, savoring it. In the past, one might not even have the chance to eat beef during the new year. Recently, with improved nutrition, the little girl had noticeably grown more beautiful, likely to resemble Su Min and Su Jin as she matured. After the meal, Lu Hao stood up to wash the dishes. Su Min stopped him, saying, "Don't do that. I've already resigned, and I'm just at home with Nini. It's quite easy. You work hard to earn a living, so it's unreasonable for you to do housework too. It's fine. Why complicate things between us?" Lu Hao replied nonchalantly, "Darling, don't compete with me. I know your kindness stems from guilt over past events, but while you care for me, I must also care for you. Leave the household matters to me," Su Min said earnestly. "Let this be my responsibility. Besides, if you frequently wash the dishes, others will mock you and me. What kind of woman requires her man to do the washing? Only those bachelors without a partner would do their own dishes." She took the bowls and utensils, heading to the end of the corridor to wash them, resolutely refusing to let Lu Hao intervene. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Lu Hao sought out Li Guangcai and signed a lease for 2 stalls, returning the money borrowed from the state-owned vegetable market and discreetly slipping him an additional 1,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. Brotherly, just a small gesture. With the addition of these 2 stalls, Lu Hao now leases a total of 7 stalls, all at remarkably low prices and conveniently connected. This is all thanks to Li Guangcai, who has indeed exerted considerable effort, particularly regarding these last 2 stalls. He not only leveraged his past connections, but also dug into his own pockets. "Since you call me brotherly, let us dispense with formalities. I cannot accept this red envelope." Li Guangcai declined this time. He pulled out a cigarette, offered one to Lu Hao, and took one for himself. "Though we have not known each other long, it feels as though we are old friends. I hold you in high regard, which is why I wish to share some heartfelt words. I understand the meaning behind your red envelope. It is a token of appreciation for my efforts in securing these 2 stalls, but it is unnecessary. Had it been anyone else, I would not have invested so much effort, especially using my past connections for just these 2 stalls. It hardly seems worthwhile. But you are different. You possess great ambition and remarkable capabilities, and I have high hopes for you. My actions are not entirely selfless, despite my position as director. I fear my time in this role may be nearing its end." Lu Hao, smoking quietly, listened attentively to Li Guangcai, signaling that he was engaged. "I have held the director position at the market for many years. While others see my role as prestigious, the underlying frustrations are known only to me. I have been unable to advance, and with the impending operational reforms at the market, I may soon find myself retiring. In the past, retirement would have merely been a transition, but now, perhaps I can rely on you to achieve something worthwhile. At the very least, I can align myself with you and earn some money. His words were sincere, reflecting his predicament. Stuck at a deadlock, unable to move up or down, he faced the prospect of a passive acceptance of his fate. However, with Lu Hao's arrival, he saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could leverage Lu Hao's influence to ascend, as he could be a benefactor. The success of Minxing Fresh Supermarket is a shining example. If he could amplify his reputation and achievements, he might indeed break free from the confines of his current position. Even if that does not materialize, he could emulate Zhang Jigang and follow Lu Hao, ensuring financial gain. Previously, Lu Hao sought his assistance. Now, he needed to rely on Lu Hao. Very well. Then I shall not accept this red envelope. Lu Hao nodded, reclaiming the envelope. I owe you this favor, brotherly. Hearing Lu Hao's words brought great joy to Li Guangcai. Lu Hao's ambition and generosity were evident. Importantly, he understood the rules and the nuances of human relationships. When he spoke of owing a favor, it was a commitment that would not be forgotten, a sentiment far more valuable than a mere 1,000 yuan. Tomorrow is the weekend. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there will be a stall auction at the market. I have already secured your eligibility to participate. You simply need to come by. However, acquiring the remaining 13 stalls will likely require a substantial sum. Where will you procure such funds? Li Guangcai inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. I will borrow from the bank, Lu Hao replied. Lu Hao mentioned that he would need to trouble Li Gu to accompany him to the bank, as he feared he might struggle to manage alone. He refrained from discussing it yesterday, deeming it not yet the right time. However, today, he felt it necessary to be forthright, given that they were about to head to the bank. Moreover, this strengthened his relationship with Li Guangcai. Following the addition of Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang, his team had gained another prominent member, borrowing from the bank. Li Guangcai expressed surprise but did not dwell on it, assuming Lu Hao sought to leverage his connections to secure a loan. Yet, how much could he possibly procure? Given his connections, it was unlikely to be a substantial amount. Lu Hao gathered the contracts, including the previous 5, and took them all with him as he and Li Guangcai proceeded to their usual bank. Chapter 83. I need a loan of 2 million. I'll speak with President Tuesday. He directly addressed a female staff member at the bank counter. This young woman recognized Lu Hao, aware of his status as a significant client who previously came to deposit large sums, often personally attended to by the bank president. She promptly utilized an internal line to contact the president, explaining the situation before hanging up. She informed Lu Hao that he could proceed directly to the president's office, where a client was currently being served but would soon conclude. Nodding, Lu Hao and Li Guangcai made their way to the president's office, a place Lu Hao was quite familiar with. Upon reaching the door, he discovered that the current client was an acquaintance, Huang Qingqiu. She was engaged in a transaction, accompanied by a young assistant, Zhang Jing. Surprised to encounter Lu Hao at the bank, Huang Qingqiu quietly remarked to Zhang Jing that he was the very person who had warned her about ensuring fire safety at her hotel. She had come to conduct a deposit transaction. The Yujing restaurant was regarded as a reputable establishment in Jiangxing, yielding considerable profits and maintaining a business relationship with the bank, thus earning her a place among the president's esteemed guests. Seeing Lu Hao ignited a wave of irritation within her. The last time they spoke, he had cautioned her about a potential fire hazard at her hotel, prompting her to conduct a thorough inspection, although she had placed 2 fire extinguishers in her office. Alleviating her immediate concerns, she had spent several anxious nights at home, plagued by nightmares and a sense of unease. What a coincidence to meet here. Lu Hao greeted her with a smile, inquiring whether she had performed the necessary fire safety checks. How dare you bring that up? Your warning has left me sleepless for days. Huang Qingqiu shot back, her eyes narrowing at him. Did he not realize how his words had unsettled her? Better to be cautious than to face an actual disaster, Lu Hao replied, confident that the Yujin restaurant had indeed experienced a fire, and that Huang Qingqiu had married a man significantly older than herself. However, that was a matter from a previous life, and the exact timing eluded him. Perhaps his arrival had set in motion a series of events that altered the course of the Yujin restaurant's fate, much like the changes already seen in the market due to his presence. Yet, there exists a possibility that the moment has not yet arrived. Observing Lu Hao's earnest expression, Huang Qingqiu found herself perplexed as to whether his words were a jest, a prank, or perhaps a sincere declaration. The ambiguity was confounding. Once the business was concluded, she refrained from uttering further words and rose to exit. As she stepped outside, having taken only a few strides, she overheard a voice from within. Lu Hao was declaring, I wish to apply for a loan of 2 million. Huang Qingqiu abruptly shuddered, glancing back at the closed door. A loan of 2 million? How audacious could he be to seek such a substantial sum, unperturbed by the prospect of repayment? She was utterly astonished. This was no trifling amount. Mr. Huang, is he someone of significance to be requesting 2 million? Zhang Jing, who stood beside her, covered her mouth in disbelief, finding the claim utterly outrageous. Both women were taken aback by Lu Hao's startling announcement. When the Eugene restaurant had opened, Huang Qingqiu had secured a loan as well. But it had merely been a sum of 200,000 to 300,000, which she repaid promptly after turning a profit. Others around her similarly refrained from borrowing such extravagant amounts. Yet, this man was boldly seeking 2 million, truly alarming. I thought I must have misheard. Did you also catch that it was 2 million? Huang Qingqiu remarked. I inquired with the waiter who delivered dishes to their private room that day. The orders were somewhat distinctive, yet not extravagant, and the one footing the bill was not him. He is simply an ordinary individual. Perhaps he was jesting. She found it implausible that he could secure such a loan, dismissing it as mere hyperbole. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bank office, upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Li Guangcai's complexion turned ashen. He turned his head to regard Lu Hao, his expression a tapestry of emotions. A tumult of thoughts clashed within him. Did Lu Hao summon him over with the intention of using him as collateral for the loan? 2 million. Should he flee? He swallowed hard, fear gripping him. Beads of sweat forming as if the presence beside him was not a man, but a fearsome beast. Is it warm in here? Lu Hao inquired, casting a glance in his direction. A bit, Li Guangcai replied, wiping his forehead. You wish to borrow 2 million? I am not worth that much. Here stood the director of a bustling market, overseeing dozens of employees, adept at leveraging his modest authority during festive seasons to garner gifts, and capable of speaking with ease to superiors. Yet, at this moment, a single statement from Lu Hao rendered him pale, his legs trembling slightly. Is it only 2 million that frightens you, brotherly? Lu Hao remarked. Did I not inform you of my intentions to borrow money from the bank? You should have been mentally prepared. Indeed, you mentioned it, but I never anticipated such a sum. Li Guangcai was genuinely alarmed. Lu Hao was neither jesting nor speaking nonsense. He truly intended to borrow 2 million. Currently, the economy was in a phase of reform, with economic activities being liberalized and somewhat chaotic. This represented an opportunity. In an effort to stimulate economic activity, special funds were allocated from above, and this loan would bear no interest. With no stipulated repayment deadline, only the clause of filial repayment remained. While this clause would undoubtedly contravene the law in the future, it was indeed applicable at this moment. Regrettably, many conscientious individuals, upon encountering the notion of inheriting their parents' debts, fear the implications for their descendants and thus relinquish such loans. Ironically, it is often those self-serving individuals who, through interest-free and indefinite loans, ascend to wealth. The most absurd aspect remains that many loans subsequently devolve into bad debts, with numerous borrowers failing to repay and escaping credit checks. Such interest-free and indefinite loans can be likened to state welfare, albeit subtly unacknowledged. However, these loans are exclusively available to rural residents, leaving Lu Hao, a city dweller, unable to partake. Envy serves no purpose. Nonetheless, even if one is ineligible for interest-free loans, those with interest remain highly advantageous. Due to inflation, the currency of the present holds greater value than that of the future, while others may fret over repayment. For someone like Lu Hao, endowed with prescient insight, the concern of inability to repay does not exist. There exists a humorous anecdote in later years wherein individuals reflect on the lives of those who took out loans to purchase homes decades prior. One respondent quipped, "They are filled with regret, burdened by the thought of repaying mere tens of dollars monthly, fearing they might forget and needing to consult a psychologist, suffering greatly." Young yet ambitious, Lu Hao commands respect. The bank manager, Tu Yuliang, scrutinizes Lu Hao, asking, "Are you certain you wish to borrow 2 million? In his 20s, he arrives with a bag of money to deposit, and he has done so multiple times. This individual is indeed commendable. Moreover, Tu Yuliang is aware that Lu Hao operates a supermarket that thrives. His wife once shopped there, winning a prize, a fan, which she joyfully boasted about upon her return. A loan of 2 million is a feat that even Huang Qingqiu, who returned from studying abroad to establish the Eugene restaurant, dared not attempt. In fact, only 2 or 3 individuals have borrowed over 2 million from the bank in a year. Could I borrow more? Perhaps 5 million? Lu Hao exclaimed, gazing at Tu Yuliang with astonishment. 2 million is insufficient. Tu Yuliang, who had recently jested about Li Guangcai's lack of ambition, was startled by Lu Hao's request for 2 million, yet now he finds himself equally astounded by Lu Hao's bold tone. As the branch manager, he has served since its inception, yet the branch has never processed a loan of 5 million. The largest loan ever granted was merely 3 million. And that occurred just once. His prior inquiry was merely to reconfirm. There was no ulterior motive. However, Lu Hao's tone suggested that 2 million might not suffice, and that he sought more. This young man is audacious. Such was Tu Yuliang's sentiment at that moment. I was merely reconfirming. It's not as you interpret it, he hesitated to express. 5 million is excessive. We cannot accommodate that. Such a sum incurs significant interest. Are you not concerned? Lu Hao, unfazed, replied, money, whether resting in a bank or in one's pocket, becomes mere paper if not utilized. It is only through circulation that it realizes its true value. If possible, I would like to apply for a loan of 100 million. If President Tu has the authority and capability to facilitate this, I would be immensely grateful. I am willing to comply with any necessary fees and procedures. 100 million. What audacity! Tu Yuliang could no longer remain seated. He sprang up and exclaimed, "Are you joking? The total deposits of our branch do not even amount to 100 million. How could we possibly lend you that sum?" This young man certainly speaks boldly. Even if he hinted at deducting fees as a form of a bribe, it would still be unattainable. The amount is simply excessive, as it would deplete the branch's savings. If there truly were 100 million in deposits, he would not be managing a branch, but advancing to higher positions within the bank. The more deposits a bank has, the more it can lend. And with numerous medium and small enterprises, as well as many public institutions in need of funds, if a genuine 100 million were available, those of higher rank would surely come to seek his favor. Meanwhile, Li Guangcai stood dumbfounded, unsure how to interject. He suddenly regretted accompanying Lu Hao, as he found himself overwhelmed by the scene before him. Despite his years of experience as a director in the market, he felt like a mere country bumpkin compared to Lu Hao. I merely mentioned it in passing. Lu Hao chuckled. Let us settle for 2 million instead. It's a bit disappointing, but it is what it is. The bank could never lend him 100 million. The amount is simply too great. Even though obtaining a loan is quite easy now, with simplified procedures. Unlike in the future where one must justify the purpose of obtaining a bank card and undergo extensive background checks, securing a loan would be even more challenging. Your casual mention does not appear so innocent, Tu Yuliang mused. When Lu Hao mentioned 100 million, his eyes sparkled with interest. He realized that if there truly were 100 million in deposits, Lu Hao was indeed contemplating the possibility. Incredible. Mr. Lu, I have approved a loan of 2 million, he declared. He promptly retrieved a form from the side, requesting Lu Hao's signature for confirmation, without even asking for identification. Just a signature and a thumbprint would suffice. Lu Hao touched the leasing contract for his market stall, initially considering it as collateral, but Tu Yuliang did not inquire at all. While he understood that securing a loan was easy at this moment, the simplicity still astonished him. There was no need for identification verification, facial recognition, collateral proofs, or countless stamps and guarantees, just a signature and a thumbprint. For businessmen, this truly is a remarkable era. After waiting briefly in the office, 2 million in cash was promptly presented before him. Who dares to claim that efficiency is low at this time? This is efficiency at its finest. As he gazed at the stacks of $100 bills before him, each stack containing 1,000, totaling 200 stacks, Lu Hao felt a complex mix of emotions. As someone in dire need of funds, he was delighted by the bank's efficiency and streamlined processes. Yet, as a taxpayer, he felt a pang of sorrow, recognizing that many bad debts arise from such practices. A reputable lender, capable of repaying loans, often finds many individuals ultimately burdened by debts, resulting in bad or dormant accounts, which are merely written off without consequence to their credit records. At this juncture, there is no concept of credit history. It is invariably the honest individuals who suffer. President Tu, could you lend me a sack? I forgot to bring something to carry it in. It's rather cumbersome to hold all this, Lu Hao remarked. Tu Yuliang raised an eyebrow, bemused at Lu Hao's empty-handedness. How could someone borrowing such a substantial sum not have brought something to carry it in? It was evident that he intended to borrow his snakeskin bag. Tu could not help but mentally exclaim in disbelief. The loan of 2 million yuan had been granted rather effortlessly, partly due to governmental policy, the economic restructuring, and the pressing need for liquidity in society, which led to enhanced support for enterprises of all sizes. Furthermore, Tu had a reasonable understanding of Lu Hao, which led him to greenlight the loan. This decision was, after all, a part of his performance metrics. However, he was astonished that Lu Hao, having borrowed such a significant amount, had not brought anything to carry it in, indicating that, in Lu Hao's eyes, the 2 million was hardly a matter of concern. Lacking a sack, Tu arranged for a snakeskin bag to be brought, into which Lu Hao promptly deposited the cash. Turning to Tu Yuliang, he cheerfully invited, "President Tu, let us grab a meal together sometime." "Certainly," Tu Yuliang replied succinctly. Lu Hao indeed owed a debt of gratitude to Tu Yuliang. The full loan amount had been disbursed without any kickbacks, and for that reason alone, a meal was warranted. With the money secured, Lu Hao led the way, grasping the tightly tied bag's opening, while Li Guangcai followed behind, supporting the bottom. The 200 stacks weighed over 20 kilograms. While one person could manage, two made the task significantly more comfortable. The volume of the money was considerable. As they passed through the bank's lobby, Huang Qingxiu and Zhang Jing remained in place. As Lu Hao walked past them, he flashed a smile at Huang Qingxiu. "Still here?" It was as if they were old friends. Huang Qingxiu couldn't help but reflect on how this man was indeed different, while others approached her with shyness and hesitation. Even those more affluent and confident were often reticent, lingering at a distance before mustering the courage to greet her, perhaps even too timid to approach at all. Having studied abroad and dressed in a trendy manner, she was accustomed to attracting attention wherever she went, and even now, numerous eyes were cast her way. Yet none dared to approach. Yet, Lu Hao was different. It seemed as though they were long-standing friends, compelled to exchange pleasantries upon meeting. What a coincidence! "You're here too? Have you eaten yet?" This manner of interaction was undeniably pleasant for her. "I'm just about to leave," she replied. This was her first experience conversing so effortlessly with a man outside of her father, devoid of any pressure. "All right, I'll take my leave then." Lu Hao nodded and bid her farewell. As Lu Hao and Li Guangcai departed with the snakeskin bag, Zhang Jing inquired, "Huang, do you know him well?" "Counting this time. We've met 3 times, Huang Qingxiu recalled clearly. "Once on the stairs, once outside the restroom, and just moments ago in President Tu's office." "But why is he so natural in his greetings? As if they had known each other for ages. I observed the other boys blushing profusely when they greeted you. Even those who usually spoke with great fluency stumbled over their words." Zhang Jing furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Lu Hao's retreating figure. The other men approached Huang Qingxiu with a cautious demeanor, afraid to offend her with a misstep in conversation, while Lu Hao spoke with an effortless ease, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. Moreover, he did not even glance back as he walked away. He was indeed quite extraordinary. Huang Qingxiu nodded in agreement, her gaze following Lu Hao, who had already stepped onto the street. There was a distinctive quality about him that captivated her, one that was absent in other men. "Do you think the bag he is carrying contains a loan of 2 million? Zhang Jing inquired, her eyes fixed on the snakeskin bag that Lu Hao and Li Guangcai were carrying. "That seems implausible." Huang Qingxiu hesitated before shaking her head. She recalled how meticulously she had borrowed a few 100,000 from the bank, enlisting the help of 4 or 5 individuals to avoid any mishaps. The money had been securely packed in a sturdy case, an imported safe purchased specifically for its reliability, and she had chosen a time when foot traffic was minimal. If she had been that cautious with a mere few 100,000, how could one possibly brazenly carry 2 million across the street in a snakeskin bag? It seemed far too reckless. "Brother, Hao Gu, you truly are my brother. Let us not walk like this. We should find a place to hide." Li Guangcai's grip on the bag turned pale. A man in his 40s, he was unnerved by Lu Hao's audacity. He had never felt such trepidation even when receiving gifts. Yet now, he was genuinely afraid. 2 million was being carried so nonchalantly. And if anything were to go awry on the bustling street, what then? This was borrowed money. What would happen if trouble arose? Initially, he had aimed to cultivate a good rapport with Lu Hao, thinking it might serve him well, but now he felt as though he had boarded a sinking ship. The youthful exuberance and daring of the younger generation were too much for him to handle. He felt on the verge of tears, glancing around as if everyone were a potential threat. "Remain calm. The bustling street is safer due to the crowd. It's in the sparsely populated areas that one might face danger from behind," Lu Hao remarked with composure. Li Guangcai forced a smile, finally realizing that when Lu Hao had invited him to the bank, it was not for his connections to secure a loan, but rather to assist in carrying the money. He had assumed it was a strategic move to leverage his relationships, yet it had never even been mentioned in the bank manager's office. Indeed, Lu Hao nodded. While the sum of money was not excessively heavy, carrying it by hand was still somewhat taxing. It was easier with two. His invitation to the bank was merely a request for assistance. It seemed rather excessive for such a simple task. He surrendered to the situation, acknowledging that the younger generation possessed an overwhelming amount of knowledge, which he struggled to keep up with. Upon reaching the office, they stacked the money into the safe and summoned Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang. The four of them worked in unison to lift the safe onto a cart, covering it with a burlap sack to create a semblance of disguise. Lu Hao then transported the safe directly to his home. While he felt secure leaving a few thousand in the office, thanks to the safe and surveillance cameras, the magnitude of 2 million made him wary. He feared that someone might damage the cameras and abscond with the safe altogether. Even though the safe was exceedingly heavy, requiring 4 individuals to lift it, the staggering sum of 2 million was enough to incite a group to commit a crime, prompting him to exercise great caution. Upon arriving at the residential complex, several individuals laboriously lowered the safe, encased in a snakeskin bag. They then collaborated to carry it inside, placing it beside the bed at the far end of the room. This marked Li Guangcai's first visit to Lu Hao's residence. Glancing around, he immediately remarked, "Mr. Lu, you are, after all, a businessman of considerable stature, yet you reside in such a modest place. Outside, one could purchase a spacious apartment of over 100 square meters for merely tens of thousands, offering a much more comfortable living environment, complete with running water and a bathroom, far superior to this cramped space." He found it difficult to comprehend. Had he possessed Lu Hao's wealth, he would have long since upgraded to a larger home, initially questioning whether he had entered the wrong place. Instead of addressing him as Brother Hao, Boss Lu, or Young Lu, he opted for the more respectful Mr. Lu, signifying both familiarity and reverence. This title carried a weight of admiration. In the past, his feelings towards Lu Hao were largely limited to respect, but today's events had genuinely startled him, instilling a deeper sense of awe. The nonchalant manner in which Lu Hao secured a loan of 2 million and calmly transported the cash back from the street to the market office, depositing it in the safe, was a display of audacity he found himself envious of. "Here, have a sip of cold soda to cool off," Su Min offered, retrieving chilled beverages from the refrigerator. After popping the caps, she distributed them among the group, encouraging them to sit and chat without formality. "Enjoy some candy." Nini chimed in, pulling out her cherished milk candies and offering each guest one. Good manners were paramount, and Su Min's hospitality was mirrored by Nini's imitation. Though the apartment was small, it was warm and welcoming. "This home holds sentimental value for me," Lu Hao remarked, surveying the surroundings with nostalgia. Despite its modest size, every corner bore the imprint of his life with his wife, making it hard to part with. Additionally, 2 other factors contributed to his reluctance. He found the current market properties unappealing, having already set his sights on a target, and he harbored ambitions regarding his garment factory, necessitating his continued presence in the neighborhood. "Stay for a meal. I'll go buy some ingredients," Su Min suggested, preparing to head out. It was not mere politeness. While the refrigerator contained some vegetables, it surely wouldn't suffice. "No need to purchase anything. I brought back some ingredients," Lu Hao interjected, placing 2 bags on the table. "Very well, you all chat while I prepare the vegetables and cook," Su Min replied, picking up the ingredients and heading toward the end of the corridor to wash and prepare them. "Mrs. Lu is truly virtuous," Li Guangcai remarked, genuinely envious. Throughout their visit, Su Min had displayed remarkable warmth and propriety, far exceeding the demeanor of his own wife, who, while capable in the kitchen, lacked Su Min's effortless grace. Zhang Jigang cast a puzzled glance at Li Guangcai, wondering why the director was alternating between calling Lu Hao Mr. Lu and referring to his wife as Mrs. Lu. He had never previously heard him use such a title for anyone's spouse. Had Li Guangcai been won over by Lu Hao as well? Upon this reflection, he could not help but lift his head, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Having been subdued before directorly, with his extensive experience, he believed he ought to be granted a significant position. "My wife is indeed remarkable," Lu Hao unabashedly praised. With such a gracious hostess, how could one not expect a flourishing household? When guests entered the home, proactively preparing meals was the utmost sign of respect for them, as well as the highest regard for her husband. Chapter 86. Nini is also quite obedient, enjoying watermelon. Suddenly, Nini brought a platter of fruit to the table. She then looked at Lu Hao and said, "Daddy, Mommy is your wife? Am I not your daughter? Why do you only praise Mommy and not Nini?" "I also wish to be complimented." The little girl seemed to be feeling a twinge of jealousy. Lu Hao affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Indeed." Nini is very well-behaved and thoughtful. At this, Nini proudly lifted her chin, then began to serve pieces of watermelon to Li Guangcai and the others. Once she had distributed the watermelon, she bid Lu Hao farewell, saying, "Daddy, I will help Mommy wash the vegetables. You adults can chat, and I shall not disturb you." With that, she scampered off, ensuring to close the door behind her. Such understanding. How one longs for a daughter like her. Lu Hao had truly taught her well. The three men marveled in admiration. Even the usually taciturn and honest Shi displayed a hint of envy. Lu Hao looked at him and said, "Do not envy. Follow me, and I will ensure you marry a beautiful wife and have a child just like Nini." "Thank you, Brother Hao," Shi replied joyfully. Lu Hao took a few bites of the chilled watermelon, which was indeed refreshing. He turned to Li Guangcai and said, "Brother Li, when you return later, you need to prepare some small suitcases for me. They should not be too large, ideally just enough to hold around 100,000. Is that feasible? Though I do not have them at home, I know someone at the leather market. I can go find him shortly." Li Guangcai nodded in agreement. Having occupied his position for several years, he had not advanced further, but had accumulated some connections. 20 should suffice, right? He was still somewhat perplexed. 2 million could easily fit into a larger suitcase. Tomorrow, they could simply take it directly to the market without needing a suitcase at all. One could even bring the safe itself, using a snakeskin bag for the auction. The market was close by and quite convenient. Why was Lu Hao specifically arranging for small suitcases? Moreover, he insisted they should be just the right size to hold around 100,000. 20 is not enough. We need at least 50, Lu Hao countered, shaking his head. Money is not urgent. You are a big boss. Are you worried about cash? Li Guangcai expressed his confusion. I'm just a bit curious about why you need so many suitcases. 50. A small suitcase holds 100,000. 20 would suffice. Yet Lu Hao requires 30 more. Tomorrow. You will understand. Lu Hao had his reasons. You three should come early tomorrow. This safe is too heavy for me to manage alone. The three nodded in agreement. Even without Lu Hao's invitation, they would have come to assist him. Su Min worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly returning after washing the vegetables to stir-fry and steam rice. The several gentlemen present felt somewhat awkward, eager to lend a hand, yet their offers were politely declined. Before long, a sumptuous spread of 6 dishes and a soup graced the table, all substantial fare. Su Min even made a special trip to the nearby convenience store to procure a bottle of 53-degree Bienbian liquor, costing 6 yuan and 24 cents. While it could not compare to Maotai, it was certainly a mid-range option. There was also the cheaper Xiangfan Teku, at 55 degrees, and costing 3 yuan and 75 cents, which she chose not to take. After a modest amount of drinking, the three men left satisfied and well-fed, at which point Su Min finally sat down to enjoy her meal. Lu Hao observed her and said, "Next time, when I invite you to the table, just come without hesitation. We don't adhere to such formalities in our home." During dinner, he had insisted that Su Min and Nini join them at the table. But she had merely taken a bowl to serve Nini, abstaining from eating herself, preferring to attend to their needs, pouring drinks, and frying some peanuts as snacks. "You gentlemen are indulging in food and drink while discussing business. What place do I have at the table?" She thought, unperturbed. The topics they discussed were beyond her comprehension, leaving her feeling like a mere spectator. In truth, she was not an extroverted person, had few friends, and did not enjoy socializing. However, when her husband's friends visited, she felt compelled to contribute and entertain, as it was a matter of pride for her man. Suddenly, she looked up at Lu Hao and asked, "Darling, did I do anything wrong just now? Please let me know, and I shall amend it." He replied, "You did splendidly." Lu Hao then picked up a piece of watermelon and brought it to her lips, expressing, "To have a wife like you is a blessing I must have earned over many lifetimes. When we return to my hometown one day, I shall burn more offerings at our ancestors' graves and bow my head in gratitude for their blessing in bringing you into my life." Su Min felt her cheeks flush, her heart swelling with warmth. Her husband's words had a magical effect, dissipating the fatigue from her earlier solitary chores of washing dishes and cooking. She did not feel wronged. She was merely a bit tired. Setting down her utensils, she declared, "I'll feed myself. Don't move. Open your mouth." "I shall feed you," Lu Hao commanded. "Darling, let me take care of you." This woman deserved to be cherished deeply. Blushing, Su Min took a bite of the sweet watermelon. "Oh, by the way, dear, I almost forgot to tell you. While washing the vegetables earlier, Chen Linjiao approached me and handed me a small cloth pouch filled with money. Su Min carefully retrieved the pouch from her pocket and unfolded it, revealing a sum of money. Upon counting, she found it amounted to 78 yuan and 55 cents. Given that the widow earned only 35 yuan a month, this was a substantial amount, equivalent to more than 2 months of her salary. The fan was originally a gift for her, yet she insisted on paying in installments. I feigned agreement, but there was no need for such a hefty sum all at once, Lu Hao remarked. When he had delivered the fan previously, the widow had rummaged through her pockets, looking rather pitiful with hardly any change to spare. Yet this time, she had surprisingly gifted over 70 yuan. Perhaps she wished to avoid misunderstandings, thus the need for clear accounts. I initially intended to refuse it, but she stuffed it into my pocket and dashed away. Su Min said, "Please return this money to her. She has been enduring a difficult life alone, with her beauty and having lost her partner. Many single men are eyeing her, their gazes almost green with desire. Not just the bachelors, but even some married men are harboring intentions towards her. Life has been exceedingly hard." With that, Su Min wrapped the money again and handed it to Lu Hao. She felt a deep sympathy for Chen Lingjiao, sharing a sense of kindred suffering. Chen Lingjiao had lost her husband early on. They had barely been married when tragedy struck. As for Su Min, although her husband had not departed, their relationship felt akin to absence. She understood Chen Lingjiao's plight. "All right, I shall deliver it to her." Lu Hao ascended the stairs with a small handkerchief and arrived at Chen Lingjiao's door. The door was ajar, propped open by a stool. It was sweltering, and the room was stifling, so the door and windows were left open for ventilation. Inside, Chen Lingji was seated, holding a bowl of noodles. Her petite frame contrasted with the large bowl, which she struggled to manage. In this heat, she had surprisingly donned a jacket. Sitting on a small stool that barely measured 20 centimeters in height, with her knees bent, she placed the bowl precariously on her lap, perspiring profusely as she attempted to consume her meal. A table fan stood nearby, yet it remained off. As she took a few bites, tilting her head towards the fan, a silly smile broke across her face. While others might seek relief from thirst by envisioning plums, was she looking to the fan for respite from the heat? Lu Hao entered without a word. Startled, Chen Lingjiao straightened her posture. She had been sucking on a long noodle, her neck arched, determined to draw it into her mouth hole. Unfortunately, the noodle was too lengthy, causing her face to redden as she strained. Lu Hao's sudden appearance startled her, prompting a fit of coughing that caused her bowl to wobble precariously. In a rush, she steadied it, but the noodle had already snapped. Turning to Lu Hao, her expression bore a hint of reproach, seemingly blaming him for his abrupt entry that had startled her into breaking her noodle. She had been so engrossed in her meal, contemplating a reward of half a pound of meat for herself the next day if she managed to consume the entire noodle. What an irritating man, she thought, pouting in displeasure, now unable to indulge in her meat reward. Though she had become a young widow, she was only in her early 20s, an age when one would typically be in their 3rd or 4th year of university. "On such a hot day, why are you still wearing a jacket?" Lu Hao observed, oblivious to the fact that his presence had deprived her of the opportunity to reward herself with meat the following day. His gaze wandered, noticing that her jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a floral short-sleeved shirt underneath, swaying gently. He paused for a few seconds before hastily averting his eyes. No wonder she chose to wear a jacket. The day was indeed quite warm, yet there was a fan available. "You should turn on the fan. There's no need to leave the door wide open," Lu Hao suggested. "I'm just leaving it open for a while. It gets hot while eating. I'll close it soon. The fan consumes electricity, and I only need it on for a bit before sleeping to cool down," Chen Lingjiao explained. Every penny was accounted for meticulously. Lu Hao produced the handkerchief and focused his gaze solely on her face. "Take this money, even if you need to pay in installments. There is no necessity to return it all at once. Just give me a few coins each month. Are you not planning to rent a stall?" Chen Lingjiao inquired. The question was somewhat convoluted, and it took Lu Hao a moment to grasp its meaning. He gazed at Chen Lingjiao, realizing that she had given him this money because she had heard that Wang Hongjiang intended to compete with him for the stall, and thus she sought to assist him. Chen Lingjiao nodded affirmatively. Yes, she confirmed. She had overheard Wang Hongjiang's conversation with Lu Hao, which explained her urgency in providing him with the funds. "When you came to deliver the fan that day, you only had around 40 yuan, right? Where did this money come from?" Lu Hao asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Could it be that you deceived me last time and secretly hoarded some money?" "No, that's not the case." Chen Lingjiao quickly waved her hands in denial, her body swaying slightly. Lu Hao cleared his throat and turned his head away. "This money is an advance from my factory. It's from next month's salary, 35 yuan, plus the previous 43. 55 yuan, totaling 78. 55 yuan, she hastily explained, unaware of the underlying issues. An advance on next month's salary? Lu Hao cleared his throat again, pausing for a moment as he looked at her. You truly are a bit naive. Outsiders only perceive the garment factory as a state-owned enterprise, a bastion of job security. Yet the reality is that the factory's financial situation has been deteriorating, steadily declining. Salaries are increasingly delayed, and there are even instances of arrears. Most poorly managed state-owned enterprises encounter such predicaments. Economic reforms favor larger entities while allowing smaller ones to falter. With pivotal industries, such as oil, steel, and grain, remaining under strict control due to their significance to national interest and security. In contrast, industries like clothing and other non-essential goods, including beverages and snacks, are being encouraged to liberalize. This so-called liberalization signifies a shift from a planned economy to a market economy, transitioning from state support to independent growth. If well managed, these enterprises may thrive. If not, they face closure, bankruptcy, or restructuring. The garment factory, too, is undergoing such transformations. The former leadership model has shifted to a factory director system, with Wang Hongjiang's father taking the reins as the director, effectively rendering the factory his personal domain. If a capable director were to emerge, seizing the momentum of the market economy, the factory could significantly benefit. However, it is evident that Wang Hongjiang's father is not of that caliber. Favoritism prevails, and he continually undermines the factory's interests with his authority. Under this director system, the factory's leadership structure comprises 1 director, 2 deputy directors, and 3 chief officers. The director refers to the factory head. The 2 deputies oversee production and operations, while the chief engineer, chief economist, and chief accountant manage technical, operational, and financial matters, respectively. Ultimately, all are accountable to the director, whose power is almost limitless, rendering the garment factory his independent little kingdom. One of the deputy directors is a relative of his, and one of the 3 chief officers also has ties to him. Although the others may not have direct connections, they too must be mindful of Wang Hongjiang's father's disposition. Several other positions were filled with individuals closely connected to the management, resulting in the factory being drained of its resources, ultimately leading to its catastrophic downfall. Regrettably, many employees, despite perceiving the gradual decline, remained steadfast in their belief that their positions were secure and would not be relinquished. The situation within the factory has become increasingly grim, with wages no longer being disbursed punctually. During this turbulent time, Chen Linjiao sought to advance her salary and, upon receiving it, undoubtedly faced considerable hardship, including verbal reprimands. Why am I such a fool? I work diligently and with great dexterity. I am by no means foolish. After being scolded, Chen Linjiao felt indignant, defiantly staring at Lu Hao as if demanding a clear acknowledgement from him. Otherwise, she felt her integrity would be tarnished. You truly are a bit naive, Lu Hao remarked, handing her the money. This money is unnecessary, but I appreciate your kind intentions. Don't just survive on noodles. Adding 2 eggs would enhance the nutritional value. I have eggs in my room. Would you like to join me in fetching 2? No need. This is perfectly fine, Chen Linjiao replied, shaking her head. Her voice was somewhat subdued, perhaps due to the small amount she had received, feeling it insufficient to assist him. I understand the sum is modest, yet it represents my gratitude. I know you gifted me a fan out of pity, wanting to help me. Assisting in the shop is a minor task. But your generous gift of the fan, acknowledging the heat and my lack of one, has made me truly thankful. I wish to contribute in return. She felt a pang of inadequacy. Though the amount was trivial, it was her gesture of appreciation for Lu Hao's thoughtful gift. All right then, I will take 10 yuan. Keep the rest for yourself, Lu Hao said as he extracted a 10 yuan note. It must be challenging for you alone. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Rest assured, my wife is aware of my visits. You both have endured considerable hardship. One has lost her man, while the other has a man who might as well not exist. Chapter 88. Bullying me for lacking a man. Chen Linjiao glared at Lu Hao, astonished at his self-deprecating remarks. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? It was one thing for her to be in such a predicament, having just married and lost her husband before even having a chance to consummate their union, but it was entirely different for Lu Hao, who now seemed to have transformed, brazenly disparaging himself by equating Su Min's situation to that of being without a man. Was he not essentially insulting himself? This man had a thick skin and a certain roguish charm, yet he was also refreshingly sincere, showing no hesitation in belittling himself. Well, I must take my leave. I need to rest early today as another battle awaits tomorrow, Lu Hao declared as he approached the door. It remained firmly shut, and the fan still needed to be turned on. He should not act so foolishly. He kicked aside the chair blocking the door and casually closed it behind him. Chen Linjiao was taken aback. Why kick the chair I placed by the door and then shut it? It felt somewhat vexing. Bullying me for lacking a man. She muttered as the room grew dimmer. She hurried over, intending to open the door, but as she rushed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. She halted abruptly and glanced down, her entire being freezing in shock. Remembering Lu Hao's gaze and words from moments earlier made her face flush crimson, prompting her to hastily button her coat. Despite her efforts, her cheeks remained flushed with embarrassment, and in frustration, she struck her forehead with her fist. What a fool I am. Returning to her room, Su Min inquired. Did he give you the money? She handed over the money, but I took out 10 yuan. Lu Hao nodded. She had advanced next month's salary from the factory, gathering this sum for me because she overheard Wang Hongjiang's intentions to compete with me for a stall at the market, thus wishing to assist. Even 10 yuan is appreciated. No amount should diminish goodwill. Su Min remarked that Wang Hongjiang must have noticed the supermarket's thriving business and wanted to involve himself. Will you feel any pressure? Just small fry, Lu Hao replied confidently. I could easily crush such insignificant characters with a mere finger. To outsiders, the Wang father and son seemed formidable, one the factory director, the other his son, commanding respect and authority within the factory, yet they did not concern him. Let them be for now. When the time is ripe, I shall strike. Daddy, what's inside? And I was curiously examining the safe beside the bed. The girl, dressed in sandals, squatted on the floor with her rear in the air, her eyes wide as she scrutinized the safe from every angle. It's a safe for storing money, Lu Hao explained. Money? Then there must be a lot. Is that why it's so big and made of iron, to deter thieves? And I turned to Lu Hao, her face brimming with curiosity, peppering him with questions. Children are often filled with wonder. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured to illustrate just how much money she envisioned. Would you like to see? Lu Hao smiled as he shut the door, locked it, turned on the lights, and drew the curtains. Is there really a lot of money? Su Min asked, intrigued. The mother and daughter stood by the bed. Lu Hao opened the safe, revealing stacks of cash, meticulously arranged in 2 layers, filled with fresh, green 100 yuan bills from the 1980 edition. My goodness, there's so much money. The mother and daughter exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. After a moment of surprise, Su Min hurriedly closed the safe, covering it with a sack and then adding other items for security. And I scurried around the room, eventually picking up a stick from the corner. After a few gestures, she decided it was inadequate and handed it to Lu Hao. Daddy, take this. If any bad guys come, you can hit them with it. After saying this, she quickly grabbed a small stool and positioned herself behind the door, vigilantly watching the entrance. The door remained undisturbed. They used the water stored in a bucket for washing. Only a quick wipe down was necessary. That night, Su Min struggled to sleep, tossing and turning, yet she said nothing. The following morning, after freshening up, Li Guang, Shi Xiong, and Zhang Jigang arrived to assist Lu Hao in moving the safe downstairs onto a cart. Su Min and I followed. She took Lu Hao's hand, saying, my love, whether in poverty or wealth, in health or sickness, I shall always be with you. Where did you learn such words? Lu Hao chuckled. I read them in the newspaper. It said that foreigners express these sentiments during marriage, often holding ceremonies in churches. Su Min declared earnestly, imploring him not to laugh, stating that if necessary, she would return to work. Having endured a restless night, her dark circles betraying her fatigue, she grasped her man's hand tightly. The money, she was certain, was borrowed, an immense sum, far too great to repay in a lifetime if they were to fail. Nevertheless, her resolve was steadfast. She would remain by her man's side, united in repaying the debt. Lu Hao gazed at her, recognizing the folly of this woman. After glimpsing the contents of the safe, she likely surmised the funds were indeed borrowed. She had tossed and turned all night, clearly anxious yet refraining from disturbing his slumber, choosing instead to suffer in silence until she could finally voice her feelings. Rest assured, your husband shall not falter. You have yet to become a wealthy woman, and Nini has not transformed into a princess. How could I possibly lose? Lu Hao flashed her a reassuring smile. At the vegetable market, the bidding was exclusive, with outsiders barred from entry. Su Min and Nini remained within the confines of their community, while Lu Hao, Zhang Jigang, Li Guangcai, and Shi Xiong proceeded to the supermarket office. Subsequently, Only Li Guangxi would accompany Lu Hao to bid for the stalls, as Zhang Jigang and Shi Xiong were also denied entry. With the doors secured and the curtains drawn, Li Guangxi gestured toward a stack of small suitcases. Here are the boxes you requested, General Lu. The suitcases were of commendable quality, easily manageable with one hand, and perfectly sized to contain 100,000 yuan each. As they filled the cases, Lu Hao paused, instructing Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang to gather some bricks and scrap paper to fill the remaining suitcases. Understood, Shi Xiong replied, promptly departing. Zhang Jigang, however, was bewildered. You want to fill them with bricks? First, collect the bricks. I will explain later, Lu Hao replied. Ensure no one sees you. Use a bag to conceal them. With lingering questions, Zhang Jigang hurried after Shi Xiong, and together they returned with bricks in a burlap sack. In the office, discarded newspapers were readily available. 20 small suitcases contained 100,000 yuan in cash each, while the remaining 30 were filled with bricks and paper. Once secured, there was little discernible difference in appearance or weight. 2 million cannot guarantee that I will secure all 13 stalls. A bit of sleight of hand is necessary, Lu Hao stated, revealing the purpose of the additional 30 suitcases. Chapter 89. Ample provisions under normal circumstances. The annual rent for a stall would not exceed 100,000 yuan, even in a bidding war. Thus, 2 million was ample. However, the fear lingered that someone might lose their sanity and compete recklessly. For instance, Ma Yuliang, possessing 400,000 to 500,000 in cash along with 3 properties, could become dangerously determined in a bidding frenzy, complicating matters for Lu Hao. One layer of security was insufficient. A second layer was essential. The 2 million served as the first line of defense, while the brick-filled suitcases constituted the second. Preparation must not only account for timing but also ensure adequate safeguards. Otherwise, lives could be at stake. Once all was in readiness, Lu Hao lifted 2 small suitcases and instructed, Li Gu, accompany me inside. Shi Xiong and Ji Gang, you two remain outside and pass me the remaining suitcases. It is excessive. It cannot be managed all at once and must be done in batches. By the way, let me showcase my provisions. Currently, there are already 800, and I have arranged a simple setup on site, with guards outside. Only those possessing bidding qualifications can enter. Li Guangxi had long assisted Lu Hao in obtaining this qualification, and the two of them entered together with their credentials. This document is merely a slip of paper, stamped with a red seal from the market. Inscribed with a name, it is quite simple. Anyone wishing to enter can easily apply for one. However, most people possess a sense of self-awareness, believing that even if they gain entry, they will not be able to secure a stall, thus opting not to involve themselves. Lu Hao, is there money in your small suitcase? At that moment, an individual approached from behind. It was Ma Yuliang, who carried a considerably larger case, deliberately tapping it, taunting Lu Hao about his diminutive suitcase, questioning how much money it could possibly hold. To carry money, one must possess a case of substantial size, much like mine, he remarked. Accompanying him were 2 others, Li Jinsong and Wang Jian, who had joined Ma Yuliang on this occasion. Ma Yuliang, brimming with pride, revealed that his case contained 500,000. He had nearly exhausted all his available funds and even borrowed a few extra thousand to round it up to that figure. He dared not mention it alone and had Li Jinsong and Wang Jian accompany him. The two were more than willing, as they too harbored animosity towards Lu Hao. How petty, like a woman, utilizing such a small suitcase for a sum of money. The two ridiculed Lu Hao. They were elated. Ma Yuliang had assured them that once the stalls were secured, they would open a supermarket selling fruits and vegetables, modeled after Lu Hao's establishment, and situated right next to it. They envisioned themselves managing the supermarket and competing for Lu Hao's business. Anticipating the expression on his face at that moment would be utterly delightful. The group, originally a band of ne'er-do-wells with little money, indulging in vice and frivolities, found it intolerable that Lu Hao had secretly become prosperous. You are destined to have come in vain today. Lu Hao, casting a light remark at Ma Yuliang, proceeded alongside Li Guangxi into the bidding venue, placing his small suitcase down for Li Guangxi to watch over. He then approached the entrance, receiving the small suitcase handed over by Shi Xiong and Zhang Jigang from outside. This continued back and forth, accumulating to a considerable number of trips. The small suitcases piled together formed a small mountain. To the untrained eye, these suitcases appeared identical. However, Lu Hao had discreetly marked some of them with his fingernail, distinguishing which contained cash and which were filled with bricks. He was fully aware of their contents. As he settled down, Ma Yuliang, who had been fixated on Lu Hao, was utterly astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Initially, he had presumed Lu Hao brought only 2 small suitcases, estimating a maximum of around 200,000, which aligned with his expectations. Presently, Lu Hao possessed merely over 100,000, and even with creative assembling, he could barely reach 200,000 at best. His own funds exceeded that amount substantially. Why should he compete with him for a stall? Yet, now, gazing at the mountain of small suitcases, he was left speechless. Is this madness? How could there possibly be so much? He had meticulously calculated, yet an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. Why does Lu Hao insist on giving him such a fright every time he feels confident? He thought he had Lu Hao firmly in his grasp, only to find that Lu Hao leaped beyond the bounds of expectation, defying all calculations. Not just him, but the other attendees at the auction were equally astonished, whispering amongst themselves, "Who is this person? Could it be that the small suitcase contains money? What a ridiculous notion. What else could it be, if not cash?" They might not know yet, but this individual is the owner of Minxing Fresh Supermarket. On the opening day, residents from nearby neighborhoods flocked to buy groceries, stripping the shelves bare, leaving the storeroom empty. It is said that the earnings were so substantial they could not even fit into the cash register, spilling onto the floor instead. So, it is him, so remarkably young. It is indeed he, which explains why the market stalls are now up for bidding. Previously, this dilapidated place was of no interest to anyone. Those attending the auction generally had some money in hand, the lowest being a 10,000 yuan household. They thought, if not aiming for a large gain, at least securing a stall would be a certainty. However, upon witnessing the pile of small suitcases surrounding Lu Hao, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. Compared to Lu Hao, their resources were evidently insufficient. How could they possibly charge forth? They would be defeated before even starting. A few individuals brought along 20,000 yuan, thinking that as a 10,000 yuan household, they would be fine. Yet, at this moment, they stealthily tucked their cash back into their pockets, too ashamed to flaunt it. Wang Hongjiang was also present, accompanied by a slightly older man resembling him, appearing more composed. This middle-aged man was Wang Hongjiang's father, Wang Mingda, the factory director of a garment manufacturing plant, who had come along as well. Between them lay a suitcase containing over 200,000 yuan, a portion of the fruits of his years as a factory director. "Dad, that person is Lu Hao. He is too cunning." Clearly, he intentionally packed money into those small suitcases to appear more substantial, hoping to intimidate everyone. Wang Hongjiang expressed his frustration, noting how these fools were genuinely frightened, believing the small suitcase held a fortune. Hearing his son's words, Wang Mingda nodded approvingly. "It is astute of you to think this way. Those small suitcases must amount to at least 100,000 yuan, and if that is the case, then collectively, they should be worth several million. Such an amount could purchase the entire garment factory. That seems exaggerated. A little analysis reveals the improbability. This person does possess a bit of cunning, but he can only deceive the dim-witted. The largest denomination in those small suitcases must surely be 10 yuan. Though they appear plump, the actual amount would not exceed 1,000 yuan. With so many suitcases, the total would only be around 50,000 yuan. Others nearby, having overheard his remarks, gathered closer. Is it true that the small suitcase doesn't contain that much money? Isn't this Director Wang from the garment factory? You've come as well. They acknowledged Wang Mingda's insight, praising him as the director. "Dad, many people recognize you," Wang Hongjiang declared proudly. His father's reputation reflected well on him, ensuring that wherever he went, mentioning his father's name garnered respect. "Calm down. We are in our 20s and yet still so restless. What is there to celebrate in merely gaining a few acquaintances? I have long taught you that emotions should not be displayed, yet you seem unable to grasp this lesson," Wang Mingda admonished his son. However, as he spoke, a slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Though he uttered protests, his body betrayed him, responding with eagerness. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Before he assumed the role of factory director, few recognized him, yet now, as he walked, he was often greeted by acquaintances and visited by others, most seeking his assistance. This elevated sense of status was utterly delightful. Nevertheless, despite his inner joy, he endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure. A factory director must embody the gravitas of his position. He must uphold a dignified demeanor. He continued, "One must be adept at observation, summarization, and analysis. These small suitcases are mere illusions, tricks of the trade. My conclusions are not baseless, but rather derived from careful analysis. Although the fresh supermarket business has been thriving, Having only recently opened, the impressive revenue on the first day is not indicative of sustained success. The initial day's sales were bolstered by a lottery event, utilizing an expensive Mitsubishi air conditioner as bait to attract customers. However, such gimmicks may yield short-term gains but cannot sustain a business. True success requires a steady and reliable approach. One cannot rely on clever tricks to achieve lasting results. He cast a critical glance at Lu Hao, who was not far off, remarking, "I heard from my son that Lu Hao has declared his intention to secure all 13 stalls. However, he faces stiff competition and lacks sufficient capital. He is aware of this, hence his clever ruse of bringing numerous small suitcases, creating the illusion of abundance when a single large suitcase would suffice. What is his intention? To intimidate others into submission, hoping to monopolize all 13 stalls. Such juvenile cleverness is laughable in my presence. He is still rather inexperienced. Each of those small suitcases contains at most 1,000 yuan. To be safe, I shall exaggerate, asserting that the maximum is 3,000 yuan. You shall see this during the auction." He leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Having spoken, he closed his eyes, entering a state of quiet contemplation, saying no more. The air of authority he exuded was unmistakable. The others, initially eager to engage him further, retreated to their seats upon witnessing his demeanor. Lu Hao, having overheard Wang Mingda's remarks, merely smiled, not even glancing in his direction but instead focusing ahead. Before him lay a red carpet, with a microphone positioned centrally and a row of tables behind it adorned with nameplates. A few key figures had yet to arrive, as the leaders typically made their entrance last. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, the bidders assembled, and the staff gradually took their positions. "Mr. Lu, I must make my way to the front," Li Guang stated. As the director of the vegetable market, it was imperative for him to participate in the bidding process. And a nameplate awaited him, albeit positioned somewhat off to the side. Lu Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Li Guang took his seat, and almost simultaneously, a host dressed in a Zhongshan suit emerged, evidently a professional auctioneer invited specifically for this occasion, exhibiting a commendable degree of poise. A few minutes later, the individuals indicated by the nameplates at the center also arrived, perfectly timed. After delivering an introductory discourse, highlighting the leaders present and outlining the basic conditions of the vegetable market, the auctioneer handed the microphone to a leader seated at the first position on the left side. In an effort to invigorate the economy, certain state-owned enterprises can now be leased to individuals for management, thus pioneering the leasing of stalls in the vegetable market. Initially, 5 stalls have been leased out, demonstrating that leasing to individuals can effectively address the current sluggish mechanisms, lack of vitality, and insufficient momentum within the market. To achieve a breakthrough in these challenges, it has been decided to further intensify the reform of leasing in the vegetable market, building upon the implementation of the 30 guidelines. After more than half an hour of discourse, many attendees began to nod off. For numerous individuals, the speech resembled the tediousness of an elderly woman's foot-binding cloth, long and reeking of boredom. However, Lu Hao listened intently, finding delight in what seemed like mere platitudes. Beneath the surface lay crucial policy insights. What constitutes state ownership? It is essentially state-owned enterprises. The notion that state-owned enterprises can be leased to private operators, when articulated, is tantamount to a significant endorsement, signaling monumental shifts in economic reform. Delving deeper, it suggests that state-owned enterprises could potentially be sold to private entities. Profiting often hinges upon the disparity of information. Many apparent sudden market shifts are, in fact, foreshadowed. Few pay attention, missing opportunities for wealth. Lu Hao scanned the room. Only a handful were truly engaged. Wang Mingda was one, and Ma Yuliang another. One, a factory director, had access to more information and was particularly attentive to such matters. The other, with a net worth in the hundreds of thousands, surely possessed some acumen. Once the introductory remarks concluded, and after a lengthy preamble, the session finally transitioned to the main event. The auctioneer stepped forward once more, announcing that 13 stalls would be auctioned, numbered sequentially from 1 to 13. With a minimum rental price set at 1,000 yuan per year and no limit on bidding rounds, the highest bidder would prevail. However, to prevent frivolous bids and ensure payment, a contract must be signed on-site, along with the minimum annual rental fee. Upon concluding his remarks, the auctioneer glanced back for a signal to commence and declared, "We now begin the bidding for stall number 1. He picked up a placard inscribed with the number 1, denoting the first stall. 1,000. Immediately, someone placed a bid. either testing the waters or hoping for a bargain. 100. Another voice chimed in, with increments remaining modest. After several rounds of bidding, the price escalated to 500. Both Ma Yuyang and Wang Hongjiang turned their gazes toward Lu Hao, yet he remained unmoved. Wang Hongjiang appeared eager. Dad, should we place a bid? Not yet. Wang Mingdo waved his hand, exuding calmness. Let Lu Hao make his move first. We shall observe him closely. He resembled a patient hunter awaiting the appearance of his prey. This marks my first encounter with Lu Hao, though I had long been acquainted with his name. A ne'er-do-well, embroiled in brawls and mischief, indulging in vices such as drinking, gambling, and womanizing. He possesses a strikingly beautiful wife and has been known to threaten his own son with a knife, deriding him as a worthless failure while he himself is no better. Fortune seems to favor him, marrying a lovely spouse, and even after being dismissed from his job, he surprisingly ventured into business, which has flourished. Being labeled a failure is a first for him. He has never endured such ridicule before. Though angered, he reminds himself that as a factory director, he must refrain from squabbling like a harpy with Lu Hao, yet he meticulously records each grievance. Today, he had no obligation to attend. His son could have handled it alone. He deliberately came to impart a lesson to Lu Hao, fixating his gaze upon him. Chapter 91. Steady as you go indeed, Wang Hongjiang remarked. Otherwise, how could I be your father rather than the other way around? Wang Mingda nodded in agreement, exuding composure. The father and son awaited patiently, unhurried. 3,000. At that moment, Ma Yuliang made his move, doubling the bid with determination. He had brought 500,000. Intent on securing at least 10 stalls. He had calculated that even if each stall's annual rent amounted to 50,000, he would still profit handsomely. His ambition was to expand and strengthen his business, outfitting 10 stalls with DCOR more opulent than Lu Hao's supermarket, thereby usurping his trade. His thoughts were filled with grandeur as he leaned back, contemplating. Place your bid. My bottom line is 50,000. Do you possess more funds than I? As the figure of 3,000 was announced, a hush fell over the crowd. Many were hesitant to commit to this venture, drawn more by curiosity than genuine intent. Lu Hao ought to make his move soon. Once he does, we shall follow suit, Wang Mingdo advised, reiterating his strategy of waiting to strike. You remain steady. Wang Hongjiang nodded. Had you not been here, I surely would have succumbed to impatience and made a premature offer, thus revealing our strategy. You still have much to learn. Wang Mingdo instructed, embodying the calm of a seasoned monk, fully in control of the situation. The flattery from his son swelled his pride. Surveying the room, he noted the absence of any capable competitors. They were all too youthful. His tenure as factory director had not been in vain. He reveled in self-satisfaction. Just then, Lu Hao made his bid, 10,000. 10,000, he exclaimed, startling everyone present. The previously animated auction hall fell silent, with even the leaders seated on stage turning their attention toward Lu Hao. A bid of 10,000 for a single stall was astounding if this continued. 13 stalls would yield a staggering total of 130,000. The annual rental income could reach 13,000. The total revenue of a state-run vegetable market barely exceeded this figure. Furthermore, considering the 7 stalls already leased, the contrast was even more striking. The returns from leasing far surpassed the arduous and unpredictable nature of selling produce, which often left employees disgruntled and clamoring for change. Rental income, however, was a steady source of profit, guaranteeing returns regardless of the season. Others were equally astonished. While most raised their bids by increments of 100, Ma Yuliang boldly escalated his to 3,000, which was already quite extraordinary. However, Lu Hao surpassed all expectations by jumping straight to 10,000. This represented a staggering increase of 7,000. Those who had hoped to snag a bargain with their 10,000 in hand now felt utterly disheartened. Initially, they believed themselves to be affluent, yet at this moment, they felt like mere commoners. Father, Lu Hao is truly ruthless, Wang Hongjiang remarked. It's nothing to worry about. He is merely posturing, attempting to intimidate the others with such a sudden and significant increase, much like his ostentatious display of multiple small suitcases, Wang Mingdo replied calmly, reclining in his chair while casting a slight glance in Lu Hao's direction. Mr. Lu is quite wealthy, Ma Yuliang commented, before immediately raising his bid to 11,000. Adding another 1,000. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that the annual rent for several stalls that Lu Hao had already secured was merely 1,000, while his own single increase equated to the rent of just one of Lu Hao's stalls. It was painful. 15,000, Lu Hao declared without hesitation, prompting a wave of astonishment throughout the room. Good gracious, that's incredibly audacious. Ma Yuliang had brought an enormous suitcase filled presumably with cash. Yet he dared not increase his bid too aggressively, having only raised it by 1,500 after the stall fees reached 10,000. But Lu Hao had escalated it to an astounding 15,000. It was indeed both bold and formidable, despite being just past 9 o'clock in the morning. And in an indoor setting that was not particularly warm, everyone began to feel an unusual heat. Even the leaders on stage tugged at their collars. This should be his maximum bid. It won't rise any further, Wang Mingdu asserted. Shall we make our move? Not yet. Let us observe. We are certain to secure several stalls, but our aim is to ensure Lu Hao secures fewer. If someone else acquires them, we will concede. Should Lu Hao bid alone, we can slightly raise our offer to pressure him. This is akin to killing two birds with one stone. Father, you truly are astute. Ma Yuliang fixated on Lu Hao for a moment, gritted his teeth, and shouted, 20,000. The temperature in the room surged once more. It was sweltering. All eyes were now on Lu Hao. The stage belonged to him and Ma Yuliang, engaged in a fierce contest. Lu Hao remained silent for the time being. Ma Yuliang felt a surge of confidence, taunting, "What's the matter, Mr. Lu? Are you not bidding? It's merely 20,000. Your supermarket generates daily revenues exceeding 200,000. Are you truly intimidated by 20,000? He stated this intentionally, omitting clarity regarding the 200,000 figure being the turnover, intending to provoke Lu Hao and incite jealousy among the others. Many hands make light work, he thought, aiming to elevate Lu Hao only to witness his fall. Very well. I shall respond accordingly. Lu Hao grinned, raised his hand, and announced, 50,000. Silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. The windows were wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to flow through, yet the crowd felt a sense of suffocation. Upon hearing Lu Hao's bid, several leaders instinctively loosened their shirt collars and reached for the nearby yabao, sipping it with a low rumble. This was a soft drink produced by the Third Beverage Factory, a non-alcoholic beverage that was quite fashionable, packaged in convenient cans. The Second Beverage Factory, the Third Beverage Factory, the Haigong Soft Drink Factory, and the Glucose Beverage Factory were among the more renowned soft drink manufacturers in Jiangcheng, with the second factory leading the pack. Its soda had become a summer memory for an entire generation. Unfortunately, these factories ultimately faced dire fates, succumbing to the relentless waves of time. Director Li quietly descended and brought over two fans, switching them on. A wave of coolness immediately enveloped the room, earning him appreciative glances from several leaders. The leaders, having little exposure to such situations, were taken aback. A bid of 20,000 had skyrocketed to 50,000. This was no mere doubling. It was a matter of business acumen, with some navigating the proceedings with a flat demeanor while others orchestrated a roller coaster of emotions, rising and falling. Money, too, varies in its essence. The prospect of booth leasing was promising, capable of revitalizing a languishing market. They were mentally prepared for this. Yet the bidding had exceeded their wildest expectations. What they had hoped would merely harness the residual energy of the market instead erupted like a volcano, explosively. Lu Hao was not only significant, but also formidable. Director Li, is this young man with the bid Lu Hao, the owner of Wayman Fresh Supermarket? The individual seated at the head of the table gestured for Li Guangcai to come over and take a seat beside him. The people nearby quickly vacated a spot for Li Guangcai, an immense honor and opportunity for him. He hurried over, adeptly apologizing with a nod to the person whose place he took, before introducing Lu Hao. He is Lu Hao, a promising young entrepreneur with a keen business acumen and a commendable character. Li Guangcai extolled Lu Hao's virtues while also providing insights about Wayman Fresh Supermarket, effectively giving him a platform to shine. While he quietly reported to the leaders, he internally expressed endless gratitude towards Lu Hao. You are my brother. He wished to join Zhang Jigang and Shi Xiong in calling Lu Hao brother. Initially, he thought his position as director had reached its limit. After the state-run vegetable market's demise, he feared retirement or relegation to a lackluster role, waiting for the end of his career. Little did he anticipate the possibility of a resurgence. Meanwhile, Wang Mingda's expression darkened. He had confidently asserted that 150,000 was Lu Hao's maximum bid, believing there was no chance for an increase, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Not only had he been contradicted, but he had also been dealt a harsh blow. As the price soared to 50,000, his earlier loud declaration was intended for others to hear. A boast to showcase his status as the factory director and his superior vision. Who could have anticipated such a predicament? The noise just moments ago was deafening. Yet now the embarrassment is palpable. To make matters worse, Wang Hongjiang remains oblivious to the situation and thrusts another metaphorical dagger into his chest. Father, did you not just assert that Lu Hao would not raise the bid? How is it that he has suddenly increased it by such a substantial amount? Your words seem to contradict themselves. Wang Mingde inhaled deeply, casting a glance at his son. Their facial resemblance was unmistakable. This was indeed his progeny, beyond doubt. With this thought, his agitation began to subside. Father, why have you fallen silent? Wang Hongjiang inquired once more. What is there to be flustered about? Poise and composure. Have you forgotten how I instructed you? How quickly you have discarded it all? Wang Mingde admonished quietly. I previously stated that Lu Hao would not intervene. 150,000 was the maximum bid, and that was directed towards a rational individual. No one possessing merely a few 100,000 would squander 50,000 on a stall. Especially with such an aggressive bidding strategy. Clearly, Lu Hao has become reckless in his pursuit. He has limited funds, spending 50,000 on this stall leaves him with little to spare. Even if he secures it, there are still 12 others to contend with. Let us see how he manages. We shall not raise our bid. We will wait. Wang Hongjiang pressed for clarity. But did you not just say that if others increase their bids, it does not matter? That we would simply outbid Lu Hao? Wang Mingde regarded him, taking a couple of deep breaths. Be adaptable. Do you not understand? Do not allow your mind to become so rigid. He was indeed worthy of his position as the factory director. Even when his words seemed final, he could swiftly pivot. Lu Hao has become desperate. There is no need for us to stoop to his level. If we adhere to our original plan, we would merely be gambling like him. In business, one must always maintain clarity of thought. There are still 12 stalls available. What is the rush? We can target him next time. Let us refrain from involvement this round. The auction continued unabated. Ma Yuliang observed Lu Hao, wavering momentarily before finally declaring 55,000. He raised his bid by 5,000, feeling the sting of regret. This surpassed the mental threshold he had previously set at 50,000. He had not anticipated Lu Hao's tenacity, pushing the price so high. Gazing at Lu Hao, he thought, Boss Lu, you are quite shrewd. I know you have deliberately inflated the price to compel me to spend more. I see through your strategy, yet I still bid, not out of foolishness, but because this is an auspicious beginning. If I fall for your trap, so be it. I am willing to invest for the sake of a good omen. He believed Lu Hao was intentionally raising the price to extract a higher bidding amount from him. Such tactics are common, yet one must tread carefully, for one might end up ensnaring oneself. If the other party refrains from participating and one does not genuinely desire the item, one risks expending a fortune unnecessarily. Lu Hao smiled, observing him. Do not overcomplicate matters. I am quite straightforward, a person of integrity. I have no intention of artificially inflating the price. 60,000, he declared, raising his bid by another 5,000. The price for the stall soared to 60,000. Ma Yuyang was taken aback. He had misjudged the situation. Lu Hao was not merely engaging in a bidding war. He genuinely wished to secure this stall. Had he lost his senses? With such limited funds, spending so much on the first stall left little for the remaining ones. Lu Hao's actions left him utterly bewildered. Despite considering himself a seasoned veteran, he found himself perpetually on the defensive in the presence of this youth. Numerous onlookers, upon hearing the bid, discreetly clutched the stacks of cash they had long tucked away. How embarrassing it was to think of oneself as an ordinary person, when, in truth, one was merely impoverished. The green-eyed monster had indeed reared its head. Wang Mingde shook his head, pondering why one would invest such an amount merely to secure a stall. Youth often brings naivety. No one dared to bid higher. Was there truly no one willing to offer more? If not, then stall number 1 would belong to this gentleman. The auctioneer, after a brief pause, scanned the room and, seeing no further bids, declared 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring a splendid opportunity. A propitious start indeed. Let us applaud the successful acquisition of stall number 1 in the market. Wishing you flourishing business and abundant wealth. His professionalism shone through, each compliment flowing seamlessly into the next. Please take this sign. After all 13 stalls have been auctioned, our staff will assist you with the contract formalities. The underlying message was clear. Be prepared with your funds. Do not attempt to flee. Immediately, someone approached Lu Hao, presenting him with a sign bearing the number 1. This signified the conclusion of the bidding for stall number 1. The bidding for stall number 2 commenced, mirroring the previous process. The auctioneer called out 50,000. As others hesitated, contemplating an appropriate bid, a familiar voice broke the silence. It was Lu Hao. This time, he was not lingering at the back, but was the first to bid, 50,000. Some spectators, having witnessed Lu Hao's acquisition of stall number 1 for 50,000, thought perhaps stall number 2 would finally be theirs. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Hao sought to monopolize the opportunity. Just as he had retrieved his funds, he promptly withdrew them once more. Wang Hongjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, Lu Hao has bid again, 50,000. Did you not say he was mad for bidding so high earlier? Could he be insane again? Should we counter? Wang Mingde felt a surge of astonishment. What was Lu Hao's strategy? This was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. The starting bid was merely 1,000, not excessively high. A gradual increase in offers would align with the norms of such proceedings. Yet here was Lu Hao, launching a staggering bid of 50,000 right out of the gate. Fierce and rapid, leaving no room for others to react. Who could withstand such an approach?